Oh, that sucks. Hello. Anybody there? Yo, Gio, are you at your computer? Anyone?
Yo, yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, New Perspective said his phone died.
Oh,
And he came back, and then he said he was bummed out because then you had left. And then
I couldn't hear anybody, and I thought I had to restart. I'm like, I can't hear anything. I thought maybe it was my end.
Yeah. Then I think
Like,
he ended up
where did
leaving.
he go? He took off?
I think so.
That sucks. I was having a good conversation. Well, I mean, like, regardless, I don't like to talk about that. He thinks I do, but it's like, no, it's not my thing. But I'm just saying, I know for a fact certain things. What's that?
I just tagged him in text. Maybe he'll come back. Because I think he said his phone died. I think he wanted to keep the combo going.
What's your opinion on that, Gio? Like, do you remember like the things that I brought up, like the Jiffy peanut butter, and like, are there certain things you remember, or is it just like, oh no, I'm just losing my fucking mind? It's just I'm like, I think there's too many people with the same recollection for it to be an accident, and especially things that I've written myself that have been somehow I can't explain how they're changed, like literally on a blockchain. Like, that's what makes me have no confidence in crypto. Like, even though I'm trying that's what I'm doing right now. I'm actually trying to take advantage of it. But like, in other words, I have no confidence if let's say I had some Bitcoin saved and I have the seed phrase and everything, that maybe somehow that could be corrupted. Oh no, it can't be because there's billions of copies everywhere. Okay. But there was copies of my poem on a blockchain that was corrupted. Just changing it by one character is corrupting the code. If you change your Bitcoin code by one piece, that it's no good, right? I could change your seed phrase by one letter, and it's no good.
I definitely think Mandela is a real effect. I mean, people have different viewpoints on it, but no, I don't think it's just faulty memory. I think it's a very real thing. I've got several of them myself, as many of us do.
Personal ones, like personally, something you've written changed or something like that.
Um, I'd have to think about that. Maybe not like that. No, not like a direct thing. That's because that's even more unique.
It freaked me out. It freaked me out. Like Helio too. He's like, yeah, that's freaky because he, like, a lot of the times Helio's drunk, but he remembered reading that. He's like, no, no, I read it just what was in front of me. I was not. I read it exactly how it was, and I know for a fact. And he's like, I'll find it on my live stream, and we looked on his live stream, and on the fucking Discord screen, it had been changed. I'm like, oh my god. I didn't want to talk about it because it's like I seen a ghost. It was just very eerie to me. But I got over it. Like I realized I'm up. I understand the people or entities, whatever is in control. I don't think are human. They're not us. They're on a different level, whatever they are, demons or whatever. And I'm not afraid of them.
Well, I don't think they're doing it. The they. I don't think it's the they doing it. I think it's.
I don't know who's doing it then.
Well, the creator ultimately. It's a feature of consciousness, in my viewpoint. It's like a function of consciousness. I mean, consciousness is just a multi-leveled, complex thing. I mean, I don't think we necessarily like live in a physical reality that's like, hard material. It's like the whole thing is energy and frequencies and like here's a trippy idea. Like when you go to bed every night and you sleep, we like totally leave this world that we're in. We leave it entirely. We go to sleep and that when you come back, when you wake up, do you have any way to know that you're in the exact same reality you were when you left? When you went to sleep? I know it's just like a totally kind of wild.
I'm in the same flesh suit in the same location. So,
well, yeah, exactly, and it all seems like it lines up. Like, you wake up, you're in the same thoughts, the same things, the same whatever it may be. So yeah, all the biological functions. I'm just sort of saying it in a dramatic sense, though. Like,
are you astral projecting? Is what you're saying? You're just
well, or I mean, if there's like multiple realities, multiple layers and levels, like could you wake up in a reality that's like 99.999% the same, but there's one tiny thing different? Like just the idea of parallel realities and fractal realities.
So many levels, dude. I mean, that seems so much more complex than necessary.
I mean, I'm not saying that is what's happening. I'm just throwing it out there. Like with the Mandela things, it makes me think of that in a way. It's like, okay, let's say that all of reality is happening that way, meaning there is a reality in which Berenstein Bears. There is another one in which Beren's, spelled with an A. There's two of them. And which one are you dialed into? Which memory timeline are you dialed into?
Let's say you wake up one day and you have a freckle on your face and you never had a freckle at all. And now you got a freckle on your face. That's just like, that's God, whatever he wants to do. It's like if I want to airbrush a photo on my phone or change it or write on it, I can. That's just him. Like he could do that and say, every single book, I want to change this letter. I'm going to insert Berenstein or Berenstein or whatever. I'm going to insert the letter A in this particular poem. I'm going to put it in there just to fuck with this guy's head. Every copy he has will be changed. But guess what? It didn't affect my screenshot, which is a picture of a picture. And I still have the fucking evidence. So nobody can tell otherwise. Because I wrote it, I have evidence in the form of a screenshot.
There's even another idea that it could actually have like a spiritual thing of actually helping us to wake up, because it like breaks down that concept that we are just, hard physical beings in a hard physical reality, in that sense, that it's much more energy based and frequency based. And like I have no doubt that like this whole world that we're in, this whole realm, I think there are many, many others like this one, slightly different than this one. There could be other ones with humans, other ones with other beings, giants, God knows what. And some of those things could have existed here as well. Now, where is that other dimension? Is it out in outer space on a ball, a gas ball in outer space? No, I don't think that. So where is it? Is it in consciousness? Is it in, that's a wild idea, but it's like when we sleep, we have dreams that are, feel like we're in a totally different world as well. So I'm just saying, if all that's possible, like there could be another entire world as big as this one or even bigger, where right now there could be, giants or, dragons or humans with wings. I mean, God knows what. The possibilities are endless. but it's all just like in consciousness. Like it's in the realms. It's not something that we in our physical bodies right now could just travel to, but maybe there's a portal or something like that. So I'm just saying, like, if consciousness is actually like an infinite frequency, like if the creator, is light and love and sound and all these different energies, then it could create the different memory timelines or multiple different, realities where there was a Jiffy and there's a GIF. And then we're all like, some people are just connected to the one where it's Jiffy and some that it's GIF.
But then you wake up and you're like, wait, what happened to this one? This brand is gone. You know what I thought? I thought the Land O'Lakes with the butter with the Indian woman, that was just like a PC thing. They're like, well, we can't have someone depicted as a Native American in their Native American costume, so it's offensive. I'm like, wait a minute. The guy who actually made that artwork, he was an Indian, and he's like, there was nothing wrong with the picture at all. It was like it was like an attractive woman and in her Indian garb. It wasn't like some fat, ugly ass, like something that was repulsive. There's nothing wrong with it. But the PC police scrubbed it. I thought it was something, maybe that was a Mandela effect. Because when I saw the Land O'Lakes butter, it looked like a generic fake ripoff. Like, wait, this is some kind of fake copy? What is this shit? It looks so fake to me without that. And that's how some of these things look. Like I look at the Jif peanut butter, and it looks fake. Like the Land O'Lakes without the logo. That was a logo change, Land O'Lakes. But I'm saying it looks fake to me.
Dude, even there was a band that I remember seeing when I was in, I forget, either middle school or high school, but there was a band like a high school band type thing. And their name was Jiffy and the Choosy Mothers.
The Choosy Moms.
So, I mean, why were these kids, naming their band like Jiffy and the Choosy Mothers? Like,
right.
I mean, it's so deep. It's like, there's so many layers to it.
Pop go back just as far. I mean, Jiffy Pop was the popcorn.
I never had Jiffy Pop ever. I never bought it. I had the peanut butter, but I never bought Jiffy Pop. I didn't know it existed.
What is Jiffy Pop? Is that a soda?
No, what is it?
What is it?
It's
a
popcorn.
Soda? Popcorn? Never had. Yeah. I never even heard of it. I heard
Jiffy. But I mean, this like band I was telling you about, like they were definitely doing it after the peanut butter. It's like because what was the slogan? The mothers choose Jif or whatever, Jiffy. So it's like Jiffy and the Choosy Mothers. I mean, they obviously were not Mandela. This was the 90s. This was like way back.
It's creepy, man. It's funny. It's funny in a way, but I just think I don't know. I don't know what's controlling this world. Like, you know what I mean? It's not. It says we struggle not against flesh and blood, but against I don't know, evil entities, or I forget, principalities in high places. And it seems like that. Like they depict their Illuminati pyramid, and the top of the capstone is missing, right? Just like the top of the pyramid capstone. Like, okay, it has a little plateau. There's a little plateau on the Freemasonry pyramid. There's like people in their bishop garb and whatever, people in tuxedos, and there's the level above it, the all-seeing eye. There's a gap. There's an air gap between them. So they're the highest level humanoids or whatever you want to call them. And then above them is who they serve. The very tip of the top is who they serve. They're all-seeing eye. And who knows what the fuck that is? I don't know what it is. I'm not privy to that information, and none of us are. But we could speculate because that's all we have to go with. Give our best guess. But whatever it is, it's not benevolent. It's definitely causing a lot of unnecessary suffering, and right? It's like it's not benevolent.
Well, to me but that's all part of creation too. I mean, it's part of the creator creating that, those entities and that part of it all too. But just real quick, in terms of Mandela, I don't think it's being done by some like Illuminati entities. Like I think it's like a natural function of consciousness. Like it's
think so?
Yeah, I mean that's what I think it is. I think it is.
Why did it change? Like something I wrote. Why did it change something I personally wrote? Like why is it affecting little old me? I'm not significant like a major brand of a like.
Well, have you ever heard that idea? You know that idea that of multiple parallel realities, almost like a fractal that just infinitely expands into like multiple different versions of itself to the point to where like right now as we're speaking, like there's like, let's say like millions of realities that are splitting up. One reality in which we talk for another half hour, another reality that we talk for another hour, another reality that, Discord goes down, another, now I know that's kind of dramatic and extreme to kind of think that, but like just the idea that there's a reality in which I die tomorrow. There's a reality in which I live for another 50 years. I mean, that's pretty wild to think like that. But in that way though, if there is like way more to this to consciousness than just this one physical world, are there other world, or what we call physical, like I was saying before, other worlds, dream states? And if everything is like energy and frequency and vibration, and if the creator has infinite abilities to create anything it wants and can create, then at that point, having, let's say, like a timeline within consciousness in which it was Jiffy peanut butter, and then now this timeline is in which it's Jif, even though our bodies are the same, like, I have the same voice, I have the same persona, I have the same memories, whatever, but, it's like only that part of the timeline, like just that sliver of it is like slightly blended over into this one.
You may be overthinking it. I think that's like so much complexity. Like, oh, there's a fork in the road every second, and something's going to fork this way or this way, but it's very subtle, and you're constantly forking. It's like, I don't know, man. I don't.
Well,
think,
that's
I think
kind of more of an extreme idea. That's more extreme, but I'm just kind of like elucidating potentials of how like this could be occurring within consciousness. Not that some CERN Illuminati demons, because I don't think they could even do that. Like,
I don't know that it ain't them. It ain't them. But it ain't these cocksuckers. They don't have that ability. What I'm thinking though, maybe things are popping off all the time that we don't recognize because it's so subtle. It's such a subtle change that it might have been on something you've written yourself, and it's like, oh, but it goes unseen because it's so subtle. You know what I mean? It's like a gnat. You don't see it. It just happens, and it's unobservable, really. Until like me though, that's something I personally, when I'm reading, I'm like, well, that doesn't even work anymore. Like, why is that there? And the thing would piss me off, Gio, I couldn't change it. I couldn't log into the account and change it because it was uploaded on the blockchain. It's unchangeable. Can't be altered. It's like, well,
I mean,
somebody fucking did it.
I mean, there could be one possibility. Like, is that an authentic type Mandela thing, or is it? I mean, there could even be some fuckery going on, like, some, like, I don't doubt that these controller people have definitely been keeping tabs on what we've been talking about, just on these servers and on live streams. Maybe not like, I don't think they have like tons of paid agents that are doing stuff, but they're definitely like reviewing and listening. So, I mean, could it be possible that one of those guys was actually listening? And then, if they own Steemit or whatever, that they actually changed it.
But Helio's live stream, Gio, it was on his live stream on YouTube, right? And he had the, how you can show what's in the chat box, like on the live stream in your text chat, you can show that on a Discord, on a video on YouTube. He had that, and the words were on the screen. The words were right on the screen, like side by side with Helio, and then here's the words of the chat. He had half of the screen was just the chat box, and he's reading it, and you could clearly read it on the screen. And that was changed on the YouTube video, in the video format. Huh? We were both looking at it in real time the way it was without the letter A in there. We were both seeing it that way, but when it uploaded to YouTube, video had the altered version. Like, that is fucking weird. But in real time, we didn't see it. We didn't see it that way on the screen because we were both reading it the right way. That's what's really fucking weird.
Yeah, well, I mean, you experienced that directly, so yeah. I mean, I do remember that time, though. I forget if I was listening to that stream. I think I was. I don't know if I was on that one or not, but I do remember that because I know that you guys were doing that, those streams and stuff. So I do remember it, but obviously I didn't experience it the way you did directly. But yeah, there's a lot of them. There's a lot of them that I have where, yeah, it's like the full capacity of my memory is the one way, and then it's totally different now. There's a bunch of them. A lot of the classic ones, like, Monopoly Man having a monocle, Luke, I Am Your Father, the Jiffy Peanut Butter one, Berenstein Bears. The engines on airplanes, that's a big one, dude. That one trips me out.
Hanging way out there like that. Yeah, it's crazy.
The engines are way out there. Like, what? Oh my
What is
God.
this shit? They were hung right under the wing. Now they're sticking out like.
I know. I mean, I swear to God, that one changed like the minute someone showed it to me or something, because I don't even feel like
So weird.
I know, like a week before, like whenever that was on 24/7 years ago that we first, went through. I just remember that was when I first had that. I don't even think in my adult life I even, had like registered it. And then now I look at them and I'm like, what the hell is that?
I know, it looks so weird. It's like, I don't like this. I don't like the false reality. I'm like, I want it to be back to normal. Quit fucking with me. But I have thick enough skin to not let it bother me. Like, it's like water off a duck. I don't, you know what I mean? Even I was rattled. I'm not gonna lie, dude. I was rattled a little bit. I'm like, what the fuck happened? This is like something like, it just freaked me out a little bit. I'm like, who's doing this? How the fuck did they do this? It made me think nothing is safe. Nothing digital is safe. Nothing. Blockchain is not safe. Guaranteed. I know for a fact, because that right there just showed me it's not secure. That alone. If that's one blockchain can be broken like that, altered, even one iota, one character, means it's corruptible. So people putting full confidence, no, I have full confidence. Well, you better not. Like, if you got all your eggs in Bitcoin or any crypto, no, it's digital gold. Oh no, it's not. At least I don't think any real gold is going to disappear out of your hand. Oh, I had an ounce of gold and now I don't. Well, yeah, you could lose it, but I mean, you'll still have. I don't think anything physical like that just disappears. Oh yeah, back to what I was saying earlier. Remember that gold aura around the man, the saint, and then the baby? They had like a gold aura around their head. Remember you said there was someone making colloidal gold? Maybe like how we see things, how, like I was saying, you could see people's auras. Maybe something like that could alter our aura. Like if you had like a golden aura, you'd have better health. And I think it was they call things the golden age from the gilded age. Like there's the gold age, the silver, the bronze, and then the iron age. And like they say, we're in the iron age where men's lives will be short. And you look at people like, okay, Rob Skiba, Fokker. I don't know how old Fokker was, probably 40 something. Rob Skiba was maybe 50. Bob was probably 50 something. Like, these guys are all dying young. Not just them, but a lot of people.
My phone might
You know
die
what's
again.
funny about? Well, I don't know. We're jumping around various topics, but sorry, go ahead. New perspective. I was just gonna say.
I'm just saying my phone might die again. For some reason, it's not holding charge very well. Discord's draining it. Just let you know if I disappear. But go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say real quick on the airplane. We could talk about those people dying as well. I'm not trying to switch it. I was just gonna say on the airplane, if you look up just airplanes, start looking at Google Images, all of the real airplanes, that are shown have the engines way out in front. But there's a couple like illustrations, like how to draw an airplane, that somebody made, and the engines are not sticking out. They're equal with the wing. So whoever made those how to draw an airplane things clearly have the memory of when the engines were equal with the wing, even though all the ones now, the airplane's way out in front of the wing.
The schematics, yeah. Like, here's how a drawing, it could be like an engineering plan. Like, here's the diagram from Boeing, how to make their aircraft, and the aircraft engine's flush with the wing.
Yeah, like a lot of these are like how to draw a cartoon airplane. Like, these are like little drawings, how to do it or whatever. And they all have the engine equal, even though that's not what any of the real ones are today.
It looks like a caricature. You know what I mean? When you draw someone's face and you might draw a big nose or big ears or something, that's what these planes look like, a caricature of what they should look like.
I know. So what would that mean? I mean, okay, like I don't think that they were all just changed or something. Like I wouldn't think that, because there's pictures of airplanes from the 90s. So could it, I mean, yeah, like could there be like an essentially like a if you want to call it like a parallel or like a separate timeline in which they're different, and we have memories that they were actually different then?
I don't know, man. That's what I mean. It's too hard for me to explain without going down some crazy fucking, you know what I mean? Some crazy metaphysical, like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, I don't remember aircraft looking like that, but they do.
That's why I was linking it to like when you go to sleep, you go to bed, you totally knock out, you're in dreamland or whatever, and then you come back into this life. And every time we wake up, everything's pretty much the same. You know, everything's together, your memories, your mind, your everything. But, and I know it's kind of a dramatic example of it, but like, could you just go to bed one day and wake up in which everything's the same except these few things like this, like the airplanes or
maybe so, yeah.
And then what would that mean? I mean, okay, does that mean there's another reality in which the airplanes were different? Did you leave that reality and you're in a different one that's like almost the same? It's like 99.99% the same, but just slightly different?
Someone did three-card Monty, and they changed out all the airplanes in the blink of an eye, and that's how it is. They did the three-card Monty. Boom, you wake up, all the airplanes are changed. What? Like, that's kind of, it seems like what happened. Unbeknownst to you, like when you were a little kid, you wake up on Christmas, presents under the tree. How did that happen? I don't know. Like, that's like something on a metaphysical. You wake up, next day you go to work, aircraft engines are in the front. Okay. And you say you work at the airport. Okay, that's just how they are. Whatever. What are you going to do? Go to work. It's got to be freaky for the pilots. I mean, they have to, like, let's say you do recall it a certain way like we do, and then you're flying this fucking thing and like, dude, I remember when I started flying them, the engines were back here. Like, they still got to fly the fucking plane. You know what I mean? What are they going to do? They might remember it just like us, even though they see them every single day. And then all of a sudden, one day they come to work and they're changing. Okay, whatever, deal with it.
Well, that would be interesting, yeah, to like interview people, like, yeah, exactly. That'd be a trip if they're like, you've been a airline pilot or mechanic for all those years. I mean, the thing to me, like these Mandela type effects are very specific. You know, like I have very good memory, but I mean, there are times when I know that my memory might be a little off. Like, oh, I kind of forget exactly what that was or whatever it may be. But this Mandela thing is very different for me, at least. It doesn't have that same, like if I like, oh, I forget, you know, like some classic, like, oh, where are my car keys or just something like that. That's like you know, I don't have a ton of that. Some people have more than others or whatever, but you know, the kind of forgetfulness or cloudy memory or whatever. But this just seems like to me, it's a different effect. Like this, it doesn't feel like that same cloudy, like, oh, I'm trying to think of what that was. It's specific. Like I remember running around the house. I remember running around the house with my younger brother being like, Luke, I am your father, you know, and we were like playing with each other and like chasing each other around and stuff. So it's like, I even remember playing games like that. I mean,
you know who said it? My nephew said it to his friend. He was taunting him, and he's only 11, and he remembers, Luke, I am your father. He said it. I'm like, oh my, I don't talk to him about this because it's kind of, I don't want to freak him out, and it is kind of freaky. So I don't even. He's known the Earth is flat, but I won't talk about that with him because that'll gaslight the fuck out of you. I don't want.
And I'm also open to some of the ideas that it could be like, you know, some sort of like popular. You know, like, for example, let's say it never was Luke, I'm your father, but maybe like in like a Saturday Night Live clip or, you know, something like that. They kind of do it that way. And then that kind of starts to sway the public opinion. I'm just saying some of these that can be explained that way. I do understand some of those ideas.
It was in the movie. Everybody remembers that scene. You know what I mean? It was in the movie. Like, okay, Forrest Gump said, life is like a box of chocolate. You never know what you're going to get. And everybody remembers that line. Like when someone like does a play, let's say they upload a video on YouTube and they're doing a reenactment, and they'll say, "Life is like a box of chocolates." They'll recite it exactly the way we remember it.
Right, I know.
And there's hundreds of them. There's hundreds of videos like that. Can they all be wrong? Just like remember, like here, let me do a reenactment and I'll flub the line.
That's what I'm saying, dude. I know. What is the difference in that one again? I forget. Isn't it kind of minor? It's a slight difference.
Life was like a box of chocolates, and it's life is like a box of chocolates. That was the original line. Is life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. Life is like that.
Yeah, I absolutely remember it being is because that's the whole point of the line. Life is like it's not life was. It's not life was like a box of chocolates last month. Like, no, life, that's his whole thing. It's life is like a box. Yeah, dude.
If you're dead, you're speaking in past tense. Life was like a box, but I'm not in life anymore. It was that way, right? No, life is like you're in the life. Life is like a box of chocolates, right?
Right.
It's life was. You're speaking in the past tense. It wouldn't make sense. Life was like well, are you dead? What do you mean life was like a box of chocolates?
Right.
You're still in existence. Life is like a box of chocolates. You never know. It's like the fork in the road you were talking, right? Like the fork in the road. You come to a fork in the road. Do you go left or right? I don't know. Do you go up or down? Which way do you go? I don't know. If we're constantly forking and these subtle flaws are popping up in the system, these glitches in the matrix. I like to think that there's things that are solid. You know what I mean? I'm sitting in a chair that's solid. I have a desktop that's made of granite. It's granite. It's solid, right? It's like things are solid. Like, is there nothing solid? Right? Is the foundation of your house just frequency? It's just sound? No, there's things that are solid.
Well, we experience them as solid and we define them as such, but are they actually solid? That's the thing. Like, okay, like, see, in my viewpoint, like, okay, let's say the creator, like the mind of the creator. See, I don't think the creator just created it. The whole earth is being sustained in the mind of the creator in that sense. How it's doing it, that's a whole nother question. And it feels material. And if you jump off a building, you'll fall to the ground and break your arm. I mean, it's all very real, but it's creating it all the time. And is it like a virtual reality simulation? I mean, there's all kinds of concepts and ideas, but
nothing is solid. Everything is in a state of flux that can be unzipped in a whim. It could just like everything could dematerialize into nothing.
Yeah, or it could change in a second. However, it does seem very consistent. Like whatever experience like we're creating for ourselves, like through the creator, through ourselves, etc., does seem very consistent. Like, I don't know about you, but I don't just start flying, or I don't just turn into a different person, or my voice doesn't turn into some other voice, or you know what I mean? Like it's solid enough to be convincing, or seemingly solid to be convincing that it is that we are really these isolated beings. And I think that's kind of the point of it. It's trying to create that. So it is real in that way, but ultimately on a very deep level, is it actually a material thing? And then it just plays into the Mandela, because if it's not like a hard set reality that is that way, then anything could be going on. Like any of this is possible.
I think things can dematerialize, because on 9/11, I seen the building literally dematerialize into dust. It went from a solid state into a particulate state. From solid monolithic steel, concrete, dematerialize into a powder, into a dust, like come apart at a molecular level. And this guy had a Superman comic book from the 40s or 30s. I forget which. I took a screenshot of it, and he said, "Oh, this Lex Luthor has a weapon that could turn steel into dust." I'm like, "What?" This is like a comic book cover from the 30s or 40s. And Superman, he was, I think, in New York City or something, and the enemy. I'm like, "Oh my god!" So they had that tech from way, way back. Did I show you that comic book, Gio? I got a screenshot.
I don't know if I've seen that one, but yeah, no, I mean, well, that gets into like the directed energy weapon things, and which is, but yeah, dude, you're right. Those steel beams are absolutely just turning into dust in front of your eyes. I mean, that's just, even if their story of what took the buildings down, there's no explanation for it. But yeah, I mean, and then Judy Wood's work and all of the evidence that shows that there's definitely some very strange, to say the least, effects that were going on. And then you look at the John Hutchinson effect and all of that. So yeah, I mean, did they either see, I don't think they created these directed energy weapons. I think they've stolen it from the old world.
Fallen ones, dude. The fallen ones. This is fallen angels technology.
But I mean, that's pretty insane to think that even exists, that there's a technology that can just turn matter into dust. I mean, that's
right.
That's like defractured, or like fractures it, or like dematerializes. There's another word I was thinking of, like it kind of dematerialized, but there's
disintegrate. Yeah, it's look. Can you see the comic book?
Like fractionate, like it can like fractionate it.
Here it is.
World's Fair Comics. Interesting.
See what it says there? Can turn steel into dust. A man. See. This is a screenshot from a video that a guy had, so it's not perfect. It's hard to read, but there's the line in the comic book. It says, "Crime of a king of evil." I can't read it so good because my eyes, it says, "The man who turns steel into dust."
Yeah, it says crime, a king of evil. This is the man who turns steel into dust. That's interesting.
1940, right? And then what's Superman standing in front of an obelisk, or is that the directed energy beam? He's got an obelisk in a sphere. There's a sphere like a 1940 issue. Like who would even put that? Who could think of such a thing, turning steel into dust? That never even crossed my mind. But we know it happened, right? We saw it happen. Like, where's the fucking steel? I don't know. It melted from the jet fuel. Well, there is no fucking jet fuel. There are no jets. Did you ever go down?
So,
Did you ever look into that?
are you saying that Superman did 9/11, or Batman did it?
Absolutely, he did.
Okay, got it.
Well, the thing about the steel beam, though, is that like it was just a lot of them that we see in the footage. It was just like falling over, like it's you know what I mean. It was just tilting. It was just going, and then it just just turned to dust
Before it hit the ground, yeah. A big segment of it, a big slab just goes woof. It starts leaving a dust trail and it disintegrates. It doesn't hit the ground. It doesn't reach the ground. It just tails off into nothingness.
Okay, that's probably a good argument. They've used some type of corrosive product from the top and corroded the whole pylon down, or the whole center beam
That's this
out.
corrosion. Corrosion is not instantaneous. This is instantaneous dustification. It's literally turning into dust as it falls before it hits the ground.
So you're saying they use some type of chemical reaction to eat the
No,
steel?
no. Something else. Some other means. It's
Like
instantaneous.
laser technology type of thing.
Maybe such, maybe microwave, maybe something else.
Yeah, no, I'm willing to believe that now. That makes a lot of sense.
You want to see something?
Yeah.
Check this out. I'm going to upload it. Just give me 1 second. My connection's a little
Take your
slow.
time, dude. I'm just sitting here doing nothing.
Where are you at? Are you Aussie or New Zealand?
I'm in Australia. I think
Okay.
Australia should invade New Zealand. Get
New
rid of the
Zealand. You
ruling
guys are
class.
similar, but I think I was leaning toward Aussie. You have more of an Australian accent. It's more distinct. Okay,
New
can you
Zealanders
see?
are more effeminate, more communist. You'll probably notice that, and you'll notice New Zealanders on average are more under mind control.
Can
You'll
you
find them
see?
more around Earth.
Can you see the pictures I posted in the chat?
Yeah.
Okay, one of these buildings was from 9/11. Okay,
Mhm.
the steel on the left is from 9/11. The steel on the top right, the black one, is from Dresden. It still has the paint on it. The steel on the left is from the building in the center, which is it's an indoor playground in Russia. Now it still has the paint on the beam. It's still painted.
Mhm.
It's completely boxed. It's called a box beam because it's all boxed in, all four corners, all four walls beam. And
Yeah.
there's no smoke residue on the ceiling. If you look at the picture on the top left, there's no smoke residue. There's no smoke residue on the one from Dresden, which was supposedly firebombed. But yet the steel is buckled in a way that steel beams do not bend like this. Steel is not this
Yeah.
malleable. Steel will tear. Normally, steel will tear. It's not in a state of flux that's this malleable. And
So are these
twisting.
the exterior beams of 9/11, or was the internal beam?
I don't know how these are happening, but you've seen the damage came from the roof down on this
Yeah.
this indoor playground. This was like a Chuck E. Cheese type place for the kids in Russia,
Yeah.
indoor playground for young children. And then this happened from the top down. And that the beam on the left is from that building, inside that building. And they said a fire started
Okay.
in the foam pit. They had a foam pit where the kids would play in like chopped up foam.
Oh yeah. Yep.
So they don't get injured. They could tumble and jump and do things. They said, "Oh, someone had a lighter. Someone was playing with the lighter, and they lit the foam pit on fire, and the whole place caught fire in like 30 seconds. Well, guess what? Someone took a piece of the foam, and he took a cigarette lighter, and he's trying to light it, and he has a clock, and it's tick, 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 tick. He's like, look, they said a foam thing? Here, I'm going to light this piece of foam. Let's see how long it takes. Impossible. He couldn't combust foam. There's no way it happened from the foam pit. But that was their cover story. Like, what do we tell them 9/11? Jet fuel. Well, wait a minute. There's no fuel in the jets. That's why the jet fuel hoax is so censored, because it 100% shits on their fake 9/11 jet. Totally debunked.
I worked out how those jet engines work. It's very ingenious.
Have you?
How do you think
Have
they
you
work?
seen inside the wings? I've got pictures from inside the wings if you want to see them.
Yep. You know, I've seen all those videos on BitChute where the guy goes into the fuel tanks. He said they're empty and there's no smell. He goes, yeah, that evaporates, and the guy's talking shit to him. Completely empty. But I think they use a small amount for ignition and for stalling in case there's a stall to reignite it. That's what
when
I
they
think
spin
it's
it
about.
up. It's like they spin up the engine, and once it's going, it needs no fuel.
Because it's actually it's not even that complex technology. You know, if you could, you know, I know it's hidden from us, but yeah, it's very interesting. And another thing, what was I going to say? Anyway, keep going.
I'm gonna upload a couple pictures of the wing. There's an airplane that's being demolished, right? And you can clearly see.
They use kerosene, don't they?
Yeah, right. Kerosene is oil.
So
It's like
yeah, that's a problem because
it's
kerosene only ignites under extreme pressure and being pumped through a jet, a jet stream. So
but
to
it's
get kerosene
oil.
to explode at one point is not possible. I don't know how that happened.
You could throw a lit match in kerosene and it won't combust. Like diesel fuel, it'll put the match out.
Yep.
It
We
only
used to try burn diesel. Yeah.
Look at this. You see the inside of the wing is completely dry. There's no oily residue from the from the fuel that's supposed to be in there. Now you can see the paint is clean, it's dry. It's never seen a drop of oil on it. Also the ground where they have these things where they're supposed to be fueling the planes. There's no oily residue on the concrete or on the fittings. There's these
And
big
have you
hoses.
noticed, they use a little tank. When you go to the airport, you'll see this little tuk-tuk truck that's supposedly filling up the aircraft. And I'm like, that thing barely holds 1,000 gallons. Like, what's that going to do?
Right.
Well,
And not only that,
Witsit, I don't want to speak for Witsit, but you got background noise, Tech.
The music. Sorry, I'll turn it off.
Yeah.
1 sec.
Yeah, we got a little.
I forgot it was.
I don't want to speak for Witsit, but he has said on this live stream he said that he had worked at an airport and he fueled the planes.
So he fueled the planes. Look at right here. Okay, he's talking shit because this concrete has not one drop of fuel. Look at the concrete. Look at the diameter of the hose that guy's holding. That hose is too fucking thin to push that much fuel. There's not one drop of residual fuel on the connector or the concrete. Go to the fuel pump where they pump diesel fuel and look how filthy the pavement is where the diesel fuel pump is. Diesel fuel is oil. Diesel fuel is oil, and oil attracts dirt. There's no dirt whatsoever. If you took a hose that size, there's going to be drops of fuel, drip, drip, drip. It's like when you take a piss, there's some extra piss you got to shake off. What do you think a hose like this is going to have? You think it's going to come off dry when you disconnect it? Or do you think it's going to drip some fuel? And that fuel is oil. It's not like gasoline, it's oil. It will soak in the pavement and it will attract dirt. There's not one drop. So Witsit, if he said that, is lying.
Okay,
and I'm calling him out. I'm calling him out right now. If he says he fueled airplanes, maybe he hooked the air hose to it, but he didn't put no fucking fuel on these planes.
So get this, right? I just typed in how much fuel does a Boeing 747 use. They're saying it's using 48,000 gallons, which is 250,000 liters. Okay, does anyone have a comprehension of how much weight that is. Okay, that's 250,000 kilograms. There's no way any object could hold that amount of liquid or even take off. It's incomprehensible that
I
type of
know.
weight on an aircraft.
Not only that,
250,000 kilograms, 25 ton.
the aircraft
Nah.
alone, the tires, they're lying about the weight of the aircraft. The aircraft is thin aluminum. If you look at the
Yep.
tires, how they're composed, they're like, oh yeah, these tires are holding this many tons. There's a guy changing the tires on the aircraft, and it looks like they weigh less than a semi ton. The way they're handling these tires that are supposed to be like gargantuan and heavy, you could tell they're lightweight, and they only contain about 40 pounds of air. So they're not carrying the kind of weight. When you got a tanker truck full of fuel, the tires are heavy. They're very rigid and hard, and you need a lot of them to carry that much weight. And that's only one tanker truck. Imagine if you have
It's
10
almost
tanker trucks of fuel.
incomprehensible that an aircraft could hold that.
Well, I'm saying the
It's just-
tires alone. Let's put this many tanker trucks. Let me put one oil tanker on that wing, and it will snap off like a fucking twig. That wing is made of thin metal. You see the wing being chopped apart? Do you think that wing? You think I could drive an oil tanker on that fucking wing? You think I could drive a pickup truck on that wing? What do you think would happen to it? If I put my pickup truck weighs 6,000 pounds, what do you think would happen to that wing if I put 6,000 pounds on it?
And what is that, a 2-inch hose pumping in 250,000 liters? 48,000 gallons? Right. That would take hours, like literally fucking hours.
They're different size.
It's total bullshit.
These are different videos, but you see how clean the pavement is. On each one I looked at them all.
I've actually researched all this. I went to airports and I had a look, and I'm thinking, yeah, there's no mess here. There's nothing going on here. And look, you look in refueling truck airport. You have these little tiny fucking tuk-tuks.
But look at the pavement or the connectors that the guy's holding, the one over his head. They're all pristine. I used to plow snow in the winter, right? And it had hydraulic lines, like 3/8 of an inch diameter hose, and they had these quick connectors, right? With the hydraulic oil would go through them. When you pull the quick connector, there's residual fuel, or not fuel, but hydraulic oil, and it drips out. You need a rag because it'll drip all over and make a mess. And that's just a little 3/8 inch thick hydraulic line. Even though it has a check valve in it, it still leaks oil. What do you think this fucking thing is going to do? Right? You disconnect that hose, it's going to drip oil everywhere, diesel oil, and you're going to have a fucking mess. You do that 100 times a day or even 10 times a day. If it leaks even just a few drops of oil, which it would leak a lot more, you'd have a fucking this like a cesspool. The connector hole, all the fittings. Look at how clean these fittings are. They've never seen a drop of fuel on these fucking fittings.
Yeah. The maximum these trucks could hold would be probably 4,000 gallons. Maximum.
But the guy doing it, liters. Okay, the guy doing it, he doesn't know it. He doesn't know he's not pumping fuel. The guy doing it right here, he probably thinks he's doing a job that requires him to pump fuel. Like the guy at the fuel truck, okay, yeah, I'm putting fuel in it.
Yeah.
And he's not going to complain because he's getting a paycheck. He gets a paycheck, connect this hose and pretend you're pumping fuel, collect your check, and don't ask no questions.
I've worked with my guys in my life, right? They have no concept of reality. I've met people that I know, even my own family, they don't understand reality or logic at all. They live in total fantasy world. And you try to talk to them and teach them stuff, you can't do it. You probably met people like this as well. So these are the guys they're picking for the airports, like total fucking idiots. Here, pump this fuel.
Look at. Do you see where the fucking hose is connected? It's connected to the wing. The inside of the wings are bone ass dry. There's no fuel at all. Go look at it. I got pictures of it. I watched the planes being dismantled. They were chopping the wings apart, and there's dust coming out. There's not one drop. If you coated the inside with diesel oil, kerosene, right, you're going to see it. You're not going to see clean, dry, green primer. It's going to be stained. It's going to have staining on it. It's never had one drop of oil on it.
Yeah, we need to. I was actually going to get into avionics when I was in my 20s, but I couldn't do the math. You had to do all like university level math or some shit. And I'm like, no, I don't want to do this anymore.
For what? Being a mechanic?
Well, it was just you're working on aircraft. There's always been a big demand for aircraft mechanics and engineers and things like that. And you didn't need a university education to do it. It was an apprenticeship. And I thought, fuck, that's going to be great. So, but I never did it.
Well, this
this was back in the old days before the internet. So trying to find out information was impossible. Like, it was so difficult before the internet to get information about jobs, about anything. Now, if I was applying for jobs, I could just study the math and do the exam and no problem. You just got to learn the basics. Mind you, a decent memory to write.
See, if they were pumping fuel, right, from the ground, wouldn't there be some residual fuel on the ground, on the connectors? Like, here's the guy with the concrete. They say he's pumping the fuel from the ground. Where's the evidence that any fuel ever left that? Saying, look, put on your detective hat and look at the surroundings, right? You're detective at a crime scene. Okay, how many gallons? We're pumping thousands of gallons of fuel, but the pavement is clean. Every video I checked a lot of airplane refueling videos. Go look. They look like this. This is just a sampling. I can't clip everyone, but these are multiple sites. This is not the same site.
It's very interesting. And someone just posted a Jetstar picture of that aircraft there. Now you notice they've put a fake pumper in the concrete there under the truck. That is so fake. Bullshit. Are we still on or did I crash? Test.
No. I was just reading something.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's
See,
no.
the thing
Okay,
is,
I know
if
the.
you connect the hose, right? I have done this personally with a quick connector. Okay, take it. There's a thing called a check valve. It's a spring with a valve, and it snaps shut.
Yes.
As soon as you disengage, there's a male and a female part of the connector and the hose. When you take them apart, there's something residual oil in the line, hydraulic oil, it could be fuel, whatever. It's going to leak a certain amount. Just like when you're done fueling at the gas pump, there's a few drops of fuel. Over hundreds of times, thousands of times, fueling up one vehicle to the next, those drops of fuel land on the cement. Then they attract dirt, right? The oil and the dirt, and it stains the pavement.
I
And
get
it's
you.
the filthiest pump at the station. The diesel pump
Yeah.
is always filthy because there's no way around it. Do you think hoses this thick are going to have not one fucking drop of fuel on the connector, on the fucking hose, on the pavement?
Yeah, no, I get it.
on your
I get
head?
it.
Please use. No, I'm speaking to other people that are not thinking.
Yeah.
How do you know there's no drops just because you saw a picture or it didn't look like there was drops? I mean, how do you know that there's not?
Every one, Geo, that I found is fucking bone dry. Everyone, go check for yourself.
So hold on. What is your theory? Your theory is that they're not using any fuel and that the people who work there are just plugging in an empty hose, or what do you think is going on?
Yes, just like NASA is not sending rockets to space. I think this is all theater. The people that
they're
work
using
there,
some fuel for ignition.
I
and
don't
for
think
stalling.
they're using. I don't think they're using any fuel is coming from these lines. There's no evidence that any fuel passed through these lines whatsoever at all.
Yeah. I do
There's
believe
no
they'll
evidence.
have to have some type of ignition.
Do you understand how dirty a hose? The guy that fuels up the gas tanks at the gas pump at the gas station, his hose looks like it's the filthiest greasy hose he hooks up to fill the tanks, and then all the stuff around it. Look how clean this fitting has never seen a drop of fuel. This metal fitting, all the nipple, none of it has seen a drop. And I know from personal, just my little 3/8 inch line on my snowplow made a fucking mess with hydraulic oil. And until you can, I mean, if you've never done that, if you've never disconnected a hydraulic line and seen how much mess just that puny little hydraulic line, what do you think this thing would leak? If I had a hose this thick compared to a 3/8 inch line, how much residual fuel? I'm going to take rags. There's not evidence of one drop. And I have looked at every video I could find, right? I probably watched like 20 different videos of refueling. Not one of them could find a speck of oil on either connector. The hose he's hooking to the underside of the wing, the hose to the pavement in the ground, not one speck of oil. Nothing.
Have you ever dealt with jet fuel? Because you're talking about diesel and hydraulic fluid, which is nowhere near jet fuel.
Kerosene. Now, I'm talking commercial jets, not your Learjet or something else. I don't know about those.
The engines are the same.
Okay.
They're just bigger.
So they say.
No, they're the same, dude. Same mechanical parts, same mechanics work on them, same fuel goes in them. Exactly the same, just bigger, more thrust.
Right. Now, maybe the Learjet uses no fuel, and they send you a bill for the fuel, even though they didn't sell you any.
We fuel our own planes, guy.
Okay. Right. Let's say you do. Let's say you hook up a fuel line, and then nothing is coming out, and here's your bill.
Fuel comes out. We have messes. We clean them up. That's called oil rags.
Well, where's the mess on the pavement here?
What are you talking about? Go to any airport and fuel the plane up. Go get yourself a job. You'll get messy.
I'm showing you what I could find on the internet.
Yeah, you're talking out your ass, man. I'm telling you.
Okay, yeah. Prove me otherwise. Show me a greasy one. Okay, you prove it. I've showed you this.
Show you a greasy connection when fueling up a plane. Are you kidding me? Go show me
the dirty ones at your airport, okay?
We did it today, guy. What are you talking about?
Okay, show it to me. Please show it to me.
You want me to send you a picture of a dirty fuel connection?
Making the claim,
so you'll stop making ridiculous claims?
Now I'm making a ridiculous claim.
Yes, totally ridiculous.
Okay, send me your proof, please. That's all. I'm just asking.
Look, this isn't rocket surgery.
You were there. I don't need to go there. You were there. You send it to me. You're making the claim contrary to me, so please provide the evidence.
I'll tell you what, man. If you just calm down a little bit, I'll tell you what you can do. I'm not calling you a liar. I said this is a ridiculous argument because you've never gone and done it.
Then you prove it otherwise. If you've been there, prove it.
I'm trying to. You're just so excited, man, because you think you're right. So and you're not only not right, you're being ridiculous. Now, the amount of fuel.
I'm being ridiculous.
The amount of fuel. Yeah, calm down. The amount of fuel is debatable. I don't know. It is a lot of weight. But you're saying all the weight goes in the wings. You can drive a tank, a truck, a pickup truck on the wing. You need to research more because most of the fuel doesn't go into the wings. It goes into the fuselage, and the bulk of the fuel goes. Even though they're fueling in the midpoint in a lot of planes, most of the fuel is going into the wing at its thickest part, which is near the fuselage. No fuel goes on the tip of the wing. Like I just don't think you know what you're talking about.
When you disconnect the hose, do you have any leakage whatsoever?
Yes.
Why, when I watched the refueling, why was there no leakage at all? The man's not even wearing safety glasses.
I can't answer the video that you watched. I'm just telling you.
I watched multiple ones. I'm just saying.
Calm down.
Hold on. Hear me out.
I've heard you for an hour.
Okay. I've been talking about this for 10 minutes.
Yeah. No, that's bullshit. That's a lie. So disconnecting a male and female connection for fuel, and you're saying the videos you've seen have no residual fuel in it.
Yeah, I haven't seen one.
Yeah, just because you haven't seen one doesn't mean it doesn't happen.
Well,
these connectors are, dude. What is your problem? All right, go ahead, man. Keep spouting.
I'm asking you, why are you getting so defensive? Why are you so upset?
Because I know.
You know that. I'm just asking to prove it. Then just prove me wrong. Come with your evidence, and we won't argue. We don't. I showed you this. You show me yours. Show me your evidence, and we don't have.
You in like grade school?
No, I'm just asking you.
Honestly, we're
Provide.
gonna start gassing these people.
Honestly, dude, go
You
to an
just made-
airport. You don't have to go to an
I
airliner.
think
You can
go
go
there. You go
if you
there.
would.
You
You
claim,
can go to an airport. You don't need to
you
trust
claim you
me.
go there. You claim you go. Just show us. Just show us.
Now
Dude,
I
you
have
don't
to prove that I go to an airport. You're being
you just made the
ridiculous.
claim. I didn't say I did.
You're making the claim that they don't put fuel in planes
You
that run
told me
on
you
fuel.
went there. If you went there, pull your damn phone out. It's no inconvenience
I
for you
don't
because you
take
go there.
pictures
You
while
don't.
I'm there, but I
Okay.
will if it would satisfy you. If you want to
I
trust
would like
another
to
man,
see. I would like to see because I have doubts.
okay, then go
That's
to
all.
an airport. Go to a
Why you
private.
keep asking me? The burden of
So
proof is
you'll
on.
know yourself, dude. So you don't have to trust me.
I just want to see if
No,
you
you don't. You just want to keep spouting this nonsense. Now you want me to do something for you where you
now
could
see.
easily go to your local
I can go
airport,
to an airport,
talk
but
to
this
some
man, he was just there today, but he can't do it. He needs me to do it for myself. But he's at
dude.
an airport all the time, but he
I
can't
am.
do it.
I
Yeah,
didn't
you
say
can't
I
do it.
couldn't do it. See,
You
now
can't
you're just spouting more nonsense. Now you're saying I can't do it or I
because you
won't
can't.
do it.
You made
What
a
are you
false
talking
claim.
about?
You made then just take a picture. If you're already there, I don't go to airports. I don't have
I'm not
access to it.
at the airport. I'm in bed. You're being ridiculous.
I don't have.
Everyone goes to airports.
they-
Not you.
I can
You're
go to
the
where.
one making the ridiculous claim.
Wait, you
So
think they're going to let me on the tarmac?
they
don't
don't.
think
You don't. You didn't listen to me 1 second, did you? You don't have to go to an airliner to see how they fuel up planes. They have private airlines that you just go talk to them.
that's just
Just
that's
go watch.
me.
They're
Yeah, yeah.
usually right by the parking lot where the planes fuel up, the private planes,
That's
not
so
the.
easy. Yeah, they're gonna let me onto the tarmac.
You don't have to go on the tarmac. You don't listen,
They're
you
fueling this in
child.
the parking lot.
What are
This
you
is in the
asking
parking lot
now? What
where I park my
ridiculous
car.
statement are you asking now? Yes, the
Why are
fuel
you
dot.
yelling?
Because you're being ridiculous. You don't listen to a word anyone says. You think you're so right about this ridiculous
I
claim
just want
that you
claims.
want another man to go to an airport and show you residual fuel from the disconnect
Yes.
hose.
You told me that you have
Yeah,
proof,
do it.
and I just asked you to provide it because I watched 50 fucking videos and didn't find any.
Who
That's
gives a
all.
shit? What video? How close was the video?
Did
Were
I
they
say
showing you the
video?
connection?
Wait. You said a video. I said 50 videos. Get the wax out of
I,
your ears. I said
I
50
didn't
fucking
say
videos.
one video. I said all the videos you watch. How close
Right here.
were they
Right.
showing the disconnect?
Right there.
And
Look in the text. Look in the text. I've showed
I've
some
seen
screen.
your post.
How close is it? Is that close enough for you? Show
So
me where the
okay,
fuel is.
so show
Point out
me
where the
50
fuel
of
is.
them with no residual fuel coming off
If
of
I need
those
50,
connections. Yeah,
dude,
you need 50. That's your claim, remember?
I'll go get more.
I
You show
bet
me
you
one.
will. 50. You show me 50 with no residual and I'll give you
show me
$100. How
one.
about that?
Show me the one, okay?
Why
You
would I
make
have
me
to
feel-
show you one? I
'Cause you
fueled up a
can't.
boat. I
You
fuel up
can't.
planes.
I think
I
you're
can't
fucking
show you.
lying. You're
I can't
fucking
show
lying.
you resume. Now you're calling me a liar.
Yes, I am. Because
So
you're making
listen,
statements. No, I can't do it. You do it. I can't do it. Even though I was there, I can't do it. You do it.
I didn't
Just show
say
me.
I couldn't do it.
Just show me then. Quit
I
arguing
didn't
with me.
say
Just
I
show me.
couldn't do it. Don't call me a liar, dude.
Well, you're calling me a liar,
No,
dude.
I did not.
You've insinuated that. You've
I did
insinuated
not
something.
call you a liar. I said you're
You've
talking
insinuated
you're
stuff.
making a ridiculous claim that a fuel connection doesn't have residual fuel because you saw it on the internet of video. And now
Okay.
you say you have 50
have
videos of fuel connections
I
that
have
don't have
watched
residual fuel.
every fucking video I could find, right? Not only that, I've watched the videos of them being demolished. Now, I can't just go and watch an airplane being demolished because they're not going to let me on in the site where they demolish aircraft.
You know what we do when we demolish tanks that have fuel in them or we want to weld on them? We put a chemical in there that dries all the fuel out. It looks like dust when you cut the tank open.
Okay.
Do you feel stupid?
No.
Have you ever cut a fuel tank open? Have you ever cut a fuel tank open
Yes,
yourself?
I have.
Okay, how did you get the fuel out?
I've done it on automobiles. I don't
How
weld on
did you
tanks.
get the fuel out?
How did I get I purged the fuel out of the tank. There's a drain plug on the bottom, not a plug, but through the hole that it goes in.
How did you get the residual fuel out?
You don't.
Bullshit.
Bullshit.
Yeah, bullshit. You're lying. If you didn't let it air out for like a week or get all the residual
I never
fuel out
welded on
with
a
a
fucking
special
tank.
chemical
What?
that looked like dust, you
I
would have
don't.
caught on fire. You would have blown up as soon as you
I
tried
never
to
said that
cut
I
or
welded on a
weld.
fucking tank. I changed the fuel pump in my truck, and I had to let it down, and I have a plastic
That has
tank.
nothing to do with cutting
I've
or
never welded
welding.
on a plane, dude. I
Okay,
never
we
said
were
I
talking about cutting a tank. You don't seem to
cutting what
listen.
tank?
Cutting
Cutting
the
an
tank you
aircraft?
said earlier that you said had dust in it.
These are no. I didn't say
Another
I
freaking
personally cut.
yes, you did.
Hold on.
You said
I
you
didn't say
saw a video that they cut the tank of the plane
Hey,
and
I showed
it had dust in it like it
the
never had fuel
wings,
in it. You
not
idiot.
the
okay,
wings,
cool.
not the tank.
You know
The
what?
wing.
All right,
There's
guys,
Yeah,
guys,
the
guys.
tank's in the wing.
Hello,
Well, don't let
hello.
him call me a liar without
You know,
you
I want to
stepping
argue
in.
about stuff too. You're just shouting over everyone
Let's
else.
just
I
bring
want
it.
to
Let's
argue
just
you.
bring it down a notch. All
Yeah,
right,
we
you're
can
getting
bring it
very
down a
excited.
notch. I'll tell the audience when you cut a fuel tank that's had fuel in it, whether it be jet fuel, especially jet fuel,
It ain't a fuel
or
tank,
if
dude.
this guy could shut up, I'll
Yeah,
tell the
please don't
audience.
interrupt. Please do not interrupt Wolfgang. Just let him say his piece. Thank you.
When you cut a tank that especially had jet fuel in it, you damn sure put a chemical in there that soaks up all the residual fuel and all the vapor. So before you weld or cut it, you don't blow yourself up. So when you
Diesel
cut
fuel
the
is not
shut
explosive.
up.
Let me finish, please.
Even a diesel tank, even the tanks on my boat that I just cut out less than a year ago, we put a chemical in it. I can get the name of it for you. And when you cut the tank open, it looks like dust, but it's gotten all the residual fuel. It soaked it up and it got all the vapor out, even diesel. So
Okay,
don't
so
tell me.
wouldn't the paint be wet?
Oh my
Wouldn't there
God.
be staining on it? Look,
No, the
no,
chemical
okay.
soaks it up and soaks up the vapor. So you don't blow your dumb ass up when you cut or weld on it.
Nothing
I want to talk
absorbs
about
oil
aircraft
like paint.
hose, the air fuel
What?
hose.
No, nothing on the paint. The tanks on the inside are usually stainless. They're not painted. Who
Stainless
are
steel.
you? Who are you, dude? You think there's paint on the inside of a fuel tank?
That ain't a fuel tank. It's a wing. It's a wing. It ain't a fuel tank. I never called it a fuel tank. It's a wing. It's a hollow cavity.
No,
There's
the wings
there's
on those jets have containers. They're made out usually out of stainless that are or they hold fuel, not the entire wing.
There's
stainless steel, which is heavy as fuck. On an air, you're going to use stainless steel.
They use all types of different things on different planes, but it's not
we've
painted
all
on
got
the
to
inside.
agree. We all got to agree. We got to get rid of the Illuminati and these secret societies because this is all bullshit. Everything's a lie.
What I'm saying is these aircraft, right? They're using some free energy tech, and it also debunks the whole story of 9/11 that jet fuel melted the steel, which is complete bogus. If anyone believes jet fuel melted steel, and then you find out, wait, there's no fuel that I could find, that I've done extensive research into this, and I have not found any evidence of fuel in the wings. I've watched them being demolished, and I've watched them hooking hoses up, and every hose I see on every video I see has been pristinely clean. And I can go to any any diesel pump in the United States, any kerosene pump, and it's the filthiest pump at the station.
Because
The
they
diesel
got idiots like us using them. Fuel,
cracks,
you
they're
got residue coming out of every hose at every gas station, and you're trying to apply that to a
attract
jet
dirt.
fuel
No,
that they're
diesel.
being extra careful with. Like you don't want any vapor or anything coming out of that disconnect. That's why they make those
They
disconnects.
drip.
They're
They
very.
drip. Are you saying? Wait, are you saying a check valve in a hose doesn't drip at all? There's
I'm
no
telling you,
dripping?
the check valve that I hooked to my extra fuel bladder on my boat doesn't drip.
Not whatsoever.
It,
Okay.
I mean, I've done it 100 times in offshore and rough seas, and we don't make a mess. Now we have fuel rags there just in case, but these connections. Now, when I fill my boat up with the nozzle from the tank, we have fuel rags that are stuffed in the hole because it comes out, and the nozzle is not a disconnect; it just drips. But these disconnects are they're good. 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 The disconnect on my buddy's private jet is amazing. The one in your car, you put a nozzle in the top of the wing and fill it up. It drips out, but you have an oil rag there to clean everything up. It's pristine.
Even if it was, there would be some residue.
There is.
What I'm saying is, I found no evidence of that.
Who cares? I'm telling you, you're wrong. You need to look further.
And I'm wrong. I'm wrong, and you're right. Just prove me with.
I'm just telling you, you haven't done it, and I have, and I'm telling you, you're wrong. You need to research more.
Okay, you know what? Stop arguing.
Talk is cheap.
Okay,
Show me some evidence. Talk is cheap.
That's it. This conversation's dead. Go find some evidence and bring it back. That's the best
I agree. The conversation is dead until this guy goes and does it himself and quits watching YouTube videos.
You're making the claim.
See,
I'm making a claim. He's saying there's no fuel. That's pretty much
there is some fuel. I will admit that.
So now you're saying there is some fuel, just no residue. So y'all
I'm saying that.
Yeah, I know. That's what I just said.
I'm saying.
He's saying there is no fuel. That's why there's no residue. You're saying there is fuel, just not as much, and there is no residue.
I would say between 2,000 to 5,000 liters. That's it.
Well, good for you. He's saying no fuel. So which one of y'all's claims is correct? Have y'all ever fueled a plane?
You're the only one here that claims to have done it. So please provide evidence. You're the only one who's done it.
You're the only one who can't provide evidence.
Okay, you have done
only one who can't and says that they want
lip service.
No, you're the only one that's done lip service.
You claim to have done it. I never claimed to fuel a jet. You claim to have done it.
That's
Show me
lip
a fucking
service.
picture. Show me a fucking picture.
Lip service is I've never done it, so I'm claiming that there is no fuel. That's lip service, sir.
You've said you've done it. Just prove it.
I tell you what, you come stand right by me and I'll spray you down with the fuel that's not going into the tank.
Spray me with the fuel.
Well, how else will you claim that you're not doing lip service? It's ridiculous.
Wait a minute. If I'm fueling up a plane, if I've ever done it, I would no problem show you the fucking pic. That's all I'm asking, right?
So, have you ever done it? So have you ever done it?
I have not. No.
So you don't have any pics of there not being fuel.
I'm wrong and you're right. I'm wrong.
So you have no proof of your claim.
I'm being honest that I've never done it, and you're claiming.
I'm being honest that I have done it.
You can't prove it. You're saying you're honest, but you can't do it. I'm not saying
I can't prove it tonight.
I didn't say tonight. I said.
Can you prove it tomorrow?
I just told you. I never. Are you listening at all?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. You're saying you're not going to go do it. You're not going to prove your claim.
Okay. You're right. You're right because you yell.
No, I'm not right because I'm yelling. I'm saying you're not going to ever prove your claim. You already said you're not going to go do it.
I'm wrong, everyone. I'm wrong.
Exactly.
I've never done it. No one here has ever fueled it except him. So he's right.
That's not true either. That's putting words in people's mouths. Plenty of people have fueled planes. That's how we know you're wrong.
In this site, somebody. Okay, everyone here. Anyone here?
Dude, there are pilots that come here every day.
Okay.
I do believe Whitsett has also said that he used to refuel aircraft at an airport.
Yeah, okay. He worked at an airport. He's refueled planes. You are wrong.
Okay. Hold up. What type of aircraft has he refueled? If he's refueled regular little planes,
he worked for airliners. No, Whitsett worked for major airliners. He's refueled big
helicopters.
Jet
Yes, they use fuel.
Not helicopters. He's worked for jet airliners.
Don't use bugger all fuel. They're electric powered engines. 100%. They're electric engines because that amount of fuel is too dangerous to carry on aircraft.
I'll take that bet. I'll take that bet. Are you rich? I hope so, because they have electric. They don't even have electric starters.
Yes, they do.
No, they do not.
Well, it's an air turbine. It's
air compressors that spin the turbines. Y'all know nothing.
I've seen
that's electricity, bro. That powers the air turbine, the air power. That's how it works. It's electric motors.
Oh my god!
They're not kerosene powered.
There's a PTO that spins that starter. I've seen that the starter is an air turbine. It's like a turbocharger.
Look, you've been lied to on a massive scale.
I've seen it.
I don't disagree with you there. And the quantity of the fuel might be wrong. I understand y'all's point, but saying there's no fuel makes you and everyone who agrees with you look like a fool. So no one else listens to anything else you say.
You know what? Okay, let's just agree to disagree. And I don't think that
So let's
don't
put
think
the
you're
name
right. There's
calling
no
out of it
20.
because I don't want to whine. I don't want to like be yelling at you because I agree with you on a lot of stuff. So I don't want to argue with you. But this
Just
wing of this plane that crashed, what I'm looking at is some dry green primer, and nobody has purged it. Nobody's dried it. The plane being demolished, it has no sign whatsoever of staining. When you get paint wet, okay, it has a stain, and that's like green primer. I've seen green primer on auto body or whatever. That's not something that you could put diesel oil, kerosene, whatever, and just make it have no signs of ever being wet with that. What I'm saying is every part, every segment, I watched them slice by slice tear apart the wing, and every part of the wing, every segment had this dry green primer, like a green primer, like that's what it looked like to me, like green automotive primer. But it's
I can't say what you saw, but I can tell you every tank, I used to build tanks, right, for industry. Every fuel tank, every tank I've ever even heard or seen of that holds any type of fuel like this is not painted on the inside. So I don't know what you've
right.
seen or what you think you've seen.
That's what I'm saying. The wing is not a tank. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
A
that
tank,
part of the wing that you saw that was primed probably wasn't any part of any fuel tank if it had paint on the inside.
well, I was just watching them dissect it bit by bit, and I watched a few dismantling videos where one of them he sheared the wing, and one of them was using a saw. They cut it apart like bit by bit, and I didn't see any stainless steel. I just saw the same thing. It looked like the same type of structure, and like I don't want to like I'm not gonna accuse you of anything or whatever. I'm just saying, just for my curiosity, I would like to see it. So I'm sorry if I came across as an asshole.
Yeah, me too. But come on, man, this is
make another
bad.
point.
Like this is carrying it
Let me
too
tell you
far.
something.
And I actually like you.
No, you
And I
don't know.
actually
Okay,
like you.
first of
So I
all,
don't-
look, Rocky, I'll say something. There's no logic. Using kerosene in a jet engine is ridiculous. You use
and maybe I'm
kerosene
wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but like maybe I'm wrong about
there's
this.
no
But
logic. How would
I'm confused, man. Because you're the one who says they do use fuel. So what fuel do you think they use with the little bit of fuel that you say they put in a plane to use for whatever you say they're using it for? What type of fuel should they use? Grade A jet fuel is like propane. It burns hot and it's fuel efficient.
it's a gas like propane. It's liquid gas.
It's refracted oil is all it is. That's what gas is. You refract it down under pressure and heat to get grade A jet fuel. You get 93% octane fuel. I mean, you can add additives. You can do whatever. It's all the same thing that's refracted down to a state that burns at a different temperature and is more fuel efficient. That's why it's more expensive.
Well, propane is like butane in a cigarette lighter. It's a gas, right? So, or like carbon dioxide. When you let it out, it doesn't spill. It just evaporates into the air. Like when I
But
push a
Ron,
butane,
do you know
butane
that?
lighter,
But you know that jet fuel is kind of like clear. It's like
Yeah.
it's like a little bit like
It's
it's got a little
clean.
bit of a kind of like a brown, a little bit of a brown, but yeah, it's kind of like a more clear.
There's
It's not
different grades. We
not
don't have to
completely.
use.
It's not completely clear. They call it straw colored, is kind of their name for it. Kind
The
of got that
fuel
white.
we use in our prop plane is clear as like it looks like what's the drink? It looks like the drink that people drink and vodka or whatever. It's clear like that. But jet fuel they put in airliners is a little bit. It's a different grade. This is the same. Oh,
Yeah, so
man.
it's just not the same as like diesel.
No, diesel
It's
diesel is
guaranteed.
different colors. You have road
It's a-
grade and you have off road. That's different colors.
well, this
It's
is what I've heard. I've heard from these military that Jet A is similar to kerosene. Kerosene, it doesn't have dye in it. Like kerosene to use in a lamp oil or whatever, it has no dye. Like there's a pink dye and there's a green dye. Green dye is for the on-road trucks, and the pink dye is for like your farm equipment and your off-road equipment. It has
It's
no
not
road.
just it's not dye, so you know the difference. It's different additives, so it
But there's a
burns the
tax as
difference.
well. There's a tax on the green dye that for your road truck. If you were to put the red fuel, the off-road fuel in your semi truck, and they catch you doing that, you didn't pay your highway tax, then you get in big trouble.
They just put the additive in there with a color, so so the people know what you're burning. But it's different additives that they put on road trucks, so they burn cleaner.
Right.
Uh,
Well, less sulfur maybe, but what I'm saying is there's also a heavy tax on road fuel versus off-road fuel. And the truckers that I know, they occasionally cheat a little bit, like the dump truck drivers and stuff, and they're not supposed to use it, but it runs perfectly fine in their semis. But if someone ever puts a pipette in there and checks the fuel color, they know that you're not paying your road tax like 75 cents a gallon, maybe
well, I
more.
don't know how they're getting away from that, because all my trucks get stopped on a weekly basis.
They
And that's
check the tanks.
absolutely, it's the first thing they check.
Well, like the concrete dump trucks and stuff,
They all
like,
get stopped, all of them.
right, and that's because there's a tax on the fuel, right? There's a heavy tax
Yeah,
that you
but
could
no
have put.
one runs off-road diesel on the road for a business. They get stopped. It's a heavy fine. It's not worth it. You don't. No one does that.
Well, the
Well,
machines will run on them just the same as my point.
Yeah,
It'll
no,
run.
the fuel is the same.
Right. That's my point. My point being the fuel run it actually cleaner. If I burned home heating oil in my diesel truck, it would have less sulfur.
well, I was just saying that like the color of it is a very light. I just posted one there too. Yeah, some of it may be clear, some of it might have a little bit of that kind of light, like straw or kind of brown tinge to it, but that would make sense why it's not. Because I know what you're saying. Like at a diesel pump, it's a mess. It's just black, oily shit everywhere. Like it's, or like I've been in like areas where you're running those big generators, 10, 15 kilowatt generators. It's just an absolute mess. But I think
That's
jet
because
fuel,
it has a lot of oil in the fuel and it attracts dust. Jet fuel does not do that.
What if I dripped olive oil on the ground and it was clear like that? Would it, or corn
Yeah, but
oil?
that's an oil bait. Like that. That's heavily got a lot of oil in it. Jet fuel is refracted down further. That's why it's more expensive.
yeah, it's like a higher burning kind of. I used to use, those nitro fueled radio controlled things like boats and cars and airplanes. Those they're nitro.
Oh, that's different. That's highly flammable. That shit.
Yeah, but it's like kind of clear as well.
You know why planes explode when they hit the ground? Because they're carrying tons of highly flammable fuel.
Diesel.
You know why they? No,
not.
Planes.
Okay.
And if you don't think diesel will explode, I got another thing coming for you.
It explodes under compression when you atomize it, but diesel fuel is not. It's not flammable. I could take a torch. It does the flash point of diesel
I'll take
fuel.
that.
Is not gas.
What do you think I light all my bonfires with? Not flammable. Have you lost your mind, sir?
Okay. I'm saying you said explosive.
Yeah, I said, what do you think planes do when they hit the ground? What do you think is exploding when they hit the ground?
I just showed you a plane crash where the plane was not on fire. I showed a
didn't
picture.
Say some of them can't land without exploding. But what do you think when they do explode? What do you think?
I've never seen one. I've never
seen one burning. I'm done with this conversation.
I've seen the Hindenburg, right? So that means all blimps are flammable. I've seen the Hindenburg burst into flames. That means all blimps.
Who are you, man? Are you a professional? Now you're switching to blimps, the Hindenburg, when you're saying you haven't seen a plane hit the ground and explode with flammable jet fuel.
You've seen.
You want me to send you a picture of a plane exploding when it hits the ground?
You're claiming you've seen
to back up my claim?
No, you don't need to, because I know you haven't seen a plane crash. You could see.
I haven't seen a plane crash.
You've witnessed a jetliner crash.
We had a plane crash in Baton Rouge Airport,
and you've witnessed it.
I saw the flames. I didn't see it hit the ground, but we definitely saw the flames, sir. They have them all the time. They happen more than what you think. You just, man, to say that diesel fuel isn't flammable and that airplanes, when they hit the ground, don't
You said
explode.
explosive. Now you're trying to mix. I said you said explosive. I said it's not explosive. Only
I
under
said
compression.
airplane fuel is highly flammable and explosive. And then you said diesel fuel wasn't flammable.
I think he said it's not explosive, which is true. Like if you
Thank
take
you. Thank
if
you.
you take like a lit
He
match,
said he could take a torch and it wouldn't catch on fire. It
That's
needed
true.
compression.
well, you have to have like a sustained flame to it. If you take like a match and throw it in a pool of diesel, it won't really do much.
So now we're switching it. So now it doesn't need to be compressed. It just needs to hold a flame to it. I light it with a Roman candle. So I don't know
Okay.
what you're talking about.
But you're lighting? Okay. What you're doing is lighting the vapor. If you put a match, like Gio said, into the fuel, it will go out.
Yeah,
You
the
throw
fuel
it-
puts it out. I get it. I understand. I agree with you. But to
then
say
it's
that
not
diesel fuel
not
isn't
volatile.
flammable,
It's not as volatile as something like
I
gasoline.
agree with that. Yeah, and gasoline and then jet fuel is more volatile than gasoline. Would you
That's-
agree with that?
That composition. I
Would
don't
you
handle
agree?
jet fuel. I've never made the claim I've handled jet fuel.
So if oh my God. So gasoline is more volatile than diesel. We agree?
For sure, yeah.
Then jet fuel would be more volatile than gasoline, right? Because it's a grade up.
I don't know. It
You
says
don't
right
know it's
here,
a grade up. It's more
only from what
flammable.
I'm
It burns
reading.
hotter.
Here's what I'm reading: kerosene type jet fuel, including Jet A, Jet A1, JP5, and JP5. Okay, it says it's similar to kerosene, which I have handled kerosene. And you're saying it's not like kerosene. It's similar to naphtha.
You
I'm
trust
just
what
reading.
you just Google, right? Just Google is
What am I
Jet A is
supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? What am I-
Google if grade A jet fuel is more volatile than gasoline. Just Google that if you trust Google.
It
It's
actually
considered-
says it's less and it's not explosive. Only under pressure is what it says for jet fuel.
That's what I said, under compression. Under, like, a diesel engine doesn't have spark plugs. It works off compression. There's no spark plug. It only works when it's compressed.
All right, so now we're getting somewhere. Why does the airplane explode when it hits the ground? It creates pressure.
Have we seen what I'm saying is I've seen videos of aircraft, right? Just like I've seen a video of the Hindenburg. Does that mean that that plane wasn't rigged to make a ball of fire? Like the people who showed you 9/11, the people who showed you 9/11, an airplane slamming into a building, making a giant fireball, are the same ones that could depict an airplane crashing into a giant fireball, just like a Hollywood movie, or just like the Hindenburg. That doesn't mean that every single airplane is going to burst into flames like that just because they say so. And then the only pictures I could find of airplanes that have crashed, they show the wing broken open, but no flames. There's no oil. There's no kerosene leaked all over the crash remains. And I'm looking inside the wing that was cleanly busted off, and I don't see anything. I see.
So your claim now is the planes that hit the ground and do catch on fire and burn everybody alive with the fire engines putting the fire out, that's a staged event.
Well, Ron, did you see the one in the Globus just posted one? It does show a pretty big explosion.
Oh, well, what I'm saying is you could see something like, let's say they do a staged crash, right? Where they want to put a fear in people, a flight or whatever. And they rig it up just like a Hollywood movie. So when the plane crashes, it's going to burst into flames.
Well,
and
this one does mysteriously go into like a bunch of trees and you can't even see it hit the ground. That part's a little weird.
Let me
of that
see.
Video.
I haven't seen.
It's like flying and then it goes into like a bunch of trees and you can't even see it when it explodes.
You can buy jet fuel and test this yourself. You don't have to think it's Hollywood doing it.
I'm just reading what it compares it to kerosene, which I'm familiar.
You can buy kerosene and jet fuel if you think that's the same thing. Fine, they call it different things, but it's basically the same type of fuel. You can buy it yourself and try it. Don't stand too close thinking it's not going to explode because you don't have it under pressure, sir. You will get burned.
Well, I don't have a jet fuel store nearby. I just I can buy kerosene and diesel
So go
fuel.
buy some. So go buy
It's
some
not
kerosene.
accessible to me. It's not accessible to me. I'm not a man of means. I don't have yachts and private aircraft, so I'm not
Kerosene.
wealthy.
You said you
I'm
can
not
get
wealthy.
kerosene, which is the same as jet fuel. Just
I
go buy
have
some kerosene.
kerosene. They
Does
they
it catch on fire? Is it flammable?
well, I use it in my
Combustible?
heater. I use it in my heater, so you tell me. Yeah.
So it burns, right?
It burns under the right conditions. Yeah. There's an igniter in there. It sprays vaporized fuel with an
Okay.
igniter.
Cool. So put it in a steel can, throw it onto some concrete, make some sparks, igniter, and see if it explodes. Voila, you got yourself some proof that you've done yourself. You don't have
An
to trust anybody
explosion.
else.
Here's another one he just posted. This one also looks like a big explosion. I mean, I wouldn't doubt that jet fuel explodes like this. I mean, the whole 9/11 thing is a whole topic. I don't know if you guys are linking it to 9/11, but I mean, that's a whole topic in and of itself. But
Well, the fireball, right? There's fireball on 9/11, so it must have been a plane with jet fuel. Because what else would do that?
Makes no sense. You don't even know if there were planes.
I'm being sarcastic.
Yeah, I would hope so. I would
mean,
hope you're being
yeah.
sarcastic when you're saying planes don't have fuel.
Well, I feel like I don't want to criticize you guys, but I feel like that could have been a more productive, calm discussion, and it was.
I don't know how it got so out of hand. Yeah, what the fuck?
When
Well,
you say the fuel tanks you've seen have dust in them, well,
yes,
for
I
one,
mean,
it doesn't
but
seem like
I
it.
mean,
I said the wing.
I mean, if you want to share your thoughts and be able to, but I mean, just I don't know, all the
I
interrupting.
tried, and he called me a liar.
You've insinuated I was a liar, so I
No,
apologize.
I said you were being ridiculous.
Okay, I apologize to you. I didn't mean.
And
don't
I
mean
did
call
to you
that.
too, but I only said you were being ridiculous by saying there was no fuel in planes because I've done it. And you said,
But
until I show you that I've done it, you're not going to
Okay,
believe me.
guys,
And then you call me a
please.
liar. So I don't want to rehash that. But don't, this ain't,
No, that's enough.
I'm just saying it's a ridiculous claim. You should check into it further. That's
right.
all I said. Don't stop watching YouTube videos and go out and do some research yourself. If you don't think propane explodes, or you don't think they're carrying Jet A fuel on jet planes, then stand behind an engine, feel the hot exhaust, see the fuel dumps, go get a job as a guy fueling the plane. Or talk to someone who has, like Witsit and others who come in here who fly planes and who are around airports. And man,
you can smell the jet fuel like at an airport.
You can.
Yeah.
yes.
Well, propane is different. It's a compressed gas. It's not a liquid. And I've never called the wing a tank. I never said the wing was a fuel tank. I never made that claim. I said it's just the wing. It's not a fuel tank. And here's a man working on the wing in assembly stage, and the underside of the wing has holes. It's all littered with holes. So if that was a fuel tank, you wouldn't have that many holes in it with bolted on covers.
The outer skin of the wings wouldn't be the fuel tank anyway. They have inner tanks built into the wing cavity. They're the support system and the fuel tank. This is beyond me. I'm a terrible researcher, and I can find this. Now, the quantity of the fuel that people have researched, it does, when you're looking at volume and all that, but I don't think they've done their calculations right because these wings are huge on some of these planes. You can walk on the inside of them. Men get inside these tanks and inspect them and clean them. They're huge. Have you ever seen a jet engine up close? Have you ever seen a man standing in the cavity of a jet engine?
Yeah, but unless I've seen it, unless I've been there myself, I can't prove it, right? So.
Right, but they're attached. Those engines are attached to wings. These wings are ginormous.
And unless I fueled it, I have no right to speak on it. So.
I wouldn't say that, but I mean, y'all were saying that the cavity that was coming from the ground, because my point was these trucks, people say there's not enough trucks to carry all the fuel. They're not carrying all the fuel. They're just pump trucks, just like the concrete pump that I used tonight. The concrete truck brings the concrete, feeds it into the pump, and the pump pumps it to wherever we need it. Just like the pump truck at the airport, he hooks up to the ground, He pumps it through his tank, through the air to the airplane tanks, and then the airplane has pumps that pumps it into different tanks into the plane. They're called, they need ballast, like they equal out. When you're using fuel from the left and right side of the wings, you want to use it evenly so you don't have more weight on one side than the other. You transfer fuel all the time in planes and boats and everything. I have 5 tanks on my boat. Like, we have tanks on even on a small Tiger that only holds like a couple hundred gallons of fuel. We transfer fuel during the flight.
But Rakia, you think it's possible that they're using less fuel and that they may have some, like, do you think they could be using like a vortex technology? Some people have said at high altitude. There's also the idea that they're like partly electric, running on that. Or, I mean, what do you think on some of that? Like, do you think?
I think they're really, really efficient when they get up to a high altitude. The only time they're using a huge amount of fuel is during takeoff. At every other point, like even on the small prop planes, we lean out, and we get extremely good fuel mileage once we stop climbing. Like, crazy fuel mileage. We can go forever at altitude, and we only go to 12,000 feet. When you get up to 30,000 feet and you dial back the engines and you're still going 500 knots, you're getting amazing fuel economy. Now, when those big jumbo jets are taking off, they're probably, I don't know for a fact, they're using most of their fuel then. That's my claim. Now, they're just efficient. It's an amazing, the thrust that comes out of them. I mean, come on, man, go watch an air show. You think these things don't have fuel in them? Just go watch them fuel up and go up and fly for 20 minutes.
So, I mean, do you think there's any funny business going on though with what they're with this whole thing, with specifically like the commercial?
I don't at all. I don't at all. I mean, I don't at all, man. They run on a very, very tight margin of profit. That's why they go out of business and have to be bailed out and all that. Like, their profit margin, flying is cheap. The fuel is one of their number one costs. I don't think anything. I mean, they use a ton of fuel. If you don't believe me, go stand at the end of a runway and stand there for 24 hours and see how much fuel is all over you, just from the exhaust. I don't know what else to say, man. I mean, the reason I got so upset is because when you say that, when you link this, it kind of gets linked, right, with people who are conspiracy theorists. And I don't think jet fuel took down 2 buildings in New York or 6 buildings or whatever. So we agree on that. But when you link it to,
I speak for myself. I'm not linking anyone.
I get it, but it does. I said it does get linked. I didn't say you did that. I'm saying it does. So when someone says there's no fuel in these planes, and then turns around and say, "Oh, by the way, 9/11 was a hoax and the Earth isn't a sphere," it kind of all gets joined together, and people think you're, come on, man. I mean, this is something you can prove. You can't really prove what took down the buildings on 9/11. Now, we all have our theories, right? When you realize that still buildings don't fall like that, you have to come up with a theory, right? You have to come up with a way that they were brought down. So I have my theory, you have yours, or whatever. But to say that there's no fuel in planes is something that you could easily prove yourself, like really easy.
Not so easy for the average person.
I think
these are gated areas that only the mechanics and maintenance. Like, your average person could never access anywhere near that plane. They could be tampering with it. They could be stealing luggage. That's the controlled environment that most people will never step foot on.
I would say you're right in certain. It's hard to even get into the terminal, right? I get that, but in airports, I know 3 in my area that you can drive up to a gate where they're fueling planes at. Like, you don't have to walk in the gate. You're just right there. You can watch them do it all day. You can talk to them. They're cool. The best thing about pilots and surveyors and all that, they love to talk about being a pilot and surveying, or the fuel people or the luggage or whatever. Like, They can't wait to talk to someone.
What I'm saying is the people that have a job and they hook a hose to a plane, that's their job, and they assume their job has a purpose and they get a paycheck for a reason. So they don't want to ask too many questions, even if they knew they weren't putting anything in there. It's all theater for the public. Maybe the public comes by and they see a man with a hose and they assume he's putting fuel in. Yeah, you see fuel truck. He ain't going to shoot himself in the foot. If that's his bread and butter, why would he say anything? Okay, whatever. Pay me a check. I'll just hook the hose up and I'll just collect the check.
Well, try and light a cigarette near a guy who's been fueling planes all day and see what he says to you.
I watched the guys doing it, and they didn't have any safety precautions. Like if I'm putting fuel in overhead, it's highly volatile. I'd be concerned about fuel getting on me and possibly catching fire. They didn't. Some of them, they're not even wearing safety glasses. The fuel hose is over their head. So even when I disconnect any airline, the airlines on my air hose, you could hear the air escape. And the same thing when I disconnect hydraulic lines, they piss hydraulic oil. So the valve, the spring on there doesn't close instantaneous. There's always a certain amount of leakage. No matter how good, there's always leakage. So, and it's under pressure. So leakage, pressure, you're going to get a mess. It just happens. It's the nature of fluids. You can't disconnect the hose. So it should be dripping down from the fitting.
You're saying you haven't seen a mess, so there is no fuel. That is ridiculous to me.
What I'm saying is I found no evidence of fuel. That's all. Maybe you found otherwise, but I didn't. So I don't want to insinuate anything, but I haven't, through my research, I didn't find any.
Yeah, just check further. There are messes, there are spills, there are.
And I feel bad.
Accidents.
I feel bad the way I spoke to you because I don't like to conduct myself that way. And we're both flat earthers, so I
might have deserved it.
No, I think I shouldn't have done that. So I regret talking like that, and that's why I don't come on much because I get in these stupid arguments and I'm arguing with people I agree with, and I don't like doing that.
Yeah, no, like I said, I might have brought it on to myself, so I don't blame you for that. I just don't want to be called that. That's ridiculous. I'm not saying I'm not even saying you're wrong, dude. I could be wrong, but we're definitely putting fuel in the plane that I fuel.
All right. Well, I was just curious because I'm like, wait,
maybe talk to Witsit. Like I've never worked for an airline. I've only fueled up, planes that we have at our hangars and stuff like that. And they're definitely putting fuel in these planes.
All right. Well, that's what I'm saying too.
Small aircraft use ordinary gasoline because they're gasoline engines. They're not jet engines.
Say again?
Oh, you mean like a Cessna? Yeah, the Cessnas use like regular fuel.
They're a gasoline engines.
Internal combustion engine, yeah. But the turbine engines are a different beast. Like a jet turbine is a different animal.
Yeah, we fuel up twin engine Learjets and stuff like that. Like my buddy has 2 of them. We're definitely putting fuel in there. He's not charging me like we're fueling it up ourselves.
I know it costs a lot of money too. The cost.
And y'all were saying about the air in the tires. They don't put air in the tires. They put
nitrogen.
Hydrogen in them.
Nitrogen, not hydrogen.
Nitrogen. It's very expensive, yeah, and it holds pressure better or wherever they use it. There's reasons they use it.
It doesn't leak as easy because
they don't put air in them.
Fatter molecule than air. It's like synthetic motor oil versus conventional. If you put synthetic motor oil engine, if you got any mileage on it, it tends to develop leaks because it's a thinner, and it's like nitrogen is fatter molecules than air, so it doesn't leak out as easy. They were given that at Discount Tire. They said they'd inflate your tires with nitrogen or whatever, but I don't think they're doing that. I think they're just using the regular shit from the air compressor because they run air tools to change your tires. They're just going to use the same tank. I don't think they're buying special gas to put in your tires.
Do you know what air is made of?
Air is mostly nitrogen.
Right.
Nitrogen, oxygen, CO2 is a trace element. There's a lot of trace elements in air, but it is mostly nitrogen and oxygen. Those are the 2 big ones. And they complain about carbon dioxide, which is like 0.2%. It's a trace
Four.
element, and yet it's
4/10.
4/10. Okay, but who's counting?
Me.
It doesn't exist. That's the whole point.
It's minuscule in the grand scheme. It's like, hey,
Yeah, it doesn't exist.
Or don't
You just
worry
can't
about the
measure it. It's
90%. Just
ridiculous.
2/10 or 4/10. My God, that'll change the whole world.
Mm.
Like even the name is
You
a
know how
misnomer.
arrogant these people are.
Global warming,
Yeah.
right? The word global's included in it.
Ruhiv, how is oxygen
Because
being
they know
maintained?
people.
How is oxygen being maintained and created when we're in a vacuum on a sphere spinning all over the place?
I don't know.
That's a really good argument.
How is oxygen destroyed?
Well, I mean, where's the supply coming from? In a globe.
I'm asking the same question. Where is it disappearing to?
Rufy, don't come in here with your fake science, please. We're not idiots. We're not in grade school.
All right, what? Just disregard that. What are you saying, Ruhiv?
Are we losing a great amount of oxygen? Like you say, where does it get created? I'm like, is the amount of it going down substantially?
Everything is in
Aren't we
balance.
using it when we breathe and it's being used?
I'm still an oxygen molecule though. Or an oxygen atom, maybe.
Everything.
You're saying you're okay. Are you saying that it doesn't go anywhere? It's all recycling, or are you also saying you don't get how it works on a globe?
I know that we lose some amount of atmosphere, right? But you know, we have a number of oxygen molecules or oxygen atoms. Like, are you saying they, I don't know, turn into hydrogen, or what? What are you saying?
Well, I guess my initial, I was just asking you how you think. I mean, with a stationary Earth, when we're in a system, there could be a lot of possibilities of how, the gas can be generated and recycled and all of that. But on a globe that's isolated in a vacuum, how are those gases being maintained and generated and exhausted?
Like when you said we breathe, right? We breathe in oxygen. What do we breathe out?
Well, I don't necessarily agree with the whole model, but there's
Okay.
like
Carbon dioxide, right?
CO2.
Right, which is
Mostly
what?
nitrogen. It's nitrogen we breathe out. Carbon dioxide is still a trace. They're lying to you. The government's lying to you. That's why I said it's fake science. Rufy, stop it, please.
Right. Okay.
Guys, could I ask a question about planes before we get too far off the topic?
Might as well.
Wolfgang, it was for you because I didn't catch everything you were saying about it.
Yeah.
So if you think that the big planes don't have jet fuel in them, but you're okay having some sort of free energy device, are you saying basically you're okay for a 200-ton plane fly through the air and the engines are generating that thrust? It's just that you think there's some sort of other device in there rather than fuel that's powering the engines. Is that right?
Well, what I'm saying is a honeybee, right? It basically, it's not flying so much as it's levitating from the vibration, and it figured out how to fly, even though aerodynamically its wings are too small for it to fly. So what I'm saying is there's some kind of technology going on, just like how does a honeybee fly, right? How does the plane fly? I'm not sure, but I don't think it's necessarily what they're telling us. Like, it's holding hundreds of thousands of tons of fuel and all this and that. And it's like, okay, if you have that amount of weight, is it structurally able to carry that amount of load? Does the plane weigh exactly what they say it does? Does it weigh all these millions of pounds or whatever? Does it could the tires carry that amount of weight that they're claiming the plane weighs? These are just
all
questions.
Of these are Googleable questions.
You can Google it, but I'm saying I don't necessarily trust the official story. You can Google, is the Earth a globe, and you're going to get an answer, a false answer. There's things that on Google will show up false. I'm not saying you're going to have to use some discernment. What I'm saying is
learn some physics, yes.
Compare it. Compare the claims that they're saying and see if it's feasible. Like, okay, we stored X amount of tons of fuel in the wing. Okay, if you do, when the wing is empty, right? Let's say when a plane is returning from a long flight, let's say from China, and then when a plane is taking off, if something has a fuel laden load, the wing should have a certain amount of sag to it, right? Like
Right.
if you go on a diving board and you stand at the end of a diving board, it's going to bend, right? So if you remove the weight, plane coming back has consumed the fuel, so the wing shouldn't droop as much. But when you compare pictures of one leaving and one coming back, and the wings are the same distance from the ground, I don't know. Draw your own conclusion. Where do you think all those tons of fuel had made no difference in the amount of sag on the wing?
I don't know. The wings are fairly flexible, but if most of the fuel is close to the body of the plane, and you've also got the weight of the jet engines, which
Mm-hmm.
the weight of a jet engine close to the end of a wing, with that the kind of leverage that's providing, that's probably going to have a much more significant effect on the amount of droop on the wing than the weight of the fuel, which is much closer to the wing where it's more rigid, or
Closer
sorry,
to
much
fuselage.
closer to the body where it's more rigid.
Regardless, if you stick your arms out and I attach a car battery to your arms, right? Your arms are going to sag. If I remove the weight, right, they're not going to sag. What I'm saying is there's tons and tons, right? There's many tons of extra load, and that load has to go somewhere, and that's down. It's going to bend. It's going to exert pressure, and the wing is going to bend under that pressure, if their claim is true. But what I'm saying is I've compared the flights coming and going as far as I could. Like, I don't work, I'm not claiming I work at the airport and I'm measuring when they leave and when they come back. As far as my research could take me, just from doing internet searches, I found no difference whatsoever. So is my claim null and void because I don't work at an airport? You be the judge. Do your own research.
All right. If you take off and there's a problem with the plane, what happens? Like just after takeoff, what happens in that scenario?
They say they dump fuel, but I mean,
Right.
where do you dump
Right.
it from? Where are you going to dump the
On the
fuel? When
fucking wings.
where are you going to do an emergency fuel dump?
Yeah.
Okay, but do you know, is there a giant an outlet where this fuel comes out? Because
Yes. There's videos of
there,
it on the internet.
there's a significant amount that you have to get rid of
Right.
if that's the case.
Right. There are videos of passengers filming fuel dumps.
It's like
And
nine
videos of
tanker
people just doing
trucks.
circuits for hours.
Hold
because they
on.
can't.
It's like 9 tanker trucks. You know how long it takes when they pull up to the gas station to unload a tanker truck? Have you ever waited to see a guy unload one tanker truck at a fuel station? It takes a long time. I'd say about 20 minutes to unload that fuel tanker. He's there a while, right? And he's pumping through a thick ass hose. Now you got to unload 9 of those. How fast? You know, there'd have to be some big ass hoses
Mm.
that
Do
you're
you reckon
talking
that
a huge volume.
the guy that fills up the plane with whatever is in his truck, does he have a lighter truck afterwards?
I don't know. Like that's not my job. I don't fuel up planes. I never made the claim that I did.
It's
I
just
never
an
made that.
absurd. Like flat Earth in itself is absurd, but this is like pretty bad.
Maybe it is absurd, but you're asking me, but do you work at an airport? Like, I mean, do you got
No.
firsthand knowledge of it? And
I
unless
have
I
secondhand
have
knowledge.
no right to speak on it. Unless I've worked there, I have no right to speak on it.
I'm friends with Wolfie. I have secondhand knowledge.
I'm just saying, very few people will have worked in that industry because it doesn't require a lot of people. But I'm just saying, if the man who works there, the people I've seen, they appear like they're doing a real job. Like, yeah, if that's my gig and that's what I make my check, I'm not asking questions. Like, I'm happy to get a paycheck. I'm not going to piss on my parade. Okay, I'm not
But
doing
he's
like.
actually putting stuff into the plane, right?
So he may think, though. That's what I'm saying. He may even think he's doing a real job. Like, oh yeah, I fuel the plane. Okay, and he may not
His
know
truck's
any
empty
different.
now, right? His truck's empty. It was full.
They don't fuel them from the
Super.
truck. They say they fuel them from the ground because the truck ain't big enough to hold the volume of fuel they claim. They pull up with an itty bitty truck.
Then what are you talking about then?
They pull up with this itty bitty truck that's like, it maybe holds. It looks like the one that they would maybe 5,000 gallons it would hold. It's not nearly big enough to fuel a plane according to what they
Right.
claim to use.
But that's no longer a problem then if they're fueling out of the ground, right?
So then
You said you needed like 9 fuel trucks and there's only 1. You've just solved your own problem. Well done.
they're claiming they pull it out of the ground. And when I
Right.
looked at it, okay, he's pulling it out of the ground. Let me have a look at what's going on here. And I'm like, why is the fucking concrete so clean? Why is the hose clean? Like
Oh, Jesus.
the hose
Calm
looks
down.
like brand new. It's like there's the rubber, all of it, the fitting, the metal fitting. There's no sign of use. Like there's no sign of oil. There's nothing. And everything I do mechanic work and I get my hands dirty and my tools, my ratchets, there's dirt and grease in the nooks and crannies and all the flats between it. There's just dirt in these areas and grease and oil and stuff. And I clean my tools, but there's still dirt and oil in the grits and the little nooks and crannies. Same thing with my hydraulic lines. All my hydraulic lines, there's a certain amount of dirt and grit. It just attracts because you can never get them pristinely clean. There's resin.
Well, I mean, next time if you're in here when Whitsett's in here, you could ask him because he did say he worked at an airport and fueled planes. So you could ask him like how the fittings worked, or I mean, like jet fuel is kind of a lighter, more clear kind of fluid. So it may be easier to kind of wipe up, like the way kerosene is. Like it's not the same as diesel or gasoline, which is like
they are the same. They are the same fluid. Kerosene, they're very similar.
Well, I'm just saying you could ask Whitsett because he said he did work at an airport.
Well,
so
look what it says here. Kerosene, right? Kerosene is a jet fuel, Jet A. All these things are versions of kerosene.
Right.
And
The diesel
kerosene is
bit dirty, right?
basically lamp oil. If you have lamp oil, go see what it looks like. Get some on your hands. It feels oily. It's like
I think it's definitely possible that they're using less fuel than they say, as like especially in those commercial jet airliners. Like I think it's possible that they do have a way to use less fuel and therefore
you know what it is, Gio? You got a can of WD-40.
I mean, that would be kind of a small conspiracy at the end of the day if they're only just using
Not
less.
really. Not really. What if it? Okay, if most people believe airplanes slammed into the buildings on 9/11, right? If that's the official story that most people believe, if you took a sampling, they believe the official story. If
Right.
they were to
do
find
you
out,
not believe that planes hit buildings?
no, I don't.
Wow.
Definitely no
Holy
planes.
shit.
100% no planes, dude.
Holy shit.
Definitely
There's like
not.
50. There are 50 people that filmed the second plane hitting a tower. Like,
Okay, aside from that, now if those people,
aside from all the evidence, yes.
All right, it's
Okay,
a whole other
aside-
topic. Let's
aside from the official story, right? The people who believe the official story, like yourself, if you were to find out conclusively that these planes do not contain, let's say they don't contain the amount of fuel. I'll just, for the sake of argument, let's say they contain 10% of the fuel they claim. I'm just for the sake of argument. I don't think that they have fuel in the wings, but that's, we'll say they contain 10%. What would happen? I mean, they said, oh, the fuel melted the steel and that's what caused this pancake collapse. Aside from other buildings collapsing, like Building 7 and Building 6. Let's leave those out of the picture. But do you think it's feasible? If you find out, well, it's only 10% of the fuel, wouldn't that make you question the story? Even if you believed it? Hello?
Yeah,
Hello?
no, I'm just thinking about what you said. I have to think about whether, I mean, that would be to do a whole jet fuel hoax thing just for the 9/11 story. It does seem like a lot as well.
No, not just that, Gio. They've been charging us high prices for the plane tickets.
Yeah, well, that there could be some scamming in there. I'm sure there is. I mean, the whole airline thing is such a racket, and it's just the prices they charge, the ridiculous money, just scamming going on in that. Yeah, doesn't mean it's all scam, but yeah, I mean they could be charging way more than they're actually using. Just trying to think how like the idea of a jet fuel hoax would play into the 9/11 story, though. I mean, I do know what you mean. I guess conceivably it could be connected, because that was the story in terms of that, what caused that whole event.
Like if the source of the damage is not, if there's not what they claim, let's say there's 80,000 tons of fuel or whatever, not that fuel could do that anyway to steel, but the people who think that story might sound somewhat possible if they find out, well, geez, there's not hardly any fuel in them, or there's no fuel at all. Let's say there's none at all in the wings, right? What does that say to the whole plot? That it was fuel that brought down the planes. It was jet airplanes with the fuel, and that's what caused this collapse, this catastrophic. Then it makes me not trust the story that they're feeding me, and that makes me question everything that they're telling me, the mainstream media. I mean, at least you should question everything. When have they ever been truthful?
You're too far gone, Wolfgang.
Maybe I am, dude. Maybe. Why do you have reason to trust them? The official, like, mainstream media, like, why should you trust them when you've known almost everybody to a man says they don't trust the media? Oh, I don't trust them.
When you said there weren't planes that hit buildings, and there are like 50-something eyewitness videos of it, I don't know what else to say.
It's computer generated, man. They showed us a computer generated simulation, and if you look at the video footage, there's an airplane flying. The wing goes through one of the buildings. The airplane is like superimposed to the background. You have a background and you have something superimposed on it, which was this aircraft, a fake CGI aircraft. And it comes out the other side of the building. It literally pokes out the other side. How is that possible? You're going to fly through a steel building and come out the other side with an aluminum aircraft? Come on, man.
You know, the other day, and I said, like, my reasoning abilities would be broken, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what sequence of events fits the available evidence? I think is a good way to say that.
What sequence of events?
Yeah.
Well, not the official story of airplanes. I think it's something that you have probably not ever heard of, but it's a technology that can dematerialize steel into dust, steel, concrete. And me and Gio were talking about it earlier. It was in a Superman comic book in 1940 that the villain, it said he had the ability to turn steel into dust. And when I read that, I'm like, what the hell? See that? If you're looking in the chat, look at the airplane on the right. He flew through a hailstorm, and look how severely it damaged the nose cone on this airplane. How smashed in it is. Do you think
cones are soft?
Do you think that it could fly through a building where the steel columns are like 8 inches thick, steel box beams, that aluminum would slice through, like what you're seeing in this picture?
Right.
Because this is what they show.
Nose cones on planes are very soft. Right. They're not made out of the same stuff as the rest of the plane.
Are the wings? The wings are soft too. They couldn't slice through this.
The nose cone holds the radar equipment underneath.
Yes, it does.
Right.
But all the material on the plane is the same thickness. The aluminum skin is a uniform thickness on the nose, on the wings. They use the same sheet metal. It has to match up. When you rivet these pieces together, they all have to be uniform. There's not one piece thicker than the other. All the skin is one thickness.
Okay.
But what I'm saying, the wing is made of thin aluminum, and it's not going to slice through steel. I can't take a beer can and propel it through a thick steel beam. It's not going to. It's going to disintegrate.
It still has momentum, right? You got all this weight. That's momentum. It's going to do an enormous amount of damage. Basic physics.
Basic physics is right. The more
mass
you're not
times
going to
velocity.
Okay, right. So let's take the velocity. The plane can't even travel the velocity they claim at that level, at the height that it was at. It's not capable at that speed.
600 miles, yeah. 500-600 miles, yeah.
Well, they said the wings would rip off the plane. You can't fly a plane at low altitude at that speed. It's the plane couldn't handle it because the air is dense. The air is more dense at that elevation, so the plane's not even capable of going that fast. There's many problems with the story, but
So
aside
what do
from
you think the mass of the plane
good,
is?
even if you could, I'm saying you can't take a thin piece of aluminum and cut through a harder, stronger material. It's not going to do what it's depicting in this what you're seeing here. This clip, this giant slit in the building.
But again, mass times velocity. I don't know how much the planes weigh, like 200,000 kilos, something like that.
What about density? What about the density of aluminum versus steel?
It
Like,
doesn't matter. It's
it does
energy.
matter.
No,
It
it's
does matter.
kinetic energy, mass times velocity.
Well, look at the kinetic energy of that hail times the aluminum nose cone.
Yeah,
It looks like the hail won. It won that battle.
right.
What do you
We've
think's
just
going to
agreed
happen?
that the nose cone is very soft, right? We just
It's
agreed
all
to that.
soft. The wings are soft too. The
No,
fuselage. It's
the
all
nose
soft.
cone in particular is soft.
It's no softer than the rest of it. It's all the same
Yes, it
material.
is.
No, it's
The
not. It's the
nose,
same
yes,
skin.
it is. It's got the fucking radar in it.
Okay, so
Holy
you
shit.
think they're using different material? It's the same material.
How's the radar going to get through the fucking? Oh,
It's
wow.
aluminum.
Okay.
It's thin. It's thin
It's
aluminum.
not. It's not. It holds the radar.
Yeah.
Right.
My cell phone goes through it too. It's like that. It's
Right.
like, okay.
Yeah. But if you have that thick aluminium in front of the radar, you're going to have shit radar.
It's not thick. It's as thick as
It's
the rest of
thinner.
the skin.
It's
How
thinner
thick?
than the rest of the plane.
No, it's no thinner. It's the same.
Oh, wow. Okay.
It's all
whatever.
the same.
Yep. Okay.
If they don't use a thinner material and then thicker on the rest, it all has to be the same gauge because the panels need to adjoin perfectly. You can't have one thin and one thick. Is the sheet metal on the hood of your car any different than the doors or the trunk lid or the top? It's all the same sheet.
My car doesn't have a radar under the bonnet.
Okay, but the sheet metal to manufacture it is all the same sheet metal. It doesn't matter if it's the door or the trunk or the hood. It's all the same sheet metal.
Okay, champ. You honestly are just too far gone. Sorry.
Maybe I am.
I speak on it. The truth, Wolfgang, is much worse than what you think because it's not fake, but it is planned. So that is mass sacrifice, mass real explosions, real people, death.
9/11, yeah.
There's a lot of reasons that they wouldn't use airplanes, though. To you know, it was such a media event. It had to go down exactly the way they wanted it to. There's a lot of problems using real airplanes. A real airplane would not have diced through the building with like a hot knife through butter and then just perfectly explode.
No,
and then the whole nose thing popping out the other end there's a whole bunch of problems with that. It's like
the airplane would have smashed on sight. I mean, it's hilarious that we're even having this conversation to this day.
Yeah,
that
it would have bounced off the side of the building
on sight.
Exactly. It would have partially penetrated a little bit, but it would have bounced off the side of the building and fallen on the ground.
It would have fucking smashed on sight. Like the fact that we're even still having this conversation and people are befuddled by this debauchery is hilarious to me. Like, why are we even still having this
The claim is that the plane went all the way into the middle of the building, and that
Should we do some physics and work out the energy involved?
That jet fuel ignited the support beams in the center of the building. This is the claim.
There's no science for it. You got to accept.
Should we do some physics and work out the energy involved, the kinetic energy at least?
There's no science for that.
First of all, the velocity is.
What Rudolph is saying is that if you get a ball of paper and ball it up real tight and throw it fast, it'll go through a building. That's what he's saying.
Yes.
See?
Yeah.
I told you.
Yes. Yep.
You could take an empty soda can and launch it through a steel beam. It's like a marshmallow. You're going to take a marshmallow and shoot it through a steel armored vehicle. like something of a lesser density hitting something of a greater density and a greater strength it's not gonna win, right? You have one is gonna it's like when a fly hits your windshield, the fly loses, the fly goes splat.
Right.
That's what would
Have you
happen.
seen those Cabal Space Program simulations of like a grain of sand traveling at the speed of light, hitting a planet?
We're
They're
not
fantastic.
we're not
Are you really
traveling
going to talk about a program and
Yes.
something that is my
Right,
God,
because it's
hilarious.
physics.
Anything
It's
that
physics.
yeah, it's not physics. A program that isn't reality that you can make up in a program that's mathematics. Oh, but then let's make that reality. My God, it is hilarious.
Mass times velocity.
What's the physics for the
Hilarious.
cars
We're
melting
My
down the road?
We're here. I'm so
Wow.
What's
glad
the
that
physics
you
for
know,
that?
because without you, we wouldn't know what we're doing, bro. We'd be
Well,
lost.
clearly, Godric.
What is the physics for cars melting right down the road, nowhere near the site?
Well, they
Now,
weren't
there's a better question. Yeah. Explain that.
Wait, what?
Explain the cars from 9/11. There were some of them like 3/4 of a mile away that burst into flames. Like 4,000
melted.
vehicles. 4,000.
I've never heard that before.
Melted
Yeah.
cars, nowhere near the building, right down the road in a car park.
Maybe that was CGI.
No. Fire
Direct
trucks.
energy weapon. They're in the field of the energy weapon.
Oh dear.
There's a man who knows.
Internet is saying that the planes were traveling at about 900 k's an hour when they hit the tower.
But you managed to get 50 clean footages of it coming in nice and slowly.
There's a lot of fakery from 9/11. The footage that you can see, there's a lot of it they faked.
Oh, I know. All I believe there could be one second plane. I don't believe the first plane.
Well, not only that, there was other buildings that were demolished. All of the buildings with the World Trade Center prefix, building 1 and 2 were the towers. There was building 6. There was building 7. There was more than just those 2 towers that were destroyed. And the other building, building number 7, it completely imploded on itself in a pancake, but nothing hit it because there was 2 planes and they brought down 3 buildings in the same fashion. See, here's the parking lot.
Good footage of one plane.
What's that?
We've only got good footage of one plane. It's hard to believe 2, 3, like they say. 4. I don't even believe 4. I believe there could be 1. But the other 3 could be real. Not the Pentagon one. Kidnap one that landed in the field. That could be real. I don't think so.
Yeah, the whole story of 9/11 is very suspect. Doesn't make any sense.
It's as crazy as every psyop that they've done.
See, when I was like before I went down the rabbit hole, I just kind of assumed that I had no reason to believe I was being lied to. That's just how it was. I didn't know any better. And then when I started looking down this rabbit hole, I'm like, oh shit, this doesn't add up. I was always skeptical of the government. Here's some of the damage on 9/11. You could see you can see the cars that burst into flames, some of the cop cars. There was a fire truck. And you look, the
Because
plastic sirens.
jet fuel must have spilled all the way down the road to the car park. That makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, but there's very specific, like Judy Wood calls them toasted cars. There's something very. They're not. They don't look like cars that just had like a fire in them, like a regular car fire.
No way.
It's like ash. The metal has turned into ash. If you look at the rear of the police
Wait,
car,
wait,
it's
check
like
with rear hips. There may be some velocity right there happening.
the rear part of the police car is like an ash color. It's like and then the sirens are not melted or anything. There's no sign of heat damage to the rear door. But if you look across the street, there's a van with a ladder on it. The front portion of the van looks like the rear part of the cop car. They're in alignment with each other, the tore up zones. And there's all kind of paper on the ground. The paper didn't burst into flames, and these cars were burning very selectively. Like one section of them was destroyed,
Yeah.
but yet the plastic is not destroyed. There's a building that's spread apart. It's like bowed apart. Half of the fire truck is melted, but the paint is not scorched. If you look at the distinction from the completely burned out steel to the paint, the transition from burnt to clean white paint. That doesn't happen. There's always some kind of thermal conduction from one piece to the next. There's none going on here. There's no conduction of heat. Otherwise,
go ahead.
I was going to say, otherwise the paint on the adjoining section would be burned and melted and scorched. There's just an instant transition from one to the other.
Yeah. Weird anomalies.
Yeah. Also, like the rims of the tires on some of them are like melted into the ground, and like the temperature would not be at the level where it would be able to melt those rims. And almost as if the cars are like being grounded, like into the ground to the point to where the rims are being like melted into the ground. Like if it's an electrical, like the directed energy weapon has some kind of electrical effect, that it's like hyper grounding the cars. Potentially.
I've seen it to the aluminum engine block, Geo, and the aluminum is liquefied, and Hutchinson did this without any change in temperature. You could pick up the item after it's been like melted looking. I say melted because I don't know how else to describe it, but when it changed its form into like a molten state and it didn't produce any heat. And I saw the same thing in some of the fires in California, like Paradise. There was other ones, right? And there was a channel Mental Boost. He had all these videos, so I was screenshotting these, where I saw aluminum that was re-solidified around pine and fern needles on the ground. Fern needles, pine needles. So they weren't combusted, but there was molten aluminum formed around them. Aluminum melts around 1200 degrees Fahrenheit. If I was to take molten aluminum and pour it on fern and pine needles, they would instantly burst into flames. There'd be nothing but ash. These are still green. They weren't like incinerated by the aluminum, which means it was in a molten state, but it had no heat. And that's why the paper was not combusting. That's why the plastic on the roof, the sirens, wasn't melted. It's microwave safe. Like you could put plastic in your microwave and it doesn't melt.
Yeah, makes sense. Some cars were moved that day. So the explanation that some jet fuel could have spilled out if it was a real plane and crashed down to the ground, melted a few things. But there's loads of cars that were definitely not moved that are just parked really far away, and they've still been fucked.
Right. And we saw the same thing in California with like the Paradise fires and about the Camp Fire. California is always getting destroyed with these things. Take a look at these pictures. This is some of the stuff I was telling you about, like the pine needles. And then there was this van where half of it was torched. This was a car on the road.
9/11, almost identical.
Look at Geo, what he was saying, how the pavement under the wheels, look at the aluminum is molten. And look, and then that's molten aluminum with pine needles in it. It's like, wait, this doesn't make sense to my head. If I have molten aluminum, what's going on? How is this passing through it?
It looks like the cement around the car also raised up.
The asphalt, yeah, they torched it all. But yet, look at the greenery around here. The greenery looks fine. Even the white stripe on the pavement, right? It's in such close proximity to that molten aluminum. Some of it's charred from whatever the surrounding beam was, but the part close to the molten aluminum is not scorched at all. You want to see something really weird? There's these glass bottles.
Judy Woods actually says it doesn't heat up, I think, if I remember what I watched.
Yeah, it doesn't. The Hutchinson effect doesn't add heat. So what looks like a fire, has the appearance of fire, is not necessarily fire. But we don't know what else to describe it as, right?
Yeah,
I don't have enough
it's
words.
anomalous heating, but there's no heat.
Now check out this. This is a wine bottle. It was damaged. The glass is melted, but the paint is not burned. Glass takes 3,000 degrees to melt it, but what do you think that white paint, if I put that in my oven at 500 degrees, what would happen to that white paint? That would get smoked off. So one part of the bottle is 3,000, and then like not even a millimeter away, the paint is not affected from 3,000 degrees of heat. There's no effect whatsoever.
Yeah,
See,
and it's pretty
that's
interesting that a lot of these effects are also found at these, quote unquote forest fires, like these fires in California. It's like the toasted cars and a lot of these effects, and also that Oklahoma City bombing, which we've talked about that one too. And like other cars that are burned don't have these effects. So it's just very telling that there's something unique going on with these particular events like that.
I mean, yeah, there are people that work with glass and they heat it with a torch. But when you do that, the glass conducts heat, right? Like if you had a cast iron frying pan and you got one part of it like glowing red hot, you wouldn't be able to pick up the handle. The handle would be so hot, if there was paint on it, the paint would smoke off because it's all attached. The heat's going to conduct just like it would conduct through the glass. The glass is not going to transition like this from 3,000 degrees to nothing. So, I mean, we describe it as a fire, but is it really a fire? I mean, that fire wouldn't do that. It's some other effect. I don't have a word for it.
And the whole dustification thing, I mean, they're, in those videos of 9/11 where those huge steel beams are just literally turning into dust, just dematerializing, into dust, right on film there. And then the fact that that's why Judy Wood called her book "Where Did the Towers Go?" Because there's not the amount of material that should have been at the base of those towers is not correlative with the size of the towers. There's literally massive amount of just missing material, and we saw those steel beams like turning into dust. So it's like the buildings were like dustified because the material is not all there. So it's
The rule of thumb, Geo, is about 10 to 15% of the height of the building. That would be 100% compaction. So in other words, the building is 110 stories. So it should be at least 100 feet of height, the pile of debris, minimum, if you had 100% compaction of all the materials.
$10 to 15%, so it should be 10 or 15 stories of rubble.
Yep.
And how much was there?
110 stories. So if you compacted it down 90%, so 10% of its height, that's like the wall structure, the floor structure, all the materials. It would be incompressible. That would be like 100% compaction. So if you brought it down, if I made a house out of a Jenga, like if we made Jenga blocks or something, and they had wooden floors in between, and we compressed it, say it was like 10 feet tall, then the pile should be like 1 foot tall, all the blocks. And we all know that was not like 100 and 110 or 115 feet of debris. It was like flush to the ground. There was a fire truck or ambulance or something, and the debris was nearly like completely level to the ground, like all the material. They found random beams here and there, right? But there should have been a huge pile. And then when have you ever seen anything collapse in on itself? Like if you cut down a tree, does it collapse through the trunk? Does the strongest part of the tree is the trunk? The strongest part of that building is the part directly underneath the part that fell off.
Didn't you see the clip where the steel beams, support beams, have been cut on a diagonal wise?
I've seen that. But that was the guys on the ground, the remnants of it. They were using torches on that. But the parts where you got to see pictures of the skin that are falling, they look like a waffle. And that piece doesn't even hit the ground. It was a chunk. Even the big chunk. Remember when the big top piece broke off, like the first 10 floors, it snapped off? That piece never hit the ground. It was already it was cut free from the rest of the building. That piece should have fell like one giant monolithic chunk. It shouldn't have came apart. But it literally didn't even hit the ground. That big chunk never hit the ground. There should be a 10-story chunk that just went bam.
So we're talking about like an energy weapon or what?
Yeah. And that's what the residual cars, like in the parking lots, like far away, they look like what we're posting here. Like what we saw in California, that's what it looks like. All the cars way far away that are bursting into flames. And I don't know what else to call it but flames, but that's what it appeared to be flames. And where the aluminum engines are melting, like the aluminum.
Also, they were surprised to find a complete lack of live bodies that should be saved. Everybody was dead, right?
Well, actually, some people survived that were in the building. There was a fireman, and he's like, all I heard the thing collapsing, and I look up, and I could see the sky. So in other words, the 110 feet of debris never collapsed on him. He was in the stairwell. He's expecting all this to come crashing down on him. He looks up, and he could see the sky. None of it hit him. None of the upper floors hit him. It seems like people can survive it. Like if you're in there, it doesn't harm you as a living person, but it was destroying the building. It was like poof, turning it to dust.
That is crazy.
Did you hear his story? That guy? He's like, yeah, he was one of the firemen. He was a little guy. He's like, all I did, I got down, I started praying. I'm holding on to my helmet. I'm waiting for the building to come collapsing on me. And I look up and I could see the sky. It's like in his New York accent. He was like happy to be alive.
Didn't some people also report that they were like levitating?
Yes. And you know what he did that? Hutchinson did that. He was levitating like heavy things, like a bowling ball or a cannonball, like a iron ball, wrenches. They were levitating off the table in his little experiments.
Yeah, because also like during hurricanes, there apparently is a similar energy. Like if this directed energy weapon is able to somehow create a similar effect that happens during hurricanes, because during hurricanes, like cars can levitate and be lifted. Like there's a lot of famous hurricane effects where a car will be like on top of a fence after a hurricane. And like people have actually seen cars like levitating. Like how does a car get on top of a fence? You know, like, I mean, it's upright on the fence. It's not like tilted over or anything. It's literally sitting on top of the fence. Like, so that's interesting. And then there was a hurricane right off the coast of 9/11 at 9/11.
Yeah.
There was a hurricane
weather warfare, dude.
Yeah. Was it Aaron? I forget the name of it. Was it Aaron?
I don't remember the name of the hurricane, but I know it was a category 5. It was a big one, and it was like right off the shore, and that story just went away. Like
what
it
a
never
coincidence!
Yeah, it is,
How
Aaron.
convenient.
I'll post. I have 2 things of it. It shows the path of it. Check this out. Yeah. So, like I just said, the levitation thing, these similar effects of the levitating cars and things that can happen during hurricanes. And then it just happens to be that on 9/11, there was a hurricane. They didn't even put it in the news. They didn't even run it on the news, but there was a massive hurricane right off the coast of 9/11 that came up and literally stalled right when the towers were, allegedly hit by airplanes. It stalled there, and then after that, after the airplanes hit, it went on its way and dissipated up off to the
You know
north.
what that was, Gio? That was the energy capacitor that they used to power their weapon. That might have been like the battery, right? They used that as an
Yeah.
energy source.
Seems like some kind of synergy. Yeah.
Yes, and it was charging the air particles, like it was creating those charges, those ionic charges, or whatever you're saying. It made the car levitate. You know what a tornado is, right? It's a toroid, just like this. Inside a toroid, there's a funnel cloud. There's a funnel inside a toroid. The part that we don't see around a tornado is the toroid part. That's the invisible part. We just see the funnel because that's where all the debris gets sucked up. But around it, I guarantee you there's some invisible field that we're not seeing, like the toroid part, the electromagnetic part. And that maybe that's the part on 9/11, the toroid part of that the hurricane, the buildings were inside that field. And actually, John Hutchinson called it a field effect. That's what he referred to it as, a field effect. He was using 3 separate fields. He used a Van de Graaff generator, which was the electrostatic, and then he used a Tesla coil electromagnetic, and then he combined it with a microwave. And when he tuned them just right to the same frequency, he would get what's called the field effect, where the things would levitate, things would melt. He had things like organic stuff like wood embedded in an aluminum block. He cut an aluminum block apart with a bandsaw, and there was a piece of wood inside of it. There was like a butter knife inside of a slab of aluminum. Like, how did it get inside there? It becomes malleable. It's kind of like the Philadelphia experiment, where the people were in. They put the Tesla coils on the ship, and some of the crew. They said the ship disappeared, but then when the coil was turned back on or whatever, they were halfway in between the metal of the ship. Like, they were able to walk through walls and such during this transition time. But then when they turned it back, they turned the machine off. They got trapped in between the metal. Like, so human and metal were mixed somehow. I don't know that the story is true. I'm just telling you what I heard of it.
I've heard the story about that. Yeah.
It's very gruesome to think, like, being like impaled, but like embedded in something like steel. It's like, oh, how would they get you out?
There is an idea that Crowley's disciples made up, like L. Ron Hubbard type people. It's one of the theories about where that story comes from. Not Montauk. It's a different project, isn't it?
Creepy. This is probably what they call the Tesla death ray, but I think it's much older than Tesla is. I think they had this tech because all of the ancient cities and all the cities in the United States that had a great fire, they resemble what we saw on 9/11. Like the destruction, even like the so-called Civil War stuff, it looks very much like this, like the damage of it. All the ancient earthquakes, like, oh, there was an earthquake in California, there was a great fire in San Francisco, and an earthquake. And then there was one in Chicago, one in Detroit, one in every major city in the United States. What are the odds? If the buildings were all made of stone and brick facades, how does the entire city burn down of stone and brick? Like, it
I haven't
does.
any evidence for this, but Notre Dame fire started sleep, and
That was the same tech, man. Guaranteed.
possibly.
Yeah, it's a good point though, to have a whole city just turn to dust, basically, like nothing's there. I mean, if there's fires in a city, there's going to be tons of, like you said, concrete and all kinds of material. And I mean, some of these landscapes, like, not, there's the whole Nagasaki thing too, but it's like just everything's gone. Like the porcelain, everything's gone.
Yeah.
You can imagine the elites, yeah, the Catholics, they want to burn one of their own churches to provoke the end times idea, and so they can build a new Lucifer temple in the same spot later.
You know,
and
it's funny.
they say to themselves, "Wouldn't it be great if we could start a fire, but from a distance, so we appear as God?" And then someone says, "Well, I know this scientist who knows another scientist," and then that's how they plan it.
Yeah. And they removed the statues. There were some beautiful statues on the roof of the building. They removed them conveniently before the building was destroyed. You know, a beautiful building. Just see these people destroy everything. They I don't know why, but you know who was there watching it? Michelle Obama, Michael Robinson. He was watching it from a boat.
I bet you could find some, or someone's got footage somewhere of some celebrating Catholic priests dancing next to a van.
Oh, here.
For sure.
You want to see something cool or kind of trippy? This is from one of those fires, the Great Fires, and it's an old car like a Model T, and look how similar it looks to the one I posted earlier. Here, oh shit. Ah,
Pretty
every time
crazy to think. Pretty crazy to think that these events, you know, right, that we're talking about, could just be like. I mean, I don't want to be like doomsday or put out any kind of like fear or anything like that. However, the thought that they were just like testing this equipment, as it were, in a way, or like running it in these events that we're talking about. And if they have plans to use it in some kind of Project Bluebeam or fake alien invasion thing, I mean, how much would people freak out, you know, if they are using these things?
Geo in Independence Day, that's exactly what they depict. There's a flying saucer with a beam coming right out the middle of it on the bottom. They depicted that. And you know what? It was depicted in this footage, like a newspaper from the 1850s. It was depicted destroying the city of Chicago. The same type of flying saucer deal.
Yeah, I think I've got that one. I'll post it. Yeah, it shows like a saucer beam.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a drawing or it was like a sketch of what someone saw, like an artist rendition.
Obviously, some priest, buggy shaman guy could have come up with the idea of a death ray in his head before seeing one. But it also makes sense that he might have seen something before he came up with it.
Who, Tesla?
No, the first shaman ever to think of a death ray, I'm saying, might have been inspired by a real death ray he saw somewhere.
Oh, it definitely was. Like this is old technology. It's been around. These are from the 1800s. I mean, you see that wooden car, right? The wheels on that old Model T. Now check this out. This is what I was telling you earlier. The fern, there's like fern leaves and pine needles. Like you know that stuff. It ignites if you look at it wrong. Anything like conifers, these pine needles and leaves and stuff, they combust so easily. But there it is embedded with aluminum, which would normally be 1200 degrees to be in a liquid state like that. There he is. There's Michael Obama, Michael Robinson.
Well, what I was saying was like, look at the reflection. People have been posting this. So learns about Notre Dame burning, right? Zoom in on the glass and all of these photos where the glass is being held up. You can see what is that reflection? Is that legit? My God. Is that it burning in the background? Like what's
It
happening?
appears to be the smoke, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Well, we know he was there. Notre Dame.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, that's the article, Geo.
So, yeah, we need the time when she's smiling and grinning and drinking champagne, if that's before or after. And could she have heard about it?
When you look at the reflection in all the glasses, did they place that there? How does it perfectly look like it burning? How does it perfectly look like it?
It looks like two
what the
pillars
fuck?
sticking up,
Yeah.
one shorter.
Look at the one where he is sipping it. It looks like it's burning. Like you can see what's
Oh, it
happening in the
was.
reflection. It's a trip,
And
dude.
you know what? Remember they said Nero played a fiddle as Rome burned? I'm like, even as a kid, I'm like, how did Rome burn? The buildings are all like marble, like the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Marble doesn't burn, and that really confounded me. Like, how did they burn an ancient city that's all made out of stone and concrete and marble? Like, that shit doesn't combust. These are non-combustible materials. How does the fucking city burn when it's all non-combustible? What? How? And he's playing a fiddle. So if there's any truth to that story, they had these weapons. And these weapons burn non-combustible materials, but they don't burn combustible things like paper, pine needles. They don't burn these combustible things. And that's why I can't say that it's fire. You know what I mean? Like calling it fire, it's not really fire. It's some other something. I don't know, plasma maybe. You see these creatures, they all go in the same circles, these demonic creatures like Michelle Obama and all of the figureheads, right? They get to be at these events like this. There was the dancing Israelis. They were in Ground Zero on 9/11. They're celebrating as the buildings are toasted. They were enjoying it because they knew the psyop. They knew that their psyop was going to be blamed on Saddam Hussein, who's was supposed to be their enemy. The Americans will be there wasting their young people's lives, being destroyed, killing other innocent people that had nothing to do with this. The whole thing was tragic on so many levels. Like how many people were destroyed on this, because of this false flag.
Well, I don't know about anyone else. I cannot wait till the blue beam CGI alien invasion.
It's going to be a while. We still got the asteroids to get through. There's the asteroids.
Okay.
The last card is the alien. So it might be, I don't know if it'll be in our lifetime. They're playing these cards. The cycles are taking longer than we think.
Well, hopefully the UK has got a big enough seat at the table where the asteroid doesn't hit me.
Well, there are no asteroids. That's the whole thing. The asteroids, and even Werner von Braun said this to his secretary. He's like, and they're all fake. I think,
okay, but they might have to fake it somehow by taking people away or doing direct energy weapons, right?
oh, it's definitely going to be
Hope that
directed
doesn't happen
energy.
near me.
What it's going to be is their technology revealed, like in that newspaper article from 1871. If somebody actually sketched that from an eyewitness account, like someone who draws like a crime scene. So if somebody's like, yeah, it looked like this, it was a flying saucer and there's a beam coming out the bottom and it destroyed the whole damn city. Like if it was someone's like eyewitness testimony and that's how they made that. And then if everybody saw that, like us, the people, we see a flying saucer and it's flying over cities and towns and whatever and just destroying everything in sight, close enough to the ground, revealing itself, boom, 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 just destroying everything. People will be freaked out. And who are they going to go to? They're going to go to the FEMA camp. Here, the government will protect you. Got to come to our base, which is really a FEMA camp, and that's how they'll do away with you. They're going to have the guillotines at the FEMA camp. So you don't want to be at that level. You might want to be gone before that happens. And if they've got technology like this, which we know that these people have, and they're using it, and we supposedly have a military, and they're not defending us from this attack. So what good is having this giant military industrial complex if the people are still allowed to be preyed upon by these parasites? They're not protecting the people who they're supposed to protect. Our country is not defended at all. And it never was. This was happening in the 1870s as well. It never was protected. And do we have the wolf guarding the hen house is what it appears to be, right? The so-called protector, the sheepdog is the wolf. And I hate to be so black-pilled, but I mean, we did have a legitimate defense, right? Like the billions of dollars or trillions of dollars spent on the defense, it's not doing very well at protecting anyone at all. Not on 9/11, not during all these mysterious fires, and not during the ones in the 1800s. Not that we didn't have a high-tech military defense complex, but these guys got all high-tech radar and stuff, and they got their HARP system. And it seems like they're just using weapons on the public. That's what it seems like to me. Indiscriminately, or maybe it is discriminately, I don't know.
We've got to go on strike. Well, everyone who works has got to go on strike before
I heard they did it in France.
the robots come in.
I've heard France is on strike like that, and you can only find videos on TikTok. Like the whole country, millions of people are like protesting, like not refusing to pick up trash, refusing to do, like the whole country's revolting with with a strike. They're doing the best they can. And you know what?
It's
I
great,
I used to not like
glad we
the
have
French,
to do that.
but
That's great.
I do like the French now, dude. I like their tenacity. I respect them. And the reason I didn't like them is because they indiscriminately hated Americans. It's like, wait, I never okayed this war in Iraq. I was never cool with that. So don't blame me for it. I have no say so. They're just doing what the hell they want. Like what can I do about it? What can I do if they burn down Notre Dame? I can't do shit. What can I do about 9/11? I can't do anything. Like we're pretty powerless against this. There's nothing we can do. But to blame someone, like to blame the French or have the French blame us, it's like, look, man, we have no say so. You Americans, you bad. You're at war with Iraq. Like as if every American agrees with it. You think that those soldiers want to be there? They don't want to be there, guaranteed.
Well, Iraq, that plays into the jet fuel hoax. It proves a
Yeah,
lot of things about how people are obsessed with oil, what they might want
that's
to do with it.
that's the petrodollar. The U.S. is the petrodollar. Without that, everything is paid. All the oil is paid for in U.S. dollars. So if oil was to go away, or most of it, the petrodollar would go away, and that's where they derive most of their power. That's how they. Okay, the U.S. debt, right, is in the trillions and trillions of dollars. They couldn't keep doing that and using their fake fiat currency to buy this real world weaponry. They couldn't keep doing that. Like all this military industrial, they're building these vast underground networks of like military bases and tunnels, and they're funding it through their fake fiat currency. And once that falls apart, then it can't keep spending like that and producing this shit. So they can't allow it to fall apart yet. Just think what you could do with unlimited funding. You could just you could print money into existence and buy whatever you want. Oh, this military base is going to cost $1 billion. No worries, we'll just print it. And when I say print it, they don't even print the physical bills. They're just digits on a bank account. They don't print that much paper currency. I think there's only like what is it, I forget what the number was, but it wasn't a lot. Was it 2 trillion in paper currency, or maybe only it was probably less than that. Maybe it was 2 billion or something of physical paper currency. And 2 billion wouldn't be shit, but that's like all the paper in circulation. There's not a lot of cash bills in circulation. There's not trillions of dollars of paper in circulation. That just shows you how little that the 99% have. You know what I mean? Like all the other peons, most of the transactions are done with a credit card or a check. It's not like the average people don't have like hundreds of thousands of dollars of cash sitting around. Most people only have like a couple $100 of cash, like pocket money, if they want to go to a bar or something. Most of these places don't even take cash anymore. They all want to be paid with credit card. PhD against evil. Is that Flat Earth PhD?
No, it's just me, Dawn. Got a silly name. I need to come back on my normal account at some point.
Because there was a guy called Flat Earth PhD. And
do you know Don Treader? You remember Don Treader? Ron?
What's his name? Don?
Don Treader.
Don Treader. It doesn't ring a bell.
Doesn't matter. I did this PhD because a new Glober came in that was claiming he was a professor with no evidence. So I thought I'd claim I was one.
There was a Flat Earth PhD. I was friends with him, and I lost my other account, so I lost contact with him.
Yeah, he does come here. I saw him.
He does come here? Oh, good. I gotta get a hold of him. He was very cool, man. He used to live in Switzerland, in the belly of the beast, and he was a chemist. He's a PhD chemist, and he worked for like one of the biggest pharmaceutical companies. I think he was making pesticide or something. I'm not sure what he was doing, but anyway, when they found out he was a flat earther, they fired him from his job. And he was like a highly paid chemist. You know who else did that? The lead developer at Google Earth. He was fired when he came out as a flat earther. They fired his ass.
By the way, I think you guys are talking about different people. Don, you're talking about Professor Parks. And he is a real professor. So he's like, there may be people that use a fake PhD name, but he's not the one to attack for that. He is a real PhD.
Is he the flat earther or a globe?
He's a globe guy.
Oh, is he the new one? There was another new one.
Okay, maybe Clay, Professor. Yeah, now he is just joking, putting PhD on his thing. Yeah.
Oh, no, is he a flat earther?
Clay is, yeah.
He's as much
I
as
knew
a doctor.
Clay was joking, but what I do is apply this joke to the Globers. I can't take their education criteria seriously because I know so many Globers that pretend They do jobs. I've heard it all. So I can't trust anyone that pretends they're a professor.
He's as much as a doctor as Dr. Dre.
Yeah, that's what I'm
They,
saying.
they like to assign himself Dr. Dre, Dr. Martin Luther King. Oh, he's an honorary doctor. Yeah, yeah.
You've heard the rocket scientist, yeah. All the Globers told me he's a real rocket scientist.
Yeah.
Surely rocket science means you work on actual rocketry, changing the science of it. And what it turned out was, once he worked on the data of someone else sending a rocket that was already scienced, already done, and then he looked at the data that came back. And that's all he could tell me about how close he'd been to any rockets.
Huh.
And then there's other people that fake stuff and make stuff up. McToon will put a stock account on and pretend to be some expert from anywhere he wants as a hobby.
Yeah. Those people are such fraudsters, man. I wouldn't waste my breath on those idiots.
So if there's a new Glober that comes here and just thinks we're going to take his word for it, that he's a professor, no chance. No chance in hell.
The problem is we're arguing amongst idiots and people who know. Like, everyone in here already knows, or they're just a random troll that just likes to come here and push buttons and fuck with us every time.
As soon as C19 happened, we had someone that claimed they were a real doctor. But he was on Discord every day during the week, all day. I was there.
Good. Thank you for your services. He's fucking off on Discord. Aren't the doctors in high demand? What are you doing fucking off here all day? Yes, I'm a doctor. Well,
You've got that dude that says, you've got the dude that claims he's an expert in celestial navigation. He's got like 3 videos. Only one of them has a clip of him on a boat holding a sextant, and it's like a 5-second clip. There's no telling where he is, if he's right next to the coast or even in the harbor. You can't tell.
Who are you talking about?
The new globe expert on celestial navigation that knows someone who worked in Antarctica. Can't prove that either.
Was this the Kool-Aid guy?
Protothad, I think it is.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's
where do these people come from, dude? What are these
Soon I'm
random?
going to make a video with the guy I know in Antarctica. Yeah, right, buddy.
That guy's a real text guy. He's in the text just going at it for hours.
These people come from all corners of the earth. You know, like there was the Australian troll that was here a little bit ago, and they're from parts of the U.S. They're just like they're from all over. These random trolls. I'm like, what are they doing? Like, how did they find this server? Where are they coming from? Out of the woodwork? Random trolls. Like, these are adults. These are not kids coming in here and saying bullshit. Like at 24/7, we get trolled by kids. Like they're just bored and they come in and troll us. Over here, these are like adult trolls.
Yeah, I might be exaggerating. I'm just saying I don't trust them.
And that you know what? Maybe we're over the target. Like they got to send the adult trolls here. It's like, huh? I get why. I get why they do it, but is it like, can't we just have one little corner of the internet? Like, you talk freely? Like, even just a room of just 5 or 6 people here. What the fuck? Can't even converse amongst ourselves?
You make a private Discord server and just invite the people to it that you want in there.
That's kind of like what it is. I mean, you just have 1 or 2 turds in the punch bowl. It's like, it's just a bunch of flat earthers chilling out with a couple random trolls. I think it makes things more fun for argument's sake, but it is like, do you really want to argue all the time with the same people?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fine. You can have servers for different things. If you want to have a server where people, like Tartaria, where it's a discussion server and you want all kinds of different people with different ideas talking, then that's one thing.
Uh-huh.
If you want to have a closed group, then I think that's fine as well.
Not even, but it's the same trolls. It's like, okay, we've heard you. Like Kosho, for 5 years, I heard the same shit from him, but he's not too obnoxious. So I don't mind Kosho.
Oh yeah, it's like the flat Earth recently got exposed for not being a military veteran, just a veteran, never being in combat. But he said he was.
Oh, he's not a combat veteran, but he was in the military.
He said he was a veteran of combat.
Well, yeah. Well, he's still a military veteran. Like, you don't have to be deployed in combat to still be considered a veteran.
Well, he apologized for it and said, I did too much opioids and I accidentally exaggerated what I did in the army.
Yeah, he was a war hero. No, he was a dope hero. He just doped out on opiates to excuse his bad behavior of lying and then taking opiates, being a junkie.
That's
No,
what I'm
I
saying.
was injured. I was
So
injured
these
in the
guys
war.
exaggerated what I was saying.
Like Brian Williams that said, "Oh, my helicopter was shot down in Iraq." Brian Williams, to mean like he risked his life to feed us this propaganda. I was getting you the war footage, and I was nearly killed. He totally made that up. It was totally false. Hillary Clinton said the same thing when she went to somewhere in Serbia or whatever, and it was just like there was no war going on. Totally, she made that shit up. Oh, I had to dodge this, or your ass would be in a box. Your fat ass ain't dodging nothing. You're getting smoked. If she was a target, right? But no one gives a shit about Hillary. Like all these players, right? All work with each other. These are just players on a stage. And they play good cop, bad cop amongst themselves, like the whole Hillary, Trump, how they would argue, they would pretend to hate each other, Pelosi. Like all these people are just, it's like pro wrestling. It's exactly like that. Where they pretend to hate each other, but they're all buddy buddy. They have to deceive the public and make them think that, oh, you have someone representing you. This guy, he represents you because he really hates Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi and Joe Biden. He hates them, so he's your guy. In reality, none of them are your guy. And if you have someone represent you, you don't have any representation at all because they never will. They only represent every night on different servers, right? But it's always the usual suspects. Do you guys occasionally get new people in here, like new people that are curious, or is it always like the same few people that call you a tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist?
Don't need new people.
Well, it's good. It's good to spread the message.
Yeah, so do you want to teach these people? I reckon that'd be cool. We could all do that. Get like a learning session.
I do that, but I mean, I got burned out of it. I've done it for a long time, and it burned me out. So I kind of break.
Yeah.
Plus, my body, my eyes are going. I can't keep doing it. My eyes are going bad, and I can't spend that many hours doing it.
Yeah, I'm not interested in teaching other people either. I mean, most of them will find the truth. All the information's out there, and it's being presented collectively.
It's not out there, man. It's only in places like this.
No, it
It's
is
not.
out there, man. No,
It's
it's
hard
on.
though.
It's on TikTok a lot. If you get the right algorithm and like the right videos and shit, like
Maybe.
lots of kids. Well, I'm
Oh,
telling you
flat
right
Earth.
now.
I heard
Yes,
flat. Yeah,
flat
flat
Earth
Earth
is
is
all
big.
over TikTok today. But even the deeper shit, even the shit that matters. So cunts are actually being woken up, and they don't have to come to a server like this. Actually,
That's why they want to ban TikTok. They're like, we need
yes,
to
that's
ban
exactly
TikTok.
why. That's
You know,
exactly why. And then,
yeah, it's a Chinese app, and you know what? The Chinese have more free speech than fucking than we do here. Look at even they're banning Discord servers. They're banning YouTube channels.
yeah, they can't monitor TikTok the same way they can on YouTube and things like this. I don't think there seems to be
That's
some
nice.
sort of freedom because, like, I'm saying, like, you can get some pretty crazy videos, but TikTok is censoring videos for sure, like crazy. Like they're
Oh, they are
taking
doing
videos
that.
down, like, and they soft ban your videos. So
You know
if you
why?
get a
They're
good
being
video on your feed, it's almost lucky. It's almost like a slip through, you know.
they're getting pressured from the people over here. They're getting pressured to do it. They may not want to do it because it's bad for their business. Like, oh man, these fuckers, they killed my video and they banned my account. Fuck them. It's bad for their
Yeah.
business. They want to have a profitable business. They need customers. If enough people leave, guess what? They become like MySpace. It just dies. Remember D-Live? D-Live was really, really popular for a little while. PewDiePie went there, and then some other people like Owen Benjamin and some other streamers. And it was fun. It was a fun platform. You could have free speech, and it once they started banning the talented people, it just died. It turned into a dead server. The whole thing was just a dead. You know what I mean? Once they lost their stars, it just died. And it would be fun because there was like maybe sometimes 10, 15,000 people watching a live stream. And the content they were talking about was not something that's you would talk about on like YouTube. It was fun.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, it's a brutal world, but the information is being posted
Well,
on
that's
TikTok.
good. That's
And
what I heard.
because there's so many cunts posted it, they can't censor everyone. And you can't censor just general spiritual truth, can they? They only censor things like, you know, that depict certain things, or that, you know, they try and get you for whatever they can. But clearly things slip through, right? And Flat Earth is more popular, I think, than it has ever been in the past. Flat Earth is booming on TikTok right now. And
You want to know something?
Yeah.
In my jet fuel hoax, I have a category. It's a playlist on my YouTube channel. It's other people's videos that I bookmark, and then you can go into a playlist, which is just my own like little libraries of videos that I saved that I like. And I go in there, and a lot of them have been deleted from YouTube, and it tells you how many are hidden or banned. I'm like, oh my god, it must be over the target. They don't like talking about the jet fuel hoax, and they defend it like with
exactly.
ad hominems, like ad hominem attacks. You're a fucking retard, like what we saw tonight, like that kind of insinuations and stuff. It's like, why so aggressive, man? Why? And I don't like to get caught up in that. And I shouldn't have acted like an asshole, but
I don't know what you're talking about anymore, man. Look, the point is TikTok, Flat Earth is booming on TikTok. It's brilliant. So I think they want to ban it, and they're making shit up about it for sure. Like,
they also had
it is
the
also a
revolt.
stupid app at the same time. But like
It-
the point is, Flat Earth is booming today. Wolfgang, did you think this was the case?
I knew
Have
I
you
knew it was
have you
big.
seen all this media?
I knew it was big on TikTok, and you know what else they're
It's
showing is
massive.
the riots in France. There's some rioting, and the whole
Oh,
country's on strike.
that's only the one little speck of the iceberg, mate.
Right, it's a piece of it, but I'm saying you're not getting it at other places. It's TikTok that's showing
Exactly.
these little clips, and I'm like, fucking A, dude, that's the last place I would have checked. I thought it was like TikTok was the dancing nurses during COVID.
Yeah, bro.
That's what I'm thinking.
No
It's
one's if that's no
cat
one's using it
videos.
for that shit. Well, that's the
It's like
thing. It's the
cats.
algorithm. Yeah, well,
Mhm.
you know what I mean. You have like an Instagram, right? You get
No, I don't
get on
use
your
them.
Instagram because it's algorithm driven, right? Or you have a
I use
Facebook. It's just the
Twitter.
same shit.
I don't use Instagram, but I have a Twitter and
Oh yeah,
YouTube.
fair enough, mate. You're
I got
probably
Telegram.
much
I love
older generation.
Telegram is good.
Yeah, I don't
Telegram
use that
has
shit.
Telegram has a lot of free speech. Like the stuff we were allowed to discuss, we couldn't talk about here.
Oh yeah, and there's plenty of those websites, BitChute, and there's another one as well.
Well, this is
Sick
more
cunts,
like
mate.
Telegram's kind of their text chat and their voice chat. So it's just like this. And the stuff,
Oh,
the
that's all good.
topics you can talk about. You could talk about like Fauci and things like that over there. And it's not as censored. They don't clamp down as there's a lot more freedom.
Are there like servers over there like this?
Yeah, right. There's servers, yeah.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Just like this. Maybe not
Wow.
as user friendly, but it's very similar.
That's interesting. Yeah, you probably got the sync cuts over there, right? All the fucking legends.
Yeah, Eric Dubé's on there. There's a
Oh
lot of
no way! He joins the VC, does he?
no. I don't know. I haven't been in his VC, but he's there. He's
That would be
posting stuff.
legendary. VC with debate.
He might be. I'm on his server. I don't go there too much because I
Yeah.
have to read
Is there
through a
like a
bunch of
voice channel?
I don't. Let me go look.
That'd be fucking
I'm sure
hectic.
there is. I don't
I
know if
doubt it
people.
though.
I don't know if they do like we do. You know what I mean? If there's always people chilling
Yeah,
in the,
it wouldn't be
but
the
they
same
do
thing.
have voice chats on Telegram. They do have them.
Wow. Yeah, that's good.
It's more popular over here, I think, just because they have like a political debate server. There's like people come on there to just talk really nasty, degenerate shit. Okay, Eric Dubay, International Flat Earth. Oh my God. Yeah, here it is. Let me get a screenshot of what it looks like. See what I I have my settings not to get as much. Here's the bad thing about Telegram. If you want to see all the thumbnails and stuff, you have to have the settings to where it sends you like updates all the time and it fills up my memory. It's filling up the memory on my tablet, which I don't have a lot of internal storage. So I'm getting all this stuff and I had to turn that off. So I'll just give you a screenshot of what it looks like. And it wouldn't normally look like this, but it will fill up your memory on your phone really fast if you don't set it up.
Yeah, wow.
This is what it looks like. The format of it. So you scroll through all these different things and there he is on Telegram.
What a fucking legend.
There's
Is he
another
posting
one.
regularly?
There's another one, Flat Earth and More. Every day, yeah, he's there every day posting
Right, every
shit.
day. I'm gonna join this, man.
Yeah. All you gotta do. You could use a burner phone if you want. You get like a phone that's like $30, just like a
Yeah, I don't think I'll need to do that.
you get a prepaid phone, or you could use a real phone, whatever. But it will have your real phone number on there. You want to make sure it's you don't want people to see your real number, so you're gonna have to go in your settings, or you just get a burner phone, and you can still conceal the number. But you got to go in your settings and make sure you do that. Otherwise, people will see it if you
Okay.
friend them. Yeah, if they friend you. Yeah, just a heads up.
Fucking hell, because yeah, there was this dodgy like, oh, COVID's fake, like sticker on some bushwalk somewhere. It was Telegram joined the White Rabbit. I joined, and it was like they sold out everyone's name or something.
Because you got to use a cell phone to join Telegram. You must have a cell phone, but it doesn't have
Yeah.
to be your personal phone. It could be a burner, and that's what I did.
Yeah.
Once
I
you've
mean, as
got
long
the
as you can
account,
hide your number, I think it's all right.
yeah. Once you've got the account, you could transfer it over to your any device you want, a computer, a tablet, whatever. Once you've opened the account, and that's what I did. So this, I don't have internet. I just have Wi-Fi on my tablet. I'm not using mobile internet, and you don't need to. That's the one thing, the only thing about Telegram that's a little bit shitty. Like you can join every other one without a phone, giving them your phone number. Ah, the sun is coming out.
Yeah, brilliant. It just left us here a couple of hours
It's
ago.
already
Just
here. It's
joined
over
you.
Michigan.
Just over
Yep.
the ocean, mate.
I can see the hint of it, and I can see the glimmer of sun coming through my window.
Nice one, man.
Another all-nighter for me. Good God. Killing myself. My eyes are getting See, this one, I'm actually resting my eyes as we speak. I'm getting some eye rest.
Oh, that's good. Definitely.
I need it. Stare at a computer monitor all day.
Oh, wow.
And when I'm
Yeah.
not, I stare at this, watching videos or just reading things on the internet. I read all the time on my tablet. And that's how I ruin my eyes. A lot of stuff, there wasn't videos. You got to dig through and read through a bunch of shit to find any information. It's all in like, so I scroll through a bunch of stuff and like a bunch of articles and a bunch of websites like that you don't necessarily go to that much, most people, and look for the nuggets and the sifting through lots of dirt to find the gold nugget.
Oh yeah, you use DuckDuckGo, I presume, or a better one.
Yes, I use that one, and I use the Brave browser.
Nice one.
But yeah, I use DuckDuckGo a lot, DuckDuckGo, and you know what? If you go on there, you can search for videos on YouTube that won't show up on YouTube search engine. The
Yeah,
YouTube
mate,
search
I've done
engine,
all that. That's how I made most of my videos. I ripped videos off the DuckDuckGo or the obscure videos. Like
you can
great
find
content.
them. They're
Great
still
content.
there. You could still find them, but the only way to get there is to, like DuckDuckGo, and then
Oh,
there's
exactly.
still some of them are still up on YouTube. I'm like, holy shit, it's still there. You can't find it. You could search the exact same words right in the title, and nothing will show up. So they got it on. It's in their hidden shadow banned accounts. I miss the old days, dude, and the old days were not that long ago. Like when I found Flat Earth, it was readily available. So were the other psyops that you can't talk about
Well,
anymore.
it's readily available somewhat today, like I said on TikTok, but it's not
Who
as
uses that? I
informative
mean,
because it's short content. No one uses it, but I'm talking
that's right.
about like younger
Kids use it.
generation.
Kids
Exactly.
use it for cat
And young
videos
adults use
playing.
it as well. No, it's
Yeah,
not just
yeah,
kids,
sure.
young adults use it. You'd be surprised how many fucking people use TikTok.
Well, I'm
Anyway,
just saying, as compared
not
to
yeah.
you,
So it's
compared to you,
unfortunate that it's not as informative and it's not like, YouTube, you can have long form content, 30 minutes, blah, 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 great content. And
I like
so it's,
short
it's, it's
videos,
really
man.
unfortunate.
I have a short attention span. I gotta watch everything at 2x, and
Oh, wow. Yeah.
if I can get the video like in 10 minutes or less, right? A 10-minute video or less. If it's an hour long or something, I mean, even at 2x, it's a half an hour to go through it. That's very time consuming to digest all that material, to dig through like all this stuff. And I have watched thousands and thousands of hours of videos, and I try to be selective because I don't have all the time in the world, but I do put a lot of time into it. And these people, they put these videos together. It takes a long time to make a video that long. Someone spent time to make an hour-long video. That's a lot of editing and searching for shit. Compile all the stuff to condense it into a video.
Yeah, man, exactly. You got to find it, just download it and hold on to this information and you can share it yourself.
I
Definitely.
have actually. You know what? I got a hard drive, an external hard drive. It's like 2 terabytes. I didn't fill it up, but I saved a lot of shit before they like 2020 when YouTube said they're going to derate and delist, and they did. They purged this whole channel called Mental Boost. He had all these videos about like directed energy weapon usage. Like he wouldn't speak in the video, right? He would just put the the video footage out there, and you draw your own conclusion. He didn't tell you what's going on. He just put it out there. I'm like, oh my god, this is some crazy shit. And he found it. He dug up a lot of interesting stuff. He went to
You say it was
9/11.
directed.
What's that?
Yeah, did he say it was directed energy?
He didn't speak. You draw your own conclusions. No, not at all. He just said, okay, this was, yeah, his channel wouldn't have lasted as long as it did. He didn't say anything. He just would post the shit. And I think everyone who watched the videos kind of already knew, right? You didn't have, it went without saying. The comment section knew because they would always post the shit, and sometimes you would give it likes, right? Like if I said, oh, who's doing this, like DEW, I like, and he might give it a thumbs up or like. So I think they know that he knew, and he knows what's going on. DEW, directed energy weapon.
Oh, sorry. You
Instead
said
of
Flat Earth was a psyop. What do you mean by that?
what?
Earlier, you said Flat Earth was a psyop. What do you mean by that?
Who said it was a psyop? Me? I did.
Yeah, you
I
said
did.
I discovered Flat Earth and blah 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 blah, and you can't talk about it or the other psyops.
Hey, Chunky, why are you twisting this man's tongue? You're just talking nonsense, man.
I'm not twisting his tongue. I'm asking a question.
I didn't refer to flat Earth as a psyop.
Oh, okay. So directed energy weapons psyop. But what do you mean by that?
No, it's not a psyop. Like what? I can't even understand you, dude. You're like roboting.
Like Voldemort? You can't. He who cannot be named.
Yeah, right. That's right.
What a cooked gun.
If you mean medical misinformation, you can't spread medical misinformation, but you can talk about the subject. People are talking about it all the time still.
No, we're talking about other things that are not. They're not something that's allowed to be talked about. It's on the do not talk about list, or else your server is on the shit list. So we don't talk about those things.
So, the question: how can something be a psyop if it can't be talked about?
Well, I don't
Not a
need to
very
talk
good
about it
illustration.
with you, but the people in the know already know. And if you don't know, then you need to go on TikTok and find it, because it's not part of the conversation.
Exactly. You got to go on TikTok. That's where all the flair shit is at the moment.
That's where all the real information is.
No, not really though, because it's short content. Like the point is, it's waking people up, but you're not going to get good content on there. Most of it's just like pointing you towards the truth, and you
But
got to
that's all
find.
you
You got to go
need.
on DuckDuckGo or something. Exactly, or you got to look in real life. You know, it's not
So,
hard.
If you had a 15-year-old kid and you wanted to wake him up to the truth, would you suggest that he go to school or TikTok?
No, neither. TikTok, I tell him, no, fucking no way he's going on TikTok. The cunt's not even
Where are
getting
you
the
going to
phone.
send them?
The cunt does
Where are you
he's
going to?
no access to the computer. Look, you teach him the information, and you should go outside and you run around the lawn and you show him a glass of water and you say, "Mate, we're not on a spinning ball," and he goes, "Wow," and he just connects with the world, so he knows what reality is.
So when I show my kids the lake and I show them that it curves, that's wrong.
No, the lake is not curving, mate. I don't know what lake you
Why
live
does it?
at, bro.
It's called Long Lake. Why does it look like it curves?
Maybe because water seems to move and there's all sorts of things. And if it's
No,
too hot of a day, maybe it looks like it.
it's better when
You're
it's
talking
still,
nonsense.
and it's
You know,
usually more still.
water bulges in the middle too. Like if you're talking about a really big lake, think about the water bouncing back and forth. You're going to have a bulge, and you're going to have, it appears the water is curving. Because I don't know what crap you're carrying on about right now, to be honest.
What?
I honestly don't.
Why
I don't even want to get into your idea of this lake. I'm not interested, mate.
Why does it bulge when it's not moving?
The water is moving, so therefore you're going to have a bulge in the middle, don't you think?
It's still. It's very still sometimes.
Okay, and tell me how you've seen this curve.
You get really close to the surface of the water.
Do you know the properties of water are to remain flat and level when at rest? It's all bodies of water. All bodies of water. There's not a high spot in the middle. It's all one uniform height. Like if you go,
I agree. I'm thinking of like the ocean and like moving water. But if
Are
you're
you
talking about a lake that's still, then it's flat and still. I agree, man.
Are you talking about equal elevation, or are you talking about
here. Here's what I'm talking about. There's a
No,
pic.
I
You can't see anything. I just posted a pic of the reflecting pool at the Washington Monument. It reflects the Washington Monument in its reflecting pool. Now, what you get is a perfect mirror image. There's no distortion whatsoever because the water is perfectly flat from end to end, and this is 3/8 of a mile long, over 2,000 feet long. And there's not 1 inch. There's not 1 inch of deviation over the entire surface. It's completely flat.
Are you getting close? Are you getting close to the surface, like millimeters from the surface, to check that out?
I'm getting a perfect mirror image, and if the water had any distortion, you wouldn't get a perfect mirror image. You would get a distorted reflection. Like if you've ever been to a fun house and the mirror is curved, it distorts your body. You might have really short legs or really long torso, or the reverse of that. It
Those
stretches.
mirrors are distorted more over 8 feet or whatever than that lake is over the 3/8 of a mile or whatever.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. You're still
Yeah,
not going to get
absolutely it does.
going to get a mirror image. To get a mirror image, you need a perfectly flat surface. Your mirrors that you have in your house are produced on liquid tin. There's a liquid tin bath that the glass floats over, and the top half has a roller, a steel roller. So it's sandwiched between a steel roller and a liquid bed of tin. That's how the glass is made perfectly flat on liquid, because liquid is flat. If it's tin or if it's water, they're both flat.
Because the mirror in my bathroom is only about 3 by 5.
If you bend it the slightest amount, you will see it. Like your eyeglasses have a very small bend in your eyeglass lens, but it creates a huge magnification or difference. If you distort the window panes on your house, any bit of distortion, you're going to pick it up. Your windows will look like shit if they had any deviation. You need
If you have
really
a couple,
flat
if you have a
glass.
couple centimeters, if you have a couple centimeters deviation on that reflecting pool, you're saying it won't reflect?
No, if it will distort. If you're looking out your window and the glass is not perfectly flat, you're going to see distorted images out your window. Say you're looking at your car
How
in the
much
driveway. The window
how much
glass on your
distortion
house
will
is
it
pretty flat. Like within a
have? Guy,
thousandth
can
of
you
an
hear
inch,
me?
less than a thousandth of an inch.
Awesome. How distorted will it be, the reflecting pool?
Well, it's how distorted. How do you describe that? How distorted? Enough that it wouldn't pass quality control.
How do you know that?
Because they
I don't know how to
demand
do
high
that.
standards, though. You can't have shit windows that look like
No. We're talking about the reflecting pool. Don't bring up windows.
oh, the reflecting pool is flat as water can be. It's dead flat.
Yes. No.
There's no
It's level.
deviation.
How do you know that? Did you measure that?
It's level because all water is at rest. That water is no different than the water in your swimming pool or whatever, your fish aquarium. It's the same H2O.
Mate, don't even bother with Chunky. He has no idea what he's talking about. I think
Yeah,
what
it
you
seems
said
that
was
way.
it was absolutely brilliant. You know, water is flat and still, and it's mirror picture perfect, right? It's a reflection. What other, metals? Think about what other objects perfectly reflect.
They have to be perfect. Otherwise, the image is shit. The image is not going
It's
to be a
distorted,
mirror
exactly.
duplicate. Yeah.
Why do geodetic surveyors not agree that water is flat?
Well, that's a blanket statement. You're going to blanket everyone to assume that? You're assuming that all of them?
Oh, I'm sure there's probably a couple that are ignorant, but in general,
That's like you saying, why do all airline pilots think the Earth is a globe? That's just not a true statement. Like airline pilots, they do speak of it and they know it's flat, but a lot of them don't speak on the record that it's flat because it's not good for their job. Like a lot of them have lost their job that speak out about this. So why would you?
How many have lost their job?
Like I'm going to take a survey. If it's
a
even
lot.
one, if it's one, it's too much. Nobody should lose
Okay,
their job over their. Nobody should lose their job over their opinion.
What was his name of the person that lost their job because they said the Earth was flat?
I'll show you one.
No, what was his name? You don't need to show it to me.
I will. I will get his name.
And how did you verify he was a pilot? So is
Google Earth guy, I think his name's Thomas Wilkerson. Still looking for that that pic that I had. He was a Google lead
sorry, what's his
developer.
name?
Thomas Wilkerson. He was a Google Earth developer, and he came out and said the Earth is flat, and he knows it is, and because of the work he does, and he got fired for disclosing something like that.
How did the wrongful dismissal suit go?
Well, I don't know. Here's a screenshot of it. Google Earth lead developer sacked, exposing NASA lies. Hold on, Thomas Wilkerson.
Where was that information?
I'll show you. It was in a video. I
No, just
screenshotted it.
okay.
You could go search his name. Go search
It
his name.
sounds like a news source. Was it a legitimate news source, or is it just some guy on YouTube or
Just
TikTok or whatever?
go search the guy's name and see what you find, man.
I'm
Go on.
driving, guy.
Well,
Do you
when
have
you get a
how to use
minute,
your voice?
Google Earth. I'm telling you who it is.
30 minutes.
You
Okay,
can
Thomas
find it.
Wilkerson. How did you validate that he A, worked for Google, and B, was fired because he said Earth was
Because
flat?
there's articles on the internet. You can search
From
articles.
where?
DuckDuckGo. Go on DuckDuckGo.
That's not is that a source of news, or is that a search engine?
Go find it. It's a source of information.
Right. Is it a news source?
You know what it is? It's a search engine.
Okay. So where does it link you to legitimate news sources that agree with this information?
Well,
Wall Street Journal,
you
New
get
York
a lot of
Times.
stuff. Go search. You get lots of results. Finds the ones that are relevant and read them.
Which ones are relevant? The ones that agree with you?
What do you mean that agree with me? It's either true or it's not.
Right.
It doesn't have to agree with me. It's just a statement that he was fired. So I mean, it's there.
Who made the statement?
Dude, quit. Would you just shut up already, dude? You're annoying me.
Really?
Yeah.
So people that challenge you annoy you?
No, you're just being annoying. And if you want to find out, go do your own investigation, dude.
It sounds like you have to believe something first.
It's not. I'm not here to spoon feed you.
No.
You have a phone. Use it.
Uh-huh. Do you have a brain?
Yeah, and it's bigger than yours. My IQ is bigger than yours, and I'll fucking mop the floor with you.
This kind of stops conversation. It would just be easier if you go, hey, did you know about this thing? We go, how can you tell us about it? And then you go, sure. Let me read you a bit out of this article. Like, make a claim. Somebody goes, can you support it? And then you go, no, you support my claim. You do the Googling.
He doesn't want to know. He just wants to be an idiot, and he wants to be like an antagonist.
And like if I said, first of all, you said, where's your proof for that? Do you think it would be reasonable for me to go to Google? Just go online? Like, say why I think something and then support it.
Can you try reconnecting? I could barely make out. You're like roboting out really bad. Can you try like reconnecting?
I just think if you're going to make claims that somebody got fired from Google, you find out.
Bro, nobody can hear you.
He's all roboting out. Yeah, this was the woman, Linda Auerslut, lost her job for she was a pilot. He's driving. He shouldn't be driving and talking on Discord. He should be driving the car. You can't do both. Here, let me argue on Discord in a voice chat while I'm trying to drive. People who text and drive and people who even like trying to talk on Discord and drive, it's a no-no. You know what's funny is how cheap Google is. You would think they'd have better workstations and desks than this. It looks like some cheap ass furniture and like computer equipment. It's like, damn, would have thought it'd be better.
Why incognito? Hey, Jason, you there, man?
What's up?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you might have been the Jason with the English accent.
Oh no, not me.
Yeah.
You're good.
Sorry, my bad.
No problem.
Mic check. Coffee
What
check.
up? We hear you.
Okay. What's going on there, Jimmy?
What up? What up?
Yo. Raining again. How you doing? We got the torrential downpours here.
Yeah, it's still raining over here. I know. Rainy ass week.
Torrential.
Yeah. How we doing, Snacks? What do we got on the menu for today? Yeah, man, it's been gloomy over here for friggin' weeks now. Feels like. Hey, hello, McFly. Uh, Hello. I'm talking to you, kiddo. How we doing? How we doing? Come on, bud. We gotta get up. We gotta get up. Come on, kiddo. We gotta get up. Come on, we gotta get up. Hurry up. Come on, we gotta get up. We gotta get up. We gotta get up. Get up and at 'em. Are you crazy leg swinging little kid? Are you a crazy leg swinging little kid? You're gonna break your foot, man. You're gonna break your foot, man. Come on. Come on. Oh, I was hot waking that whole time. My bad. Can't get this kid out of bed. Shit, I didn't want to get out of bed this morning. Awesome conversations yesterday. I love those. I love those megalithic structures stuff. Was it a busy night in here? Snacks, do you ever sleep? I'm just curious. Asking for a friend.
Test, test. Anybody there?
Yeah, we're here. We're here. What's up?
Nada, senor.
Morning. Anybody here? Come on, who am I gonna have coffee? Well, I'll sit here if new people come in and I'll say hi. We can get the room started. New person. Nobody's here to talk to. Okay. I mean, I don't blame you guys. Sometimes I like to come in here with my morning cup of coffee and just listen to you guys, to the conversation. So this weekend's gonna be a full moon. It's gonna be kind of interesting for me because it's going to be the first Hebrew month for me. So then in 14 days, I'll have my Passover. And so I'm looking for a celestial event. I could talk to myself, so I just don't want to have dead air time. Hello? Anybody there? Nobody's talking. Anyways, so I'm looking for the celestial events. Like in Book of Enoch, it talks about the stars that lead, like the sun and the moon. And so I'm looking for Hamal. It is actually, I gotta see. It was still behind the Rakia. Hi. Nobody's talking, so I'm just kind of talking to myself. If you don't want to talk, I understand as well because I like to come in here and
I'm working. I'm just listening.
yeah, well, you're just listening. Okay. I just want to get the room started. I like to come in here, and when I'm in here in the morning, like I'm listening to you guys, I'm waking up, I'm doing my little things, I'm having my cup of coffee with you guys. That's what it's always about. So I jumped in and nobody was talking. And then I was like, okay, I'll just talk to myself. So I was literally saying this weekend, I'm so excited because it's full moon on Saturday, which I believe full moon is new moon for a bunch of different reasons. But anyways, this is going to be the first, by my calculations, and a couple people that I follow. Well, one person really. It's going to be the first day of the first Hebrew month because of it's called Abib, and I'm looking for Hamal to lead the moon as it's full, as it's setting, and I'm looking for I'm looking for Spica, which is also Abib, the star Abib, to lead the moon as it's the full moon as it's setting, and then I'm looking for Hamal, which I think means lamb. A lamb, to lead the sun as it's rising. So it's pretty cool because last month was the 13th month because we didn't see the celestial stars that I just told you about, the celestial event. I'm trying to track it. Oh yeah, Hamal is definitely leading the sun right now. It looks like it must have made a move yesterday. I'm looking on my star chart, my star app. I mean, and I'm only talking so we don't have dead air. I don't really. Oh no, Spica? Oh wow, Spica's not even I bet you Speak is gonna move, make its move. What's today? Tuesday? Probably by Thursday. Anyways, I'll post it. Not like really anybody cares, but I'm talking to myself, and that's kind of dangerous. I could talk to myself all day long. No, I posted the wrong place. Well, I guess we have to wait a few more minutes for somebody else to come in and start talking. Okay. What does Habibi mean? What does it mean? Hi, Don. Welcome to the chat that's not chatting.
Sorry, morning.
Nobody's really talking, so I was just kind of filling the air with my
I just joined
biblical.
to hear you talk to yourself.
Nobody else is talking, so I was like, people are going to come in, somebody's going to talk, and we'll get the room started for the day. I just typically come in here and listen to you guys in the AM, chime in every now and then. I like to have my coffee with you guys. Yeah, right? You got to start the room somehow. I mean, that's what Jeremy's so good about it, and Gio and Schuler. I've never talked to Schuler. You're everywhere, but you don't say anything. How is that possible? I mean, I can not say anything for a little while, and if I don't know much about the topic, but the minute that I know a little bit about the topic and I have something to say, then I'm gonna say something. Shines is in here, not talking. It's early for her though. She's in the West Coast.
I'm a bit triggered by this as above, so below guy in the chat.
It's a new day. Let's choose not to be triggered. I mean, like, I hear you sometimes. But that's what he's here to do, right?
Yeah, I'll get over it. It's only anything for me, but I just thought I'd tell you my recent emotions.
Well, update us all. Like what? I haven't read it. He said you can be my Habibi. I don't know what that means.
Oh, he's came here, wanted a flat Earth avatar, even though he wasn't really a flat Earther.
Yeah, I thought
He's
it was a flat earther.
arguing space is fake to people, and really telling them you should accept my evidence. I've got evidence that it's fake. But then at the same time, he's saying to other people, "Why would you ever believe there's a group of people that can control things?" That's contradictory, right? Those two worries.
Funny that you mentioned that because, I talked to my brother and he's like, it's too big of a conspiracy. Are you kidding me? It would take too many components and too many people and blah, blah. So, I've been chipping away at him for years and years. And so I sent him this really good video. I thought it was good. It was like 45, 50 minutes on who pretty much owns everything. And he didn't watch it, and then I sent it to him in December, a year later. I think it was exactly like a year later, and it took him a couple days, and he goes, "I set time aside and to watch it," and he was like, "Even the hardcore conspiracy deniers, would have to, couldn't deny what's in this video." And he
Right.
goes in a power in a few small hands in a small group is not good for humanity. I'm like, duh. I mean,
I believe a lot of these documentaries, when they set up the context, after about 20, 30 minutes, they are convincing, even to people that are not into conspiracies, but they never choose to watch them, so they avoid getting red pilled.
well, and then I woke up to my brother sending me, okay, so Tucker Carlson, are you here in the States?
No, I've been following it a bit. I don't mind him, but I know he's getting a hard time at the minute.
Well, I mean, a buddy of mine sent me a week ago Sunday. He sent me, "What are your thoughts on Tucker?" And I said, "Well, actually, I've been shocked at the amount of truth that he's dropping, that he's sharing. I can't believe it." And then he sent me. I said, he's either, trying to trick us, and he's going to, you know, start mixing in the lies, or he's going to get fired, or they're going to kill him. That literally the next day, he got fired. And my buddy sent me a speech that he gave at some Heritage Foundation. It was so good. Anyways, so it's been going all over Instagram at very tiny bits. And in the very beginning, because he was like, he's like, you have to stand up. He said, I commend those people that are standing up and at the cost of their job, their livelihood. And then he said, here I am, Paul on trial. And oh, I just saw my name. And I sent it to my brother, and I said, "Do you know what he means about Paul on trial?" Waited a few minutes. He must have Googled it. He goes, wasn't Paul a Jew? And then he converted. I go, well, he was a Hebrew from the line of Benjamin, but
But I say as well. I say that.
What's that?
I say they're all Jews, all of those Romans.
All those what? I couldn't hear you.
All the Romans, including Paul, I think they were Jesuit Jews.
Well, I mean, it's funny that you say the Jesuits. I mean, there's so many things that we could talk about that, right? I mean, Rome has been.
I mean, it doesn't matter. Paul was still Paul. I was just saying I agree with.
Yeah, but anyways, I'm chipping at my brother, and he sent me something this morning that was really, really good. It was about Marxism, and it was really good. So people are waking up. As long as we are.
There's progress, isn't it? When you get through to your family.
My mom, she's so red pill, but she's in her 70s, early 70s, and she's just like, well, this is the younger people's fight. And it's like, Mom, you're in really good health. This is probably going to happen in your lifetime.
Very interesting sentence, though. Someone
Right.
in the older generation to say it's not their problem, it's ours.
Yeah, they do say that. And then, so my brother, I talked to him, and he's like, knows they're talking about the CBD, central bank digital coin, CBDC. And he's like, that's never going to happen in our lifetime. I go, it's going to happen before probably the end of 2025. He's like, no. So we have $100 bet. And I was like, we should bet more. But anyways, our friends and family, they are listening. And we just have to be, I have to change my approach. Like, I can't get so upset. Like, what are you kidding me? Like, what do you, like, what do you not understand? And so me getting upset because he's not receiving what I say is putting a stumbling block before him. So, it's this funny dichotomy. We have to care enough to share, but not care so much that we are attached to the outcome. That's a fine line, wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
That's a hard line to walk.
There's a good Canadian woman. She's older, called Pollyanna, and she makes really good videos. And I think she might help some people. I'll find you a link anyway.
Mm-hmm. I'd appreciate that. So back to Tucker. So my brother, I was shocked at the amount of truth that they were allowing on mainstream media. And so my brother ended up asking what happened to Paul in the Bible. And I was like, well, I mean, we don't know exactly. A lot of people think they got his head chopped off, which that's what they say in the end times. The saints are going to get their heads chopped off, essentially. So I don't know. We have to question everything.
I never listened to the mainstream media. What is Tucker Carlson spewing as truth now?
Well, he's gone. They fired him. I mean, he was talking about, well, he was the only one that went and listened. I don't, okay, so let me preface. I don't own a TV. I haven't watched TV. I woke up to that nonsense in 2008, and I would watch movies, but I don't even do that now. He was talking about January 6th. I think he showed some footage. He was talking about the war in Ukraine. He was talking about, let's see, what other things. I mean, like
It's
the
January 6th. What's January 6th?
oh, there was this whole stupid storyline plot that there was an insurrection on.
Oh, that
I
thing that
mean,
happened at the Capitol.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Like I really don't want to
What's
even
his
give it.
What's his take on what happened at the Capitol that year?
Oh, he got the footage. And he actually the footage, I believe, got somebody out. They had people wrongfully in jail for that. I mean, like that's just a small component to the bigger plan. The shape of the earth is brings it all together, I think, spiritually, because you think, okay, why are they lying? Do they really want the money? Do they really want the power? No, man, they want to go back to the Tower of Babel, right? One language, one king, and back then it was Nimrod, right? He was a mighty man. So I don't know how that happened. If he, was a chimera, he mixed some genetics. I have no idea about that. Um, but the shape of the earth is it's so it brings everything together to me anyways. I have to preface that because maybe it doesn't for a lot of people. But it made things a lot more clearer. I knew about the New World Order in 2008 when I woke up. And then in 2017 when I kind of had a spiritual conversion, um, I saw it in the scriptures, and I'm like, dang. So this is a spiritual battle. Whether people want to, you know, believe that or not, it is. We have the physical, we have the spiritual, and what else would you say that we have?
I think that's it.
Mental,
Those two.
mental. I
Uh,
mean, our thoughts. That's something,
I think that's a bit of both the mind, the spiritual and physical.
right? Mind, body, and yep. Where do you live, Don?
I live in southeast UK.
Ooh, how's it going over there?
Uh, we've got a Muslim mayor of London, so not that great, but we're quite rich, so that's good.
Hey, you know what? Yeah, May yeah, May 6th. Aren't you that's what I find very interesting. Aren't you guys coronating your king on May 6th? It's a full moon as well.
Yes, new king, yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
School has had to, well, my girlfriend works in a school, she's had to build out of anything they can find the little Catholic orb with the cross sticking out the top, a scepter, and crowns, and each class is going to have their own little LARPing king to play along with the royals.
I mean, you're probably more familiar with feudalism than we are over here, but it seems like that's where we're headed.
What's feudalism again?
I'm looking that up again. It's where the they have lords. Okay, it says a dominant social system in medieval Europe in which nobility held lands from the crown. And doesn't the royal family own like all the land and like pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So here it is. Here. Let me.
They sort of hide it under national trust. I'm pretty sure it's still the royals that own it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I just remember hearing this. Like I don't know, like 6 months ago or something. Here, I'll post that and read it. But this seems like seems like where we're going. The dominant social system in medieval Europe, in which the nobility held lands from the crown in exchange for military service, and vassals were in turn tenants. That would be us, right? Of nobles, while
That
peasants.
sounds familiar.
What's that?
I said that sounds real familiar. Like sounds like what's going on right today.
Right, but we might be the peasants. So we're okay. So the vassals
No,
were.
it's familiar, but it was different back in the medieval ages. You were granted land and you were a free sovereign citizen. This was back before colonial times, right?
Right.
So
Well,
Right.
you
Yeah.
had
Exactly.
actual pure rights back in the medieval ages. So I don't think it's good to relate that time to today. You know what I mean?
Well, but they're attacking. They're going to get their one world government and their one world monetary system and a one world religion. I'm sorry to say, I'm not trying to be negative or anything, but they absolutely get it. And this seems to be the way they're going to get it. And so we have over here the US, right? They're breaking us down morally, economically, racially, like, you name it. And then in Europe, then they're breaking like colonization. Whatever you guys did is now going to be bad, right? So that's what they're going to use against you. In my
Well,
opinion.
it's gaslighting, isn't it, Blaze?
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah.
pure gaslighting.
Yeah,
Making us
absolutely.
seem like we're the crazy ones and we've done the wrong when we would, nothing like that.
Exactly.
No, we were the slaves. The white people were the slaves the whole time. We
Exactly.
just didn't know about
Exactly.
it.
Who
We were
cut
made.
down
We're
Blah?
being
You're
made the
Aussie.
We were made the
Blah, you're
scapegoats
Aussie.
for
Who,
the.
mate? Who cut down all the trees in our country and who paved all the roads in our country and who built
It was
all
the
the buildings?
elites. We
No,
we
it
had no
was
say
us.
in
It was the
anything.
slaves. It was the Irish immigrants. It was the convicts.
The elites did
Right.
it. That's funny.
We were
Yeah, but
slaves.
we
The
had no
elites,
control
the
over
elites,
anything.
the elites funded. The point is, the elites funded us white people, us Aussies, to fucking farm on this land and build Australia for what it is, right?
Mm.
And now it's just an international terminal. The ancestors don't get what they fucking built. It's just for everyone now.
I
So we
believe
were the slaves, like you said.
Yeah, I believe the United States was built to fail, right? So, I'm coming to the realization that the slogan is, "Oh yeah, the United States was created for religious freedoms." Yeah, well, I'm finding out that our founding fathers, call no one father on earth, right? Sure, they believed in God, not sure exactly which God. They just didn't believe in the Messiah. And so when you look at the Constitution and it talks about, our God-given right, there's no talk in Messiah. They wanted to get out from underneath that. So also the Jesuits countered the Reformation. The Reformation was huge. And, a lot of people were fleeing from the persecution. So that's it's a spiritual battle when you break it down, and the shape of the earth. Hey, attack the creator by attacking his creation, making everybody feel like they're nothing. You're just a speck. Who do you think you are? You're not important. You're not the center of the universe. Get to
Definitely.
work.
Well
Yeah.
said.
Blaze, I posted a link for the amazing Polly.
Okay.
I know what liberal people are
Oh, I
like.
know
They
who she
can't.
is. Yeah.
Oh, you do know her?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. No, I find she connects better with older people. She has this magic touch to talk. I found but the
How much
problem with
money?
liberal.
How much money do you have to pay for a interview with this woman?
No idea. I've only discovered it recently. I did see her
You have
videos
to
a few
pay
years ago
money
with the
to.
COVID hoax.
You have to pay
COVID
money to talk
conspiracy.
to her, or it's just free video.
Oh, she got her haircut.
Blah,
sure
it's
he
a
has
I
free
don't
videos
know.
video,
on
The
or
link's
do
in
you
local. Just
pay?
check it out. But anyway, look. The
Yeah,
problem
bro.
is, I know what liberal people are like. They can't navigate videos, and they don't. They lose interest very quickly. So they got short attention spans. So this is the problem with the liberals, leftists. You know?
It's a problem for a
So
lot of us.
you're right wing, blah.
I'm extreme right wing, off the charts.
Yeah, well, guess what, blah? Many people consider me far alt right. What do you think about that?
But
how about
look,
we say,
I don't believe in the left right paradigm. I just
yeah,
believe it's a
I don't believe
conspiracy.
it either.
I
But
only
that's what you
believe in
call
what.
me. If you call me anything, be far alt right.
Yeah, but okay, I get it. But the thing is, the Andrews government and their cronies, they've always weaponized this left right paradigm to control people.
Well,
Left
exactly. They want
controls
to
people
sound
in
me to sound.
universities.
They want me to sound exactly, blah. They want me to sound evil when I say that. Me to sound bad or
Yeah,
edgy.
you
That's
just
not the
don't use that
case at all.
terminology. That's the point, because you're playing into the government's conspiracies, right?
Exactly. I don't
It's
use
like,
that terminology.
yeah.
I
If
never
someone
use that because
if
it's a
someone
bit.
uses that, I always counter it by saying, "Oh, don't give me that government propaganda."
Well, because there's a joke, but that's the point. That's the point. If you're going to put me in anything, that's what it is. But obviously, that's not what I am. I'm probably the most loving person you'll ever meet in your life.
Right.
Yep,
Yeah, it's
exactly right.
just that I don't believe in government control. Like, I try to consider myself
Yep.
more libertarian, but I don't like libertarian
I'm a
stance on a
libertarian.
lot of
That's what it
issues.
is, mate. Libertarian.
Yeah.
Blah. Free cannabis, psilocybin, free MDMA, all legal. You have
Yeah,
clubs
no,
going till 6
that's where I
a.m.
draw the line. No, I just don't want the government. I don't want the government in my life at all, because
Oh,
they're
exactly. But
controlled
what can we
opposition, and
do,
they're
man?
all corrupt. All of them are
Well,
corrupt, and they're all far
well,
left right.
blah. I know a few other Aussies that are looking to start a resistance. I think we have to get a telegram going.
yeah, but
Yeah,
they
no,
have it
I'm not going
surrounded.
to go down this path because it has to be. The problem is, dude,
Yeah, you're right,
it
mate. I'm
has to
fucking
be
with you.
done. No, you do what you want. I'm not trying to do that, but I just don't see how that's going to work, because the government will just weaponize everything we do against
Yeah,
the
because
immigrants,
exactly.
because
No,
it's
it's not
us
the
against the
government.
immigrants now, right? The government has
Exactly.
labeled all white people as Nazis and right wingers and
Exactly.
control freaks, whatever, when it's them who are the right wing conspiracy theorists and the Nazis, right?
Like
So
bringing
Exactly.
back the
it's a
Well,
Catholics.
we
play.
know who they are. We know who they are. It's all a play. We know who they are, and
Yeah.
we knew who they were back in Nazi Germany. We've known this. We've known this for many years.
Okay, the whole history of
So,
Germany is
so
wrong.
blood,
Unless you know the true history, you probably shouldn't discuss it
okay, but I'm
unless you
talking
know
about
it
the
from there.
reptilians that are running the government. Okay, so the people that you're talking about, whether they be Jew or not, they're reptilian. Essentially, that's what we refer to them as. Anyway, blood tech.
Yeah.
I forgot what I was even talking about.
No, you're right.
It happens.
Look, I don't want to
I
get
had a
involved.
good point. I fucking forgot.
No, I don't want to skew your ideas on what you want to do. I'm not trying to influence you or anything or anyone.
But
I
isn't the
just like
truth?
discussing topics.
Sorry, but isn't the truth? It's like our time of gathering and coming together is pretty much over, because they own the technology that we now use to do it. So the grassroots approach, I mean, okay, but that's going to be even harder. Like, how do we assemble now? I mean, it seems like
Yeah, I know.
I
That's the big
I hate
problem.
to
It's
sound so
just
defeatist, but I have a good attitude about it, because I mean, you just it's coming, and they're probably gonna, have a cyber attack, a worldwide cyber attack, right? And then they're gonna bring in, after 3 months of sheer purge, the movie
Mhm.
Purge gone live, then people are gonna be
You just
begging
mentioned the
for it.
CBDCs, yeah, a couple
Mhm.
minutes ago.
Yeah.
That's why they're destroying the American economy. That's done by design to force you guys into the CBDC.
Right.
You're not going to have
And
a choice. It's like, oh, we're bankrupt, but I'll give you 20,000 credits on your phone if you sign up now. Oh,
right.
wow, I've got no choice. That's what's going to
Exactly.
happen.
Well, and here's the
Mm.
thing. I'm a spiritual person. I'm not religious because that is man-made. I have a Messiah, and I do lean towards the Bible and the books that they took out that explain a lot of the end times scenarios, the end of the age scenarios. And so, so I have to sit here and say, okay, what is going to be the deciding factor? Because it tells us that, the mark of the beast, and you will not be able to buy or sell. And I'm like, okay, so how will I know? But for me, what's coming up is, we'll have to take an oath, right? Somehow they're going to it's going to have to be willing. You're going to have to willingly take it. It's not going to be forced upon you, in my opinion. So if you take an oath, allegiance, we have an allegiance. We, as a child, we used to do the allegiance to the flag.
Yeah.
I've,
But
I'm like, oh,
the past 3 years, that's the model they're giving us for the next couple of years. That's how they're going to play it out. If you come join us, we'll give you this. But if you don't, you got to stand out in the dark. You can't enter the restaurant. Yeah.
fugitive.
If you don't worship a Jewish Messiah, you can't go to the afterlife.
Well, I mean, that's another topic. My Messiah
I'm
was
just saying that could be
Hebrew.
that could be
The
the
line
mark
of
of the beast or one of them.
Say that again. I walked right all over you. Sorry.
It could be one of the marks of the beast. One way to get you is to make you believe in a Jewish Messiah so that they can take over the world.
Well, I mean, see, you know what? It's so sad because they've really embedded this. What have you ever thought about what's the ish on that part? Jew-ish? What's the ish, right?
It's
I mean,
mostly Semite believes in Yahweh.
well, but they don't believe in the same God of the Bible. That's a fact. They put more. My
Well,
Messiah
the first Bible they do.
Well, I mean, my Messiah came to expose religion, right? The Pharisees and the Sadducees that were all about traditions. Um, he came to just say, no, like you have one doctrine. That is it. And so we've been dealing with all of these, other religions. If you can't beat them, join them, and give them so many different religions, pit religion against each other. So if you could show me some information that biblically that could back up what you're saying, I would definitely look at that.
It's a lot.
Because here's the thing. This is and SE, I'm glad you're here. Welcome to the morning chat. Nobody was talking, so I had to do it myself, talking to myself with my coffee.
Good morning, Blaze, and everybody.
Blaze on.
Yeah. Hey, Snacks. Yeah, hey everybody that just got here. I like to welcome people. But anyways, this is such a perfect time for like SE always has, it's the Jewish. Listen, this is what they've told us. This is the lie. Israel is a people, not a state. The Bible talks about Israel. He got his name changed from Jacob. 12 sons, 12 tribes. What happened to the 11 other tribes? Right? You don't hear about that. So the Bible picks up in the New Testament like, oh, well, Jesus did everything. He did away with the law and he did everything. And there you go. And just love and da-da-da. No, that is not what you're supposed to do. That's part of the deception. And
I think I'll change what I'm saying. It's not about Jesus, the Jewish psyop, having the wrong Messiah. I think I more meant the mark of the beast could be any trick of the mind to get you into one of their paradigms. So we have to be careful with every idea.
yeah, okay, so the Bible says it's a beast, right? It's a beast rising out of the sea. Well, that's what the United States did. So it's a system. The beast is a system. It's not like a real beast or anything like that. The beast is in the book of Daniel and the book of Revelation. It's not a person. It's a system. Sure, there will be a person on top of that leading, that we will be looking for. Yeah, but it's a system, right? So that CBD system that's coming, the cashless society that's coming, yeah. But for me, I'm looking for when Jerusalem is surrounded, that to me, it's going to bring on World War III.
Don't you
Even
worry that
Albert Pike talks about that.
don't you worry that you're in a Jewish paradigm with
See,
their
but you see,
prophecy?
well, but see, it's not Jewish, right? It's the Bible. It's all our creators, and there's a certain select,
Well,
and I think it's the Edomites. The Bible says it's the Edomites.
doesn't
The
matter who wrote it, even if it was Romans talking about Jews and Arabs. I'm saying, don't you worry that puts you into a Jewish paradigm because
no,
it's
because
about Israel and it's about a Jewish Messiah.
no, because you're not understanding what I'm saying. It's not about Jews. They were called Hebrews, right? And Hebrew means you crossed over, because Abraham, he wasn't a Jew. He was a Gentile, infidel. He became
real.
a Hebrew. It even says that, because it talks about Abraham was from, oh my gosh, forgive me, I'm forgetting, a Canaanite or something like that. And then a few chapters later, it says Abraham the Hebrew, right? Hebrew was a name that our creator gave people that crossed over. Everybody's welcome. The feasts are God's.
That's what I
His
mean by
instructions are
Jewish.
his.
When I say
Pardon me?
Jewish, I mean those people that believe in that stuff from that time and
Yeah,
onwards.
but if you really realize what's happening, those people over there occupying Jerusalem are not the children of, I mean, I'm sure some of them are, and when I talk about that, I'm talking about the world leaders over there. It's not
You still
necessarily
think there's an actual proper children, like a certain bloodline that's holy?
well,
That worries
bloodlines,
me.
it doesn't matter.
It
No.
worries me.
No, but there are the children of Judah, right? Judah, Yahudim, not Jewish, right? There's the Messiah's from the line of Judah, and he's a Hebrew. He's not Jewish, right? But that's part of the whole plan. They're tricking you, Don,
You really
into
think
believing these people are
there's one?
Edomites.
You really think there's one correct God that you can follow from the New Testament, and all the other ones are fake gods?
No, there's one God, and then there's one Messiah.
That's what I'm saying. You think that there's only one, and there's only one, and all the others are wrong ideas.
Well, I mean, all the other ones I don't care about. I'm going straight to the top, the one that claims he created everything, heaven, earth, the land, everything
Yeah,
above and below. Like
and I'm
I'm
telling
going.
you, the people that wrote that are the same people that you don't like.
No, well, no. See, here's the thing. I am against the Edomites. I'm not really. The Bible tells me I can't hate them, although I'm working on not hating them. But so what's happening is there's a battle, because there was an oldest son who the youngest son usurped and stole the birthright, and then became a really good person, essentially repented and all that stuff. So there's a battle from the son that his heirs, Esau, that they believe that land is theirs, and I believe that's what's happening. The heirs of the oldest brother
But are you not
is
playing
trying.
into that? Why don't you denounce that there's any holy land or holy people?
Well, why would I do that? Because I know, I believe in the stories of the Bible and a few of the
Well,
scriptures that they took out. Have
yeah,
you ever heard of,
I think it's super foolish.
well, but, I mean, people read novels all the time, but this one seems to me to be super naturally written, because
But it makes
I
you racist spiritually.
no, because he welcomes everybody, because,
You're saying
Joseph.
there was a holy chosen people and a holy chosen
No,
place.
but you don't understand. If you would read the Bible, then you would know that anybody was welcome, as long as they followed the instructions to be set apart in the world. Joseph had two sons, and so they were, grafted in. They Anybody can join, right? The Bible is about a people that our creator took to be set apart to follow him, because he's in a battle with some angels, some sons of God, some fallen watchers that defied him.
You realize the Jews had their own law, and Moses' law is very similar.
Well, I don't You keep saying the Jews.
The
Okay, first of
Semites
all,
and the Hebrews.
the Bible tells us that they're God's laws and they're God's feasts.
I
They're
know
not
it
the
says
Jews.
that, but how would you know?
Well, because at some point I have to have a trusting heart, and the Bible tells me if I don't love the truth, then He's going
Well,
to send me a strong
Blaze, what
delusion.
what if I wrote a book now with laws? Would you give your heart to that truth?
No.
So you take the old rabbis' laws with your heart better than my laws for some
No.
reason.
Okay, so I don't understand. How did you get that? Because I follow the scriptures, not
The
rabbis. Because
scriptures'
my Messiah.
laws are the same based on Moses' laws that come before them, based on Jewish law that come before that, the Talmud.
God gave the instructions, the laws to Moses. They're not Moses's laws, right? It was
Yeah,
through
but
Moses.
that's the claim, but I don't know how you'd prove that. The fact that they come from Jewish men and they're the same as what they want society to be like is
You're
kind of
just
suspicious, right?
I'm with you on a few of the people running the world and stuff like that, but they're not okay. So, sure, Jew-ish, whatever, but don't let them represent that. They do not represent the scriptures that I follow. I can tell you factually, they don't. They prop up the Talmud way more. And I'm not trying to be rude to a certain particular people. It's a deception.
A very clever psyop, in my belief. They set up Jesus to be a sacrificial victim, but it still leads people to worship the Jewish God.
Well, it's not a Jewish
Trick.
God.
It's a
Stop
trick.
saying that. He's Hebrew. He's a God of the Hebrew. He's a
That's what I
God.
mean
He
by
doesn't
Jew.
have a label, but he is the God of the Hebrews. Anybody's welcome if you cross over and you want to be set apart in this world. And here's the thing. He gives you the ability to have free will. You can choose whatever you want. The people that are running the world, they want to take that choice away. They want to take the God-given rights to choose your free will. They're taking that away. Okay? That's not
Yeah, but
him.
so did Romans 13 say to take that away.
No, okay, we're supposed to follow the instructions as long as it doesn't go against a Torah. If it goes against a Torah, game on. Take up arms. Whatever.
It's supposed to go against the Torah, so you think it's different.
Well, what does that mean?
It reads as if it's different, but the conclusion of believing it is the same as believing the Torah, only you're a Gentile version of a believer instead of a Jewish version.
I'm a Hebrew. I've crossed over, so I'm not a
I don't know
Gentile.
what that means. I don't know.
I know, right? Look it up. It's interesting, and I really appreciate
How
this
do you change your
conversation.
race by crossing over?
It's not a race. It's a belief. It's a practice. It's a doctrine.
Hebrew is a group of people with blood. It's not just a
No,
practice, is it?
it's not blood. Absolutely not.
The
Because
whole language of people.
it's a
It's
people
not, it
of
doesn't just
belief.
refer to the practice.
Anybody like you don't know the story about Ruth. She was a Moabite, and she changed her belief, and that's the line that Messiah came through. Rahab was a prostitute. She was like from the Canaanites area, and she's the one that brought Boaz that married Ruth. And so both of those were grafted in. They were not blood. So that destroys your premise right there. Sorry, Don. So I understand, when people don't read for themselves and they hear this and they hear that, and then you have a few select running the world, and then it's made to believe that, and even it's Zionism, right? And then you even have these Christian Zionists that believe that, oh, those people, God brought them back, and oh, da da da. They're not getting the full story, right? They're not understanding. They're not praying for truth, right? They're attached to the truth that they've been taught. And I'm not saying I have it all figured out by any means. I'm saying I want the truth. I don't care what the truth is. I'm not attached to it. I simply want the truth. That's all. And like I said, God wants us, I call him Yahuwah, Yah. I don't say Yahweh. I don't know. Some people do, but he says that he wants us to love the truth. That's all he really wants us to do. Love the truth and seek. Because if you don't love the truth, he's going to send a strong delusion. And it's not going to be good. That it's essentially that he wants you to love the truth that would save you. If not, he's going to send you a strong delusion. Good luck with that. You know? And the Bible does talk about, and I think Amos 8 or 9 or something, that, there's going to be a famine, and it's going to be of the word. Of course, there's going to be famines coming of food, but it's going to
You
be of the word.
you think those books managed to get through the Catholics' hands without being changed?
Well, here's the thing. That's a really good point. Really good point. And I believe, I trust my creator that he put in that 66 canon enough for us to, extrapolate great information. And then not only that, we have other books that were once in canons that are now being revealed. Second Esdras, Book of Jubilees, which we're going to do a study tonight on the Book of Jubilees. It's going to be great. And then First Enoch. First Enoch totally changed my whole perception about everything because, in this book that you're not really interested in, at least in Genesis 6, it talks about, the sons of God came down and they saw the daughters of man and they found them beautiful and they took them as wives and had giants in those days. And then it's off onto some other thing, right? I'm like, well, tell me more about those giants. Well, the first book of Enoch, really, which was in the Ethiopian canon, a few other ones, explains why we're in this spiritual battle and why they taught us, abortion, drugs. They taught us weapons and metals and women's like eye makeup and a few other things that we weren't supposed to know, but our creator, knew it would
Eye
happen.
makeup.
What's that?
You added eye makeup to the list like it was a bad satanic thing we
Well,
learned.
no, I mean, I wear mascara, but it does literally say that he taught the women eye makeup or to beautify their eyes or something like
Yeah,
that.
I know what it's referring to, like making yourself look like a whore. Right?
Well, that's good because I only wear mascara. I don't do
No, I
all
think
that.
it's fine. It's just if you overdo it, that's
Sure,
probably what
yeah.
they're trying to refer to.
Yeah. But I saw this video. It's like a minute or something, and this guy is saying, "Hey, you atheist, you guys know something because you're not supposed to be in the end time church, right? There's something that talks about come out of her, my people." And I believe
Yeah.
it's the churches, right? Because back to the Reformation that happened. I don't know. I think you were here. Um, it happened in what, the 1500s or something, the Dark Ages, the Inquisitions, and that's when Martin Luther, nailed his thesis to the wall and everything, and they were killing. Rome was literally, the Catholic Church was literally killing believers. And that's when, a lot of people were
Yeah.
fleeing
Okay.
to the United
I like
States.
this. So atheists, although wrong, they found a little secret trick
Yeah, that
to skip up the
sure.
ladder.
But I would think that coming to the shape of the earth, people that believe it's fixed and immovable, essentially, they would go, okay, there is a creator now. Let me find out who this creator is because you guys are on the front lines every day fighting for his creation, fighting for the truth.
Yeah.
And there's a reason that you're fighting for the truth.
But
And maybe you
you've
just
seen
haven't tapped
people,
into.
McCoon and Jesse, the Christians, they're fighting for their creation as well.
Well, okay. Well, they're not.
I take your
They're
point. Once you know it could be flat or it is flat, it suggests the creator a bit stronger than a globe does.
yeah, right. Well, but they're more scientific about it because I had a conversation with a Glober once, and I was like, "Let me ask," and he's a believer. I was like, "Let me ask you, who taught you that you lived on a spinning ball?" And he's like, "Man." I go, "Exactly. Why don't you give the Bible another look and let him speak to you and tell you where you live?" But these guys have been educated. Some have written books. Like what's it says, apply to it. I mean, appeal to authority. They just are so trusting. The news is definitely, telling us the truth. The government's good for us. and they wouldn't lie. And then, our early visionaries and pioneers and scientists, they would never lie. They have it all figured out. So what do we have to do? No, that's not the way to do it.
Do you have any ideas or information about how the Bible was inscribed? If it's the Word of God, how did the man's hand write it? What
Well,
happened between his brain and his hand and the paper and all that?
well, obviously the Bible was written by men. I happen to believe it was the Spirit of God that,
Like
influenced them.
Muhammad, where they go in the basement and an angel speaks.
I mean, I don't know exactly how it goes. Maybe they had a
I
vision.
think it's very important how it goes,
Well,
right?
okay, so Book
If
of
there's no
Ezra.
reasoning,
Yeah.
could just be men.
Well, but the thing is, you've got to hey Napalm and Reconator and everybody that just got here. Nobody was in here, so I started
So,
talking to myself, and then hi, and then people
how's it going?
I do actually believe in divinely inspired writings, but I always want to know about the method and how people, what they believe about what happened to make the book happen.
Second Ezra's is really funny. It talks about where you go when you die, the end of the age, and then all the books were destroyed. And so Book of Ezra's, he's saying, let me write these. So him and some scribes, it appears that some angels were helping them write the book. So they wrote, like, I think it was, geez, forgive me, over 100 books. Um, the Bible tells us that he would preserve his word. He just didn't say it was going to be in one book. And so you correlate them by and we're supposed to test all things. And you test it, were these prophets telling you to repent and turn back to God? We have a merciful God. We really do. I mean, he would, for hundreds of years, he would give the people chances, send prophets saying, just repent and turn back to God. If you don't, this is what's going to happen. And they just didn't listen. I'm reading Judges right now, and anytime a judge would die, they would go straying after, other gods and that appealed to them. They wanted to serve many gods. They didn't want to have to serve one God that wanted you to set apart a day or told you to eat particular things, only animals that he created for food. People wanted to be able to eat what they wanted, whether he created them as food or not. They decided. So, and that's the God that I serve. Free will. You can do whatever you
Right.
want to do.
I'm thinking some of your reasoning is that because
Listen,
hang on, I'll just quickly say it.
Sure.
Because because you think lots of men have come forward as prophets saying, God told me to tell you we've got to go back to God. That means that the Bible must be written by God because other people claim to have spoken to God before and since.
Well, first of all, I didn't have any kind of spiritual upbringing whatsoever, ever. So I don't come from a religious or a spiritual background. I just don't. I woke up in 2008, so to like 9/11. But my point is, what in 2017 I said, there's so much evil. Pizzagate changed my life. There's so much evil in the world. I was like, there has to be good. So I started investigating the Bible, right? And so I just kept praying for truth. I just want the truth. And
Yeah, you wanted good things and you tried the
no, I
Bible
wanted real
and you
things.
related to it as the word of God because you wanted good things.
Well, I didn't even know about the shape of the earth until a little bit later, 2017. But I wanted real things. I wanted to understand the sick world that I live in, right? So I, I wanted to understand, and to me, I I had peace and I felt good because as a conspiracy enthusiast, we'll look into conspiracies. At some point we do get anxiety, and it's like nobody's listening to me. These people are going to die, and at some point you get overwhelmed. And for me,
I
the
tell you,
Bible is an equalizer for me, and it helps.
Pizzagate blew my mind, changed my life, and I
You
realized
too?
there was evil,
Uh,
big bad evil, and that I didn't necessarily go looking for good, but I did realize there has to be an opposite to this evil.
you did too.
And I found, but I didn't go to the Bible. I found good in other things, and I just don't know if that's good enough
Amen.
reasoning to come to the conclusion that this is the word of God. But I understand why you would go to it and
Right.
relate to it and like it.
Right. Yeah. Well, Pizzagate like broke my spirit, right? So I don't know if it was sleep paralysis or whatever, but so here's why I went. I'll tell you, if you don't mind, why I went the Bible route. Because a friend of mine taught me about this guy who was a scientist, alienresistance.org. I believe the website's still up. He would interview people that would have probeans and abduction experiences, and but he came to realize whenever they yelled out Jesus is my savior or a hymn or something like that, it stopped. And then my buddy also told me about sleep paralysis. And so anyways, I had an adult temper tantrum on January 12th, 2017, like literally throwing things, kicking and screaming. Nobody cares about these children. What am I supposed to do? Like I would tell my friends, and one friend said, "Who cares? What difference does it make? Everybody's molested." I was like, "What?" And I mean, so then that night, I go to sleep, and I'm usually a champion sleeper, and I wake up at 2, and there was this gray cloud. I was watching a earthquake video, and there was this gray cloud, and it had eyes, and it had a mouth, black mouth, and black around its eyes. Didn't have any legs or arms or anything, but I felt it trying to take me up, right? Out of nowhere, I'm like, Jesus is my savior. The thing goes away, right? And it comes back. I say it again, and it feels like it's going on for like a couple minutes. I'm sure it wasn't. And then the thing like squinches its eyes and then just goes out my French door upper windows. And then I look up, sleep paralysis. And then it said demons, right? But I didn't feel like I couldn't move. So that's why I went the Bible route, because after that, for like 3 weeks, I felt like I had a superpower. And then I read, and I'm almost done. And then I read in the Bible, I think it's in Luke or something, where Messiah says, don't essentially get all puffed up because you have power over demons and serpents and things like that. He goes, just be happy your name is written in the book. And I was like, ugh, brought me down a couple notches. But Dawn, I felt like I had a superpower. After, the the Pizzagate thing, like, talk about anxiety or whatever. I had peace, and I was like, "Wow, there is good, and, like, there's a process that has to go through." So, that's why I went the Bible route.
I get that. Like,
Yeah.
it's a higher power. It talks about high power and love, and it must give relief.
Yeah, and since then, I've had 2 experiences where I have had sleep paralysis. Like, it started with, like, and they say that if you sleep on your back, and I had recently just started sleeping on my back because I didn't wanna get, like, sleep creases on your face, And so it was like this, like it started in my ears and it was like like this, and it was like some kind of vibrational thing. And so I was looking down this, like it seemed like this long corridor of a hotel, and then it had drawers by the hotel doors, and a couple of the drawers were out. I was like, "Oh, I need to go push those drawers in." And then something that was like made these disgustingly scary, like just beastly noise, and it came up from behind me, and boom, I just was soaring up in the sky, and I was like, "Yeshua!" So, and that's my Messiah's Hebrew name that I like to use, and poof, I fell like back down. And then I had another one where I was outside and the wind like started to like blow really hard, and I was literally sideways hanging onto this pole, and I was like, "Yahuwah!" Boom, it stopped just like that. It was wild. So I have had sleep paralysis twice. I don't know if anybody's ever had sleep paralysis. It's crazy. But now you guys know
I
if
had
you have.
sleep paralysis on my stomach.
Did you? Okay. Wow.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, I
think
guess they say
that's
the
rarer if
majority
you're on
comes.
your stomach.
Yeah,
Excuse me.
I'm
But
interested in this topic because I'm talking to a girl at the minute. She gets it quite often. So, and it freaks her out, as you can imagine.
well,
Yeah.
she needs to
Uh,
announce it in the name of Yahuwah or Yeshua. That's what I did, and it went
well,
away.
she would never do that. She absolutely hates
Well,
religion,
tell her.
all that stuff.
She tell her that's how it goes away, though.
Well, I will. I'll definitely pass it along. I told her it was probably something to do with stress because tension. That makes sense to me that it's tense. You're tensing up. So
But it's actually like you're in this it's a realm, right? I think it's a spiritual realm where you're not quite asleep and you're not quite awake. And look up sleep paralysis and let her look into that, and then it will lead her down the path that she needs to possibly go if she's open
I mean,
to it.
this is the thing though, Blaze. She's a total normie, and so she won't look up anything. And I'm saying to her, look, please look into it. This is how we ended up here. we just looked into a thing, and then we ended up. You know what I'm saying? Truthers just look into a thing, don't they? Oh, let's investigate. She won't do that. So I don't know what to say. I don't know. I looked into it a little bit for her, but because it's not affecting me, I'm not that interested.
Well, you could just simply tell her about this testimony that you and I were just talking, and I went into this chat, and then they were talking about it, and this is what they said. It could be that simple. With it, did you want to
Yeah,
say
like I'll
something?
say this for me though, like so I was on my stomach, and it felt like something was like pressing me down, like on my upper back. I could feel a pressure point, and I woke up, but I couldn't move anything, but my eyes were open, and I couldn't breathe. So like I freaked out because I thought I was gonna die. You know, like I couldn't breathe. Like I kept trying to breathe, but I couldn't breathe and I couldn't move. So I couldn't even talk. Like I couldn't say Yeshua or anything. I couldn't breathe. So like it eventually went away.
Did you have anything in your ears? Like, did it start with like a vibrational thing in your ears at all?
I don't really know because I like all I know is like I had a really long day at work. I took a shower. I laid on the bed and accidentally fell asleep, like on my stomach, like in a towel, and then I just woke up. All I remember is like waking up, trying to breathe, and I couldn't breathe, and I couldn't move, and so I just assumed I was gonna die.
Was your face in the pillow, dude? Or were you
No.
sideways?
No.
That gives me the fucking. Makes me feel hanging, man.
My head was to the left, and I could kind of move my eyes, but I couldn't move anything else. And yeah, I thought that like someone was in my room, you know, like I thought that like either my roommate had come in there or something because I could feel exactly where I was being pushed down. So I've heard other people have different experiences, but it wasn't like I could feel something pressing down on me, like in my upper middle back, like it was pressing down, like someone was sitting on me or something. So yeah, I mean, after I got up, I ended up like praying and denouncing it in the name of Yeshua, and this was like early on me even like re-looking into the scriptures at all, but it never happened again. So. But I specifically said a prayer. I denounced generational curses, and I denounced whatever that was in the name of Yeshua. I specifically denounced generational curses.
Cool.
So I believe that's what it is.
Well, I mean, I think that I honestly believe that Messiah uses. I mean, God uses bad experiences to make you make a choice. You know, like Don, he had an experience with Pizzagate too. I mean, like when I woke up in 2008, I knew the World Elite were like satanic and and the child rape. I couldn't be with it. Nobody wants to be with it, but when you're confronted with it and you're a researcher and you want the truth, unfortunately, he uses bad things to wake people up. Look at 9/11. Look what 9/11 woke up so many people. Look at the last 3 years. He's calling his people out. Many are called, few are chosen.
Yeah, like I don't really get scared of things like Like, I don't know, man. I've been through like a lot of stuff, right? So, you know, I've like lived in the hood more than once. I've had like gun pulled on me. I've had like, I don't really get scared, but dude, I was so scared. I was so scared when I had sleep paralysis because I couldn't breathe. So, you know, it's a real thing. It's definitely creepy, bro. Like most people I talk to, they're on their back, but I was on my stomach and I couldn't breathe, and I was trying desperately to just get a breath. And I think people should look into generational curses because my mom was into some crazy stuff, and like my birth mom, and you know, I think that that's a real thing. I think that generational curses are a real thing. I think it like opens up a window. I think that you may be surprised. You don't really know what all your family was into.
I mean,
And
yeah, it's
but I
oh
did
yeah, my
also
mom.
mess with the Ouija board when I was in college and had a very, very crazy experience with that. So maybe I did it, you know, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? But the battle is real. You know,
Yeah,
that's
but it
Yeah,
never happened again. That's like when people are like, why do you believe in this uh dead Jew, as Don would say, or like whatever, this Jewish book and all this stuff and this man-made religion. I'm like, dude, I denounced sleep paralysis in the name of Yeshua and it never happened again. So
hallelujah.
I had a crazy experience with the Ouija board and denounced it. And this was in college. I just knew intuitively that like it was a spiritual thing and that Yah had power over it. Like I just knew that. And it stopped like messing with us after it had like followed us around. It was whatever it is. It was very crazy. And then, you know, I say prayers and open up a 2,500 page book directly to the sentence that says the words that were in my prayer and answers it multiple times.
Right?
So
You're
like,
like, I'm listening.
why would I not? Why would I not believe that? Like, why would I not take that seriously? That's what I want to know. If you can't denounce sleep paralysis and make it go away, and you can't say a prayer and then immediately get an answer, then why would I take advice from you about whether or not I should believe in the creator that way, right? Like, do you see? I've never understood why people think that.
I mean, they either want the truth or not. I think a lot of times it's about surrendering and being vulnerable because we're a tough society. Independent women are being, you know, raised to be independent, don't rely on a man and da 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 da, right? But the thing is, you know, until you're broken, I don't think that you're open to a spiritual awakening. I hate to say it like that because it maybe sounds new age, but you know, and that's another thing. Maybe people need to also go down that new age route to know that, yeah, that's not it. I might as well just go to the direct creator myself and his word.
Yeah,
'Cause
maybe so, right? Like I was really stubborn, so maybe that's why. Like I did the Ouija board because I was chilling in this girl's dorm with my friend and a couple other girls, and I was like drinking beer, and I saw these YouTube videos of Ouija boards, and I'm like, these people are faking these videos. You know, I'm like, this is not real. So I made one to show it's
Ooh.
not real. And I was like, oh, arrogant. I wrote the first 13 letters of the alphabet and the second 13 letters of the alphabet on a piece of paper. I used the top of like a smoothie on those little plastic tops that go on smoothies that have a hole in the middle. And yeah, man, we dimmed the lights, and then me and my friend, who was like a center for my college football team, we both played football. So this dude is like 350 pounds. He's like huge. And we both put our fingers on there and start asking questions, and it starts moving around on the board. And I'm like, you're doing that. So then we don't even touch it. We both just hover our fingers above it, and it moves as I ask it questions. But it just moves towards yes or moves towards no. So then the girl freaked out. She was like, get that out of my room. And I'm like, wow, you're tripping, you know. So then I went to the girls' bathroom in the dorm, and we started doing it again, and it would start moving. I asked, like, I'm only telling this so people don't do it, by the way. Okay, like, don't do it because I'm telling you that I had a real experience. Like, this is a warning against it. But I watched the video, so I knew the questions asked. So I asked if there was a spirit there, and it started to move towards yes. And then I asked, was it a good spirit? And it just went right in the middle of yes and no. And then I asked what year they were from, and it started to move towards the numbers, but it just went in between like 1 and 2, and then didn't do anything. And I'm like, what? And so first I'd asked if it was a female, and it said yes. This is real life, dude. The thing moves towards the answers. So I was like, once it stopped like really answering me, and it went in the middle, and then it just went to like in between 2 numbers and stopped moving. I said, man, F this B. Okay, that's what I said. And immediately there was like a growling sound from outside, like behind me.
Yeah, that's
It
the
was like
sound.
I could feel it behind me. It was super crazy. I could literally feel it. I had that dude there, and then that girl was taping it on my phone. So there were 3 witnesses to it. I looked out the window because I thought it sounded like almost wind. So it was like a crazy growl, like a tornado sound or something. And the tree was like dead still, and I like freaked out. I like ran away. I literally physically ran away, and so did my friend. And then like the lights like went off or came on. I can't remember, something weird. And anyway, so I got the video back, and the growl was recorded on the video. You could hear it, and I played it through my car, and I felt it again. And yeah, I had to delete it and like pray. And we drove around. We went to Walmart where there's lots of lights. We were that scared. Like we played football, dude. Like we weren't scared of things. Like we were college athletes, bro. We went to Walmart. We were so scared. And then that dude slept in my dorm, and we slept with the lights on. And prayed like 30 times. So it's like a real
battle.
The spiritual realm is real. Yeah.
Yep. So how long? Okay, so you did that, and then your sleep paralysis was somewhere
That was
near that?
no. The sleep paralysis was probably like 3 or 4 years later.
Okay.
Yeah. But you know what they say? They say all kinds of stuff. It'll follow you around, and if you open the door, it's gonna always follow you around. But like, it doesn't follow me around though, because I denounced it. So
Yep. Probably on that one.
I have the solution for you.
Hey,
I had a weird experience with that. Well, I didn't actually, but because we used to hang, we were like, as you can imagine, a group of tearaways and always up to no good, basically. And this one particular night, they're all messing with a Ouija board, but I wasn't there for whatever reason. I was probably with my girlfriend at the time. She got me away from a lot of problems. Let's just put it that way. I remember they all broke into a college once, and they all got arrested and etc. They had to pay all kinds of fines, and I wasn't there for that one either because of that girl. So she helped me a lot, bless her. But that Ouija board one is weird because there's a guy, Matt. You know, he's a big, he's a tough guy, and every time I talk to him about this Ouija board, he'd just start crying. Very, very weird. Like he weren't weeping, but he'd tell you the story through tears. He'd be wiping them away from his face, and I'd be like, "What the fuck happened?" And it just sounds like, oh, they just heard weird noises upstairs. Like it doesn't sound that scary, to be honest, but it's kind of scary when you're talking to a grown man and he's crying, telling you the story. And I'm thinking, I'm glad I wasn't there. Yeah, I don't want to mess with these fucking dark forces. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. It's a real thing. People should not mess with it.
The guy who woke me up to flat Earth, like literally just said everything that you think about the heliocentric model is just fake, made up philosophy. So he challenged, told me about it, and his path was he was totally either agnostic or atheist. I couldn't remember. Just wasn't buying into any of it, good or bad, evil, or good spirits or any of that. And I don't know if he found, because he was a truther, he found a lot of the evil stuff going on in the world and just started looking into stuff that's just horrific. And I think he came to the realization that, Satan's real or the devil's real or evil and demons and stuff. He's like, gosh, if that's real, then there has to be a God. And he started pursuing God and the light. And it was a long unfolding of like, man, there's so much more that's true that I didn't even know about. And he found, he found the Messiah, and he found the path. I think a lot of people are waking up to the eternal instructions, and he's, he wants to be Torah observant. We're all moving towards that as we learn more about it. But then personally for me, about 14 years ago, I surrendered after being my own God. And I mean, I was a Christian, but I decided how I spent my money and how I looked at women or how I pursued women. And those were the two like stumbling blocks that I just couldn't give control over to the Messiah. It's not that I didn't trust him. It's that I believed I was a better God in that department. And so I hung on to it. And then I did surrender because I was just driving myself into the dirt. I was killing myself with just not the right way of thinking and living. Here's something that's so trippy. Because I'm born and raised in East Texas and it's the Bible Belt, I was praying and I was praying and I was praying. And one time there was this feeling from inside of me, and it was like, who are you praying to? And it was the Holy Spirit, or it was, I guess, Jesus or something, because my mind went to, you're praying to the idea you have in your head of who Jesus is from a lifetime of experiencing, quote unquote, the church. And I was given the opportunity just to let go of what I thought about the Messiah and religion as a whole. And then my prayers became more. It's not. I didn't have the power to do this, and I didn't have the insight or the wisdom to do it. But the Creator showed me how to stop praying with my brain and just wake up every day with the intention of loving others well, giving myself grace if I'm tired or depressed or like not on my A game, and just being a lot more slow with the day and letting him lead. So I think the success of any Christian or any person that wants to make the Creator smile is relax and breathe slower and try to put good food in, good water in, and just say, I want to help people today. I want to know what the truth is in all things. I want to do good for the world and not bad. Show me how to do that. And then let the Spirit lead, and then you follow. And I mean, people can hate on that if they want and say, like, you're a fool, you're falling for a fake book written by a man, you idiot. But the thing that I've got is a personal testimony of 14 years of freedom from pornography and freedom from lust for the most part. And everything's going towards light, goodness, self-control, all the fruits of the Spirit. My relationships are richer, and if this is fake, well, I'm not going to give it up because it's fantastic. It's freedom.
All sounds good. I'm interested in what Torah observant is.
Well, I'm not a pro at explaining it because I'm fairly new to it, only like 5 months or 6 months into it. But the brief recap is so people will say like the first 5 books of the Bible is the Torah. And Judaism, some people will think like, oh, you're talking about like the religion, Judaism. And it's neither of those things. You have to exchange the word Torah for behaviors of God or instructions from God.
Could you tell me
And
a couple of
do
the
what?
main ones? Could you tell me the main ones that I would have to do? Or I
Well,
should
the Ten
do?
Commandments are a part of the Torah because the first 5 books are the Torah. But the Torah, in the way I'm speaking, it's any inherent word of God. So like all the scriptures, including, I believe, Enoch and Jasher, because in the Bible it says the Word became flesh, and so that's
Does observant mean I just have to read them once
well.
or twice, or do I
Here,
have to act as they tell me?
I'll cut to the chase so it doesn't get confusing. Go back a little bit. The only thing that matters for a person's salvation is that they have faith that God sent his son to pave a path back to himself through the Messiah. That's the most important thing. Any person, let me
that.
get a couple sentences out. That's the most important anyone can do in their life while they're on earth, period. The whole Torah observant thing, that's just showing obedience. Like if you're in that love, committed relationship with the Messiah, then you pick up the behaviors because you want to make the Creator smile. And they're eternal, so if you make it to heaven, we're going to be observing Sabbath up in heaven. We're going to be observing the feast and festival days together forever. So the whole thing is, if Jesus did it perfectly and the disciples did it perfectly, and God's intention for man was that we rested one day a week with each other and chilled and praised Him, but enjoyed time with each other, like they hid that from us. And then the feast and the festival days, they have all like fallen away, and we do like Christmas and Easter and all these pagan holidays. But yeah, do you have a question?
Yeah. Other behaviors that I should do to be Torah observant?
There's a few, and before I try to like remember them, you know how this is just a little side comment. You know how there's like law of the land, or your country has laws and your state has laws and your county has laws. You don't even know all of them. There's like 1,500 or 1,000. But you do them without even knowing
I don't
about it.
believe in
And
any of
most
them.
well, yeah, most people that are Christians are already doing most of Torah without knowing about it, which is pretty
Well, would you
cool.
say following the government's laws is almost Torah observant?
Well, man, I mean, I really wish you could talk to Sean, or if Witsit wants to come in on it, because like I am a baby at this stuff. And what I said personally, dude, I'm just talking, my mind and my
I'm
heart to
gonna
you.
let
I'm
you
not
say
trying
it
to
right.
well, hold on a second. I'm not trying to convince you of anything that you need to do or have to do. I'm just saying I told myself I'm going to go in this direction
Yeah, no, I'm
for
not
a
challenging you.
year, and if I feel like I'm going away from God in my heart, then I'm gonna drop it. But if I
Can I
feel closer
explain
to
what
the
I drop?
Creator, I'm gonna continue. Are you speaking?
Yes, because I asked a question and now you're just monologuing and not addressing that.
Okay. What was your question? Sorry.
The reason I'm now going to explain why I asked it. Because
Okay, go ahead.
said someone found the flat Earth and they ended up Torah observant.
Yes.
I wanted to know, what is Torah observant? How is that different to me? And so I can know if that sounds like a good ending to the path or not.
Hey Don,
Okay.
you ever hear of the Sabbath or Shabbat?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, take one day off. That's the fourth commandment. There's nothing in the government's rules that says anything about that. So that would be one that you would look into.
Most jobs have Saturday off, right? So it sort of syncs up.
But you also don't want to have anyone else work on Saturday either. So you try to refrain from commerce. Like you don't want to spend too much money. Like I try not to spend any money on Saturdays.
Okay, so I'm already breaking it by working a tiny bit on Saturdays, but I relax mostly. So what else?
That's okay though. You could talk with the Creator about that, and he might open that day up for you all of a sudden. That's what happened in my life.
What else though?
Well, I'm Don. We've had this conversation before, and the first one is do not make any graven images.
Oh yeah, I think we have had this conversation.
Okay. Why are you trying to run Boston into this, man?
Well, I mean,
because Torah observant to me says do what the Jews tell you. That's what it means.
yeah, that's
No, dude,
incorrect.
dude,
That's
this is the thing.
completely.
What's your obsession with the Jews, though? Right? Like, what is your actual obsession with
I'm asking what
boiling
your
it?
obsession with the Jews is. That's my
I don't have
question.
an obsession with ethnicity. I
Then
think that's
why did
weird.
you choose their book and their
Because
God,
their book is
their Messiah?
their book is the most historically accurate compilation of text that exists, and then I went and tested it in my own personal life and had spiritual response.
That's what the Arabs say about the Quran. That's what I say about my books.
Yeah, people say stuff, but like I had actual things happen. So I like when someone shows me actual things happen, we can talk.
Indians actually see the vision of Kali, don't they, holding a head in their dreams?
Okay,
Does that
I'm
mean
not
she's
that.
real?
I'm not. No, I'm not talking about a vision, a dream. I'm talking about real life, physical things happening.
Yeah, I'm not talking about just one vision of Carly. I'm talking about real things happening to other people that don't fit the Bible.
Well, I mean, this is a talking point that people say, right? It's just a talking point. Like, oh, every religion says that. Every religion has, but no, they don't. No. Actually, I looked into this. I've talked to many people. No, not every religion has the experiences I had. That's actually not true.
Can I
It's a
go back
talking
to
point.
the graven images thing? What I think will happen when Christians follow the Torah, they won't be allowed to even picture Jesus because that will be a graven image that isn't the proper God of the Old Testament. That's
No,
what
do you
Torah.
not know what it
That's what
actually
Torah
says in
observant will
context?
end up as.
No, do you not know what it means in context? And you're basically
They've
saying they're
already
going to implement the
banned.
Noahide. I get what you're saying, and they're going to try to implement the Noahide laws, and they're going to call
Yeah,
Jesus.
that's what I'm worried
Yeah, I
about.
get it. Yeah, that's punishable by death. They're going to kill anyone that worships Jesus. Well, you're not supposed to worship Jesus. You're supposed to worship through him. But what I'm saying is, like, it's not just that any graven image is bad. There's a context for what graven image is. It's when you worship it. You worship it or what it's representing. If you
So
make a
all the
graven image of
Christians,
anything on the earth and in heaven, and you worship that idea or worship through that graven image,
worshiping through Jesus, using that, loving him, praying to
they
him,
are in dangerous territory. Yes.
and that's not really dangerous. It's just what the Jews said was dangerous, which is the
Well,
bad side of Torah observant.
or maybe according to the Creator, you're not supposed to worship things on the earth.
But according to the Creator means what the Jewish book said. Again, doesn't it?
Well, that's what
Well,
you
let me.
say.
What I was trying to get
Literally
at
the
for you,
fact it
Don.
is from a Jewish book.
Don, what I was trying to get
No,
at. What I was trying to get at, Don, is the behaviors of the Creator predate any organized religion or any writings. This is his behaviors. And this is just what I believe and some people believe. You don't have to. You don't have to do a single bit of this if it makes you uncomfortable, but I would highly advise you not tell other people that what we're trying to do is stupid if you haven't looked into it and researched what it even is. Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, I've already
Yeah,
stuck
but
at the second one,
I
graven
gotta
image.
do this,
Stuck on that.
Don. I gotta do this to you, bro. I gotta do this to you. Jew, okay, Jew. That means from Judah. Okay, Yehuda, Judah, Jew. Okay, Hebrew is not synonymous with Jew. Jew means from Judah, which is one tribe. I hate to break it to you, Don. Guess what, buddy?
I know. I
From
said
my
it too.
research, I'm almost done. From my research, you're Hebrew, my guy. So I hate to break that to you, but you are actually part of Israel.
Let
As
me
in,
respond to that. I could have
yes,
some blood from some of my ancestors mixing with Hebrews, and when I say Jew, I just mean Hebrews. So maybe I'll try and change my word.
it's not as derogatory if you don't get to say Jew though, huh, Don?
Well, I actually feel guilty when we keep coming back to this because my point isn't about them being Jews. It's about a certain people writing a book and white people believing it thousands of years later as the only way.
White people, dude, the tribes of Israel include white people. That's what you don't seem to get.
Yeah, I mean, I know I'm not being racist. I'm just saying modern people that aren't Hebrews, they might just have a
We are
tiny,
though.
tiny bit of Hebrew DNA and loads of other DNAs from Germanic North, like we are.
Okay, we're all the lost tribes, and no one can actually boil down what it is. And from my understanding, even at the beginning, the tribes span an entire spectrum of pigment, including quote unquote white. Okay,
But
you can look into Enoch. Dude, Noah himself was white. Okay.
if this logic works, yeah, and we're going back to when everyone was together, that's the religion we should pick. Why don't we go back to Sumeria or Egypt? Why are we only stopping at the Hebrews?
Because when I went and looked into the Egyptian text, they said these people that are Hebrew, they know some magic word that allows them to do all kinds of magic, and they can make tons of frogs come out of nowhere. They can turn water into blood, and they can do all kinds of crazy stuff. And this magic word is Yahuwah. And when they use this magic word, they do things that we cannot explain. this is actually the scribe that was the official scribe for the Pharaoh at the time. And the punishment of writing something incorrect was that you would be put to death.
Yeah, I get
So
you.
they experienced it. They experienced that these Hebrew people, they would say this magic word,
So
and
you're
no one could
saying
convince them not to say it.
it's part of your ancestry and it's the best one.
No, like, dude, it's part of everyone's ancestry at this point. Have you seen me,
No, I
dude?
take that.
I'm like white as they come, bro. I'm like, I have like a red
No,
beard.
I take that point. It could be all of our ancestry.
Yeah. So when you say this whole Jew thing, you're kind of talking about yourself. I just wanted to point that out to you.
Well, this is interesting. My 4 grandparents were from England, but we were not sure where my dad's parents were from. And my dad's had this theory that he was Jewish his whole life, and he did a DNA test, thinking a small part of Ashkenazi would come up, and it didn't. Nothing come up. But I still think he was right in his theory, because his dad was the only one with slightly brown, tan skin out of our whole family.
Ashkenazi is not even Jewish. Like, there's no actual evidence that Ashkenazi actually tracks back to Judah.
No, but
That's
it's
not even
one of
real.
the DNA strains they say it does, right?
Yeah, but they say lots of stuff.
But what do you
I know
think it's
could be
about?
bullshit. I'm just saying it's interesting that he looked for this.
It
I think
specifically
they
says
come
to
from
track
Russia. The Ashkenazis, I think they come from the Russian area.
some of them.
Maybe so.
It says track the lineage through the patriarch, and they specifically do the opposite of that. So,
Hey, can I ask this? Do you think all people on Earth started with 2 human beings and only 2, or do you think like magically, a whole bunch of people here that look different? I mean, not talking about the Bible. I'm not talking about any religion, but does it start with 2 people and they procreated and it continued?
I think it starts with men and women, but a few groups of test experiments all over the world.
Because I'm just wondering, like, what caused a bunch of people to all of a sudden be here if it didn't start with
Well, I
only
believe
2, one man and one woman, right?
I believe aliens crossed themselves with apes.
okay, like, yeah, that's what you believe?
Yeah, not
Dude,
sure,
what
but I
is
believe
wrong
it.
with you, man? You gotta chill, Don.
Pretty similar to what you believe with the Nephilim mating with the women and all that. It's pretty
Prometheus is a
No,
documentary in it, Dawn.
no,
same story.
it's absolutely not.
Well,
It's absolutely not what you believe. What I believe. I in no way think that actual man came from aliens. That's the
No,
most ridiculous thing I've ever.
you think an alien, a giant race might have mated with women and made a type of species on Earth, right?
Well, actually, the Watchers took the shape of man, took the form of man to take them as wives. But yeah, this is well known. Yeah.
I've only added the extraterrestrial bit to this. Some of it we agree on.
well, you know what I find awesome is you can think that, and I don't feel threatened. I don't think you're weird at all. Everyone can postulate whatever they want about the origins of man and where we're going. My only problem would be is if you attack my walk, because I'm not attacking your walk. I just believe that for me, submitting my entire being and all my desires over to the creator of the place that I'm walking around in do a lot better for me than me thinking I know what's up. And I'm not saying you're doing that, but I got tired of trying to figure it out all by myself. And I asked the spirit of Yah to help me understand where I am and what I'm supposed to do here. And I don't hear from him. I don't like have an ongoing live conversation with the creator. But every time I look back, hindsight 2020, I can see that he's been guiding me and showing me the way. But I'm going to end it by saying, just because you surrender to God doesn't mean that you're going to have everything perfect. I'm not a prosperity gospel preacher or teacher. I could get cancer. I could get hit by a car. I could lose a kid in a moment because we live in a fallen world. But it just does better to humble yourself and ask for guidance from the Creator than anything else.
Well, I'm gonna have to say maybe Ron Boston Bear is better than me at this, but I do think it's weird that you think that aliens made man from monkeys, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. I
No,
think
it's
that's
fine.
weird.
But you believe in mystery giants?
Well, do you not know? Have you never looked into the evidence for giants,
No, I
Don?
believe it too. I just believe they might have been alien.
Don, you
Well,
want a creator, you just don't want the creator of the Bible for some reason.
I've got a creator,
well, yeah,
yeah.
yeah. You
I just
believe in a creator specifically.
I don't use the Bible creator, but I think it's the same guy, the same energy.
Well, what do you mean by alien, though, right? Because like, if that's what makes you feel good, if you want to call the Watchers alien, whatever,
I don't know
you
which
know.
planet they're from, or how they got here, but
Well,
I
real
think they're
quick,
not
can I
like
just say,
humans.
Dawn,
They were different to us.
Dawn, can I say real quick, mate? How are you going? Are you good, mate?
I'm great, yeah. Maybe I'm a little bit too
Dawn,
involved in the conversation, but I'm good
I
apart from that.
haven't spoken to you for a long time, but I want to say real quick that we're talking about aliens. So I was speaking to my mate earlier today about aliens, and we've had this conversation a few months ago.
Michael
And
Jackson's
what
an
are
alien.
aliens? No, not Michael Jackson. Not about him tonight. But we've seen these lights in the sky. Okay, I remember I was walking back from a pub, in Sydney, and my mate said, "Bang, look up." Look, I looked up, and it was like a satellite. There's light in the sky. It looks like you know, a plane, the bright light, or a star moving in the sky. But this thing was darting around. Okay, and it wasn't a light being projected. This was something in the atmosphere darting around. Okay, as soon as I saw this, it was like I just saw an alien. And we all have experiences and memories in our lives, and I know that I saw this. And my mate here, so he lives in Sydney, and he says he's actually seen this in the atmosphere on a lower. He was like late at night, and he saw it hovering with his mate. Okay, they're on a balcony, and his mate started crying when he saw it. Okay, he started
Yeah,
crying. He wits it, and I've spoken to someone here that said he saw this entity come. I don't know if it's right to tell his story because he was really emotional about it. But he was saying this light came up to him, to his face, and then flew away, and he hasn't been the same since. And I spoke to him, and with it, you're saying you saw these, you saw multiple of these lights flying across. Is that correct? Witsit?
Oh yeah, I've seen UFOs a lot, yeah. But like,
But you've seen these
I just want to point out
lights, multiple.
multiple lights, yeah.
You were saying
But
this in the sky. You remember this story? Oh, that's right. Forget it.
yeah, yes, they were in the sky. I saw lights.
Forget it,
Yes,
man. That's all right. Yeah, it's all right, bro.
because I want to finish what I was saying to Don. Don, this is what
Yeah,
I'm not
sorry, man.
understanding.
Sorry,
It's all
bro.
good. I just want to. It's you're fine. But Don, this is the thing, right? You're saying the Watchers, okay, aliens, whatever. Yeah, sure. But like, where does the monkeys come from? That's what I'm not understanding, right? Like, we would be in agreement if you think that what you want to call aliens, they're Watchers. That's what they were. Just like
Yeah,
every ancient
yeah.
text says outside of the Bible. But like, why monkeys? Why would it not just be we have man created and then these other entities intermingle with them? Why do you find it more logical that it's
Well,
monkeys? And then if it's monkeys, then where did you get the giants?
I'm not. No, I'm saying the giants are the Watchers, in my opinion, or a crossbreed. While they were doing experiments, they had different sized versions. But I'm not sure if it was monkeys and aliens that makes man, or it was a caveman hominid with an alien that made humans, or if it was just random Earth animal DNA crossed with alien DNA that made humans, or if aliens decided we want to make a slave race. Animals were already here and they just created humans by themselves from their own DNA. Or if they put the animals here after, I've got no idea.
Okay. So anyway, what my study has shown me, and this is outside of the Bible. This is just one of the reasons that I know the Bible contains the truth. But all these different civilizations, they talk specifically about um, these watchers, right? And some of them say they came from the center, and then there's a really tall mountain in the center, but only they can go there. And they came, and they knew all kinds of secrets, and they could change form They could take different forms, and they could turn into all kinds of different animals and hybrid looking things that were worshipped as gods. And they could also take the shape of a man, and that they took women. In fact, the women lined up, knowing that if they got impregnated and gave birth, they would die, but they wanted to do it anyway. Like this story is all over the world. It's not just the Bible. It's like,
Yeah.
well, you think all those people made it up, right? I mean, you think like
No,
all
no,
these people.
I believe this story, and I'm glad the Bible managed to include it.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying, though? It doesn't say anything about. It says that they took their women as wives.
Okay, well, how do you think humans were created then? If it's vastly different to
By a
ours.
creator, just by a creator, man.
But what do you mean? He got dirt like clay and modeled it, and then blew breath into the mouth hole, like literally.
I don't know. I wasn't there to literally watch what happened.
No,
But
the answer is Atlantis. So humans are actually descended from the sea. Okay.
okay, who
So
made
that,
the people from Atlantis?
no, Whitset, why do you think we're so different to animals that we see on, the land? They're all covered in
Because the
fur.
creator made us.
But look at us. We're like so silky smooth and soft skinned because we're from the ocean. We're from Atlantis.
Have you ever
bro.
seen a Persian, dude? Persians
No,
are
I'm not
covered
talking
in
about Persians. I'm talking about the Irish. I'm talking about the Celtics. And I'm talking about the Atlantic people. So Dawn says dolphins. So we are essentially, dumber land walking versions of dolphins with half the brain size. Dolphins are brilliant creatures. And let's not even get started about whales.
Well, if you think we're dolphins, you can go jump in a lake.
Mate,
Who made the
brilliant.
first person? That's what I want to know.
Whitson,
Who
but
made the
you
first
understand
person?
this. Whitson, real quick, you understand this, that we aren't even the smartest creatures on this planet. Or dare I say planet realm. Okay. We have whales and dolphins. All right. Beautiful creatures, Whitson.
Okay, I don't think I'm a dolphin, but someone still had to make the dolphins, right? So like,
You don't think you're related to dolphins? Because I believe dolphins and humans are related via Atlantis, guys. And that's why we are silky smooth creatures. Don't you agree? Is it not logical?
But if you were created before the animals were, how are you related to them?
What
I
other
have sex
animal?
on my
Hang on, Whitson. What
You can't
other
even
animal?
breathe underwater, bro. You can't even
Isaac,
breathe underwater, bro.
what other animal in the entire world has to cover itself in armor, right? Cover itself in gear just to fight each other. Every other animal just goes at on at, right? You got a rhino, bang, you got the horns.
So that's
You
why
got the deer.
that's why you're related to fish.
But
That's because we
look,
got thumbs, dude.
we're talking
That's an
humans. You got to.
that's an
You're
interesting
talking
leaps of logic.
Isaac. You're talking humans. You got to put armor on. You got to get a sword,
I
or you
mean,
got to get a
fucking
gun.
right.
You got to. Isaac,
Whatever,
you got to get
man.
a
We're
knife.
just accepting it all right now.
Well,
Mate, I'm
hey,
talking
let
about
me
this. We are
let me
naked.
add
No,
in.
Dawn says we're naked demigods. Exactly. So we're like these weird, slithery creatures from the ocean that has to put armor and clothes on ourselves. We have to cover ourselves. No other animal in the world fucking covers
all right, brother.
themselves or drapes
All right, brother.
themselves.
We've lost the plot, man. I was trying to ask Don a question because if he thinks that this happened, someone still had to make them. Okay, like obviously there still has to be a creator somewhere.
Right.
A giant fish
Let me-
god.
If you
But who created the giant fish god?
if you don't mind, I'm just going to
We
overlay
know who
a
created the
little.
fish god. Hang on, Boston, real quick. We know who created
Okay,
the
go
fish
ahead.
god, and it was the ocean.
The whale
the
god.
ocean.
The whale god.
Isaac, no, it was the ocean. The ocean created the fish god, and
the ocean god.
the ocean created the lands. The ocean created the flat earth, and we know this. Whitset knows this. We know that the ocean is the firmament. The ocean is the quote unquote flat
Wait,
earth.
okay, Boston was trying to get in. I've
Yeah,
never said the
I
other
was-
Sorry, mate. Sorry. Whitset, sorry, mate.
No.
Sorry, mate.
You guys are good. I mean, totally fine. I just wanted to lay down just a fairly concise monologue of this. The reason with it that I allow other people to hold in their head what they think without like having a reaction to it is the only way for anybody to merge more towards the truth or change their mind about something or look into something more is if they don't feel threatened. And if they see that you have peace, a lasting peace that you can't even explain, but you point to, the scriptures or Yah is how you got there. And if they're not having peace, then maybe they'll go there. But the part I was going to say is there's such a vast difference between any animal anywhere and what we're capable of doing in the realm of being able to create things. But when it says we're made in his image, it's not just that we look like him or what he would have us look like. It's that there's no animal or species or anything that can multitask, create, build, think, artistically speaking.
That's correct.
And so it's totally fine what you think. Just let me think what I think. Don't attack me because it triggers you because you think, you know what I mean? If I'm
Boston,
wrong, yeah.
Who is
Okay, yeah,
attacking
but
you?
see, so
Well, no,
all
Richard,
the
before you
hold
say
on.
anything, can I say,
Yeah.
no, Boston,
Let me
who
hear
is attacking
Vanu.
you? Who's
No, I
attacking you?
just mean generally the way things go in this room is someone has an idea or a thought, and if no one attacks them and they just go, well, that's interesting. That's not what I believe at all. This is what I believe. Oh, I see what you're saying there. Yeah, I don't believe that at all. But if you're like, you're an effing idiot. Why would you think that, you fool? Anything that causes the other person to clam up kills the room every time. Drama spreads throughout everybody. Anxiousness and tension. I mean, it makes me just want to leave. If we can't talk about what we're finding in the world and who we are and where we've
Well,
been.
Boston, I want to ask you
yeah.
one question. Who's not on your side? Who is because I'm completely on your side, mate. I'd say you're my best friend, but you probably don't want to be my best friend. Anyway, the
No.
point is, do you have an enemy here? Is anyone here against what you have to say? Because guess what, Boston? You're not alone, mate. You have actually the army. You have the cavalry behind you. So whatever you're saying, mate, there's no worries. Like these cunts coming in here talking nonsense about the globe. They're just bots, man.
Right.
Right.
I mean, I hear you, man. I feel like we're brothers. I'd buy you a big meal.
We are brothers.
I'd hear your life story. I'd have no threats
man.
or contention.
It's not about the love. I just give you a handshake and I just love you. That's all I need to say.
Man. Well, thanks for
look into
chatting.
your blue eyes, mate. Yeah, mate. Well, flat Earth.
Right.
What were you saying? Thanks for chatting.
I appreciate visiting without gamma ego. You're just saying what you're saying. I'm saying what I'm saying. Neither is threatening
so
to the other person.
when you say thanks for chatting, you're not saying that in a
No, dude. No. I don't bring
you're American.
anything sideways.
You're American. No, I think you're American. So
I'm from Texas, bro. You're getting Texas
from Texas.
hospitality and love. That's all you're getting is just some good old country boy.
Wow. So now if we're from America, we're assholes or something?
Yeah, right.
Well, I'm down in Australia, so it's 8 p.m. for me, and then you can't get in the sunrise. So tell me that.
Hey, Vanu, let me tell you, I was my worst own enemy. I destroyed myself, and I'm on a different path now. And I have a family. I got 3 small kids, and there's so much blessing.
That's awesome,
but I just want to. I want to love others, no matter where they're at. I just want to love them. So, yeah.
Can I say that's absolutely beautiful, and I love you for that. I think you've taken the most beautiful path a human being can, and
Thanks,
I
bro.
honestly respect you. I respect you more than any other person I hear.
I wish I could come down there. I've never been to Australia. You have a cool accent.
No, you don't want. No, there's nothing down here to see, mate. Trust me. You got mate. Trust me, mate. No, nothing down here, mate.
Cool. Hey, I got to run in the shop. I'm gonna listen on mute, but you guys take care. Keep shredding it.
Oh, mate, love you, mate.
Love you.
Cheers.
Love
Hey,
you too,
what is
dude.
an accent anyway?
Nothing, man. It's just fucking. It's the way you tip your tongue and you speak.
Well, I was going to say, to you, I have an accent, but to me, you have an accent. So who really does have the accent?
No, the point is, an accent is the way that your tongue vibrates as you speak the language. So every language has an accent, right? And that's the tongue actually tips different ways within the mouth. That's what an accent is. Did you know that? So it's all about the tongue within the mouth. That's what an accent is.
Yeah, I know. I was kind of
Hey, bro,
being
imagine if
facetious
we
about
were all Captain Rook. Imagine if we were all trapped on this Discord server. It was just all the lads here, and we were trapped on here for 50 years. We'd have like the most crazy accent known to man. We'd come up with the
Yeah,
most
you're
nutty
pointing.
shit. We would make up like English language so hardly known to outside people. You'd like purposely make it so obscure. That's the whole point. You know what I mean? You'd like want to take the piss out of everyone else, and you'd want to have your own identity. And that's what I think languages and accents are. You know what I mean?
You might have a point there.
You see what I mean? Like, imagine if this Discord channel was just obscured from everyone else, and it would be like, yeah, let's just be different. You know, have fun. It's just the lads.
Hey, Veneer, I thought about like having a baby and having all fake, made up, weird language that no one would even know, and you could raise that kid. You're the only one that knew it. Like you could totally mess them up, but not. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, bro, man, 100%. I think we figured out all history. Yeah, cheers.
Okay, obviously, like this is obviously a tactic, Jesse. I'm sure you're in here. I'm
I'm here.
Yeah, I'm working out, But here's the deal, bud. Okay, I've corrected you over a dozen times. Okay, I've corrected you multiple times, and it really disappoints me, and I'm really disappointed in you that you will tactically continue to reiterate it over and over in an attempt to antagonize engagement. Do you think that I don't know that's what you're doing? Because what I said for the millionth time was that you're making these long distance observations with the theodolite, but visual space is actually curved.
But you have no evidence.
Dude, if you start interrupting me, you're gonna get muted. If you start interrupting me
I
in
thought you were
line, you're gonna
done.
get timed out. Buddy, you're gonna get timed out. Okay? Because I'm getting really frustrated right now. So I'm gonna finish, you're not gonna interrupt me. So I said that our visual space is actually curved, and experiments have shown this. So if I say, yeah, you're looking through a theodolite, making long distance observations, and then telling me what the Earth is, but in fact, visual space is actually curved, and experiments have shown this, then you're saying I said experiments have shown this specific experiment showed that direct aiming theodolite measurements over great distances don't work. And I didn't say anything like that. I've corrected you a dozen times. And you're going to just double down and keep saying it. I said you're making assumptions through theodolite observations over great distances, but visual space is actually curved. And in fact, experiments have shown this and have shown that an equilateral triangle will appear to have spherical excess at distances as small as 2 meters to 20 meters. So I made my own point and invoked one of the experiments showing curved visual space. I never, ever said that this experiment showed that when you use a theodolite and directly aim at things, that it doesn't work. So please stop saying it over and over.
So, are you agreeing then that curved visual space does not hinder the use of a theodolite to aim at the true location of an object?
No, because I've also explained this to you, right? This is what's funny. That's how we know you're dishonest. Because I just corrected that you've been lying and repeating the lie after corrected. Then I just took the time to correct you in the middle of my workout, and you didn't even address it. You don't acknowledge that you've been misrepresenting what was actually said, right? You just ignore it. And I explained to you already since you started this little lie, because you do this like every week or two. You come up with something you're going to take out of context, misrepresent, and you spam it all day, every week, adding me nonstop. It's super gay. It's like gay. It's like obsessive and gay. So I explained to you that on small scales, right, that you don't see this effect as much as when you go on to longer scale. And if the only reason I invoked that test was, again, it showed spherical excess appearing to be somewhere it wasn't when the triangles are actually equilateral, and it showed that it isn't a constant rate of curvature, it's actually elliptic and hyperbolic, and it can even be parabolic, And I explained that there were other papers explaining this and how it increases with distance, including straightforward. I just brought this up because there's experiments showing that it doesn't appear that the curved visual space is a constant rate of curvature. So why is it that, like, why? Because what the paper actually says is that even on those small distances, it was impossible to get complete accuracy with the sighting.
With a side view? Or
With the
with a sight?
sighting.
But they
Yes,
weren't.
it says specifically. It says there's an error with the sighting that was unavoidable.
Were they sighting axially with the arrow or looking at it from the side?
Whenever they were doing the initial sighting, straight aiming directly to set up the triangles in the first place. So you didn't read the paper, and it doesn't matter because that wasn't my argument. Because on small scales, which I even told you this, I dropped another paper showing the differences between elliptic, hyperbolic, and Euclidean on small scales. They look the same. The picture looks the same. Even run through programs with different lenses, different optics, different apertures, different programs, directly on or close, they look the same. It's when you increase vast distances. When you get to vast distances, this effect begins to become exaggerated, and then you see the difference.
So, do you have any evidence that curved visual space hinders the accurate pointing of a theodolite at any distance directly physically at the target that you think you're pointing at?
Okay, well, this is for the 400th time, right? This is my logical conclusion based on the fact that multiple experiments have shown visual space to be curved, including directly on, like the alley experiment. And the alley experiments are not exocentric pointing to the side. They're famous. They're called the alley experiments. They showed that looking down a long corridor or alley, that it'll look like it's hyperbolic. Okay, and that hyperbolic geometry is the only one that could match the results. So if visual space is curved and you're looking with your eye through a theodolite optics, then yes, there's going to be an effect of curved visual space. If you assume that's not there and that you have Superman vision and you can see perfectly in straight lines forever, then you would be wrong about your interpretation of what you're seeing. That's correct.
Does the alley experiment, can you link that to me, by the way? But does that
No, I'm
rely?
working out, dude. Like this is completely killing my vibe, and I have to do it because if I ignore you, you'll just keep spamming me and adding and spamming the chat. I've corrected you. I want you to be a big boy and address that you were misrepresenting what I actually said, even though I've corrected you 10 times before today.
I transcribed exactly what you said in the VC, and I put the link to the video of you saying it. I don't know what you want me to say about that.
When see, this is how you're going to end up getting banned from here, and Gio's going to have to bring you back because even in the transcript, it says exactly what I just said. So you have to intentionally take it out of context and claim I was saying something I wasn't saying, which is that this experiment shows that theodolites don't work at great distances. Direct aiming. I never said any of that. You know I didn't say that. You just keep saying it. You're just going to keep saying it. So what is your goal here? Is it to get me like upset? Is it like you're like, yay, I got Austin like all worked up and like now he's engaging with me? Because like that's what this girl that had a crush on me used to do in 7th grade. So I find it to be weird, Jess.
I just want to know whether or not you have evidence that a theodolite cannot be used to accurately aim at any given distance due to curved visual space.
What I want you to do is admit that you misrepresented what I said. You want to skate past it. That's what you want to do. So did I ever say that this experiment showed that theodolites will not work for direct aiming at short distances? Did I ever say anything like that?
You mentioned long distances, right?
Oh, so no. What did I explain that this experiment was done on very short distances? Because in the quote itself that you put in there, it says 2 meters to 20 meters. Admit that you're misrepresenting it, dude.
I'm not. You said.
Oh my God.
You said yeah, and
But if he did that, he would admit he's a fucking liar. Why would he do that?
You said yeah.
So weird. Like you just said that I claimed that the experiment showed something about great distances when I literally, in the quote that you quoted in the chat, it literally says 2 meters to 20 meters specifically. I cited a specific distance.
And the thing you said immediately before that was you linked them together. You said, yeah, and what's super funny is if you're making long distance observations with a theodolite, obviously visual space is hyperbolic. And so you linked hyperbolic visual space to being invalidating a theodolite's use at long distances. And then you says, and it's funny, like, well, there's this experiment has shown, right, that you can have, and so you did link them together. I'm not making it up, but I'm just trying to
Oh my
understand
God, he's
what
gonna
Jesse,
keep
you can
doing
your
it.
hear the
claim
liar in
is.
your
You're about
voice.
to get timed out, dude. I promise on everything I love. If you keep lying, you're getting timed. Okay, so I brought up the experiment because on a small scale, it showed that visual space was curved and that it wasn't a constant rate of curvature. The reason that I actually invoked the experiment was because it showed equilateral triangles will appear to have spherical excess, and that the rate of optical curvature wasn't constant. I made my own point in interpretation about long distance visual space because if it's curved and it's just not constant, that means the further you go, then the effect is going to be exaggerated. Now, you're saying that I said the paper said that, and I didn't. So stop saying it and admit that you're misrepresenting it.
Well, look, if I misunderstood what you were trying to say, I'm sorry, but I still want to know, and what I'm trying to get to is do you or do you not have evidence, other than your opinion, that curved visual space, which is measured from side viewing, can actually impede the accurately aiming of a theodolite at long distances?
Okay, so it's not only at side views, right? That's one of 30 different papers I have. I also explained that. So you've tactically omitted all the surrounding context and clarification of me giving my point, which wasn't to you, and you're just going to keep doubling down on it. So I'm at the gym. So when I get back, I'll send you the papers that you can ignore, just like Bacon ignored them, just like Ruif ignores them and doesn't read them, just like Zanuck ignores them and doesn't read them, but then pretend that they're teaching me about them. Okay, so there are multiple different papers, multiple different experiments, multiple different conditions, multiple different apertures, multiple different observer heights, right? Multiple different viewing angles that have been tested, and the evidence seems to suggest that visual space is non-Euclidean. That means period. Visual space is non-Euclidean, period.
Well, all the experiments that I read about tested exclusively using methods that depended on human depth perception. And citing a theodolite does not depend on human depth perception. Is that correct?
All the papers you read require human perception and depth perception.
Well,
What
no,
are all these papers you read? Because now you're just lying.
I didn't read them all, but I've tried to read a lot of what you post to me. And the ones that I've read talked about measuring the apparent curvature of visual space as measured by depending on human depth perception. That's why they had the lady looking at the arrow from
No,
the side of it.
no, you just keep talking about the one paper. See, you're intentionally being deceptive right now. Like, but I'm saying, you say you believe in the creator. So, like, if you're intentionally being deceptive, you don't think that's a bad thing? If
I'm
you're
not,
like you're lying by omission,
it would be a bad thing, but I'm not doing that.
you are doing that. You are clearly doing that. I've corrected you 5 times. So there are multiple papers, including the alley experiments. If you don't even know what the alley experiments are, trust me, you have no position to pretend you're teaching people about what visual space is or isn't.
Okay, so tell me, do the alley experiments rely in any way on human depth perception?
Maybe to an extent and parts of it because they look in different directions as well. But they also look straight down an alley. So does
Right,
looking straight down an alley rely on depth perception?
well, if the human is in any way perceiving a, a, a depth, a distance, then it does, right?
See, this is what you don't seem to get, dude, is that you're basically what you're doing is you're limiting it to what I guess you're talking about up and down, things going up or down.
No, depth is distance from the eye. When visual
Okay,
studies
I'm saying, are you just trying to talk about like the theodolite measurements and them showing something being down below you?
No. No, I'm talking about depth perception. Depth perception is how the human brain tries to guess at how far something is from it. It's not an
But this
right
isn't
and
just
left and
about
up
human
and
perception in the brain. This is not what the studies that I have are just about. That's why I told you that there's multiple different papers doing different tests. It's not just, this is a talking point you guys have because you're so scared of the implications that perspective is non-Euclidean. It's not just about the brain at all. They use robotic optics to do it. It's not just about the brain, okay? It's not. That's just a talking point. Just like when I showed you the paper from, just like when I showed the paper. Did you read the paper from the astronomy department from Vanderbilt?
Is that the one that shows the lady in the black and white shirt holding a Futaba remote control, pointing an arrow around
No.
with it? Well, that
I don't
was
remember.
Vanderbilt.
Maybe so. What?
That was Curved Visual Space, Vanderbilt, 1999,
Okay.
right?
I don't remember. But what does the conclusion say, and what does the abstract say? What does it say about like a visual perspective? Is it just about human perception?
This one seemed to be, yeah, but it was just a short. That was the
Wow, that's
11-page
great.
one that you gave me.
It says in seemingly boundless physical space, visual space is bounded. And this is why the sky appears to be a dome.
But none of this is answering my question as to whether you have any
Oh,
actual evidence that visual space is curved when there's no interaction, there's no component of depth perception.
Okay.
Because
first of all, if I'm looking at great distances and then trying to determine where something is in the distance, how does that have nothing to do with depth perception?
Well, if your brain is trying to derive based on any number of cues a depth, then that involves depth perception. If you're just sighting through a tube and making no interaction of how deep you think it is, you're just lining up angles, then there's no depth perception in that. And
okay, so you wait, just to clarify, your position is the only product of curved visual space is depth perception alone.
No, my position is that a depth or curved visual space depends entirely on errors in human depth perception.
Okay, so you're saying the only time that you get curved visual space is errors in depth perception alone.
Yes, and it could be if you have a robotic camera system that's also trying to perceive depth without sighting, then it could also be subject to depth perception errors as well. But it's all.
What you don't understand though is you're not some arbiter of truth. You don't get to read one paper and tell us that you know everything about perspective and curved visual space. When the military disagrees with you, when I have like 30 different documents on my computer that point blank disagree with you, say it's about perspective itself. It's not just about human perception. They explain that it actually isn't a constant rate of curvature. So that they depict specifically that when you look at great distances, the horizon will appear differently than it actually is in reality because of curved visual space. And the position of the horizon will change based on curved visual space.
So are you saying that you do have, and will get later to me, documentation that shows that curved visual space does affect sighting along or through something and does affect situations when there is no component of depth perception?
I don't have a paper that says when Jesse takes his theodolite out there and tries to prove the Ursa ball, curved visual space is actually tricking him. What I have are papers showing different aspects of perspective and how all the evidence lines up that it's actually not a constant rate of curvature, but it's curved. And if there isn't a Euclidean equation that accurately depicts perspective and that it relies on a variance of things, which means if visual space itself is curved and you're looking through a great distance of this curved visual space, then what you're citing is automatically going to appear in a position relative to your perspective. Duh.
Okay, so you're not aware of any published papers that back up your claim that curved visual space hampers the ability to accurately point a theodolite at a great distance?
I'm just going to keep repeating. My understanding and conclusion that I have drawn is that if visual space is curved, then at great distances, what you think you're seeing is not actually what it is. And this can affect your interpretation of observations.
Okay, do you have any evidence that you can present later to me that will show that this effect happens when sighting through, say, a telescope?
Yeah, so I just now told you that even in the abstract of the astronomy department, it draws the evidence over to why the sky appears to be a dome. So when you look out in the sky, you're looking in a curved limit of perspective. You think that you see forever. You act like I'm going to go find a mainstream paper that says, "Oh, the Earth's actually not a ball," because all of our perspectives wrong. That's not what they do, though. What they do is just study different aspects, very precise, specific aspects of perspective, and they show that non-Euclidean models match the data better. I'm the one that's then saying, okay, if visual space is curved and you're assuming that it's straight, whatever assumption you make on the assumption that it's Euclidean is automatically wrong if it's actually curved. Okay, so it's a very complicated subject. In fact, there are many different proposed equations, many different proposed interpretations of the rate of curvature, if it's constant, if it's not, that it goes from elliptic to hyperbolic to parabolic. Some say that it's a constant hyperbolic visual space. There are all these different proposed interpretations of it. So I don't know the answer. I'm still trying to figure it out. But I know that you don't know the answer. Can you answer this question honestly? If perspective is actually non-Euclidean, then is your interpretation of these observations wrong?
I don't even know what you mean by non-Euclidean. Perspective is defined as being Euclidean. Perspective is linear. That's why it's called linear perspective. What would it be if it was? What would linear perspective be if linear perspective was non-linear? Right? I mean, I don't.
Yeah.
How
So
do I
we
answer
actually
that?
have I have papers talking about linear hyperbolic perspective.
But anyway, that's getting off the topic of whether. So
No, what's getting off the topic is that you can't answer basic questions. So I'm just going to keep asking the question because I'm tired of your games, dude. I'm tired of it, bro. It's really annoying, Jesse. Answer the questions, or like, I don't think people in here should even engage with you because what you do is you drag them through the mud. If perspective is non-Euclidean, your answer is perspective is defined as that isn't an answer. You notice how you just refuse to answer? That's called being dishonest. If perspective is non-Euclidean, but you are assuming that it is Euclidean, is your interpretation of these observations going to be wrong?
I don't know. I'd have to know exactly what perspective was and how it worked in order to know if it affected my interpretations or not.
How could you not know that if you're assuming Euclidean perspective, so you're drawing a straight line to what you're observing, if the perspective is actually non-Euclidean, so you can't draw infinite straight lines to what you're observing, then your interpretation assuming the infinite straight line of Euclidean would be wrong. How could you possibly not know?
Maybe I'm not as smart as you.
So you won't even answer basic questions like this is what I'm saying. If you want to stake your flag in that you know perspective is Euclidean, then okay. But then that's cool. So then you're acknowledging that if it's actually non-Euclidean, that all the assumptions and interpretations of observations that apply Euclidean perspective would be wrong.
Oh yeah, I mean anything could be if it would or would be if it could be, but that's hardly an argument until you prove that it actually is wrong.
And this isn't about an argument. This is about me demonstrating how hard it is for you to even have just honest discourse. Okay, that's the point. This is why like I should stop engaging with you.
Well,
right? Because you're not always like this, but you are like this a lot, especially when you first get on here. And it's really annoying, bro. It's really annoying. And it's like you know that I'm not going to let you sit there and intentionally misrepresent my actual position. So it baits me in, which shows that you're actually doing it intentionally. You're intentionally omitting and twisting and drawing your own conclusions and presenting straw man because you know it's going to bait me in to correct it.
well, and so I think you did admit that you don't know that theodolites couldn't be used at a long distance. You don't seem to have actual evidence that. Well, do you see the problem though when when all of your evidences for curved visual space are relying on depth perception specifically, and the use of a
Oh
theodolite
my
does
god.
not rely on a depth perception, can you see why I'm at least asking the question? Because to me it seems like the two are unrelated, right?
Wait, when you say all of my evidence relies on depth perception, where is it that you're founding that upon exactly?
Just what I've seen so far. Do you have evidence that shows curved visual space that relies 0 on depth perception when sighting through a telescope?
Why are you
Wait, time
bringing
out.
depth perception into this, though? What?
As some way to hand wave dismiss that visual space is curved, as if to imply that if you're just looking straight, it's Euclidean and it's straight, but if you look anywhere else, it's curved. He's
Well,
trying to pretend. He's doing the same thing they all do, trying to say that this is just about perception, how the brain actually interprets it based on visual cues. When in reality, even with the theodolite, if you're out there trying to place your arrows on something that you see, you're automatically taking in the entire visual space to line it up with. You're only lining up based on the final product that is viewed. You
say
don't
that
seem to
again?
even know what curved visual space. What you don't even seem to get what curved visual space would do to the horizon. It would change the position of the horizon, Jesse. So if you're trying to line your theodolite up on the horizon, then you're probably going to be wrong if you assume it's Euclidean.
Do you have any citations to back that specific principle up of aiming through a telescope?
Why would a telescope be any different than just looking, or a theodolite, or any of that? Can you explain how that would change any of it?
Well,
like you bringing in the term theodolite or telescope somehow changes the visual space.
Well, because the paper that he posted for me the other night specifically says that pointing from the ego center is known as aiming, such as pointing a rifle or a telescope. Taking aim, or egocentric pointing, is a task that can be fully performed in the visual field and involves no depth. So,
and it still had errors. And it said it still had errors.
Where did it say that?
Yeah, so it's like it's just 11 pages. Like, well, maybe you need to go reread it, Jesse.
Yeah, when
After
you're back
you
to
accused me of not reading it.
When you're back to your computer, just point out exactly what you're talking about. Maybe I've got the wrong document or something. I don't know. But
No, you just didn't read it. You just
okay,
looked for one thing. You just looked for one thing to try to dismiss it.
So you're, to clarify, you are saying that you do have a citation that does back up the claim that egocentric pointing is affected by curved visual space. Is that correct?
I never said that anything like that. Although,
are you claiming
I
it
have to look
now?
back. I'm saying that that's a logical conclusion to draw, and you seem to think that just select portions of visual space is straight while everything around is curved, which is ignorant and stupid. So,
What are you doing, bro? I mean,
what am I doing, dude? You've been exposed for intentionally misrepresenting what I said like 10 times. You're asking me what I'm doing?
No, I ask you for evidence for non-depth perception based evidence of curved visual space, and you say it's there. And so then I say, well, so are you saying that you do have evidence of egocentric pointing being subject to curved visual space? And you're saying, I'm not saying that. And I'm saying, well,
I'm
it's
saying I
like you
don't know.
keep changing.
I don't know that there's a specific paper that does that specific thing, right? So I'm not going to lie and say I know or don't know, which is why I said I'm not saying that and that I don't know. I know that like intellectual honesty is something that's a foreign it's like a foreign concept to you, but like,
and you too, bro.
No, because I'm sitting here being abundantly honest. I'm sitting here saying that I drew a conclusion based on evidence that if this is why I brought the paper up. I said, and I quote, "This experiment shows that due to curved visual space, equilateral triangles will appear to have spherical excess, and that the curved visual space is not a constant rate of curvature. It actually goes from elliptic to hyperbolic. It can even extend into parabolic." That's what I actually said. And
But
this
that
this
was
obviously what's so interesting is if 400 people line up and use the theodolite, they're not going to all get the same measurements. You seem to think they'll all get exactly the same measurements, but they don't.
you mean like due to the margin of error in the instrument or weather variations? No, I don't claim they're all
No,
exactly the same.
no, what? No. All the same conditions, then they're not all going to get the same measurements.
Wait, are you saying that if the conditions like so? If you're saying, are you saying 400 people show up at the exact same time and shoot at the exact same target, they're not going to get within the same measurements within the margins of error of their instruments?
No, I don't think that they're going to get the same thing. That's right. You can look at the different surveys that they've done.
I think that's going to be a hard claim for you to support, because theodolites are specifically designed to eliminate human error to a great degree, and that's specified in the spec sheet, basically.
Does the theodolite use curved optics?
You mean are the lenses curved, the surfaces of the lenses?
Is it a circle curved optic?
Oh, yeah, they use round lenses.
Okay. So then is the visual space through the optics of the theodolite curved?
I've not found any evidence of it.
So it's a circle, but it's not curved.
The visual space is not curved. That just because you use a circular lens doesn't mean that visual space suddenly becomes curved. It's
That
not
is
because.
what visual space is. It's how you see the physical space.
So are you saying if instead of using a lens-based telescope, I used a pinhole-based camera that had a square pinhole and a square flat plane image sensor, that then visual space would no longer be curved and I could accurately point the theodolite?
No, because there will be divergence due to diffraction that will then converge into a curved, also give you an effective curve, but it will be different. It will 100% not look the same. It will not look the same as like using a P900. You didn't know they look different?
Well, I just disagree. I mean, obviously the pinhole camera has a lot less light gathering capability, so you have to expose it a lot longer. And it's not going to be nearly as focused. But anyway, we're diverting.
No, that's what I want you to know. If I have a hula hoop and I hold the hula hoop out in front of me and then I rise above the hula hoop, will the hula hoop look like it's curving?
Yep.
Even though the hula hoop's actually not curving, right?
What do you
Is
mean
it curving
not?
down? Is the hula hoop, are we going to see an illusion of curvature when the hula hoop's actually level?
You mean if your eye level, if it's flat to you?
If you're just above it.
You're above it? You're looking down on top of it from some angle?
You're just a little above it, yeah.
Well, yeah, it's going to look curved. Because it's
How
not.
so? What do you mean? Look curved how?
Well, because it's not straight. It is a circle. Of course it's going to look curved.
It's going to look like it's curving down the left and the right, even though it's actually level?
Wait, so, well, if it's level, but you're above it looking down on it, right?
Yeah.
Well, what if you were straight above it looking down on it? Wouldn't it look curved all the way around?
We're not talking about that. Do you not see what you do? Do you think the audience doesn't see that you do that every time?
Well, what's your point?
Oh my God. Will the hula hoop look like it's curving down to the left and right, even though it's actually level?
Well, the far side will. The near side will be looking like it's curving up left to right, right?
I mean the far side and the near side. We're in the middle of a hula hoop, dude.
Oh, you're in
Dude,
the middle.
answer is yes. Every 5-year-old can go test this. Everyone knows the answer is yes.
You didn't tell me where the observer was. Yes, it'll appear to be curving down right to left if you're above it and looking down at it at any height.
Okay, so whenever we make observations over the ground, are we above the ground?
Yep.
Okay, so, and do we see in a circle?
I don't know what you mean by that.
You don't know what I mean by that.
What do you mean, do we see in a circle? No, we see in an angular 2D space. I mean, our eye sees angles in two axes, right?
Are our eyes circles?
No, they're spheres.
Oh my god, this is so lame, dude. And like you know what you're doing because you now see the conclusion, and that's why you're just avoiding it like the plague.
So do you see in squares, Jesse? Is your vision square? How would you describe your vision? Shape-wise.
Mediocre.
Shape-wise.
Okay, these straight lines look straight.
Not always. But make sure you guys avoid what's clearly being laid out right here. So we have peripheral vision. We have a limit to our vision left and right. Is it a circle?
Is the left-right limit of a circle?
Oh.
Dude, this is so annoying, dude.
I mean,
he
if
answers
you're
every question with a question.
if you're on a
and he just
sphere,
intentionally tries to obfuscate, and like no one calls him out.
well, if you're
No
on a
ballers call him out.
sphere, then
left lane will back
obviously
him
you
up.
can't see the surface beyond a point, and that point, that horizon line distance, is a circle.
So yeah, let's change it to, since we're on a sphere, a simple question about how you visually see the world. Do you see the world in a square, triangle, circle? How would you describe it?
I see it as it presents.
Did I ask you, left lane?
Did we ask you, Napalm?
Yeah, you popped in. I thought I'd pop in.
Well, the reason I popped in is because, like Witsit has pointed out your dishonesty. You just keep diverting around from it, only answering questions with other questions to try to divert back to something, to try to hold Witsit to some sort of point, to try to make him look dishonest when we all know you're the dishonest one. You did this to Geo a couple of weeks ago, and Geo started to lose his shit on you. You should be lucky that you're even still around, to be honest with you.
You know what,
Because
Napalm?
the dishonesty is going to be, let's just say, dealt with.
Hey, Napalm, before you start calling me dishonest, I went back and I downloaded that live stream, and I did not misquote Geo at all. He just misheard. I was completely not misquoting him at all. I did nothing dishonest.
It was the context, Jesse. Jesse,
Exactly.
it was the context.
He does that on purpose. He intentionally removes context on purpose. That's called being dishonest, Jesse. You do it every time. Do you know what lie by omission means?
Did you happen to post that when you clipped that? Did you happen to post that somewhere, Jesse?
I don't think so. But I can if you want.
No.
Do you know what lie by omission is?
What do you mean, no, you don't want to hear it?
No,
do you know what lie by omission is?
Isn't that when you purpose to deceive by leaving something out when you're saying something?
Oh, like the context?
Well, I'd like to say that maybe Jesse does have a character flaw, but maybe he's also under a veil and can't see the truth and can only see the paradigm that he's preaching from. And we're calling him dishonest when maybe he's confused, but has a character flaw. It could be that simple.
He can be confused, but if he's tactically removing things from people's actual points to make it, to paint it to be something it's not, that's dishonest. It's
but I
not,
didn't do that.
You did do that. You did it to me. That's what made me jump in.
What do you mean I did that to you?
Tactic too, Jesse? You're clearly using a tactic to try to hold Witsit to something so that you can try your best to disprove it later.
Right. It's intentionally not paying attention to what's going on so that you can divert it back to how we know that the Earth is a ball, right? Just like when I asked you how you visually see within your visual space, you wanted to start to talk about since we live on a ball, right? It's a very simple
You're going to
question.
jump in White Knight right
No,
now.
man. No, man. It's a white knight for all sides. This discussion about honesty and dishonesty and discredit, it really brings the productivity of the conversation down. I just wish we could move past
brings down the productivity of a conversation. I agree. See, this is what I'm not understanding is you sat in here. Good.
I was just going to say, according to Left Lane, we should just let dishonesty run rampant. And we should all be dishonest. As long as the conversation sounds fluid, as long as we're being super dishonest, that's cool, right?
Yeah, the problem is the pointing out of the dishonesty, not the dishonesty. Really, Left Lane?
Yeah, exactly.
I think there are bias involved in this that
yeah, you don't say.
I do say.
People that
I do
enjoy
say
honesty are being biased preferring that
Wait,
people have honest discussions.
wait, Lefland, let me point this out to you, okay? You just heard me asking Jesse numerous point blank questions, and he started making jokes and avoiding the question and responding with questions and avoiding the very simple question I was asking. Did you not sit here and see that, or did you just choose to remove that from your memory? Like,
No, I heard you ask him if your eyeballs are round or something, and he said they were spheres, and then everything went sideways.
no, actually, I asked him if I have a hula hoop and I'm a little bit above it, will the hula hoop, even though it's level, appear to curve down to the left and to the right? And he said, well, no, the near side will do this. And I said, what? No, okay, we're in the middle. Oh, well, you didn't tell me. He knows what I'm asking. Then I said, okay, so even though it's actually level, it'll look like it's curved, right? Because it's a circle. Okay, well, do we see in a circle? I don't know what you mean by that. We all know
Yeah,
what I mean. You would have a 360-degree field around you that you can
yeah,
see it. Right.
yeah.
So then I said, are we above the ground? Whenever we make observations out in the distance, are we above the ground? And then he didn't answer. He started making jokes. So like that's
Well,
in
it
you
wouldn't.
can't.
I mean, if you were though, and what he said, if you were standing on top of a sphere and you would have a horizon all the way around you, that would be a circle. Yeah.
No sphere involved. We have a circle around us that we see in without a sphere. Okay.
Yeah.
So that my point is, if we're looking out in the distance at something, are we above the ground when we look out the distance? Of course we are. So just like with the hula hoop, there will be an illusion of curvature when it's not there. There's also something called the spotlight effect. You can have a perfectly flat stage, and if you put a spotlight on it, the stage will look like it's curving. When you look straight at the stage, it literally looks like it's curving. But it's not. It's called the spotlight effect. So whether you think the Earth's a ball or not doesn't exclude the possibility that you can just honestly acknowledge that there are visual effects that will make things that are straight appear to be curved.
So this
If the Earth's
goes
a
back
ball,
to
that's
like
still true.
Soundly's Lake Pontchartrain that's actually straight, but it just looks curved because we see in hyperbolic space or something. Is that what you're saying?
Well, see, we're not talking about Soundly's bridge, and of
Uh,
course no, you guys yourself say that there's a foreshortening effect that exaggerates and makes it look more curved than it really is. That's
yeah.
the official globe position. Yeah. Okay. So I'm talking about if I have a circle drawn around me that I see in, right? Then straight lines can appear to be curved. We can
That's
test
what
it
I
with a hula
okay.
hoop.
So that's what I was saying. Do we see in straight line? Do we see straight lines as straight? And then yeah, I mean that kind of goes
It'll be
if it's moving
negligible.
away from you. Yeah.
It'll be negligible, very close, left line, right?
Can I say
Like
something concerning the bridge? Because the guys that did the bridge thing, Soundly, Kowalski, and all these guys, they don't claim that it's a visual thing. Let's get that straight. They claim that that's an actual curve. That's an actual curve and it's been measured. That's the claim
Yeah.
from these guys. Now, the other stories are the other ballers that made them up, but the guys that actually did it say there's an actual curve and an actual hump there.
Yeah, and once we point out that curvature rate is way too great and it would make the Earth way too small, then the people in here defend it, saying that it's a foreshortening effect. And then I say, oh, well, what were the angles that they viewed it at? Can you show me that that's actually what's causing it? And that it, based on the angle of view and the foreshortening effect, that it causes exactly this exaggeration of this amount of curvature. They didn't do anything like that. They ran around showing that picture and then laughing at people, pretending it proved the Earth was a ball. So it's like, this is the way the conversation always goes. What I want people to acknowledge is that there are visual effects that can make things look like they're curved when they're not. Without refraction, nothing to do with refraction. There's something called the spotlight effect. I'll draw pictures when I get back to the house. Okay, we can look at a hula hoop and show that even though it's level, it'll look like it's curving. We have tests where equilateral triangles appear to be appear to have spherical excess due to perspective, right? We can show the alley experiments where they look down the alley, and although it's parallel, it looks like it's hyperbolic, which matches what railroad tracks do, but it's not just, oh, it's just straight lines look like that because perspective. It's because it's hyperbolic visual space. They look straight down long alleys, and then they appear to converge at a hyperbolic rate. So I guess I just don't understand. Like, what if the Earth's a ball? So let's say I'm a baller, right? I would have no problem acknowledging objective things because I think the Earth's objectively a ball. So yes, there is something called the spotlight effect. It can make the stage look like it's curved even though it's not. Yes, the hula hoop will look like it's curved even though it's not. Yes, we have 360-degree field around us that we can see in, and we have a limit based on our eyes, and optics are curved. They can make things look curved when they're not. That doesn't mean the Earth's not a ball. So, like, why? Well, why not just be honest about it?
Hey, what's it? How can you say that the hula hoop is not curved? It's literally a circle. Are circles not curved?
Is the hula hoop curving? Do you know what I'm saying? This is such bad faith, Jesse. I said that it's level, but it will appear to curve down to the left and to the right.
Yeah, you're starting to get irritating, Jesse, for real. You really came back with that statement after all that was said about the hula hoop, explained again to left lane. You really came back with that. That's like, Jesse, really, man.
It's good to hear you too, brother. But
no, it's not good to
seriously.
hear that at all.
No, I said it was good to hear from you this morning.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. But I mean, a hula hoop is a curved object. It's a circle, and if you're looking at a circle, why shouldn't you see curvature? What is the question?
Oh my God! If I look at the hula hoop straight on, will it look like it's curving?
If you're on the same plane as it is lying?
Yeah.
No, then it would look. Then you're looking at its flat aspect, and it would look straight.
But isn't the hula hoop curved, Jesse?
Absolutely, it's a great circle.
It's curved, but it'll look straight.
Well, if you look at it from just like a frisbee, if you look at it from the side that looks flat, it'll look flat. If you look at it from the side that looks round, then it'll look round. But I'm not sure what your point is.
You do know what my point is. That the hula hoop is level, but as you look slightly above it, it'll look like it's curving down to the left and the right, even though it's not actually doing that.
Well, from your perspective, it is. Because your perspective has moved. Your perspective position has moved, right?
There you go, Jesse. So if there's a circle and you look slightly above it, even though it's not curving down to the left and right, it will appear to do that because of perspective. Okay, so when we look out great distances and we look at stuff over the Earth, are we above the Earth when we do that?
Absolutely. But do you realize that you're using the phenomena of looking at a curved circular hula hoop as evidence that a flat, non-curved, non-circular Earth could look curved and circular?
Yeah, but do you not understand the analogy?
I mean,
what's the analogy? See if you can still man what the actual position is.
I don't know what. That's what I'm trying to. I don't know what your actual position is.
How do you see the world?
I'm trying to find that out.
What shape do you see the world in?
Perspective shape.
Perspective is now a shape. Okay. It's almost like they intentionally, dude, this topic can be so frustrating because it's like they intentionally try not to understand it.
Yeah, it's almost as if they like know it's true or something.
Hey, let me lay down just one little ladle of gravy. It's going to be a very simplified observation of what may be going on, and I'm not meaning just in this situation. Pretend for a moment that Whitsitt and Jesse are sitting in an auditorium, and there's a magician on stage, and he's about to pull a rabbit out of his hat. Jesse's told, whatever you do, you must believe that he's actually doing this magic trick and he's pulling this rabbit out of the hat. And here's the math, and here's textbooks, and here's historical how he's doing it. And you have to keep believing in this, or I'm going to kill you. And Witsit was told before, it's a trick. He's not actually producing a rabbit out of vanishing air. Here's how the trick works. Your job is to convince Jesse of how the trick works, and they're fighting over their angle of approach at this deal. We've been tricked about the ball Earth. It's not life or death what you believe about the ball or the extended plane. And actually, the whole, like, where's your model of your flat Earth? We actually don't have any idea how far it extends or the exact diameter, measurement, distances. I mean, we know it's not a ball, though. Did that first little demonstration or talking point of the auditorium, like, click at all at what's going on?
I think
Did it register though that that's what I'm seeing?
oh, yeah, from your limited vantage point, it could look that way to you.
Right, but am I, like, could you see how you're backing up a trick maybe with math and all your history of knowledge that you could have been fooled?
Except I'm not, I don't toe a party line. I'm just following the evidence.
Well, the funny thing is, most of the time when we get in these conversations about how we see visually, perspective, perception, all of that, there's always a tie back to the Earth being a globe, and it can't just be a conversation about how we visually see the world. And you've done it multiple times. Left Lane has even done it today, right? So it's, the conversation can't just be about, let's figure out how we see the world first, then we can try to apply the principles on how we see the world as to what the world may be. Like that's kind of foundational. Square one is we need to figure out how we view the world. That's what we need to do first. But you guys always want to skip to like step 17, where it's constant application to how this would relate to the Earth being a ball, when all we're trying to do is have honest conversation about how we visually see the world. We can't even.
Well, this is not rocket science. This is not rocket science, right? We can have a view in the field ahead of us. We can take out an auto level, right? We can measure, and we can literally see when our vision starts to go haywire. We can literally do that. This is not like something wow. You know what I'm saying? We see up to a point, and then
like
we
just
see up to
like can they? Sorry.
Just one more thing. We see up to a point correctly, and then we don't. It's as simple as that.
Yeah. So, like, if you model out elliptic and hyperbolic visual space, like if you take a picture of a dog and a bicycle right in front of you, all three pictures are going to look the same. It's when it gets further away. But like, this is what I don't understand. Can you guys acknowledge what Napalm just said? So, if you guys have determined what the Earth is based on how we see the world, and we're saying, okay, the first step, let's just throw away what the world is for a second. The first step is, let's figure out how we see the world and how that works, because that's the only way that we can efficiently go to the next step and ever have any hope to draw a conclusion about what the world is based on how we see it.
Again, not rocket science, right? We look at train tracks, right? We see straight up to a point, and then up to a certain point, we stop seeing straight. It's not rocket science. That's the way our eyes work. Things
you can even just look at
at a
planes
distance
fly.
gravitate towards a point. That's it. It's not rocket science, right? You look at a hallway. Everything gravitates towards a point. That's the way our eyes work.
Like when planes are flying towards you in the sky, they look like they're going up. But they're not actually going up. They're flying level.
Yeah.
Well, Dan
So
the
why is
Waterman,
that?
let's talk about that for a second, just for a second. Dan the Waterman posted a video last night. He followed up Brian's post looking at at contrails. The one that Dan had, the plane was nearly over his head, but the contrail went all the way to the horizon and below. So at the horizon, was that plane at 50,000 feet or 40,000 feet at the horizon, but yet the contrail's going below the horizon? I mean, that, you know, that
Yes.
it doesn't make sense to just say that's a converging point.
You know what
Yeah,
doesn't
but
make
when a
sense is that
plane
you
flies
didn't
away
address what
from
I
us,
just
that
said.
plane.
Huh?
I was
Both
gonna
y'all were
say
talking.
when a you want to go with it?
You got it.
When a plane left lane flies away from us, right? It appears to be going lower, correct?
Yes, but from
Hold on.
perspective,
Okay, hold on.
from
Is
the
it? It's not. We know it's not losing altitude, right? We know it's
right.
flying at the. So there it is, man. As
Well,
things
the thing
fly
is,
away, they just converge to a point. It's simple. It's not rocket
not to
science.
a point. It would take an extreme distance for a plane 50,000 feet flying away from you over a flat surface. That angle to that plane from the ground to the plane would never become zero.
I never said zero, but you know what I'm saying. The ground goes up, the ceiling goes down, the walls on the side come in. We see it in a hallway. I mean, we see it, bro. This is not made up stuff. We know how our eyes work. It's not right. I mean, we don't know how it
Well,
goes
we
to the
don't we
brain and
don't
that.
fully know how
But
they work. But this is
no,
what, like, can we just
that's
answer,
why I said.
dude? I want left lane or some baller to specifically answer the question. When I see a plane coming towards me, it looks like it's going almost straight up, but it's actually flying level. So why does the plane look like it's going up?
That's perspective.
Okay, so perspective is going to make the plane look like it's going up at a slight angle, and then when it gets past me and keeps going, it'll start going down, making a dome, and that's just because of the perspective.
So, but with that contrail going down to, and I assume be below the horizon, just have to assume that because it goes to the horizon. What rules about perspective say that would happen?
We have a curved visual space limit. But back to the point here. Well, so what we've established that we can verify is that because of perspective, the plane will come towards me and look like it's going up. It's looking like it's going up in the air, even though it's actually going straight and level. It looks like it's going up. And then it comes over my head. And as it keeps going, it'll look like it's going down. So if it goes up over my head, then back down, that makes a dome. So perspective makes the plane look like it's flying in a dome. Right?
Yeah, but what happens when it gets to the other horizon? The plane appears to fly down below the horizon.
But wait, we have to take one step at a time. So how is Euclidean perspective and Euclidean visual space explaining that perspective makes the plane look like it's flying in a dome?
Well, you could say that. You could call it a dome. It's actually a linear function over a flat surface. It's not flying in a dome. You know, if you were over a flat
Is it a
surface,
dome or is it
would
a
just
triangle? Is it a triangle?
That 50,000 foot would decrease in angular size as the plane flew away from you, but it would never. It would approach your center of vision at some point, but it would never go below your line of sight.
So it's just weird. I'm not gonna lie. Like, so,
Hold on, are we
whatever.
sure it traces a circle or does it trace a straight line? Like from one edge of the horizon, it appears to be going up and then down. Is that are we sure it's not a straight line and it's a curve? I'm just asking. I'm just asking.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I don't know.
If you draw it all out, it
You
looks
know,
like it
like I
has a
said,
dome.
if you
I'll
draw it
just
out,
repeat
it's just yeah. Well, I mean, if you draw it in orthographic sideways view, you draw a line at some distance above the observer's head, horizontally straight out, and then you would draw his line of sight straight out and the ground straight out. Those lines would never converge actually,
Right.
But to the observer, as the plane flew away, it would appear to be converged to a central point of your line of sight, but it should never go below your line of sight according to perspective.
Well, that's what you're kind of misunderstanding. So when you were talking about an image that somebody posted where you had kind of like a contrail or chemtrail or whatever that went across the whole entire sky, right? That was drawn by a plane.
Yep.
Okay. So where that contrail appeared to meet the horizon, do you think that that specific point in the contrail is directly above that specific point on the ground?
Oh, it would have a GP, I guess is what you're wanting. Its geographic position above the ground.
Let's say we took a
what you're
laser
saying?
that was at the point in which we thought the horizon was. So let's say we're a 6-foot observer. We're observing this plane that's drawing this contrail. I'm looking out towards the distance, and let's say my horizon, or what appears to be the horizon, or the end point of my vision, is roughly around 3 miles. We have a big, huge laser, one of those spotlights for like furniture sale or whatever, that's pointing directly up at 3 miles, and it's hitting that contrail. Do you think it hits the contrail well before the contrail appears to meet the ground?
No, yeah, no. It would hit up over your head. There would be. It would.
No,
You
not
know.
your head, right? We're
Yeah,
putting this
yeah. It
laser.
would. If you look straight up and you see your zenith straight up and hitting that
I'm not talking
contrail,
about our
and
zenith.
and you look. Imagine what would be 3 miles of that contrail. That's where your horizon. If the horizon light was shining straight up, that light would appear to be hitting very near the top of your head.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is the point in which 3 miles is existing within that contrail isn't directly above, or it's not where that contrail appears to meet the horizon, right? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, it would be much closer to your
much closer,
zenith.
Gita.
What I've noticed is the higher
Good.
something
So
is,
let
the higher the
me
plane
talk
is.
to you.
Oh, sorry.
Hold on a second, Brian. Let me talk to you about how things can appear to drop below your visual line without technically being below it, right? So we have that horizon, which is being set by the ground, which are a 6-foot observer height. So within your visual field of view, roughly just under 50% of your lower portion of your field of view is being filled by the ground that is appearing to ramp up towards the center of your vision. So from 6 feet to 0 feet, the ground is filling that whole entire visual space. Now that plane is much higher above you, right? And we know that when it travels 3 miles, it's not even close to where the ground 3 miles is, right? There's a discrepancy between those two places visually based on our field of view. So when that plane goes much further past 3 miles, it could be 25, 100 miles before that plane appears to meet the horizon, which is being set at 3 miles. So that artificially set close in horizon, which is filling roughly 50% of your lower field of view, is obscuring that plane simply based on the fact that it is a shorter, smaller, apparent horizon that is blocking things visually that are much
Horizon
further
doesn't
away
block
from you.
planes,
Kind of
bro.
like how a 6-foot fence can block a ball that's being tossed over the fence, right?
Let me correct you, man. The horizon don't block planes. You don't see the plane that far. You got to catch a clear day to see it like
Well,
5
we were
degrees
talking about
above the horizon.
we
But
were
yeah,
talking about
I see what I know what you're saying
chemtrails or
though. I mean,
whatever, which were
I get
spreading
your
out.
point. I do agree with your point, but something as high as a plane, yeah, you won't see the horizon blocking that because you can't see that far. But here's the thing: the higher something is, the more it's like domey, like when it's going overhead, you can tell it's straight. And then if you look at just the line as a whole, it'll kind of appear, a little bit arced a little bit. But I mean, you could look at it as a straight line. It's one coherent line. But it's the higher up something up is, the more it appears to go down in the distance or up if it's coming towards you. So a low flying plane is not going to have as much of that same effect. And the atmosphere over them distances, in my opinion, it's pretty. I mean, it's acting like a lens. So anything huge that you could see, it's just like looking through a lens. But when you get above half a mile, there's nothing being blocked by any horizon. Like the NASA paper, you can't even distinguish a horizon. And Gleam showed the NASA papers pretty much where I think it's like a little less than half a mile, but it was like 2,000 feet or 2,400 feet. That there's no real distinguishable position of a horizon. It's just an infinite looking point. But I want the Glovers to show a picture of something high in the air, like half a mile or maybe a mile even or 2 miles of something being blocked by the horizon. I ain't seen that yet. Because we should see half clouds in the distance, like especially from like high altitude balloon footage, way off at the horizon. According to them, according to the globe, we should see like half of a cloud or something.
Well,
But
that was a point that came up earlier today, Brian. And I remember I was a teenager in Florida, and storms would roll in off the Atlantic, on the Daytona Beach, and we would see the tops of those clouds peep up because we'd be watching for it, because we want to get as much swim time as we could. We'd see the top of the clouds peep up on the horizon, and as time went, maybe 45 minutes to an hour, then we would see the bottoms of the dark bottoms of those clouds come up above the horizon. Well, I mean, as the storm is approaching, the clouds are below my line of sight, below the horizon, and as it approaches, it increasingly reveals itself as if it's being obstructed by the horizon.
That's
wonderful.
So
that's a phenomena that is.
Yeah.
I mean, you can demonstrate
Welcome to
this.
Flat
Yeah. Okay.
not
You say
Earth
that
curve,
all the
so-
time, but you
so
say
not
that
Earth
all the
curve,
time.
right?
but- Yeah.
Not
You
Earth
say
curve,
that
right?
You say that all the time, and it doesn't make any sense, Brian.
Well, you're saying you're on the ground
It's
and
not
you're
a
seeing these
rebuttal.
clouds. They're about 20 miles away. It's not Earth curve, then, right? That's just a couple hundred feet of drop, right? You telling me that
Yeah,
the clouds drop to the horizon because of Earth curve?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I say, Brian.
So a cloud is like a mile up is and about 15 miles away. I'll give you 25, 50 fucking miles away. So you got about 1,800 foot of drop. Yet the cloud's a mile in the sky, and that's way further than we actually see them, in my opinion. I mean, I drove under one, but it was. Hey, and let me take something back too. I wanted to specify. Yeah, we do see planes. I wasn't trying to step on his toes or before me, but I like over like artificial horizon, like anything that's above, but like a marine horizon is what I was inferring to. Like we can't see planes like this. At best you might see it like 5 degrees above. I meant like a marine horizon with like no structure, but yeah, a regular horizon. Yeah, you might catch a plane dropping. I don't know, man. It'd have to be a pretty artificial type of horizon, like trees in the distance or something. But a marine horizon, I've never ever seen a plane drop below the horizon. But the clouds, yeah, Howard, you're pretty much. I'm fucking with you, welcoming you to flat Earth. But you're basically saying that you watch the clouds drop to the horizon, and we know that we're not seeing them far away as a couple miles of drop. If they're a mile or two, the rain clouds are usually like 2 or 3 miles up, and so we know it's not Earth curve. I mean, that's why I had to give you the old sarcastic welcome to flat Earth.
Well, I mean, from your perspective, you say it's not Earth curve. It can't be. You can't allow it to be Earth curve if Earth is flat. That is your position. It's not that it's not Earth curve, that you can allow it to be Earth curve. That's where you come from.
It can't,
I'm
bro.
just-
It's your mathematics.
I'm just now. My mathematics works out perfectly fine for what I'm describing that I see.
promise you it does not.
I promise you, it does.
You want to bet? You think let's just say we'll meet in the middle, a 2-mile rain cloud. Okay, I'll even give you an example. Where there was a rain cloud, it was in Jose's direction. It was during a storm, and it was a big old bolt of lightning straight toward him, way off in the distance, and it just lit the sky up for like 2 seconds, man. It took a couple seconds, whatever, and I heard it, and it was like, damn. like
You know, but
a
if you guys
strike.
did make a bet on anything, since you're both big earners, it could be a huge
Yeah,
bet.
not really. But, I mean, I'm catching up. But and I asked him. I said, Jose, did you hear that? Because he's about, I think, 230, 220 miles away from me, maybe 240. And he's like, no. I said, man, that it was a lightning bolt strike, and it was way off in the distance. I couldn't even really see the cloud. I just seen it light up like big time, and then I heard it a minute later or whatever. And he not only didn't hear it, it's sunny where he was at. And so halfway between me and him, even if he's 250 miles away, is 125 miles. So I think they say the average rain cloud, look it up, I think they say it's 3 miles. But even if it was 2 miles, well, fuck, he didn't even hear it. So it's pointless even doing the math, but it's not even close, dude. So if it's 3 miles up, 125 miles is like a little over a mile in Earth curve, but he didn't even hear. It was sunny, like he couldn't see no rain clouds. Period. So we're not
He
seeing
was
clouds.
250 miles away from you. What did you expect him to
Yeah, but
see?
I was seeing if it was in between us. Okay, like y'all are saying with the
Okay.
math. Like
You see lightning, and then you hear thunder. How long after you see that lightning?
it's as far as I could see. Okay, so
No,
when
that's
y'all
not what
say
I
you're
asked
seeing
you.
clouds 100
What I
something
asked
miles
you,
away,
Brian, hang
that's
on.
my
That's
point.
not what I asked. Brian, I asked how long after you saw
I
the
don't know.
lightning did you hear? Okay, it matters because you can calculate how far away that
Yeah, I know.
lightning is. Okay, so if you think that the time from seeing it to hearing it would equal 250 miles, then you'd have an argument. Otherwise, you're just babbling.
No, I don't think that. Let me
I know you
correct.
don't think that. I've already clarified. You don't think that. We've all understand. You don't think that.
Tell me when I
But
can talk. You ain't gonna
okay,
interrupt. No.
if we can calculate the distance between how far a lightning and thunder strike is from us, then you can calculate how far that would be. Now, how far would that be at 250 miles? How
Hold
long
on,
would
I
it take you
answered
to
your
do it?
question already. What's halfway between 250 miles?
Really?
What's the halfway point? I answered your
Oh my
question. Just
God.
answer one of mine. What's halfway between 250
125
miles?
miles.
Right. So that's what I was seeing because y'all told me that clouds can be seen like 100, 200 miles away.
That doesn't mean that cloud was.
Right. I'll agree with that. It doesn't mean that cloud was that far, but that was the extent of how far I could see that cloud. I didn't really even see the cloud. I just seen it light up. So if y'all are saying I see a cloud 100 miles away,
Brian,
then
you're saying
Jose
that
should have
cloud.
also been able to see it from 100 something
No.
miles away. You see what I'm
Again,
saying?
you're saying that cloud was 100 miles away. You don't know.
No, dude, and realistically, it was probably about 20 miles away.
Again, you don't know.
I do not know.
Okay, yeah, so you can't contribute that story to what's being said because
But I
you're
know
just
what
saying.
the math says. And
Okay,
the math,
if you're doing what the math says, again, if you're doing what the math says, your argument makes no sense.
Howard said the math checks out, bro. So I brought this entire point up to show him. Okay, so a 3 mile rain cloud, a 3 mile lightning cloud. Okay, the math puts that like a couple hundred miles away. Okay, so I'm just pointing out to him that the math is most certainly not does not work in your model. I promise you.
Okay, when you say the math, you're saying everything. Again, let me make this clear. Every cloud you see is not 100 miles away. Every lightning bolt you see is not 100 miles away, unless you've calculated it to be 100 miles away, which you haven't done. So again, your argument doesn't make sense.
All right. Well, do you? I haven't exactly calculated. Okay, but how far do you think the clouds follow the mathematical perspective, the globe mathematics?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, then it's easy to prove you wrong because I'll just get the exact. In fact, I'll even give you the benefit of the doubt. And it says on Google that the average height of the lightning storms and shit are like 3 mile clouds. I'll give it 2 miles. I'll do the math.
Why do you keep saying that? You're contributing cloud distances for every cloud. It doesn't work that way.
It's a cloud.
I can tell you right now. I've had lightning strike feet from my place. That cloud was not 100 miles away. That cloud was not 5 miles away.
Okay, I'll concede that cloud. But you just said that all the clouds follow the fucking globe perspective mathematics. So it's going to be very
Okay,
easy
okay.
for me to show
Wait.
you
Hang on.
what's going to be necessary for that.
Clarification, Brian. When you say that, what does that mean? Because me saying that what I see works with the globe model does not contribute a number to every cloud at all.
Trigonometry, bro. The trigonometry. It ain't
Okay, again, let me say this again, Brian. Let me say this again. It matters whether that cloud is low at what, 500 feet or 1,000 feet, or if that cloud is at 10,000 feet, right?
Right, but all I need is one.
Okay, hang on.
Bro, you're
1 second.
Dude, you're interrupted every time I go to respond, dude.
No, you answered it. You answered it, and I wanted to move on.
All I need is one to follow the rules that are the height that Google's saying. All I need is one cloud, and to give you the example I'm gonna give you for it to fuck up your old model, because you just said that all the clouds are following the globe perspective math, meaning like the trigonometry.
Well, no, I did not say that. Would you like me to clarify what I said? Would you like me to say it again?
I asked you a question. You said yes.
Okay, and I've also clarified it. When I look up at the clouds, my perspective does work with the globe model. That does not contribute any numbers to a cloud, so don't do it.
So not mathematically. Okay, good. So we're on
yeah.
the same
I again, that wasn't your question. That wasn't your question, and I answered your question, and then you contributed it to some other question you hadn't even asked.
You sure that I didn't ask you? Do the clouds follow the perspective mathematics from the globe model? You sure you didn't say
that
yes?
Does not contribute a number to every cloud.
It only takes one, bro. You're missing the whole point. I don't know why you're being stubborn, John.
Me standing somewhere and the cloud being in the distance at my perspective horizon. That's all it takes. The difference is until you have the numbers for where that cloud is, the altitude of that cloud, you're just babbling.
Okay, I'll get you the numbers for a cloud a mile less than Google says. And all I need is one.
Brian, what is your argument, bro? Because honestly, I'm confused. Can you clarify your argument? What exactly is your argument?
Simple shit, dude. That the clouds do not even close, if you want to get technical, but do not even closely follow the math. Not even close. Because a cloud that's 2 miles up, we should see that bitch like 150, I think 180. I'm gonna do it real quick. I'm gonna do the math and figure it out. But that means me and Jose would maybe not every
show
cloud,
your work,
Sean.
please.
Maybe not every cloud, Sean. But if Google's right, and your math, your globe
stop
math
with the Google.
math is right,
How is Google right about a cloud you're looking at?
At least occasionally see clouds in between us.
No, stop that. Again, until you have numbers, your Jose argument makes zero sense.
All right, I'll get the numbers real quick. Hold on.
So he's saying a cloud that's 2 miles up should be seen at a certain distance. That's his argument, if I understand it correctly.
Yeah, he's saying what he's saying is Jose is 250 miles from him. He sees a lightning cloud, and he contributes it to be 100 miles away, and he wonders why Jose didn't hear it or see it.
Gotcha. Okay.
And he's just threw his own numbers to it. He doesn't even know where these clouds are. Nothing. He just said it, and then all of a sudden it doesn't match the globe model. It doesn't make any sense. Your argument doesn't make sense, Brian. It's not even like I'm trying to argue against anything. I'm just trying to tell you your argument makes zero sense for any model. Matter of fact, if it was a flat Earth, then you may have an argument. It's flat. Why didn't Jose see it? Jose should have seen it if it was a flat Earth.
Well, I want to hear from Brian because I don't want him to be misquoted or anything. So,
okay.
But I think I understood that as well.
While he's doing the math, I don't even know if this is relevant, but I'll tell you about my own personal experience with seeing and understanding the azimuthal grid of vision. So like the personal perspective bubble over each and every one of us, and we're all in different locations. And so our limit of how far we can see from our eyeballs to the apparent horizon differs. We all have different experiences because of that. And I know in East Texas, you get these big, beautiful, white, fluffy clouds at the same, height. And I can only see, the Weather Channel a lot of times says you can only see for like 14 miles or so. And on a road, I know the area, I know the terrain, I know all around this area. It's not that mountainous or hilly. And if I see a cloud not that far away, drop all the way to the horizon, and then I don't see any more clouds beyond that one, and I'd start driving towards it, I can keep my eyes right on it, and it would only take 12 to 14 miles, and I could track it the whole way, and then it would be at the same height as the clouds I was looking at from my house. And I know I drove on a flat plane to get there, so it's just showing me that it's spherical perspective that happened. And I think that they built the whole globe Earth model off of the apparent, like what it looked like to them at the time.
It does seem that way, right?
A cloud.
But then,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Odysee. Sorry.
I was just going to say, it does seem that way, right? The curval visual thing, I get that. But then I look at the train track thing, right? Now, we see those tracks straight. We don't see them curving, right? We see them converging straight at a point. So I don't know, man. The way our eyes work.
Well, so to me, the train tracks, they merge towards that convergent point, and you got train tracks on your left and your right, and it goes into a single point and disappears. And I think what we're dealing with is you got to put your train tracks on the side, and they go to that convergent point where you got high above, it's parallel, and then as it goes all the way out to the vanishing point, the point of convergence where you can't see any farther. I think that it's not necessarily that it's I think our perspective bubble appears to be curved because at each foot or yard that you're looking further, it's going down, 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 down. You know what I'm talking about? But I get what you're saying. The train tracks don't look bent. You're right. The train tracks don't look like they bend towards each other.
Let me tell Sean this real quick. I just did the math. Okay, so if a cloud is, it says on Google that an average rain cloud. So we won't say every storm. I'm not going to be. So I'm gonna be logical about this, and I ask you to be the same way. We ain't got to be exact, but let's just average. Okay, so I took a mile off that. I'll say 2 miles. So a cloud that's 2 miles high at 250 miles away would be one sun width above the horizon. So if I see a lightning cloud 2 miles high, and I see a bolt of lightning from it, it should be almost directly over Jose's head. That's what the math says.
You know what else it doesn't curve, guys? You know what else it doesn't curve? And I told Whitsitt this when he first brought out the horizon. When we look out, right? How do we see the horizon? Straight, right? It's not curving. So it's perplexing, the vision. But we know a hallway, right? We know when we look down a hallway, everything converges equally, top, bottom, left, right. So yeah, this is a weird thing.
How high can clouds go, Brian?
I'm sorry?
Those lightning clouds. There's a range from the low deck to a high deck of lightning. What's that range?
I don't know. Google says it averages about 3 miles.
Okay, but that average obviously means there's an upper and a lower deck of it.
Sure.
We know what it is. So it's around. We're gonna say about 20. I think it's about 20. Low. Yeah, you're about 2 miles at the lowest, and we'll say 5 miles at the highest. 6 miles. Correct?
Fair enough.
Okay. How does Google contribute what rain cloud you're talking about on the horizon? For instance, you see a rain cloud on the horizon and it has lightning. How do you know its altitude?
You don't.
Okay. When you see a lightning bolt and you hear the thunder, we know that there is a way of contributing the distance of that thunder cloud, correct?
Well, yeah, what is it, like 8 seconds or 10 seconds per mile or 8 seconds per mile or something?
I think it's like a second a mile or something like that.
Something
it's in that range.
A second a mile, but then somebody told me something different than that. I always thought it was like a mile a second or something.
Well,
it's about 1,100 feet per second.
Yeah.
So
There you
about
go.
every 5
Okay,
feet,
so the
every 5 seconds is a
4,
mile.
Yeah.
3 seconds. Okay.
Yeah,
So if
I'll give you that, Sean. We can't. I can't know exactly how high a cloud is. I'm just kind of averaging it out
no,
and shit.
okay,
Also, in
that's
that
cool.
figure, dude, I don't think
Now,
actually. I'm looking back, and I didn't even add in. That was just planar math. That was without the earth curve. So I
okay,
gotta retract that and redo it.
okay. But Jesse, I'm happy you're here because you're good with numbers. How long would it take to hear a thundercloud 250 miles away?
Oh, you wouldn't, dude. Here's the only thing I've ever done with clouds. Is
But that was your
I
argument, though.
filmed it. Is I took a cloud, but it wasn't right on the horizon, but it was right on the tree line. And I checked my odometer. It was a fairly straight shot. And by the time I got up under it, it was about 11, between like 11 and 12 miles, but it wasn't right on the horizon. But you know that right there showed me that these clouds aren't following the math because I thought I'd at least go about 20 miles.
But what you're saying does follow the math. Okay, at 100
No,
miles.
it most certainly
Okay,
doesn't, Bub. I promise.
okay, Brian. How long would it take to hear the thundercloud at 100 miles?
You're not going to hear nothing from 100
Okay,
miles.
then what was your story about Jose? And again, let me make this clear. Make it very clear. If it was a flat Earth and a thundercloud went off 125 miles away from you and Jose, you both would have heard it. You would have seen it, and you both would have heard it. There would have been nothing.
That's what you say, dude, but that's ridiculous.
No. Okay, do you know how sound works? What's blocking that sound? What's making that sound not go to your ears if it's a flat Earth? What's blocking it?
By the speed of sound, it would have been 20 minutes, I think. 250 miles. But
dude, you think
that would say
sound
like
should
point
go
to point? You know, is that really what's going on? I don't know.
This dude's acting like sound should
No,
go
it would be the
forever if
speed
the
of
Earth
sound.
was flat. This is the goofies.
I
So
hear you.
sound should go forever if the Earth's flat. Huh?
No. First of all, I'm not saying all that because I don't believe you would hear it from 125 miles away. But maybe you missed Brian's whole argument. It was based on a story where he heard lightning and he saw lightning and heard thunder, and he wonders why someone 120 or someone 250 miles away from him didn't hear it.
Sean, if that cloud was, let's just say if it was, let's say 4 miles up, okay, they probably get higher, but if it was 4 miles up, then it would have been well above my horizon. Or no, but it would have been above my horizon and directly over his head, according to the math.
No, according to your math that you're contributing these weird numbers to. Again, everyone just think tank this real quick. A lightning bolt strikes 125 miles away from you. And then miraculously, Brian said he heard it. Do you think 250 miles away, someone should have heard it?
No.
Forget the shape.
No, I said
Just the logic of your
125 miles,
argument.
man. I don't think that. That was my whole point. Is if the globe mass are anywhere near correct, then it's possible that maybe not every storm, okay, but if the globe mathematics are correct, then me and Jose should have a whole bunch of storms where a bolt of lightning strikes directly in between us, and the cloud should be above the horizon, especially with a 6-mile cloud. You're only talking 125 miles each way, bro. So that's about a mile. That's a little over a mile of Earth curve. And then you're talking another 5 miles for the math. I mean, you're so a
Brian.
3.5 mile cloud, a 3 mile cloud. We should see a cloud in between us, and there's
Brian,
no way you're going to see a cloud.
What you're saying right now, you would literally need to have an observation showing this between two people, because what you're saying and what you're contributing these numbers with makes zero sense.
What do you mean?
Your argument makes zero sense.
Sean, you keep using the word contribute. I don't know. I think you mean attribute or something else. I don't think you mean contribute.
I'm not sure. I'm sorry. You're right. Yeah. He's not applying. He's applying his own numbers to make his argument sound feasible.
I know I did accidentally not apply Earth curve, but I admitted that. But here's the thing. So this is just planar trigonometry.
Thank you, Crypto.
2 miles away. Hold on, 2 miles away with a
on that pre-fire miss.
I mean, 2 mile high cloud, 250 miles away, puts it a sun width over the horizon. So now 125 miles.
What the fuck is a sun width?
0.5 degrees.
Come on, Brian. Yo, you do this all the time to us, bro. You get us lost in some crazy mathematical thing you got going on.
Not crazy, dude.
What you're doing makes no sense.
But here's the thing. One last thing, okay? One last thing, and if y'all don't want to hear it, that's fine. But okay, so 125 miles between me and Jose. So I'll give 1.5 miles for Earth curve, okay? Each way, right? 1.5 miles to him, 1.5 miles to me. So if the cloud is 3.5 miles high, any cloud 3.5 miles high, me and Jose should easily see the same cloud in between us. 125 miles one way, 125 miles the other.
Can someone translate?
Jesse, help me out with this one.
What's that?
Okay, a cloud of 125 miles each way. We got a cloud in the center. It's 3.5 miles high. Okay, we should if it's 3.5 miles or higher, then we should see it in the middle from 125 miles opposite each other.
Okay.
On a globe.
Oh, is that a question? Could you see something?
I'm just trying to get you to verify because Sean doesn't. I mean,
yeah, I wasn't listening before you called my name, so you got to catch me up. So you're asking if you could see something 3 miles high from 125 miles away?
Me and you are 250 miles apart. There's a cloud in between us, so it's 125 miles from each of us. Okay, it's 3.5 miles high. I mean, I'm just giving an extra half mile, so I'm just saying any cloud 3.5 miles or higher, we should easily see in between us on the horizon on a globe, according to just the mathematics.
Right. If we were right at sea level, the hidden height at 125 miles would be 2 miles. So you should see anything over 2 miles if you're at sea level.
Right. So we'd easily see a cloud in between us if we're 250 miles apart.
Right. Assuming there weren't like mountain ranges cutting off your view to it.
Or other clouds, or just reality.
Yeah,
Continue on,
I'll give
Brian.
you that. I'll say reality. Yeah, we definitely can't, in my opinion. But if you're going to stick with your globe, you got to get up with these claims. So when somebody like me runs this by you, and there's nobody like Jesse here to
Oh,
back
no,
me
no,
up
no.
on that, you got to stand behind that.
Okay, because at the same time, what you're not adding to this equation is the size of the cloud, because it's just a made up cloud. You're not saying how much of the cloud you see, because at the same time, a cloud deck that's at, like Jesse said, at 2.5 miles, you're only going to see a third, which means you're probably not going to even see lightning. So you're making these scenario up, and that's why the numbers don't make any fucking sense.
Bro.
Again, see, stop just saying numbers. It doesn't make sense when you do
Bro,
that.
I don't agree with any of it, bro. It's your model.
Are you a random sentence generator?
I'm just saying, Sean, I don't agree with none of that shit. I don't care how
Brian,
big the
did you
cloud is.
just ask Jesse for
I don't
help?
think you'd ever see it.
Brian, did you just ask Jesse for help?
Yes, he did.
All right, man. What do we got, guys?
Jeremy
We got
fucking put a
anything?
little extra pressure on me, so I
Well,
I knew
it's time to move on.
He's honest, mostly.
I'm messing with you.
Do you have an example of a cloud that was 125 miles away that you couldn't see when you should, well, how did your evidence go?
I just posted a
like
pretty
I said,
awesome
the only
picture
thing I've
of a
ever
cloud
measured was a cloud that
from a
drove under here,
plane.
about 11 miles.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the full extent of this discussion, but it does rather sound like the globals are trying to have their cake and eat it too.
No.
When we were
Crypto.
discussing, well, you don't know what I'm going to say.
I was going to tell you what started this argument. I was going to explain to you what he said.
Okay, go on.
Okay, he started off by saying he was on Jose's live stream, and he's already said it. Jose's live stream. Jose is 250 miles away. He heard lightning. He said he saw lightning. He heard it, and he said, "How come Jose didn't hear it?"
Right. So
yeah, that's
what's your reasoning for Jose not hearing it then? What's your argument?
me.
Yeah.
Curvature and distance.
No, he just told you the distance, bro. It's only 2 miles plus, bro.
Oh, okay. Congratulations, Brian.
Yes, the point I was going to make is based on that, and I would like to actually be allowed to make that. is that the globers are appearing to have wanting to have their cake and eat it too. Because we had a discussion a while ago about whales being able to communicate over the quote unquote globe thousands of miles, and that's no problem on a globe. But now we're talking about
whales.
Yeah, whales. So now we're talking about sound being blocked off by curvature through a fluid medium. So I feel like you guys want to have your cake and eat it too.
Well, there's a lot more that I would think that contributes to things in the atmosphere than in the ocean.
Yeah, but the argument is that the sound is being blocked by the curve.
Well, if you're behind a wall, do you hear it the same as if you were above that wall?
Is the argument the same in both cases?
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Two different medians.
They're both fluid mediums.
We know that sound travels through water differently than it travels out here in our atmosphere where there's less moisture for it to travel through.
It travels further. That's certainly true. How else is it different?
How else does it need to be different? I just gave you a distinct difference.
Me, it's your argument. You're asking me for your argument.
Say again?
You are asking me for your
argument. No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
I'm not asking you for anything. I didn't ask you anything.
This is absurd. Okay, so other than sound traveling further in water, how else does it travel differently than in air?
Just in its nature of traveling, period.
In its nature of travel, what does that mean?
The median, exactly what I said. I'm not really sure why what I said
You're not saying
makes it
anything.
not an argument.
You're not
Can
saying.
you explain that part?
Okay, so the argument is that the curvature of the Earth is blocking the sound.
I didn't say that was it. Did I say that was the only contributing factor to it?
So name another one.
The median in which it's in. I said that already.
Affect it.
That was the two contributing factors to me saying that. You only kind of focused on one.
How does that affect it?
How does it not? I mean, realistically, why are you asking me how it affects it? It literally affects it just based on what I said. What do you want me to say? You want me to get into detail about the molecules in which median has and the density in which those molecules attract and all these? You want me to get like that detailed? Or do you just want to continue the conversation with the answers that I gave you?
Does anyone want to help him out? Give some specifics to this. No, okay, cool.
I mean, it could just be based on a conversation and you continue on when I said the median and the difference between the medians. That was good. That was an answer. You could move on from that unless you want to get more specific. Then why don't you go ahead?
I'm going to get more specific, but you're just restating the same thing that I want you to clarify.
Oh, wait, no. Okay. Do you know the difference between our atmosphere and how sound travels and how sound travels in water? Do you understand there's a difference, right? And they've done these tests.
Yeah, there's a difference.
Then that's the difference. Then the conversation should move on from here.
Can you tell me what those differences are?
No, not in detail, but I know there are differences because it's been explained and shown. Now, can you show me how there's no difference?
No, my argument doesn't rely on that.
Okay, well then why are you nitpicking on what I just said? Why don't you move on?
Because globers are trying to have their cake and eat it too by making the argument in air and ignoring the same consequence in water, and you can't point out to me why that's okay.
Different medians.
How does that affect it? Crickets, fantastic.
Really?
Yeah, really.
Okay. Yeah, we should move on. If we're going back, we have to keep taking those steps back in the conversation, then it gets ridiculous. Okay. Does sound travel different in air versus water? The answer is yes.
And it goes further, and then that doesn't help you as it pertains to curvature blocking it. You acted like there was something
never once said curvature was the only reason for it.
Dude.
Because you guys keep gaslighting my argument, and it's fucking insane,
dude. So then you acted like there was something else that would cause something else different in the medium.
I said there was multiple things. I didn't say one thing.
He asked you what it was.
Yeah, and I contributed more than one thing to it, not just curvature.
Buddy, you said it was the medium. The reason that it's different is because of the medium. He said, how so? He immediately said it can travel further, but that wouldn't help you in terms of if the curvature is blocking it or not. That would be irrelevant. So he's saying, what else is different about this medium that somehow gives you your answer? And now you're freaking out.
I'm not freaking out at all.
Well, I think we all sat here and heard it, and then you're acting like he's the one regressing the convo when it's actually you.
Oh, okay.
So you don't have an answer.
I gave my answer. I get that when I say my answer, you need more detail, and I don't think it's necessary because, again, the argument that was brought forth was made very clear to make no sense. And that wasn't Crypto's, that was Brian's.
Well, let me say this then. When I seen that cloud, it was a storm. It was in Jose's direction, okay, and it wasn't over me. It was way off in the distance, and if anything over 2 miles, then he should, if it was an average storm, and this is if it was just a pencil wide storm. So, granted, it had no width at all. We still should have both seen it. If I'm seeing it on the horizon, then he should have easily seen it because it'd have been 1.5 miles above the horizon. Okay, and not to mention that average rainstorm like that is probably at least a few miles. I mean, what, 5 miles wide or something? I'm just guessing. But the point is your own Glover just backed up the math that if it was in between us, then we easily should have both seen it above the horizon, 1.5 miles. If all there is
if the clouds were at that perfect number that you want it to be at.
He didn't see even any rain clouds. All he's had was sunny skies.
Again, okay, the cloud you saw, how high was it?
I'm just going off the average, Sean.
Okay, then you don't know. So that cloud could have been a lot lower and a lot closer to you, huh?
So if it was 2.5 miles, we'd have still both seen it.
No, stop. Hang on. That cloud could have been a lot lower and a lot closer to you.
Yeah, clouds are frequently below 10,000 feet.
It is for sure. Yeah, but we're talking about the rain clouds. It said it.
No, Jesus, you're doing it again.
Oh, no,
you're making
no, bullshit, bro. You're asking me questions. I would say for sure that cloud was a lot closer to me. For sure, it was a lot closer. So don't ask me questions, bro. And in reality, it's probably about 20 miles, man, tops.
No. The answer is you don't know, Brian.
No, I could still give a logical fucking answer, Sean. You won't even. You'll just obfuscate to anything. So even if the cloud was 1 mile above, okay, even if it was 1 mile, then I still say it was probably. I mean, on a globe, that's on a globe that puts it freaking way further away than it could possibly be. Did you not hear
Brian,
Jesse give you the math?
Yeah, and at a mile, you wouldn't see that rain cloud. Jose wouldn't have seen that rain cloud if it was a mile high.
But all the time, though, based on the averages. Based on the averages, all the time, me and Jose should see clouds in between us.
Right? I want you to understand why this argument doesn't work. You are contributing.
Answer one of my questions, bro. I answer every one of your
I'm answering
questions.
it right now because you're contributing. You're making that rain cloud be at a certain height and at a certain distance. I ask you, do you know? You say you don't know, but then you tell me that he should have seen it.
So well, give me this. Answer just one question, Sean. I've answered every single one of yours.
Okay,
honestly.
go ahead.
So an average rain cloud. So we should see every cloud that's every rainstorm cloud that's about 2 miles or above 2 miles. Then we should both see.
In a perfect world, yes. In your scenario, you don't know.
No, on a globe. On a globe, bro.
Listen to me. In your fantasy scenario, yes. Jesse explained it. Again, you contributed your observation with what Jose was seeing in your scenario. That's why this conversation started, which means
welcome to Flat Earth, bro. Welcome to
Flat
Earth.
Okay. Again, Brian, welcome to Flat Earth Fantasy because you don't know your numbers. You don't know the clouds or anything. And then you're going, but the average is this.
Sean, can you just back off your mic just a touch? Thanks.
Here, listen, this is globe numbers, dude.
Say it again.
Backed by Jesse, and you're saying that that's a fantasy. So I say,
hang on. Say it again. Earth.
If the globe reality is that
not you.
Over 125 miles, there's 2 miles of Earth curve. Anything above 2 miles, so any rain cloud above 2 miles, Me and Jose should both see above the horizon, bro. And you said that's a
But
fantasy. I agree. That is a
no,
fantasy.
I said your scenario is a fantasy because you don't know what those rain clouds, the altitude of those rain clouds. If it was at a mile, your argument is ridiculous. Do you not understand that?
I conceded to that, bro, out of honesty. But
Okay,
I said
then what is your argument?
Bro, quit cutting me off when I go to respond. So I conceded to that out of honesty, but I said now according to the globe math, that any cloud, any rain cloud above 2 miles in between me and Jose, we should both see above the horizon. Do you concede to that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Now, what does that have to do with your observation?
Like you said, it's a fantasy, bro. There's no way we're going to see a cloud. Me and Jose is going to see the same cloud above any horizon. It's ridiculous.
Wait, why not? Wait, what?
Because
in any scenario, okay, how about this? We understand this. In any scenario, Brian, flat or globe, it is understood that if a cloud is at 3 miles up, you and Jose should see the clouds in any scenario, right?
If they follow globe mathematics, but they don't.
Now you said you saw a rain cloud in the distance. You contributed mile distance or high altitude for no reason. You said Jose had a sunny day. Do you understand now why your argument makes 0 sense?
Bro, I contributed an average. I never pinned it down to exact, and I conceded that I didn't know exactly. So don't put words in my mouth, bro. That's not honest.
Okay, then understand that your argument that you brought forth with you and Jose makes no sense.
Bro, it was a point, okay? The point is that the globe math don't work on cloud. I'm telling you, bro.
It does work.
You said it. It's a fantasy.
It does work. I know. I said your observation was a fantasy. The globe model and its math, it works because you're explaining how it should work, and it's being agreed upon that it would work in that scenario. But in your observation that you brought forth, you're full of shit because you don't have any numbers.
Let's do this then. The airplane that I filmed, okay, we'll say was at just 7 miles. We'll say 35,000 feet cruising altitude. There's several of them that go by all the time. So now we're talking about twice that height. So you're telling me that them airplanes are like over fucking Cuba? The ones that I'm filming?
Well, one, the size is insanely different to even make this conversation. But two, no.
I'm just saying, dude. The
I know you're just saying.
man.
You do a lot of just saying, and it's weird.
The math breaks down, bro. It doesn't work. With
the math works.
No, it don't, man.
So if the math did work, that plane should be over Cuba, is what you're saying?
Bro, if it's 7 miles high, it's gonna be a long way from me. Right? A long way.
Dude, I don't think you understand. You know, perspective isn't like the concrete answer, right? Like, just because you see something and it appears to be some way, it doesn't mean it is. You understand that part, right?
So that's why I keep welcoming you to Flat Earth. So now you're going to try and include perspective and why we shouldn't see something instead of just Earth curve, right? So it's not just Earth curve then, right, Sean?
I don't even know how to answer this question, man.
Well, if you were a regular glober,
okay, I got a question. So hang on. So you're saying that everything that happens that appears to be going towards the horizon is all just what?
The globe claim is we could see forever.
No.
It would bar a little refraction in Earth curve.
Okay.
That's the globe claim.
Why does a plane appear to go into the horizon?
Because everything appears to go in the horizon. Everything. Birds, planes, fucking stars, the sun.
Does anybody else understand that wasn't an answer?
Anything you see will appear to go to the horizon as it goes off in the distance.
Does everyone agree that wasn't an answer?
You said why?
Yeah, I didn't say when. Okay, when I ask why, you don't say this does it, this does it, this does it, this does it. That's not an answer.
Well, you obfuscated my question of Earth curve, bro. So according to Globers, bar a little.
No, I'm asking Brian. I don't care what other Globers say. I'm asking Brian why it happens.
Bro, I don't agree with the globe.
I know you don't. That's why I'm asking what you think it is.
You don't.
Oh my
If
fucking
Bro,
god! Do you
like
hear the words coming out of my
what are you
mouth?
doing,
I
bro?
guess it.
Brian, why
Yeah.
you didn't answer his question?
Yeah, bro. Because it's perspective. It's perspective.
Thank
Equals
you.
atmosphere.
Fuck. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you.
Atmosphere and it's perspective and it's a dome of vision, bro. It's
Oh, I
satisfy
can't
the
do this
atmosphere.
anymore.
My answer. Yeah, of course you can't do it because you don't. You're acting like you agree with ballers, but you don't. But
I'm asking you. What are you talking about? I'm asking Brian what Brian thinks, and you keep saying what I think.
Want me
Brian,
to repeat it? Want me to repeat my answer
focus.
again?
No, please don't. No.
Okay.
After your long-winded speech, and you said the one word, you answered it, and I now
I
realize
didn't say
that
one
I am
word.
at fault
It's a
for having
lie.
this conversation with you.
Dude, quit bullshitting, bro. I said it's a dome of vision. It's an atmospheric lensing as well as perspective, bro.
No,
That's
you
my
didn't,
answer.
Brian. You said birds do it, clouds do it. That's what you said.
Yeah, that's what I said at first, and then I answered it just now. I answered to your liking.
Just
Sorry,
now.
sorry.
I
The
know.
first time I answered it,
I know.
you didn't
I know,
like it.
Brian. Okay, Brian. Thank you.
Yeah, whatever. So you don't agree with Globers, though, right? You're going to do anything you can to get away from this. So you don't agree that it's just a little bit of refraction, bar a little refraction, and the only thing blocking our vision is Earth curve. We could see basically for infinity if the atmosphere were clear enough and just bar a little refraction, Earth curve's the only
I
thing
can
that gets
see
in
into
the way, right?
space. I don't know about infinity. I can see into space though.
Okay, so now you do agree with that?
What?
Just asking
What
if you agree
argument?
with it, brother.
Wait, hang on. What answers do you hear? When did I say that I couldn't see into space?
Why are you talking about space, dude?
Because
see
you
how this
said something
guy's
about seeing
dude, he's a
infinity.
master of obfuscation,
You
dude.
said again. You said something about seeing
Dishonest, man.
infinity, and I said I don't know about infinity, but I can see into space.
So why do the clouds drop in your mind? If it's just you standing on one little flat piece of ground, why does everything look like a dome around us? Why do the clouds drop?
Perspective and Earth curvature.
Okay, so does perspective make stuff actually drop below the horizon?
Nope.
Okay, so in your mind, but it does get it close though, right?
Perspective makes nothing happen.
I give up, man.
Oh, you give okay. What does perspective make?
Bro.
Okay, so does perspective actually make the cloud hit the horizon, Brian?
Perspective changes the way you see things.
Yeah, no. But when I said that, I meant in reality, like actually do something. Like, does perspective make the clouds go to the horizon? No. Perspective is what you see, Brian. So when you ask that question, the answer is no.
Guys, one at a time, guys.
I say no. It's atmospheric lensing.
What?
It's lensing. That's what perspective, and it's the same as yours, except for in my model.
No.
In my mind.
No.
Let me fucking finish, please. It's perspective that drops it down close to the horizon, and then it's atmospheric refraction, lensing, whatever you want to call it, that makes it vanish.
Okay, Brian. So when you look at the railroad tracks and they converge, is that perspective making that happen, or is it just apparently happening?
Dude, it's obviously perspective. If they don't converge.
Thank you. Okay, so perspective doesn't make anything do anything.
So not
it's just what you see. And again, no. Railroad tracks. Well, again, railroad tracks converging has nothing to do with curvature.
But everything does converge optically without Earth curve, right?
It doesn't actually do it though.
But it appears to.
Oh, good job, Brian. That's what perspective is. Perspective doesn't make anything happen. It's just an appearance. What are you arguing right now? What are you doing?
I'm welcoming you to flat Earth, bro.
Thank you for welcoming me to your flat Earth. You're the best spokesman for flat Earth. I'm pretty sure everyone's sitting here confused by everything you're saying.
So is there like a physical difference on the tool that you're using to measure the angle difference?
Who, to me?
So if you're measuring an angle difference between 2 points, right? Is there a physical difference on the tool that scales with perspective?
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're physically turning it. You're physically moving it. Yeah. But still, only that. I'm not sure what the question was for.
Oh no, it's just a group double speak being exposed to.
Okay.
I'll give you this. At least you were honest. This is like a truth. At least you're honest. Not many ballers will say that the reason we see in a dome around us is due to perspective. Not many Glovers will say that. At least you're honest.
I didn't. Did I say just perspective, or did I say other things, Brian?
No, I'm just well. If you want to change your answer, I'm saying if
No,
I'm standing on a flat piece of
that's what
ground.
I'm asking. What did I say? What was my answer?
Let's see. I'll
No,
ask
no.
it again.
No.
If I'm
What
on a,
you
if I'm on a flat
no?
piece of
What do you
ground-
think I answered?
God, you asked me a question and you
So
fucking
you guys
interrupt.
got to go one at a time, man.
Yeah, I know.
Because
Please quit asking questions. I don't mind if you interrupt, but don't ask me a question then interrupt, bro.
Okay, let me clarify my question then. Let me clarify my question. Was perspective the only thing I contributed to that?
I'm not sure. So let me ask the same question.
No.
Okay.
I'm not answering. No.
Stop asking me a question and interrupting, dude. Fuck.
You answered it. You answered it. I'm not repeating
on
it.
A flat piece of ground, and why does everything look like a dome around me? The clouds, the stars, and all that stuff. Everything. You know, if it's just one snapshot in time, if I'm just me standing on a little flat piece of ground, why does everything look like it's curving around me? Everything.
Because you're on a globe.
Yeah, Brian. He said this earlier. He said perspective and Earth curve.
Thank you.
Okay, so Earth curve is why I see things in a dome. So
No.
the stars and the airplanes know that the Earth is curving.
Again, if you make everything stand still, nothing's gonna move. So everything's stationary for 1 second, and you're gonna take that picture, right? You ready? Has nothing to do with curvature at the stars. I didn't say it did. You didn't even bring that into. You didn't even say that when you brought this conversation up. You said the clouds. You said the clouds in the horizon.
No, I said everything. Like
no, you
everything.
didn't. Nope, no, you didn't.
Maybe
you say the stars.
I'll give you that. I'll give you that. But let's talk about so why do the stars? Why do the stars look like a dome around us, bro? If I'm just sitting here stationary.
1 second, Brian. 1 second, Brian. And this is a question. This is a question between me and you. Let's make one thing clear. I should be on ADD medication. I have severe ADD.
I can tell.
I've had it since I was a kid. Do you agree that maybe you have it as well?
Bro, you drive me nuts. Sometimes I might. Whatever, bro. But
okay, I just wanted to find out. Could you jump?
Same thing, bro. Like you just did.
You jump around too much.
And then you start running your fucking mouth, dude. It drives me nuts.
Yeah, I gotta mute everyone or something. I don't know what you guys are doing here. We need to relax.
Yeah, Sean, irrelevant.
I know it was, and I even specified that it was.
Go back and listen, Sean. Every time you asked me a question, you interrupted, dude. Literally every time I had to fight to get in a question. And I just say this: so if it's the stars, if it's us that's curving, then why in just one little snapshot in time does the stars look like a little mini dome around me? Because do they know that I'm on a ball and that they're supposed to be looking like round? What my whole point is this: is that we see in a dome of vision. We have a dome of vision, the clouds, the airplanes, you know, the higher something is, the more it appears to like kind of curve. And it slows down. Everything slows down toward the horizon, and including airplanes and shit like that. The drop slows down. That's because it's stationary. Same thing with the stars. Go ahead.
Does everyone have an independent their own independent dome?
Yes. Yeah, it's observer dependent. Yeah, it's observer dependent.
Yeah, it's exactly observer dependent. I never said the way we see stars means Earth curvature. When we look up, the only way I would use the stars as a reference to curvature is once you start adding observers with you. So multiple observations from multiple locations.
Yeah,
then
it props, bro.
But no, still, each observer has their own little curved visual limit.
But you could piece those together, right? And if you map that out, what would the sky map out to be?
Celestial sphere.
So a sphere. So basically, we'd be inside that sphere, right?
Yeah, so we would be observing a hemisphere. But of course, the globe claims that you don't have a spherical limit of view that you can see forever. And that's the Earth curve that makes it look like that.
Well, I said it earlier. I look up. I can see past the clouds. I can see past what I believe is our Earth's atmosphere, and I can see into space. So, I mean, I don't say infinity, but I can see far. But that has nothing to do with curvature.
Yeah. So does the sky appear to be a dome?
For your personal view observation, sure.
Why?
Because that's your personal observation. You can only you're standing on the ground. Sorry.
Okay, so we see things in curved visual space. Our perspective is as a curved limit.
What's limiting it?
Respect. We're not supermen.
Okay. Then how far away are stars?
I don't make that claim. That would be stupid.
Okay. Okay. Well, are they more than 200 miles?
I don't know.
60 miles?
I don't know how far away they are, dude. I just said that.
Okay. Well, I mean, we know 60 miles is doable, and we know there aren't any stars up at 60 miles. So I mean, we could deduce that that's not possible. But whatever. Okay.
So okay.
But regardless, okay. Again, if we have multiple observers and we map that out, and our stars are a sphere around us, why wouldn't it work on a globe that's exactly what we're sitting on? Because that's exactly what we would see on a globe, wouldn't it?
Wait, no. The globe claims we can see infinitely far. So why would the sky appear to be a dome?
Again, I don't think any globe, any model says we see infinity.
Yeah, it literally says you could see forever as long as something was big enough or bright enough. You could see forever.
Okay, can you show me where it says we can see infinity? Because that's what you just said.
You must not know your model, but yeah, you believe in Euclidean perspective that can go on forever, and the only thing that prohibits you from being able to see is the size and brightness of the object.
Okay, where does that say infinity?
Intrinsically in the definition that, first of all, there's no such thing as infinity, right? So
then why would you contribute it to this argument or the globe model?
Wait, are you saying that that there is a limit to perspective?
Absolutely. Who says there's
What
not?
is it? The globe model.
The whole globe, yeah. What the fuck?
The whole globe, what?
What's the limit, dude? What's the limit?
You just said it. Size, brightness of a star, that it'd be contributing the angular size of everything. There is a limit. I mean,
what's the limit?
No, nothing says infinity. Nothing says forever.
Well, the thing is, Sean, you understand the inverse square law, right?
Yes.
So, can you explain the inverse square law to me? Just state it to me.
It'd be the size, distance, and angular size of something.
Right. So as the distance increases, then the square of the distance is on the inversion. You understand that, right? So that's how the maths works. So the problem with that is that you never reach zero. That's why it's infinity, because you never reach zero with the maths. That's what he's trying to say to you. So because
but what are you contributing? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's the point he's making, is that it's mathematical, right? So if you never reach zero, then you're always carrying on, which is why you see infinity. That's in the maths. Like I don't know why that's hard to understand.
No, that's understandable. Even then, that doesn't contribute to it, infinity or seeing too far. Or
mathematically, it's inevitable.
If you see an object, it doesn't ever get to zero. You're right.
We're not talking about the physical reality now. We're talking about the math that the model is calling on.
Yeah,
Can't reach zero.
But a math will contribute to something, and if you're seeing that something is not going to be zero. Otherwise, you're not contributing to anything.
Physical reality, because we're not talking about that now. We're talking about the concept, which is based on maths that can never reach zero.
Okay, but we were talking about reality, and I was going to contribute those numbers to reality.
Every time I get to my punchline, you cut me off, and that's why you don't understand what I'm saying.
Okay.
Okay. It's a mathematical consequence of the maths being employed. So when you say, oh, well, you can't see forever, well done. You just denied it, and you don't understand why.
Okay, explain to me how it explains that we should see forever.
Because it never goes to zero. He just said that.
I've
said this about
point source.
Okay, cool. So I've got two. As I square the number of bananas in one hand, what happens to the number of bananas in the other hand?
Say it again. You're breaking up. I literally only heard the first part of the bananas.
Okay, I've got two bananas in each hand, right?
Okay.
Okay, so I square the number of bananas in my right hand, and I halve the number of bananas in my left hand. How many bananas do I have in each hand?
In each hand or one hand? Because you squared one.
So my right hand is the square hand, and my left hand is the half hand. How about that? So I square and I half. How many bananas do I now have in my right hand?
I don't know. I'm not doing math right now.
You don't know what 2 times 2 is?
You want me to get my math guy for you, Sean?
Yeah. Jeremy, go ahead and get shit bed for me.
You don't know
Let's
what
continue
2
on.
times 2 is. You don't know what 2 times 2
Yeah,
is?
I know exactly. No, I don't. Continue on.
Just say it like this, dude. Say it like this. You got
No, Brian, please don't. Crypto, continue on. Crypto, please continue.
Thank you very much for giving me advice on how to say things. Now, when you square in one hand, you have 4, and when you halve in the other hand, you have 1. Okay? When can the amount of bananas in my left hand reach 0? How many times do I have to keep squaring and halving?
I get it. You can't.
Exactly.
Okay. Now, apply that into the reality of the conversation.
Yeah, according to you guys, there's no limits to how far you can see because it would have, in order for there to be a limit, that would have to go to 0.
Right. Distance is never the limit, Sean. It's magnitude and size.
Thank you, Brian.
Distance is
Trust
never the
Brian.
limit.
Please stop. Brian, don't even start. I'd rather just hear from them. Can you apply this to the conversation? Either one.
Your
Crypto
model
or...
says that there is no distance limit to perspective.
Okay. Now, if you're looking at the horizon and clouds, like Brian was talking about, apply it so I can understand what your point in bringing it up is.
Your model claims you should be able to see the clouds forever as long as they're bright enough or big enough until the curvature blocks it. The only reason you can't see continually in unlimited distances in your model is the curve of the Earth.
Doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
I know it doesn't make sense because we're not Superman and your model's dumb.
Jesus Christ.
It's straw man.
Yeah,
It's not
that's
a straw.
not.
You want to bet
Yes, it
money
is.
it's a straw man?
So,
how's it a straw man? Articulate how it's a straw man.
why should you see the cloud on your model? Why should you see the cloud forever?
Whoa, we're talking about your misunderstanding.
I'm contributing it. I'm contributing it to reality, like I keep asking to. So let's do that. Why does it not happen in your reality? Why do you not see the cloud forever?
Because we can't see. Because we have a limit to our perspective. We can't see forever. It's just something.
What is that
just
limit?
The way. Well, that would be dependent upon different variables like the conditions and your observer height, etc. But the point is that your model claims that we can see forever. Hey, buddy, listen carefully. If your model says we see in straight lines and there's no distance limit to perspective, why do we see the sky as a dome?
Why do we see stars at the horizon?
Oh my God, dude, because It reaches your limit of perspective. Things decline in your limit of perspective because your perspective is actually curved. You can't answer. Can any baller in here actually answer the question? If
Well,
your globe model claims that we
If.
see in straight lines and that there's no distance limit to perspective, why do we see the sky as a dome?
Because Earth is not flat.
Okay, so if I'm standing in one position, the fact that the Earth is curving down and away from me in all directions means when I look up, it makes things look like they're curving.
No, actually, when you're looking straight up at something, when you look up straight up at the sky, you're looking at like a wall, basically. You're not you. When you look around your sides and look at the horizon, you appears to look like a dome, but otherwise, you're just looking at a canvas.
No, in
Your eyes
between
your eyes don't even distinguish a dome in the sky.
Yeah, actually, when we take measurement angles to the sky, it looks like a dome. We see the sky as a dome.
Wait, what are you
We
measuring
don't
to?
to different stars.
Wait, you don't know the distance to those stars. How are you measuring to them?
That
Angle.
you think
Angle
we're
measurement.
measuring angles?
Okay, so that's not what you said, but that's why
That is
it made no
literally
sense.
what I said.
Literally what
No,
he
it's
said.
literally not what you said. You said distance to the stars.
No, he didn't say
That's
that.
exactly what you
I
said.
said angle
That's what he
measurement.
said. You
No,
lied.
you didn't.
Then let's stop, Sean. Go ahead and rewind. Go to YouTube, rewind, and see if you're correct about that statement. Otherwise, we can't move forward because you're being dishonest.
Okay.
Or we can bet it. You want to bet $100 on it? See, the bet
Sorry, I'm
is
just
like
sick
the
of dealing
secret
with that
weapon,
shit,
dude.
man.
Dude, the secret weapon in here is bringing out bets because it cuts the BS. But why are no other ballers jumping in saying he did say ankles? That's what I don't understand.
Well, I find it funny that anytime you like hold them to their claims, it's an immediate question back to, well, how does it work on the flat Earth? Well, how does this work on flat? Like they can never actually answer claims of their model.
Yeah, I know, dude. It's so goofy. Like, okay, but in reality, we aren't Superman. So we can't see forever in straight lines that extend forever. That's ignorant. You know, you guys think that we can see 46 billion light years away. That's what you guys think. That we can see 46 billion times 5.88 trillion miles away.
Not only that, they think that you can see back in time as well, which is hilarious.
Yep. And so like this is something else that oftentimes doesn't seem to be understood. Say you have a light. Let's just use hypothetical numbers. Say that the distance limit of our perspective when we're looking at the sky is roughly 4,000 miles. So I'll look up 4,000 miles and I start to go down. If I have a limit as I'm going down, it's going to create a dome all around. Let's just say hypothetically it's 4,000 miles. If there is a light that is 7,000 miles away, I can still see that light. I just don't pick it up until it's within that 4,000 mile limit. See, that's the part that they never seem to be able to connect.
Hey, Whitson, I apologize.
It's okay.
Well, hey, man, thank you for at least being honest and coming back and apologizing.
Yeah, it's all good. But like, do you guys see? I think this is a really important part of it. Say hypothetically we can see in 4,000 miles in each direction. Like say this arbitrary number that our distance limit to perspective is 4,000 miles. Okay, if there's a star or a light that is 7,000 miles away, that's obviously further than 4,000 miles. But that doesn't mean we can't see the star. We don't pick up the star until it's within that 4,000 mile limit. So then where we see the star is based on where it enters that limit. Are we understanding this? This is a very important concept to make sure you understand.
So you're saying
Yeah,
there is a limit?
I tried to illustrate this for somebody one time, kind of just using the idea of the concept of like a glass dome, right? So if you have a light and it's outside of that glass dome, when it hits that glass dome, you're going to see what would appear to be like a second source of light. So if you're inside that glass dome and you're seeing that, that's where you're going to see the appearance of that light, even though that light might be, 10 feet further away. You're only going to see it right as it presents itself on that dome.
Exactly.
Can I ask a question about this real quick? If you're seeing if it's a dome above us, then there's a whole southern hemisphere that's seeing something else. Where does that come into play?
Okay.
The dome is only your visual space. We're not saying something physical. At least
Yeah, although they might both exist. We're
If I
talking
get it
about
fixed, I'll let
the
you ride it when I get it fixed, okay?
Hot mic
After I fix it,
hot
I'll let
mic.
you ride it.
Hot micing. What's up with the
I'll let you
people
ride
think
it.
the world's a script they write in? They worship in ISIS. Okay. Dude, if you have a personal limit to your view, it's personal to the observer. Okay. If there's a rotation going anti-clockwise, counterclockwise in my sky over top of a plane, that's what it's doing in reality. If I turn around and look the opposite direction, right, inside of a curved limit, it's going to look like it's going the opposite way, and then it's going to appear to
You'd have
converge
to go
around a
upside down.
point at that limit.
You'd have to go upside down for that to happen. You can't just turn around.
Okay. If we have a curved limit to perspective and there's a rotation, you will see a counter rotation that appears to converge. You can easily replicate this.
You'd have to invert. You'd have to go upside down. You cannot just turn around. It's the same thing as your ceiling fan. Your ceiling fan doesn't appear to go in a different direction unless you invert yourself from that ceiling fan. Have an opposite view of it from how you were looking at it before. You can't just turn around. Just turning around doesn't do that.
Buddy. So for example, we have crepuscular rays and we have anti-crepuscular rays that are 180 degrees behind me. If I was to take the sun and start spinning it counterclockwise, if I turned around, I would see it look like it's spinning clockwise, converging on a singular point, even though it's not actually doing that. Do you not understand that?
I understand what you're trying to explain, but in reality, to make a counter versus clockwise, we would literally have to be having a complete opposite view of it, not just turn around.
Oh my God.
I know.
If something above you is moving in a singular direction and you have a curved limit to your perspective, and you turn around, okay, whatever, forget it, dude. You don't want to know.
No, my bad. I was just saying so. I didn't say it into the mic. My apologies.
But let's take it step by step. Do you understand that there's a distance limit to our perspective, or do you think that we're Superman?
Well, I think there's a limit due to two different contributing factors in this argument. Go ahead.
Yeah, which are what?
When I'm standing on the ground looking at the horizon, and we're talking about, say, a cloud that quote unquote disappears into the horizon, then yes, there is a limit to my perspective. If we're talking about a star, I don't think there is, because my perspective sees that star.
Then there's not a distance limit to perspective, and that would be the Earth's physically obstructing things.
Yes.
No.
Okay, so that's not a limit to perspective.
Yes, it is. It's a limit to your perspective. Absolutely.
No, it isn't. What are you talking about?
Why? Wait, can you see beyond? Can you see anything beyond it?
You're effectively saying that like two different things are the same thing. Why are you doing that?
What do you mean?
Because perspective.
Maybe I don't see how I'm saying it.
Perspective is vision, and Earth curve isn't vision.
It obstructs your vision. It obstructs your perspective.
Oh, come on, man.
Okay, it does. I'm sorry. Earth curvature has something to do with it. You guys can just take it out and have the argument like that. I can't. I'm sorry.
I'm not even talking. I'm not even speaking to whether the argument is it correct or incorrect. Your argument, it doesn't even exist.
Okay. Why? Which part?
Because you're substituting something that's visual for something that's physical and pretending they're the same.
No. Okay. I'm not trying to.
Exactly what you're doing, bro.
Okay, but I'm not trying to. So then I'll clarify better if I need to. But that's not what I'm trying to do.
Okay.
Okay, that was anticlimactic.
Right. Fuck you, crypto.
And like, look, this is another thing that you don't get about the rotation thing, since you're obviously not capable of going to the conclusion of that
You're
last
breaking
part.
up. You're breaking up for me. I'm not sure if it was just me.
Nice,
Okay. So as you go away, say Polaris is in the center and the stars moving around it. As you move away from it, it looks like it drops in your sky.
In my sky.
Yeah, so that changes the angle of view. Now, you do the same thing behind you, and then it's spinning. It's going to look like it's spinning the other way.
No.
It looks like it's tilted. Yes, it looks like it's tilted away from you.
Wait a minute. So you're okay. What you're saying is you're talking about big moves. You're not talking about just actually turning around. You're talking about you're at the North Pole. You start walking away from the North Pole to the equator, and then you turn around and then you do the same thing. That's what you're talking about, right?
No, first of all, no matter where you are on the Earth, if you look one way, it looks like it's moving counterclockwise. If you turn around, it looks like it's moving clockwise.
Right, so you're saying you're standing at your house right now. You go outside. You look at the stars. Look south. You're saying when you turn around and look north, they're going the opposite way.
You didn't know that?
Holy crap!
He's
No.
just talking about orientation. It's all moving the same direction.
Yeah, sorry, you're wrong.
Well, that's not what he meant, though, Sean. He just means it from looking north, it goes one way, and looking south, it goes the other. That's what he meant.
Yeah, he's talking about the big move of if you're looking at it from the equator.
No,
right?
no, you didn't even know this. You didn't know this. If I'm in the northern hemisphere, quote unquote, if I look south, the stars do something different than if I look north. Did you not know that?
They all rotate in the same direction, is what I'm saying.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Yes, they do.
Wait.
Sorry, buddy. Yes, they do.
They're all going the same way. It's just a matter of, you're looking north, they go counterclockwise. You turn around, look south, they go clockwise.
Now
That's
they're
the way it happens.
Sean just said they didn't do that.
No, I'm saying they go
No.
in the same direction.
Left lane.
Yeah,
They all go in the same direction. You're saying,
Now he's moving the
Jesus
goalpost.
Christ.
Yeah. Can I get in? Left lane. He just said that, and you said no, they don't. And then when you clarified, you said what he said. I hope
No,
you know
it's a mix-up.
No,
it's a mix-up. Y'all are misunderstanding one another.
I don't think so. That's exactly what you said.
Okay, look. They are going in the same direction.
That is irrelevant. We're talking about what we see in the sky,
Oh my
buddy. No, dude, this is what actually happened, and I'm positive, right?
And I'm telling you right now,
Hey, listen, Sean didn't know that when you're like in the north.
That's not what I'm saying.
Stop interrupting me. Sean didn't know
Stop
that.
gaslighting.
Sean didn't know that when you're in the north, if you look north, it looks like it's moving one way. But if you turn around at that same location, it looks like it's moving the opposite way. He thought you had to go all the way down to the equator or lower to see it move the other way.
No, that was me trying to clarify what you were talking about.
No, that is what you thought. That is definitely what you thought.
Because what I was then gonna ask you is why we see two different star trails.
Okay,
that was where I was going with it.
So you agree then, like if I'm standing at any point on the earth, if
Bypass the fuck out of what I just said.
Well, no, we all heard it.
Okay, then why don't you? Okay, then respond to it.
Yeah, you denied it. So then you agree
to it.
You agree that if I'm looking north at any point,
why won't you respond to it?
Are you going to keep interrupting me?
If you keep denying responding to it, it's a pretty good question.
Okay, so don't interrupt me, please. So
I didn't interrupt you when I asked that question.
So you agree that if we're at any point on the earth and we look north and then we turn around and look south, the stars are going to look like they're going the opposite way.
I'll wait for you to answer my question, seeing how we're going backwards again.
You denied this a second ago, then Leftlane came in and said it was true, and then you acted like you meant what it was actually doing, which was not what was even said.
Okay. Do you want to respond to my question now?
What was your question?
About the two different the different stars, complete different stars in the star trails that we see in the different hemispheres. Because this is where I was trying to go. This is where I was trying to go. I'm not done. This is where I was trying to go with when you were talking about this personal dome thing. But now now we'll expand it to what we actually see.
I already answered this. So
no, you didn't. Not to me.
Yes, I did. So whenever you move away, so what's happening in reality is there's Polaris and everything's moving around it. All the stars are moving the same direction. All of them. Okay. But whenever we move further away from Polaris, it looks like it begins to drop in our sky towards the horizon. This makes it look like it's tilted up and away from us. It starts to tilt away from us and it's dropping in our view. So let's say we go to 30 north latitude and I look towards Polaris and I do time lapse. They're going to look like Polaris is lower in the sky and all the stars are moving around it, right? And they're going counterclockwise. If I turn around and point south and do a time lapse, they're going to look like they're all moving clockwise because the stars drop in your field of view as they get further away from you, creating the illusion that they're physically dropping and tilting when in reality they are not. So when you see that rotation, it's going to look like it's going the opposite way. This could be demonstrated 1,000 different ways.
And the fact that you see, my bad, I thought you were done. Go ahead.
Okay. So the only critique that the globe can really present here is not that they look like they're moving the other way. That can just happen due to perspective. Your question should be, why do the stars look like they circle around a singular point in the south? That should be the question.
Yeah, and that's the question I was asking.
No, that's not what you asked. You asked why they do different things. So
okay, well, why do they? Why is it? Where's the pole star? Why does it appear to be a apparent pole star?
There is no pole star.
I said apparent.
There is no apparent pole star. That means
yeah,
you can see. Apparent pole star.
What is it? Someone knows the name of it.
Sigma Octantis.
Yeah, it's the apparent one. I didn't say it was the pole star. I said apparent.
No, it's nowhere. No, apparent means you can see it.
Okay, when you do your star trails in the south, is there apparent star pole?
No.
Is there a star that seems to be in the middle?
There's not. No. No.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so you don't even know what we actually see on the Earth. It's goofy. So you don't see a pole star in the south, but it doesn't matter.
I didn't say a pole star.
You literally said that exact phrase.
Apparent. I said apparent.
Apparent pole star means you would see what looks like a pole star.
What is the apparent pole star in the southern hemisphere? You just said it.
One.
I asked you, and you answered the question.
I knew what star you were talking about. It's the closest that we can see towards that area. Okay, it's nothing like.
Yeah, that would be exactly what the apparent pole star is. I'm talking about, and you knew what I was talking about. I didn't say it was a pole star.
You did. You said apparent pole star would mean that there's a star that appears to be in the center of the rotation in the south, and there's not one.
What is the star? Okay, we're not doing this again. Continue.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, the real question is, why do they look like they converge and do a circle or a rotation around a singular point on a flat Earth? Okay, that's the question. And many flat earthers haven't answered that for some time, right? But the answer is actually pretty simple. It's pretty simple. It's just like if you have crepuscular and anti-crepuscular rays. If I look at the sun setting in the west, I'll see crepuscular rays coming out from the sun, right? But if I turn around 180 degrees, I'll see what looks like what are called anti-crepuscular rays, and it'll look like rays are all coming from a single point over there. But we know the sun is in the opposite direction, so there is no actual single point. It's just perspective making it look like that. Now, if I took the sun and started spinning it, right? If I looked west and the sun was spinning with these crepuscular rays and they were spinning counterclockwise, as I turned around and looked at the anti-crepuscular rays, they would look like they're spinning clockwise around that singular point, even though there's not actually a singular point there. It's just perspective. Same thing with the stars. It's just a nighttime version. When you turn around and look in the south, as the stars are all moving counterclockwise over top of you, when you look in the south, you'll see them moving the opposite direction around the perspective-induced illusion of a point of convergence, just like with anti-crepuscular rays.
Yeah, they didn't even explain it at all. That
In
was just
fact,
word salad.
no, in fact, wasn't word salad. And in fact, there's no way to avoid this. This is just objectively what would have to happen due to perspective.
The objective part, can you demonstrate this?
Yes, yeah, that's what I'm saying. The reason we know that this would have to happen due to perspective is because we see it happen due to perspective with anti-crepuscular rays.
Bad example.
Just because you say so, you would have to say the
Yeah.
stars. You have to say
That's my opinion. That was just my opinion.
Yeah, but that's not substantive at all. Like, basically, your argument would have to boil down to perspective affects the rays of the sun, but perspective doesn't affect the stars. That's incoherent.
Except we're talking about a whole body of rotation, and you're talking about a point source.
Yeah, but when we look in the opposite direction, there is no point source in that direction. So why does it look like it's converging to a point?
So it looks like it's converging to a point in the night sky. Is that what you're saying?
No, dude. Do you know what anti-crepuscular rays are?
Yes, and I know that you having this into your argument about what the southern star trails makes no sense.
Okay, so why do the anti-crepuscular rays look like they're converging on a point?
Your perspective.
So perspective makes it look like it's converging on a point, even though there is no actual point source over there.
Except for the fact that we're seeing physical objects do a circle. There's a difference.
No, it's not. There's not a difference. Dude.
Okay.
Do you agree that perspective can make it look like there is a convergence on a singular point, even though there isn't actually a point source there?
Except for the fact that we're talking about rotating objects.
You can't answer the question.
And a star trail is right. It makes a big circle. That's what the whole star trail thing is.
Why can't you answer the question?
Because it don't even make sense to even talk about the things together.
Okay, it's just a nighttime version of perspective. And if I was you have the crepuscular and anti-crepuscular rays. If I was to spin the sun,
but we're not. We're talking about reality. When we're talking about the southern star trails, we're talking about something that we observe. Let's keep it with that.
Yeah, that's what we're doing. So if I see in reality that perspective makes it look like the rays are converging to a point in the opposite direction from the sun, we know the sun's not over there. We know the source of the light's not over there. But perspective creates an illusion that they're converging onto a point there.
You need a new argument. That has nothing to do with why do the star trails in the south appear to be rotating over a pole. That doesn't make any fucking sense.
Just because you say
you can't spin the sun. You're not spinning the sun. So stop. I don't know why that's part of this conversation and a point source. We're not talking about a point source that we're observing. We're talking about a bunch of physical fucking point sources that are making a star trail. Why is there a star trail in the south? Not why do crepuscular rays fucking appear to be a point source. We don't care about the sun. And it's not a nighttime version. It doesn't even make sense.
So your rebuttal to Whitsitt was "nuh-uh" plus assertion.
Yes.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Thank
See,
you.
this is what I'm saying. What your argument has to be is that perspective.
It doesn't have to be anything.
And it has to be this: that perspective.
Yours has to be.
Perspective applies to the sun, but not to the stars.
That's not what I said.
That's what you have to say.
Nope, that's what you have to say. Because I didn't say it, so I don't know why you keep saying it. It's what you have to say.
You're not even saying anything. You're just saying nuh-uh.
No, that's not saying nuh-uh.
Does everyone hear how
no.
this is? Right?
I'd like to clarify that time he actually said no you, not nuh-uh.
Thank you.
He said thank you. Like, it's so weird, right? Because we know, like, no matter what observation we're making in the sky, like, perspective is relevant. Like, our observations in the sky are always relative to perspective.
Okay, what makes the northern star trails appear to do that?
The in the north, there's actually a rotation in the sky going around a single point. You're laughing.
But there's not in the south.
That's right. Just like there's not a sun in the east when the sun is setting.
When we look south, why isn't the star trail a big circle? Just a big circle.
What? There are lots of stars going in a big circle.
Okay. So when we look in the north, you're saying that it's because of rotation, regardless of what's rotating. Rotation.
The sky is rotating. Yeah.
Okay. And when you do it in the south, you're saying that it doesn't do the same thing in the north. It doesn't appear to have a smaller start in the middle where the stars close to the horizon are spinning faster, and then the big circle, big star trail. You see it in both hemispheres. You're acting like it only happens in one. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the one that happens in the south.
Buddy, like,
let's talk about that.
How many times we have to say this, right? Like, the sun is only setting in the west.
And Polaris isn't right above the North Pole either, just so you know.
Cool story. You can't even verify where the geographic North Pole is.
Okay, yes, we can actually.
Okay, drop empirical evidence of it.
Okay, hang on, give me a second.
Yeah, there you go.
Is it going to rely on...
Oh, I'm sorry. Was I supposed to have that on ready for you on the spot? My bad. No, I didn't know.
No, you're not going to have it.
Okay. Yeah, you're not going to have it, but good luck getting it.
They say it's not actually... It's not
Is it a race? It's an awesome race now?
So what is causing the anti-crepuscular rays if it's not the sun, then? I'm interested in that.
I know you are.
I'm very interested. Right, okay, cool. I think I got my answer.
Yeah.
No, because I wasn't doing something right now.
So basically, like, his argument would be like, you're saying that there is a source of light in the west, but there's not one in the east? Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, we know the sun's only setting.
That's not what I'm saying at all. That's crazy.
And then he goes, no, when you say yes.
That is what you're saying, Leo. That's what you're saying.
Yeah. Come on. It's obvious if this effect is happening in the sky, then it must be happening everywhere in the sky. Right?
Yeah.
Could be, if it's a visual effect of what you see, right? I mean, come on. It's an obvious argument. Like,
yeah, it's weird. They want to act like perspective applies to the sun, but not to the stars.
Yeah.
And you saw when I started to get to the spin the sun thing, like, oh, you can't do that in reality. Oh, but you can bend and warp space time. like, what's up with that?
But they were using perspective with the stars when we were arguing star trails for that week and a half or whatever it was. Remember that?
Yeah. They like to have cake and eat it all the time. Do you remember when time was an independent variable, even though you couldn't physically manipulate it, right? And that was a thing for ages. But now it's like it's not valid if you can't spin the sun physically. Well, okay. Yeah. Well, which one do you want to go with? Like, are we having to actually physically manipulate these things or not?
Yeah, and the difference is, of course, I'm like point blank saying this is a thought experiment. I'm not claiming it's like physical experimentation like they do, right? So
I know, but I was asking about reality, like physical reality observations that we see, and you kept trying to go to your sun spinning shit.
No, I'm talking about a real physical observation that we see. It's anti-crepuscular rays.
But not the spinning part. You know, that was part of your argument.
Yeah, because the stars are spinning and the sun is not spinning around Polaris like the stars are. So
yeah, he was trying to make.
But you said the sun. You kept saying the sun's spinning.
So he was trying to make the analogy closer for you to understand. It's not necessary that the sun's spinning.
I didn't need that. That's why I kept bringing it back to reality.
Cool. And I didn't need you to talk over me. halfway through a sentence. So we both have
Okay,
things.
well, I don't want you to make my argument up either.
Yeah, but you could just not talk over me and then address it
Yeah,
once I'm done.
shut up. Crypto hardly ever not gets interrupted, so shut up.
Yeah. So the point is that he was actually trying to make the example easier for you to understand, and then you use that against him, which is kind of funny. But regardless, the argument stands on its own merits, even if you don't spin the sun. Obviously.
Yep. It's just like when they deny that you would see it spin the other way, that's when I get into the spin the sun thing, because it's like, that's why they can't follow it through to the logical conclusion of the thought experiment, because they know it'll prove them wrong.
There you go. I put it in the chat.
You just showed me a map with a circle drawn around it.
Yeah, that's the geographic North Pole. You asked for where it was. I showed you. Said I couldn't find it. I showed you where it was.
No, what I actually said was, can you provide empirical evidence of the location of the geographic North Pole?
Come on, dude. A cartoon is empirical.
I just
he
did
empirically
it.
found the cartoon.
Oh, so maps aren't real now. Okay, my bad. Okay, my bad.
Well, when you're talking about an area that's allegedly not accessible, and there's a early
not accessible.
There's a north
Wow,
warning
that's
system set.
ridiculous.
It's, dude, are you kidding me? It's supposedly an ocean that you can't get to. So, like, Russia claims to have put a flag in the North Pole by putting a robot in the water and letting it go down to the ground and stick a flag in it. Believe it or not, I don't believe the 2007 story from the Russian government that they put a flag at the North Pole.
There's a modernization of U.S.-Canadian North Warning System, NWS, at the North Pole.
That's right. And it begins to monitor activity as far down as the 55th north latitude.
I posted in live stream text about it. I'll post a couple more things.
Yeah, isn't that like military watching for like foreign planes flying in our airspace?
Yeah, because the military would never not fully divulge their reasons.
They're going to look for a lot of things, military and otherwise.
Yeah.
They're gonna, if they have purview over the sky, they're going to be looking for everything they can see, huh? Not just military stuff. Okay.
Yeah, but commercial planes fly over it every day.
Yeah, but okay, find me one.
What you say? That's what you say.
Well, there.
That means
you look on flight radar.
You can look. You can bring proof, but you didn't really find one.
Yeah.
Wait, how are they tracking the plane with radar over the North Pole if there's no infrastructure set up within hundreds of miles?
Oh my God, GPS.
There you go. So they use a GPS assuming the spherical coordinates, and then you believe that proves it.
That was crazy what you just did. You were like, they don't have telephone poles up there. What do they use? Oh, they must use GPS. Oh, it must be fake. That was crazy.
I just think it's funny that he says radar, and then quickly we find out, oh, it's not radar.
No, it's the name of the site.
And they do have towers.
Flight radar.
What do you mean?
24.
They do have towers out there. What are you talking about?
Really? They have towers at the North Pole? Please cite it.
No, around it, absolutely.
Really? How
you
close?
They have buoys, right?
How close?
I don't know. I can look. You want me to look?
You're making stuff up.
Okay, so they don't have radar buoys. They don't have radar buoys and transmitters and receivers in the ocean. Is that what you're saying? No, right?
No, you're saying that they have radar at the North Pole. Please prove it.
No, I said they. Okay, you know what? I will. Hang on.
Yeah, cool.
You sound ridiculous.
So I posted a thing in the live stream voice text from Canada website, canada.ca. The NWS North Warning System is Canada's most significant contribution to the North American Aerospace Defense Command, NORAD. It's a binational organization. Everybody knows NORAD. The majority of NWS radar sites, 47 of the 50 sites, are located within the 3 Inuit settlement areas across Canada's north. However, they are remotely monitored, controlled by NORAD from the Canadian Air Defense Sector, located. As the NWS was constructed between 1986 and 1992, its radar capabilities are becoming increasingly challenged by modern weapons technology, blah, blah, blah. 30 years in operation, it is time to begin investing in a new, more modern system, blah, blah, blah. But yes, it's radar and NORAD and all that shit.
And it's set up trip lines all the way out to the 55th south latitude. It runs to Alaska and Canada. It loops around. There's a giant circle of monitoring going on around the North Pole. This was actually founded initially in 1957 which was called the International Geophysical Year, when the United States spearheaded an international cooperative effort to monitor the North and South Pole directly after they concluded their explorations from 45 to roughly 56 or 7 in Antarctica, right? Where you have Operation High Jump starting in 46, and then you have Operation Deep Freeze in 55, going to 57, where they then have the International Geophysical Year to monitor the North and South Pole with an international effort. And then they end that same year found it was called the Distant Early Warning System at the time. That was upgraded to the North Warning System in 1988.
And you're saying these places don't exist now?
What the?
The South Pole. I mean, these monitoring systems.
No, the monitoring system
What?
does exist. That's the point.
North Pole. We're talking about the North, dude. Pay attention.
He also brought up the ones that are in the South.
No, I didn't. I said
You
that
didn't?
I said they went and explored Antarctica, and then during 57, 58, it's called the International Geophysical Year, where they came to a collaborative international effort to agree that to monitor the North and South Pole. That's what they said. But they had already went and explored Antarctica. They founded Little America, the first Antarctic base in Operation High Jump, led by Admiral Byrd. And then in Operation Deep Freeze, they continually monitored Antarctica and explored it. And then they set up, at the same time, coincidentally, they set up a giant circle around the quote North Pole, where they monitored any activity, any explorative activity, starting as low as 55 degrees north latitude. So what you believe is it's just a coincidence that the U.S. government went and brought Nazis over here who were obsessed with Antarctica. Then the very next year went to Antarctica to explore it. Then the guy that did that came back and said there's a continent bigger than the continental U.S. on the other side of the quote-unquote South Pole that remains unexplored and no one knows about it. And then they continued to explore it all the way up to 57. And then once they concluded their Antarctic explorations, they put a giant circle around the north. And of course, the Antarctic Treaty was signed 2 years later in 59. So you have Operation Deep Freeze, Operation Paperclip, 1945, Operation High Jump, 1946, exploring Antarctica all the way up to you have 1955, Operation Deep Freeze, further exploring Antarctica. And then 1957, they come to an agreement around the world to monitor the North and the South. And then in 1957, they set up the Distant Early Warning System, a trip line extending all the way to 55 degrees north around the North Pole. Then 1958, they found NASA. Then 1959, they signed the Antarctic Treaty. And you think that's all just a coincidence?
They had to get all their ducks in a row, but you know what? It's just conspiracy theory now. Come on, Witsit.
And why would the ballers not ever bring this up themselves then? Why do they avoid it like the plague?
We know why. Yeah, we know. They know too, by the way. They're just being dishonest about it.
Like they never bring it up. If like you're an honest baller, you would bring this up and you would tell me why they did that.
They're hiding secret valleys that people live in. Elites.
How's everyone doing today?
Good.
Peachy. How are you, Charlie? We're in the middle of talking about the distant early warning line and the early warning system for the North Pole, Canada.
Early warning for what? Like a nuke early warning system?
No, for like any explorative activity.
Well, anything at all, yeah. Like
the South Pole.
Hold on. Anything from civilians to military presence stuff. Like they're watching for anything at all. A rabbit crosses a certain line, they got to know about it.
Which line?
It goes all the way out to the 55th north latitude. It's called the Northern Warning System. It was upgraded in 1988. Started as a distant early warning system.
So I posted about from Canada.ca.
So you're saying a rabbit crosses it.
Hold on, please. I posted in the live stream text the Canada.ca article about the distant early warning, and then also further up I posted a couple things about and so did Shanji, the North Warning System modernization, etc. So just keep watching the text about it.
Right, I know, but you're saying they can detect a rabbit?
Oh, he was
No,
clearly.
I'm saying they have up there, given all these documents and articles and such, that they're watching every inch from a certain point. Is that right, Wissett?
Yeah, yeah. And actually, if you begin to look into it further, you look and see what's the closest landmass to the alleged geographic North Pole, and you'll get to Greenland, and you'll find that the vast majority of the northern portion of Greenland is completely uninhabited and uninhabitable, so they say. So, like, no one's there. So if you actually go to the alleged geographic North Pole, and then you on, like, say, Google Earth, and then you pull out the distant measurement, you're gonna get to like 1,000 miles in each direction where no one goes.
You understand that the
Can I ask,
North Pole
can I ask a
freezes
question about
over half the year too, right?
Do you agree that people don't go there?
Yes, they do go there. You know it freezes over half the year, right?
So I can go there?
Yes.
Really? Can you please drop a link where I can go there?
Yep. Hang on.
Thank you.
Wait, so does this system still exist?
Yes, it's active today. So it was founded in 1957, and it was called the Distant Early Warning System. 2 years before they signed the Antarctic Treaty, the very year they ended Operation Deep Freeze, and then it was modernized and updated in 1988 with the Northern Warning System. But all they did was take over all the stations that Distant Early Warning System had, and then added a few more and modernized them, and it's still active to this day.
So, I mean, this article that Sensei posted says it was shut down in the late 1980s.
I just explained that. Yeah,
line cleanup process. Wait, so hold on. I have a question about this.
There's a new maintenance contract
Are
that
you
they opened up.
saying
Scroll down.
that this line is meant to keep people out of the north, or to notify when people or something from the north is crossing down south?
Well, what the official narrative is that it's just a monitor in case someone's coming towards us from the north. But one thing that's just a fact is that they monitor all activity within the 55th north latitude with trip lines set up periodically all the way towards the North Pole. And it was in 1988, it didn't go away. It was updated to what's called the Northern Warning System, NWS, which is still active today.
Hold on. You just said something that I'd like to probe you on. So you said they monitor everything north of this line.
Yeah.
Up to where?
Well, that's where you're going to get into, oh, well, Russia has claim to certain portions, and so they just draw their line like through like half of it, half a circle. But of course, Russia is going to be monitoring the other side of it. And
Well, I'm concerned about the. I mean, the one that I was cited here is this Canadian? This is the Canadian distant early warning line, or is this just like an international?
No, it's America that spearheaded it, but it's put through Alaska and Canada. So Canada cooperated with the United States so that they
Okay,
could.
great. So U.S. and Canada. Okay, let me ask you: how far north does the U.S. and Canada monitor past this line?
Is everything above the 55th north latitude.
Yeah, it's a
all the
pole.
way up until and including the North Pole.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you cite me? I'm not saying you're full of shit, but can you cite me that they monitor all the way up to and including the North Pole? Because it seems to me, from my really shitty cursory reading of this, that it's just they monitor this line, and it has a certain width, but it doesn't go all the way up to the North Pole.
Where does it go to?
I don't know.
Okay, of course, there's not actually a station in the North Pole region because it's ocean.
Right, it doesn't have to be.
Yeah. So, but the point is that they have they have an Air Force base in Tholes, which is in Greenland, right? Like they have stations going all the way up towards the northern portion of Greenland, right? So they don't just stop at the 55th. That's just where they start monitoring.
Okay, so what does the line signify then?
That's as far down as they monitor.
Okay, well, that's not what this website says.
That is, dude, they created the warning system down to the 55th latitude. Their cover story is that they're just monitoring things coming towards America.
Okay. Right. I understand that that's their cover story, but you're claiming that they monitor everything up to and including the North Pole, right? Is it unreasonable for me to ask you, like?
I explained that you can't go to the North Pole, but like they have an Air Force base.
Listen, Winston, I understand that you don't need to have an actual base at the North Pole to monitor the North Pole. I understand. That's abundantly clear to me. There.
Yes,
Have I established that?
Are you asking if they have stations north of the 55th latitude?
No. I'm asking you if you can provide a source that states that they monitor everything north of that line.
Well, they admittedly have stations going all the way up to the tip of Greenland. So, what do you think that means?
Hold on, they have station. Okay, hold on. You're saying they have stations from the distant early warning line system
in Greenland?
Which,
yes,
right. Where in Greenland? At the north side of Greenland?
Yeah, towards the northern portion of Greenland. Like if you look at Tholes, they have an Air Force base at Tholes, which is right around where the Northern Lights seem to go around.
No, well, I don't care if they have a base there. I care that they have a system which contributes to this distant early warning line, because
Air
you're right.
Force
If,
is the
if they
one
have
that
a if
did
they
it.
have a if because if they have a station that claims that they contribute to the distant early warning line and they're all the way fucking north on Greenland, and sure, I would also be like, okay, well, they seem to be monitoring more than just the near vicinity of that line.
Yeah, of course, though. But I mean, if you actually understand what they claim to be doing, then their cover story would mean that they're doing that. It's like, oh, if Russia decides to come over here, or anyone over on the other side of the North Pole decides to come over here, we want to know and have a heads up.
Right.
So they're monitoring that whole region. Like the Air Force is the one that was behind the distant early warning system and the northern warning system. That's an Air Force operation. So the fact there's an Air Force base there, but I mean, I'm outside in the sun, so like you can look it up. I had a list of them on my computer somewhere. It'll show you all the initial stations, and they're scattered all
I'm
throughout.
very patient. I am very patient. I will happily wait till when you get into a state where you can provide these citations.
Yeah, but you could just kind of look into it, because I found a list of all the stations back in '57. Right, there were stations going all the way north. It's not just a line on the 55th, and there's nothing else except for on that line.
I know, of course. Okay, so what would I Google?
List of operational stations in the northern warning system.
Okay, list. I mean, okay, so I guess, is the distant early warning line no longer an operational thing right now?
No, they upgraded that to the northern warning system, but it just took over all the stations of the D.
Okay.
So it's the same thing. It's the same thing. They just took it over and modernized it and added some more stations.
Okay, so northern warning system.
Now, what I don't remember is if they're like fully declassified as to all the stations right now. I just know that I saw a whole list from way back in the day, and then admittedly they took them over. So at the least they have those there. But even if their cover story was true, it wouldn't really make sense that they would tell you every detail about where because they're supposedly doing this for national security. So
I fully agree that the U.S. government isn't going to just splay out their secrets in Wikipedia, right? I'm fully aware.
But you also agree that say that they have an operation that has a certain use case, they're not just going to come out and tell everyone what the true use case of it is either.
Sure, but like you're claiming something very specific, right? So there must be a reason why you believe it. I'm fully. What?
I'm just claiming what they say. They monitor activity north of the 55th north latitude. Like that's what they say. Whether you want
to I haven't seen them say that, but if I were to see it, I would think that what they're implying is in the near vicinity of the line, right? Not all the way up to the North Pole. Anyway, I'm looking at a picture right now from Wikipedia, the best of sources, of the North Warning System, and they seem to have a line in which they have long and short range radar that's basically the same line as the distant early warning line.
Yeah, that's what they're going to show you. They're going to show you that line, and normally it's just a little dotted line on the map. But
I agree. That's what I agree. That why would they show me if they have more, right? So,
but they do admit to having more north of that, though, right? So I'm just saying they probably don't tell you about all of them, but they admittedly have. Again, the Air Force is what's in charge of the distant early warning system. If they have an Air Force base in northern Greenland, it would be ignorant to think that doesn't coordinate with the distant early warning system. Why would it not?
I would think that they probably monitor the immediate vicinity of the Air Force Base.
And then connects that with the trip lines in the northern warning system. That would be the furthest out you're gaining intel. So if you wanted to get a heads up of anyone that might invade from the north, which is the cover story, obviously the sooner you can detect them, the better. The more time you have to react. So
Right,
if you have an Air Force base all the way up in northern Greenland, why would it not?
Witsit, you have sold me on the whole aspect of why would they not do it. I fully understand that. Can you please stop trying to convince me on the why would they do it part?
Okay.
I'm bought on that, right? What I'm asking you
If
is
you
for
wanna
evidence that
keep-
they are doing it.
Yeah, well, sometimes you have to use common sense to know that if the Air
All right,
Force.
so your source is common sense. That's fine. That can be your source.
Even more than that, I know for a fact that I've read the list and seen that there are ones north of the 55th latitude. I don't remember exactly how far up they say that they go, because for me, it doesn't matter. The fact is that they drew a line on the 55th north latitude, and they have stations in the top of Antarctica. I mean, to the top of Greenland. So they're monitoring the north. I mean, that's just what it is.
Yeah, you draw a bigger circle around a smaller circle to protect it. That's
Okay,
how
all
you
the
do it.
DYE stations are in south of
So
Greenland.
in order to protect something, you set up a barrier far away. That doesn't make sense to you, Charlie?
Sorry, repeat
You
that?
would put a barrier before the actual north. If you wanted to travel to the north, you're saying as long as you live above the 55th latitude, you look good. But if you have to go through the 55th latitude, that's where your problem. Is there anyone that can travel to the north without passing through the 55th latitude?
Sure, people that are already past it, but I don't understand your point. Anyway, my point is stop trying to convince me why would they do it, right? I'm bought on that part. Like, I see the justification why they would do it. You don't have to convince me of that. What I'm asking for is that evidence that they are. Besides,
have you
common
found like the
sense or
list of them yet?
just trust me, bro.
Have you found the list of them yet? Because there's like hundreds of them. So until you find a list that has hundreds of different
I'm
pages on
trying
it.
very hard. So far, I found all
Charlie,
the
you
ones
seem to
that
be doing a
visit
lot of
Pittsburgh.
talking and not a lot of reading.
Okay, look, I'm going inside. I'll get it for you. My goodness.
Sure. So I see the DYE extension, which they are all bases on they're all in the south of Greenland, right? And I do know that there is a military base in the north of Greenland, but I mean I have no reason to think that their surveillance extends, intercepts the entire North Pole, and not just like a
If
small
you
area of
want to
Greenland.
protect your house, would you put the fence in the house or on the outer perimeter of the house?
Again, I don't know why you keep trying to convince me of it makes sense. I agree that it makes sense.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying how you're saying if they're only watching the 55th, how does that pertain to their watching all the way to the north? So that's why I'm saying, well, all they have to do is watch the 55th because no one will get through at that point to get to the north.
So is it just the
Does
surface
that not
that's
make sense?
protected, or what about the
I think you're
airspace?
arguing. I think you're making my point, right? Like, Whitsit's point is that they monitor everything north of that line, all the way up to and including the North Pole.
Well,
that's correct. How would you monitor something north of there, but by setting up a barrier directly there?
I don't English right now.
I don't know. I would think if you built a fence around something, then when people approach the fence, you stop them.
Yeah, he
then
didn't
they
answer
don't
that
travel
question.
through. Then they don't travel to the area.
So, Charlie, would you put a fence in the house or around the house?
It's around the house.
Are you trying to say the house is not as big as Witsit claimed?
Question is, if it's so protected, If it's such a protected area, why does commercial air traffic fly over the North Pole?
You'd have to first demonstrate that that happens personally. So go take a flight over that and then talk about it.
I mean, if the house is the United States, it seems to me that the line is outside the house.
Yeah, there are two planes right now in the air that's flying over the North Pole. That's their route.
You should go and try to hop on it then, because I don't care what a computer says. No opinion on that.
So I've used an app called Flight Radar 24. I can see myself, and when I get in my plane, I can see myself on my app. I know it works. And
So it works everywhere just like that. That's cool.
So yeah, why wouldn't it? It shows all air traffic.
I don't know. You have to prove that it does.
Why would they show fake planes going over the North Pole if there aren't flying over the North Pole?
I'm not making a claim that there's two planes over the fucking North Pole right now. You are. And I'm not going to trust a phone app.
Yeah, well, okay.
I need a little more empirical, a little more science than that, partner. A phone app is not going to convince me of anything but that you have a phone and you know how to use apps. Congratulations.
Well, how are we talking to you right now?
That is so irrelevant. Wow.
It is absolutely very relevant, right? Like, why do you trust phone
This is
apps?
the beauty. You can hand wave any evidence.
Not in other times, right?
Sorry, somebody was talking over you, Charlie. One more time.
Yeah, like, so why are you selecting when you trust a phone app, right? Presumably you're on a phone or a similar...
There's some apps I don't trust. Like, I've used apps that just don't even fucking work and I delete them. So what?
Okay, by what criteria, like, what do you use... What set of rules do you have in your mind by which you say, okay, I don't trust this, and I trust this app?
It doesn't matter. What I'm trying to do, you're diverting with an unnecessary question. What I'm trying to do is get Leffling to admit to me that he physically doesn't actually know those planes are up there.
No, I have confidence that they're there.
But, okay, so you believe it. You believe it. Use the word believe, please. Just tell me.
Sure. There's no reason. There's no reason for him not to.
No. Just say I believe it, and that's it. That's because that's what we're talking about.
No, I do believe it. I do certainly believe it. I have great confidence that the planes that Flight Radar says are there are exactly where they say they are.
Yeah, I know. We can tell.
You think they're worried about international flights flying over the north? Do you think that's what the early warning line was set up for? Left lane?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm sure they could set it up so they could track those planes, the commercial flights over the north, right?
It was set up because of a fear of Soviet bombers. That's why it was set up.
Yeah, it's military.
That's
right,
the cover.
They don't need to worry about anything else, right? Just military stuff. Get the fuck out of here.
What else you have to worry about?
Evidence of an actual commercial plane
You're trying to get up there,
flying right over the North Pole, like directly over the North Pole.
Yeah, I would like that too, by the way.
Not on the edge of it, right? Not on the outskirts of the North Pole and be like, oh yeah, they're flying over the North Pole. No, right over the middle of it. If you can find me evidence, and especially like photographs or satellite imagery of the actual North Pole, I'll send you $100, bro. I'll send you $100 if you can find me. If you can find me satellite imagery of the actual North Pole, not the edge of it, not the outskirts of it or the boundary of it, the actual North Pole, I'll send you $100.
Are you also offering that to me?
No.
Oh, okay.
What's his name? Left lane.
Left lane. Okay.
Him.
How would I represent the North Pole in open sea? How would I say there's the North Pole? How would I do that?
Well, that's kind of on you, isn't it?
No, I mean it's a ridiculous challenge.
Why would there be sea in the first place?
You're making claims, partner, that flights all the time go up and around the North Pole.
Yeah, there's two planes right now that are flying in that direction.
Are you on either of those planes? You can't empirically say that, bro.
Yeah. I think it's ridiculous just to deny it just because it maybe challenges your narrative that maybe you just choose to disbelieve the app.
Bro, it's third-hand information. First, you say you have an app, so I'll have to be taking your word for it, and then the app's word for making it look as if there are planes going directly over the North Pole.
Yeah, there's the first one's already gone across.
Lots of trust there, partner. I'd rather just be on one of those planes, you feel me? But I would take your word if you say, right now, if you called me from one of those planes via satellite, And then you say, glad I'm right over the North Pole. You'd FaceTime me. Here's some of the North Pole down there. Hey, check it out. Here's the map on the fucking plane. Here's the pilot saying we're over the North Pole. That kind of thing. You don't have any of that. You got a phone app.
So I have a question. What is the narrative here? Like, why the U.S. government would care if people go north?
Well, we've seen early maps that show land at the north with a big mountain called Mount Meru. You ever heard of it?
Mount Meru?
Yeah, a big black magnetic mountain in the north.
Wait,
Oh,
what?
boy.
Am I missing like a huge piece of flat Earth lore here? Holy shit! I want to hear about
Yeah,
this.
very much.
We've seen early maps. Okay, they're early maps that show land at the north.
Can you link me to something?
But Charlie, quickly, even
Do your
without
fucking own research, dude. I ain't your tutor, dude.
without
You're a
Mount
baller.
Meru,
You
without
have
Mount
knowledge.
Meru,
It's
I'm
not
not
my job
talking
to
about me,
educate you, Raj.
Pudman.
Oh,
I'm
can I
not gonna
cut
go
in
cite
quickly?
everything on the earth for you,
Right,
dude. I
that's
don't
what
want
the
to.
W say. Like, it's not my job to educate you on why you're being racist. All right.
You got Google, man. You can just get on your
No,
phone
I don't
and
even know how to
Google.
fucking spell it. If I type in Mount Maroon, right, a fucking mountain in southeast Queensland comes up. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
MERU, Mount Meru, MERU.
Can I help Charlie a tiny bit?
Okay.
Charlie, it's not just Mount Meru. Even on the globe model, they might be hiding stuff in the North Pole, right, on the pole of Earth, because hardly anyone flies over it and we can't see very well. They could have
Thank
blacked
you.
out huge areas on any model at the poles and just told you it's all ice.
Okay, I mean, I don't deny that they could.
Yeah,
Sure.
that's what you got to
He's
get
gonna
there.
ask why would they? He's gonna say it. Why would they lie?
Sure, but I mean, I have no reason to think that they are.
You do, because people are telling you now.
People are what?
People are telling you that they're hiding stuff in the poles now.
You think a reason to think that they're hiding stuff is that somebody on Discord is telling me that they're hiding stuff?
Yeah.
Okay, well,
No,
they're
not
not.
to think it's
So
true,
now
but
you have
to
a
think
reason.
it might be true.
Now you have
It's
a reason
enough.
to think that they're not hiding stuff there because I'm telling you they're not.
It's nothing to do with Discord. This is a way
Yeah,
we're
but you're
sharing
lying.
information with you, Charlie.
No, I don't think you understand when I say what I mean when I say I have no reason to think that.
We just told you there's good reasons to think, because hiding stuff is
No,
good for people, isn't
a
it?
random person on Discord telling me that something is true isn't a good reason to believe
Brother,
that
so
something
look
is true.
into it, dude. You're not just. This is the first time. Hold on, brother. Listen, this is the first time you heard about this, right? You said Mount Maroon or something. You didn't even say it correctly. Why don't you just spend at least a couple hours by yourself, right? No bias, just reading about it, and then come back
So
and we can talk about
you
it.
think that if I hear a claim made by people who hold a worldview which I strongly believe is incorrect, that I should spend 5 hours
You've never done
on
anything
a new
like
concept that they just introduced me to? Okay, like
Can we
you
move
guys do
on?
this
He
all
don't
the
want
time,
to-
where
he
like,
doesn't want to have a
you
conversation.
do this all the time, where like you introduce a concept to me, right? And
Can
I'm
we
like,
just move
okay,
on?
well, can we have a discussion about that? And they're like, no, you can go and do
Yeah,
your own
okay,
research.
go on
Here's a
mute. Talk to
2-hour
you later.
documentary on it.
Yeah, because you don't know anything about it yet. You can't speak from a position.
It's
Hold on, bro.
tiring, right?
You
Like,
can't
why can't you
speak.
just have a conversation with me about it? Like, that's what makes
Partner,
the
you
server so
can't
fucking
speak from a
interesting.
position of confidence.
So it doesn't
hold
make
on,
any
hold
sense
on, hold on,
that I
hold
would
on,
just
hold on,
do that.
Charlie. You got to take a breath, bud.
Yeah,
we
you
get
can't
it.
come
Other people are trying to get in.
I mean,
Other
why
people
do
are
you guys
trying to
accuse me
talk.
of
There's
interrupting
no
people when they
over
go on
me
for a
now.
long time? And then when
Do I need to mute the
clearly
whole
have the
entire
floor and
room?
I'm the one that clearly started
Charlie.
talking, and you guys try to interrupt me, that I have to shut up.
Charlie, do you not hear me speaking?
Yeah, I do.
Am I coming through? Then why did you
Yeah,
talk
it's
all
just-
over me when I'm telling you not to speak all over people? I'm
I
just coming in
started
as a point of
talking,
moderation.
and then other people tried to interrupt me, and I'm not going to yield to that. It's very simple.
No, that's not what's taking place. You're just trying to steamroll a conversation. It's audio chaos. Nobody can hear anything. They gave you this idea of Mount Meru. You just kept going on and on and on about how you couldn't research it, blah, 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 blah. If anybody wants to give Charlie a little bit more
we
information
can
on that.
discuss it without him researching 5 hours. We can keep discussing stuff. I just wanted to say there is reasons to hide stuff on Earth, Charlie. So that's what they're saying. On their
Why are you
Earth, I'm
addressing
telling
him?
you,
He
on
doesn't
any
want to
model.
discuss it.
Okay.
He needs to look into it first, so we should move on
Yeah.
so that Charlie can look into it.
No, that's the SJW response, and all you
we don't have to
guys are
slow the room
conservatives
down
just
for
like
you
me, so you should
to act like an
understand that.
ultra
Why are you afraid to
maroon.
look
What do
into
you
it?
mean? What do you hold on, Charlie? What do you mean it's a SJW response? Just because somebody says, "Hey, if you don't know about it, that's cool. Take some time, research it, and then we can come back and have a discussion about it." Like
point-
that's legitimately saying, "Hey, if you don't know about it, maybe you should do a little bit more research, and then we can have an actual intellectual discussion about the topic in general."
The reason we're having a discussion, right, is to have the exchange of ideas already. For you to say, "Oh, you don't know about this," it's not my job to educate you, is absolutely the quintessential like SJW response. Okay, go look up any clip of I don't know fucking Matt Walsh or Andrew
How
Klavan
long
or
does this
Ben
have to
Shapiro
go?
Nobody in here.
Where are you
any
talking
fucking
about?
guy that starts talking about this stuff, right?
Where are you
and then they
going?
actually
No.
engage the
Flutter.
people with the conversation. Like, okay, you think I'm being racist? Why do you think I'm being racist? Right? And then they say, "Oh, it's not my job to educate you." Fuck
What
that.
is he now talking
Not what
about?
we're doing, dude. You
All
don't
right.
know
Well,
about
hold
this
on,
yet,
guys.
so you should look into it.
Charlie, so you're just bringing this into a whole nother realm, racism, blah, blah, blah. Nobody cares about that. Most of the people in the room here pay zero attention to politics. Nobody cares, right? All somebody was saying is, hey, if you're not familiar with this idea, Mount Meru lands at the center. There's many different lores over time, as well as somebody called Gerardus Mercator. I don't know if you're familiar with the cartographer Mercator, but Mercator put out a literal map of the North Pole back in the day that had 4 land masses on it with Mount Meru in the middle of it. So this isn't just some wackadoo, conspiracy theory. It's out there by the most well-known cartographer ever.
Well, I did a few searches for Mount Meru, and I got one in Tanzania. It's
that's what I'm getting to. I can't find it.
volcanic mountain. And then I did a landmass at the North Pole. And then I did, is there a mountain at the North Pole? And I'm not getting any hits at all. So if someone has a link or something, that would
North Pole.
Mercator.
Dude, yeah, in Thailand, they literally have what's called Sumeru Mountain. They have a sign pointing to it. They have an entire demonstration built for you to go look at an entire exhibit. By the way, here I have Thule, Greenland Air Force Base, used with a distant early missile warning system. So literally, they monitor the sky as a warning system in Thule, Greenland, which is, what is that, like 78 north latitude or so, close to 80 north latitude.
Yeah, and actually looks like Gleam has put pictures of the Mercator map already in chat where it shows the 4 mountains, 4 inland flowing rivers. Yeah.
Where? Because all I see is Mount Meru. It's this mount on Hindu mythology.
I think people have been confusing Mount Meru with Rupus Nigra. Because Rupus Nigra is what Mercator is talking about.
Yeah, the Rupus Nigra would be the center, Arctus Polis, whatever, and then Mount Meru is a different thing.
Yeah, Mount Meru is mythology, but Rupus Nigra is what Mercator was talking about.
That's correct.
Okay, well, there's no way I'm gonna be able to spell that. Could you post that?
I'm gonna post it wiki for you.
Yeah, you can say it's a mythology thing, but yeah, like in Thailand, it's called Sumeru Mountain. It's about the mountain in the center of the earth.
Rups Nigra.
They literally have
basically a black rock.
They have an entire exhibit built where they have this giant fish that loops around it like a vortex, basically. You go into the building that represents the mountain in the north, and there's a giant sign that says Sumeru Mountain this way. It's literally surrounded by water. It has this giant building you go to. You cross over like this little rainbow bridge. It has a giant fish that goes around it. Like they called the mountain in the north Sumeru Mountain.
So I read the paragraph on Wikipedia. Is there something else?
I just told you. Also, just by the way, can you admit that clearly the Air Force does in fact have a warning system in northern Greenland?
I would not doubt that the Air Force monitors the airspace.
In northern Greenland.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so if there
that wasn't what was the contention, right? What was that contention is that the claim was that the U.S. government monitors everything north of whatever 50
Okay,
second
look,
latitude.
I'm not talking anymore. I'm not talking anymore. Later.
Okay, that's fine. All right, so I guess we're back to this Rupus nigra thing. Okay, so why? Okay, so all I see is this reference on mythology from like the 1500s, right? This is the right one. So who believes that this is real, and why do you believe that this is real, and why do you not believe other pieces of mythology from the 1500s? But this one is true.
Wait, who said we don't believe other mythology from the 1500s? Can you cite a specific instance?
I am assuming that.
Oh, that sucks, huh?
I mean,
Is it true or is it false?
I know, but you're aware that like Mercator consorted with the Queen of England and John Dee on the matters of the cartography of it. This was it's very important.
Have cartographers ever been wrong?
I mean, isn't it out of whack anyway? Mercator's map. But, this is like a separate expedition. What's your problem with it, though?
My problem with Rupus nigra? The same problem that I have with most claims of mythology.
It's not mythological. I mean, somebody went there to do the expedition.
What do you think about Admiral Byrd's expedition there?
I don't know anything about it.
He's a decorated admiral in the Navy. They even had parades for the guy. Very credible source, and he traveled there. And I have his book actually. I have one of his books that I found in a garage, bro, for $5.
What's
and it
his
goes
name?
Admiral Richard Byrd. And the book I have, the book I have is from 1928. It's published in 1928. And it talks about his expedition. It has pictures in there. Very ancient book. Well, not ancient, but compare. It's the thing's barely hanging on. It's the binding on it it's very old. But that's another source that you could look into. Unfortunately, it's hard to determine what's true and what's not. Even his testimony. Like, what if his testimony was altered, right, or forged? How am I actually going to know if what he said was legit, if what's written on paper is actually from him? That's what it comes down to, and people will even question that. So it's like, it's at the end of the day, it's up to what research you do and how much faith you put in that research.
So, question: what is the U.S. government hiding there?
I don't think the U.S. government is hiding anything there.
What am I hiding in my right hand?
Okay, if you don't think they're hiding anything there, why do you think that they don't want people there?
Dude, why do you just
If
want
I was going to answer that, bro, you wouldn't understand
speculate?
hold on. You're not going to understand my perspective because you don't see the way I see the world, right? So in my understanding, this is a spiritual thing.
That's
and
fine.
There's puppeteers in the spiritual realm that are controlling governments, controlling kings, and you know what I'm saying? So like, for whatever reason, the spiritual powers that be does not want humans not only knowing about flat Earth, but not venturing off to the North Pole or to beyond the Antarctic Circle for whatever reason.
Right, but do you think that do you have a suspicion of what that reason may be?
Yeah, because if people knew what actually is there, it would literally bring people to the faith, and they want us to believe in a rock flowing through space, aimlessly, one of trillions of rocks, and that we're basically just an accident, right? And that there's no meaning to life, that there's no God. That's basically what it comes down to, all this bullshit.
Wait, I'm sorry. Did you just say that people discovering Rupas Nigras would imply that they would realize that there's no God?
Well, no, because it's not just the Hindus and the Buddhists and the Nazis that recorded this, right? Documented this. It's in the biblical scriptures. Jubilees actually geographically points to Mount Zion, which is Yah's holy mountain, being at the North Pole.
Can I ask you?
Enoch, if you believe Enoch's testimony, who's antediluvian prophet, the first scribe ever, if you believe his testimony, he records in the middle of the earth, there's this great mountain, right? So whatever name you want to call it, whether it's Mount Meru or Rupes Negra or Zion, we're talking about the same place, bro.
Can I ask you a personal question?
Yeah.
What religion would you say you subscribe to?
I'm not a follower of any organized religion. I'm just a follower of the Messiah. I consider myself a Hebrew.
Okay.
A lot of us do.
You're Hebrew?
Yeah. I
Yeah.
crossed over from paganism into the truth. Or heathenism.
Right, but okay, so can I ask you which holy text you accept? I would think you, at the very least, you accept the Old Testament, right?
Yeah.
Or the
The-
Torah, I guess that's what it's called.
The Tanakh and the Brit Hadashah. And then
accept-
even the Apocrypha.
Do you accept Christianity?
Yes, but I'm not going to go into that. But yes, if when people ask me if I'm a Christian, I'll be like, yeah, I'm a Christian, but I don't really subscribe to
taking you down
Christianity.
that rabbit hole. It's gonna make everyone look stupid. Don't
Yeah,
let
I don't
them
want to. Exactly. I don't really want to go down that rabbit hole.
Fine.
Right.
We're really
why I
not
asked
here. We're
if
not here
you're comfortable
discussing
doing it.
the religion. We're here discussing the early warning line that monitors all activity north of the 55th parallel.
That's right.
Right, but I would
That's
think
not helping, Charlie. Charlie can't fucking talk about that. Charlie can only draw straw men.
That's true.
what strawman did I draw?
I don't know, but that's what you'll be attempting to.
Okay, why do you
try
say
to
I drew a
frustrate.
strawman if you say you don't know that I drew a strawman?
Hold on,
Well,
don't
you're
let him
just
take you
trying
down
to
that
lead-
road either. Let's just talk about the goddamn topic.
Okay,
Yeah.
but the reason I
do.
brought
I want to
hold
talk
on a
about
second.
Rupes Nigra. Okay, let's
But
talk
the
about
reason
Rupes
I even
Nigra.
brought it up because you were mentioning that it goes back to the 1500s, but it's much older than that.
He's gonna try to
The
make
idea
fun
that
of
there's a mountain in the middle of the earth goes back thousands of years before Christ. It's not just something from the Renaissance or the medieval times.
I mean, is
It's
it
really not just
out of
that.
topic to
It's
talk about
just
Rupes
nothing
Nigra, or
around it.
do you consider that to be not?
No, that's the
relating to-
topic, kind of.
Does that sound like some Latinized shit? I mean, probably many people have different names for this thing over time, given the span of different times. I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but like over 1,000 years, I don't know, populations can change, names can change. It's written down as a bunch of different things, though. So, do you think is this what do you think this is mythology?
Yes.
You're putting it in that realm for what reason?
There's
There's like actual cartographer doing actual math.
I
for
know,
one,
and
right?
so I don't know if you remember me asking the
This
question.
is this is for the royal crown, though. This isn't
Right, you asked me a
So if he
question.
was to make this shit up, it would be like, boy, like wow, he would have been reporting back that I made up that I found all this shit. I sent it back to the wizard John D, and he delivered it to the queen, and it's just for fakesies. Like I don't know, man.
Right, a cartographer would never lie. You're right.
But don't you get like your head cut off and shit in this time period? I mean, wouldn't it
If he
be
gets
some
caught.
reason not to betray the crown or whatever?
I mean, I would think that it would be very hard to disprove the existence of something that doesn't exist because you can't prove a negative, or it's very difficult at least.
Why
So
would
yeah,
Mercator lie?
why would what?
Why would Mercator lie?
I don't know. I don't know his motivations.
Do you know there were several witnesses on the ship with him when they were doing the cartography? There were several witnesses. He wasn't the only one on the boat. Okay, they had to go and report this stuff back to the queen. And yes, they would have got beheaded if they gave the queen false information.
How would the queen know it's false information?
Well, there were apparently several witnesses on board the ship doing the cartography, and I'll guarantee you there were queen's advisors on board that ship.
So are you saying
it's also possible that they weren't lying, but that they made a mistake, right? Like maybe they just ran into a random fucking island that happened to be where they thought was the North Pole. I don't know. I don't know what
This
happened.
isn't the only map. What did he just explain to you? This goes back thousands of years.
Right.
Thousands. Through
So if they have
all
the
kinds of
possibility of being
ancient cosmology. Through many different cultures. This goes back a long ways.
So if you had the possibility of being killed for lying,
Mercator. But
Yeah, so-
anything that has to do with the level plane, we're just making it up.
Okay, what Napalm had to say?
Yeah, I was just going to say, if somebody like Mercator runs the risk of, up into death for falsifying documentations. I know that scribes and stuff like that run the risk of the penalty of death should they record things incorrectly from kings and queens. Why do you think that they would possibly risk their lives to put out misinformation about the Northern Territories for cartography?
Is that rhetorical?
No, it's towards you, Charlie.
Okay. Again, please stop with the appeal to sense. I agree with you with the appeals to sense, right? What I'm asking for is for evidence that is actually the case. I don't know what you guys
my
don't understand.
question is for you to ask me a question and what you're asking for, or do you have a response to my question?
Again, you're correct. I can't
So that's
think of.
You don't have a response?
I'm trying to answer your question, but you're really interrupting every single time. Would you like an answer, or would you like to interrupt me every single time?
I'd like a legitimate answer to my question.
Okay. Why don't we start over? Ask your question.
No, that's not what we're doing. See, you can't do it. What?
Okay.
It's like all day with Globers, dodge, deflect the question, then ask questions back to the flat earthers, and then try to paint them into a picture with gaslighting.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch
the
question. Could you repeat your
The
question?
4D's a dodgeball right here. I've seen it.
Yes. So if there is the possibility that a scribe or a cartographer could run the risk of the death penalty should they give incorrect or false information to the king or queen, why would somebody like Mercator run the risk of possible death to fudge what may be in the Northern Territories?
I don't know. Maybe he didn't know he was lying. Maybe he wasn't lying. Maybe he made a mistake, or maybe he was being painted on the table by a rival king, or I don't know. I don't know. The answer is I don't know.
Let me explain something to you, Charlie. Back then, okay, when the Queen was in power, it was very serious to bring a false claim into court or bring a false claim before the Queen. Okay, it wasn't just his life it was risking.
Mm-hmm.
Back in those days, if you brought a false claim before the court and they could prove that it was false, they would go after your whole family's name. Whoever had your name, because the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, they would literally kill all your relatives.
Did that ever happen?
Back then, in those days, 100%.
Okay,
so
if
the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What do you think? How do you think that phrase came about?
Okay, if it's 100% that it has happened in the past, then what makes you think that in this instance wasn't one of the cases where he was lying? If it's been the case where other people have lied about stuff with a similar level of seriousness. Because you just admitted it 100% happened. Like, people lie under very serious claims.
So you definitely already trust Mercator's regular map that you know about?
I have no idea what the fuck this guy is.
All right, you definitely did to maybe back your shit up then. Like, you know what I mean? Like, look at some of the cartography. Like, do a little scratching the surface. Don't just come here trying to demand answers with your flippant attitude. And
I'm not demanding answers at all. You guys are asking me questions.
No, okay, don't lie. You were listen. You haven't even looked into it, bud, and you're already coming against it. Like, come on, just listen.
Right.
To it.
I come into everything with an air of skepticism. And
that's not what I said.
That is.
That's not what I said, dude.
From you guys.
That's not what I said. You don't know much, if anything, about this yet. You haven't even heard of a Mercator projection, bro. And you're in the flat Earth argument. Someone's laughing right now as I say this.
That's fine.
You know what I mean?
Okay, what's your best evidence from the globe? What's your best evidence you live on a spinning ball in space?
That I've actually participated in the systems operating and deploying satellites out into space, and I've seen the telemetry myself.
Have you ever seen a physical scale model of the globe?
I wasn't done talking. I've seen the telemetry myself. I've sent commands up myself. I have a radio antenna from which I can actually receive a signal beam from the satellite, right? I've seen high definition video of the satellite actually being deployed.
So what's your proof that we can prove all these claims to us that that we can believe you that you're not bringing a false claim before us?
Okay.
Have you seen? Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Have you seen a scale model of the globe?
Yes.
An actual scale model of the globe existing in
No.
a vacuum with water spinning around it, the globe spinning.
No.
And orbiting.
No.
No?
The fuck, man.
Then how can you believe it's true?
Because I can believe something even if I haven't seen a scale model of it.
Yeah, that's kind of a silly question.
There's no physical evidence. How do you know?
Because a scale model isn't the only piece of physical evidence that you could have to believe something. Anyway,
Yeah, but I can believe you're crazy because you don't believe you believe something that there's no physical evidence of it.
Hold on, you asked me several other questions that I also have an answer for. Would you like to hear them?
Knock yourself out.
Like you asked me, how can I demonstrate that I actually have seen these satellites things happen, right? Everybody else here that knows me will know that I actually work for a well-known satellites communications company. Even the flat earthers will tell you that. But I mean, if you still require more evidence than that, I'd be willing to show somebody my badge.
All day then, huh?
A badge doesn't show me anything about the Earth.
Right, but it is evidence that I actually work for a company that works in satellites communications.
Claims they do satellite stuff. Yes, yes, I agree. You
Yeah,
have made.
you can doubt that the company actually does it. That right, but
I didn't doubt it. I said they're making a claim.
okay.
So you've been to the vacuum of space?
Nope.
Well, how do you know these satellites are launched into a vacuum of space?
Have you been to Roscoe's?
I haven't been to Roscoe's. What is that?
Do you know that? Do you think Roscoe's exists?
I have no idea.
It's a restaurant, or so I say.
Yeah, I could assume that it exists. Sure.
Okay, do you not see the contradiction there? If you've never been to Roscoe's, but you think Roscoe's exists?
He doesn't think so. He's assuming so. He admitted he's assuming. He's not saying empirically. Oh, Roscoe's exists.
I am fine. I'm fine with saying I assume.
Yeah,
that the
Charlie,
vacuum
the junior logic department's down in room 101. I don't know if you saw that.
The what? The what department? I assume this is a poorly made joke, but I didn't catch that.
Hey, yeah, that is interesting though. Have you never seen like let's say like a satellite launch?
I have seen a satellite launch
Yeah. How do they launch them?
with rockets.
I don't know. Well, you've seen them? That's cool. I mean, that's cool. I've never seen them. I don't know. Like
You can fly down. You can pay. You can fly down to Florida. Go to the Kennedy Space Center. Pay, I believe, $200 on launch day. Go and sit at the bleachers, and you can watch them from like 3 miles away.
But rockets don't work in space, though. They don't work in a vacuum.
It's more like 10 miles away, but
No, it's 3 miles away.
No, well,
You mean the parabolic?
they actually changed
Who
it
said
to
it's
the
10 miles away?
During COVID, they changed it to the closest you can get is 7 miles. But I think they reopened it back to where you can get like, I think it's like 3.2 miles.
Yep.
If you pay for it.
Or yeah, 3 point something miles. Yeah, which is correct.
Yeah, I know because I was there multiple
Oh,
times.
you went to the Kennedy Space Center?
Yeah, multiple times. Yeah.
Pretty cool, right?
So when this rocket
No, it's
was
pretty
launched all the
underwhelming.
satellites, was it when this rocket was
Did you
launched
record
all
it?
those
I would
satellites?
pay money to watch you like go to like all the exhibits.
they're hilarious.
I'm
Actually,
actually going to release my conversation with an astronaut at Kennedy Space Center.
I mean, how can I be in the loop for that? Because that'd be delicious to watch.
I'd pay money for that too. Count me in, Charlie.
It's funny. It's funny because of what she said. She's like, yeah, you have to test the spacesuits in a vacuum. You have to personally test your spacesuit in a vacuum on Earth. Once I asked her, and I'm like, oh, so you test it? Oh, well, I didn't do a spacewalk, so I didn't have to test it. But everyone that does a spacewalk has to test their suit in a vacuum on Earth. I'm like, oh, yeah, because I saw a video where a guy tried to do it and his tongue started boiling, and then she said, yeah, you gotta make sure you're good when you test it, or you could die. I'm like, yeah, that's like the whole point. But I had to be really like respectful. I was a massive fan because I couldn't blow the cover of Justin behind me, so I'm like I act like really timid and like I'm just like really interested. I don't press her on it because I didn't want to blow Justin's cover for the movie. But it's just funny. Like, oh,
When is
you
it
go
coming
into
out?
a spacesuit. The movie's already out, but I'm not in my conversation's not in there. Just Justin's is. But what's so funny? But I have the video now. I got it yesterday. I'll release it at some point. But what's super funny is it's like, oh, so you go to space and you don't have a suit that you tested. So if something goes wrong, you're just gonna die.
The presumption is that there's other people there, right?
You're probably gonna die anyway.
Like, how does that help you? If something goes wrong, don't, like, say they go to space, but they don't do a spacewalk. Like, don't they still have spacesuits on board for each astronaut?
I don't think they would have one for every astronaut. Like,
So then if something went wrong, they would just die.
No, unless they plan to need multiple people doing a spacewalk at the same time. I don't see what they would have. I mean, maybe I'm just pulling this out of my ass.
When disaster hits, do they rock paper scissors for the suits?
Yeah, exactly. It's because if something goes wrong, like, dude, anytime else, this is like a military operation, right? Like when you're in the military, you have to practice. You have to test your gas mask like 1,000 times, like every week, multiple times. They just like make you test your gas mask over and over and over and over and over. But like, you go to space, where if anything goes wrong, you're in a vacuum that will kill you, and you don't even have a spacesuit.
Wait. Are you saying that if something goes wrong, they all need to have a spacesuit available so that they all can be safe at the same time?
So, how long they gonna last in that spacesuit? About 15 minutes, and then they die anyway.
Like, do you not? So are you aware that the spacesuits are for doing repairs to the shit from the outside? They're not designed so that you can just survive in space without the ship.
No, I know that.
Where that can happen.
Okay, so why would everybody need a spacesuit then?
Speculation. What if there's a loss of pressure temporarily that they can fix in 15 minutes? There's unforeseen things where they should need a suit.
Yeah, exactly.
Dude, loss of pressure up there apparently is no big deal, right? Remember, it's not that big of a difference in pressure. The astronauts can just hang out, chew bubble gum, stick the bubble gum in the
No, we
hole.
never said that. We said it's a 14 psi pressure that they have inside. If it goes to 0, they're fucked. They don't have a spacesuit on.
Wait, and they say there's space debris that sometimes they can't avoid that ends up hitting the ISS unexpectedly.
Say it again. A micrometeor?
Well, they say sometimes there's space debris they can't avoid, and they weren't able to pick up, and it hits the space station. So what if it damaged it?
I still don't know.
Everybody's still alive.
I still don't know what you're saying. You kind of slurred your words there.
Right? What's it? Sometimes nominal.
Well, let what's it
I
finish?
didn't slur my words at all.
I couldn't hear what you said because it was kind of slurred. You said sometimes they what? They hit something?
They say that debris hits the ISS. Yeah.
Oh, debris. Yes.
Okay, so what if it damaged it and like punctured the ISS?
It does, and they can patch those. Those are
okay. What if
those
it was
are not.
what if it was a bigger hole and like you started losing pressure and you had to like survive for like the 15-20 minutes it took you to fix it?
They would have to roll into one of the chambers, isolate, either give up on that whole section and hope they can get rescued, or they're fucked.
What if they have to get?
When's the last time they did that?
They can't get. They don't. You can't just jump into a spacesuit. If you had a big hole, you can't get. Everyone can't get into a spacesuit.
How long does it take to get into a spacesuit?
I think it's like 20 minutes or something.
They would probably isolate the module that has the hole if it was
exactly.
An emergency.
But what if they were on the other side and they had to get through?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah, but what if they had to get through to the other side, guys?
Yeah, you roll. It starts to leak. The pressure starts to drop. You roll to a section that is not damaged that you can seal off. You close the door, and then it repressurizes over time. You're not going to die.
You're not listening.
Bro, do you guys hear how? What if you were in the end of the ISS?
Exactly.
The section that got cut off, you had to go through that section to get to the other side.
Right. How fast it depressurizes makes all the difference in the world. Guys, we cannot talk at the same time.
There's a big gaping hole in it. You're not repressurizing that section.
No, it's still going to take a long time for even what kind of hole? We're talking about the size of a 3-foot opening.
Gigantic hole in one of the sections, and they had.
Then you're dead. You're all dead. It's going to be quickly, and you're done.
Individual section. You're acting like there's no situation where this could happen, and it's really silly.
I
just want to know how they tested
that,
Earth.
Who cares what the NASA defense attorney fanboys in here say? Like I was talking to an astronaut. And what else she said was, because it's funny, like, oh, every single astronaut has to test their spacesuit multiple times in a vacuum. Then why is there no footage of this? And can I FOIA request it?
Yeah, how do they test for this on Earth? That's all I want to know.
I won't get it.
Question. Was she an actual astronaut, or was she just like a random Kennedy Space
She was an
Center
actual astronaut.
Okay.
She's the one that first designed the spacesuit for women.
Is there such a
She's
thing
been
as
to
an actual
space.
astronaut, though?
Wait, I don't
Like,
think
yeah.
astronauts design the spacesuits that they're gonna wear.
See, this is what think about what's
Was it
happening.
high
This is
waisted?
Charlie telling me. This is Charlie.
Was it a G string?
Telling me some shit he has no idea about. When I
You're
was
right.
at Kennedy
You're right.
Space
I have
Center,
no.
they have shut up! I'm talking. Shut up. And there was an official story about who this girl was, and she's an astronaut. She's sitting there giving autographs. I went up and talked to her. The official story about what she did was that she went on multiple missions in space and that she helped design the first spacesuit for women. And Charlie's letting me know, wait, you're astronauts don't design anything. Dude, that's what NASA's story is. Why would I care what you say? I was there.
And why would he make it up?
I wouldn't let anyone make my spacesuit. I'd be sure, especially with the risk of if there's a little rip or something, dude. Why wouldn't you make your own spacesuit? That's
was
just
it a
silly
mesh?
talk.
Was it high
Charlie.
waisted and a little bit of G string action
Dude,
going
no,
on?
it just dude, shut up. And dude, this is what's so funny though, man, is like I'm just talking astronauts, and then you guys want to tell we should listen to you guys, not the people who actually claim to go to space, not NASA's official facility giving an official story of what they've done, but what you guys make up ad hoc in Discord.
What's it? What's
Isn't
her
it
name?
reasonable? What's it to think?
I launched NASA
Isn't it
Odyssey.
reasonable? Isn't it reasonable? What's it to think that maybe she provided input to the spacesuit designer? She wasn't a spacesuit design person. She didn't design it. She probably said, "Hey, you know what? I need more
why don't you look her up
for my butt. I got some boobs for. Can you kind of put some extra? You know, that's what she probably did. She didn't design.
It literally says
I don't know for sure, but I would be able to bet she didn't design it.
What is her name? What's it?
I forgot her name. I don't know. It's at the house. But like, this is what's so goofy. It's like, this is the official story of what they said. So you guys can just shut the hell up. You have no idea what you're talking about at all. No idea. Literally
You still
no
think
idea.
rockets can't work in space? Who doesn't
And
have
then
a
he
clue what's
changes
it?
the
Come on.
subject. See what I'm saying? Like, you guys are goofy. You were
No,
goofy.
out of nowhere
goofy,
changes
and
the
you say
subject.
goofy.
Goofy things all the time.
Dude, this is the official story of this girl. She's famous for helping design the first spacesuits for women in space. But like,
So
I'm sorry
your
that
original
that's
claim was she designed it, not that she helped design it.
He said they helped design it.
my God.
Yo, do they wear
Anyway.
space
Wow, wow,
suits?
wow.
Do they wear
The
space
minutia
suits up there?
of syntax. I can't believe it. They keep just doing shit like that.
I know. I also asked her about seeing stars in space.
Yeah, technically right. That's kind of right.
I couldn't like press her because, like I said, I had to be a NASA fanboy. But NASA Odyssey is about to be lit because we're setting up missions all over the U.S. at every NASA facility to talk to all these astronauts. But we don't need these goofballs in here. Why would I care what Steel City, Left Lane, Charlie, and Zanuck make up off the top of their head when we can just go talk to them?
I was asking for her name for 5 minutes. What am I making up with it?
Because
I didn't know. First of all, it wasn't 5 minutes, and I don't remember her name. I've said it in here. I've even dropped a picture of her in here.
Okay.
Okay. Look, I
It's
think
really
I might
silly
have
to think that he's making it up. Like, why?
Yeah, why would I make it up?
Seriously ridiculous. Yo, do they wear the same spacesuits up there? Do they wear the same spacesuits when they travel there, or are they different spacesuits that they do the walks in?
That's a good question.
Wait, are you talking about Sabrina Thompson? Was that the astronaut?
No, I don't think so. I'm about to find her. She signed my paper and said, I'm not at the house, but I think I have a picture in another Discord I dropped. But she signed. No, she signed my thing, and she said, "Reach for the stars," because I asked her about stars. I said, "Can you see stars in space?" And she said, "Yeah, they look just like they do on Earth."
Anne McLean, is that her name? McLean?
I don't know. I'm about to find it, man. I have no idea.
Why is it so funny that a star would look differently in space?
Sabrina
than
Thompson, right? Sabrina Thompson. I think Gleam posted it just now.
No, it's not her.
Oh, she's not black.
Sorry.
No, it's like the first one, the first spacesuits for women. But yeah, I'm gonna find it in a second.
Was she like an old white lady?
Yes.
You know what? Are these the travel? These are travel spacesuits, or the lounge spacesuits, or the actual working in space? There's different versions.
Essentially, helped develop the first spacesuits for women in space, man. Okay. Anyway, what's super funny is when you're in space, you have no atmosphere obstructing your view. You'd be able to see the stars way clearer.
Why do you say that? Because there's some really clear nights where there's not, even though there's a lot of atmosphere, it doesn't really, because gases are invisible for the most part, and you wouldn't see anything different for a light in the sky that is kind of hard to see anyway, out of the atmosphere. Do you ever see the stars better? Do you ever see the stars better when you're like flying in a 747 at 35,000 feet than you do on the ground?
When I get away from the city and it's a clear night, I see the stars 1,000 times better than another night. Now imagine getting all
same
the way
atmosphere
away.
though.
All right, did you want me to kick you from here?
No, I don't want you to do that.
Then stop interrupting me, please.
Okay, sorry.
But if you were to go all the way out into space, where you're completely away from light pollution and there's no turbulence of atmospheric occlusion, you would be able to see the stars much better. The fact that you guys deny stuff like this is just why we should stop talking to you.
You would see stars much better in space than you would on the ground. There's no doubt about that.
Thank you. So what I'm going to do, dude, is I'm just going to focus on NASA audits. I'm only in here right now because I'm like out of the house doing something. But it's like I launched NASA audits. I have created like 135 positions right now that are already filling up. They're like very professional. We're setting up board meetings. We're doing everything super professional and legit. You have to sign an NDA to get rid of goofballs like you that'll try to infiltrate it. You have to sign an NDA, and if you lie about your identity, then you're legally liable for damages, and you have to sign and agree to it. So there goes the anti-flat earthers. Dun, dun, dun. And it's like in the process of being rolled out right now, where I have like professional hiring agents filling the positions. I have like it's a legitimate organization, right? And it's a private group where people like this can't get in there. And that's what we should do. We should focus on stuff like that and go talk to the actual astronauts, go get the information from the actual NASA representative. We have a contact list of NASA employees that has thousands of names, numbers, and emails. So, like, do we go listen to what they say, or do we just let you guys speculate all day? Like, which one would be more efficient?
Wait, so what is this? Is this an orga that you're starting?
Yeah.
What's it called?
NASA audits.
NASA audits. Oh, so you're gonna be like audit the audit, but for NASA?
Yeah, sort of. But we're actually the audit just sits behind his keyboard and makes shit up based on what he thinks. But we're gonna actually go. Yeah, we're gonna go audit them. Well, because he covered me and he lied about the Supreme Court case because he hates the fact I called out the Earth not being a ball. Like he's a goofball.
What makes you think he lied about you? What did he lie about?
He took the Supreme Court case out of context. Didn't read the very next two sentences, which actually support my position. Took it out of context to say it says something going against me when it actually supports me. It literally says that the forum status cannot be determined by arbitrary titles given to it by the government. And then he took it out of context to make it sound like, oh, it's not a public forum just because it's a national park. When what it really says in context is just because the government says this is or isn't a public forum means nothing. What the government says about it doesn't mean anything. It's established based on its historicity of political speech and then its public accessibility. It has nothing to do with what the government says. But he covered it out of context, showed one sentence in the paper, and then claims that it like shows that I'm wrong when I said it was public.
That's terrible, man.
That's called misrepresenting it, and that's his whole entire spiel. That's what he does. So, yeah, I don't trust that dude.
That's terrible. Did you say that to the judge?
The judge didn't even let me present my case. So, yeah, but you can go read my motion and tell me if you think you can rebut any of the arguments in it, because all I've ever heard from any of the anti-flat earthers is, you're so stupid, ha ha ha, you lost, ha ha ha, when the government U.S. attorneys, and multiple U.S. attorneys, mind you, didn't even rebut my argument. They just tried to argue that I didn't have the right to make them, and then the judge shot it down. The judge ruled against it. Not even the government couldn't even, the U.S. attorneys couldn't even come up with an argument against it, and the judge just hand-waved dismissed it as well. So
Was it about
the government can decide?
Was it about your freedom of speech and freedom of expression, regardless of in a public setting, regardless of if it's regardless if it's a government or a private park?
Well, my argument specifically was that the Supreme Court has ruled that public parks are the zenith of free speech, and that forum status doesn't change just because the government says so. And so that's a public forum. In fact, it's Mount Rushmore, which is famous for political speech. That's literally what it is about. And she just basically ruled and said, no, I think national parks are different, and the government can just choose what they want to do, going directly in the face of the Supreme Court.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that you should be allowed to express yourself. Freedom of speech is one of our most important constitutional rights, and it could be in any public area, and that's where you want to be able to express yourself there. But they can't have limitations on: are you disturbing the peace? Are you irritating people? They could have decibel limits.
That wasn't their argument. They didn't charge me for the amplification or disturbing the peace. They said that you're not allowed to freely speak, meaning you're not allowed to say anything that can capture the attention of onlookers, give any type of speech that draws any attention whatsoever. Meaning you can't even tell a captivating story and people gather around, because you have to do that in the demonstration area, the First Amendment area.
What about him not being able to get? What about him not being able to present his side in court? What about that?
Yeah,
so I have a question. So is there any more legal recourse left for you in this case?
No, because I freaking listened to this constitutional attorney who says we should go the civil route. So yeah, I can go the civil route, but I should have actually appealed, taken it up to the circuit court, and made the circuit court panel of judges rule on her, and then also file towards the Supreme Court and see if they pick it up. But I can re-challenge because that.
Didn't I point that out to you, Winston, a couple times?
Point what out to me?
That you had appeal options and you had to exhaust them.
Yeah, I don't want to talk to you about how you think I can't do something. You don't do shit for free speech. Why would I care what you have to say about it? So the point is, I can still challenge. I can still challenge the law. I can challenge the law right now. You don't have to get charged.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. But you can't challenge on your convictions. You have to file something new.
Yeah, but I don't care. Well, first of all, actually, civil cases, if I can show an avenue for damages, I can still sue. I don't know what you're talking about. But the point is that I can actually just challenge the law again, and I'm going to send it to a different judge and make them all keep stamping this nonsense that judge said, which is, oh, well, I just arbitrarily determined that the government does have power. The Supreme Court said it doesn't. And then I'll just take it all the way up.
Well, the Supreme Court will definitely, has heard these cases more than once. You can imagine.
Well, free speech zones actually never make it to the Supreme Court.
Well, they get thrown out. Usually get thrown out. Usually when people have been tossed out like you, and they go to it gets to the Supreme Court, they usually any claims against you get dropped, to get dismissed.
Yeah, the Supreme Court always rules on behalf of the free speech. That's what I'm saying. When it comes to First Amendment areas, the free speech, like the only rulings that have ever come are like strictly forbidding them. But the actual free speech zone has not made it to the Supreme Court before, because what they do is they always settle out, because they know if it goes to the Supreme Court and they rule on it, that sets a precedent, which means free speech zones are illegal for everyone. And so they keep it out of the Supreme Court.
And a lot of these
about the Supreme Court, though, it's up to them if they take it. They have to choose to take it. So.
Yeah, and just so you know that even when places are deemed private or even are private property, but they're established to be to function as a park, so the public can go there freely and play and run around like a park setting. If it's acting like a park, it is a park, and your free speech rights are protected there as well, even though it's private property.
Yeah, and you know what's super funny, bro? At first, what they tried to do there is say you can only speak in the free speech zone, and you have to have a permit. And so that same law got charged under. It got overturned in 2011 or 10, where they're like, no, you can't.
That's
tell an
bullshit.
individual
That's
they have
bullshit.
To have
Wait. Repeat that last part. The law which you got charged under was repealed?
Yeah, it was repealed in 2011, so they had to revise it. It was ruled unconstitutional, and so they changed it to say, oh, well, you only need permits as a group, like not as an individual. The reasoning being that to have like a whole protest, a group of people come do something, well, that requires planning anyway.
Right. You need police protection and organization and all the crowd control, all that.
The main argument is that it requires planning, right? So meaning that like the people have to organize beforehand. It's not like a spontaneous group protest. So a permit's not really going to hinder their free speech. But an individual has to have the right to spontaneously on the spot freely speak, and a permit would forbid that. So they change it to where it doesn't apply to individuals, but that you still have to just go to the free speech zone, because they didn't challenge the free speech zone. which is what I was challenging, and she just hand wave dismissed it. And this is after 3 different U.S. attorneys
Right. So
didn't rebut it.
So what is the next course of action for you with respect to this?
We may go a civil action for that case itself, but what I'm going to do is basically just challenge the law in my own capacity, meaning like any law on free speech, you can just challenge it anyway. You don't have to get charged under it, nothing like that. So I'm just going to send it into different, so whatever region I choose, and challenge that NPS, National Park Services regulation on free speech, and then I'm going to appeal it all the way up.
So
it's not
hey,
bad. So
what's it?
No,
Have
I
you
messed
heard
up on that one. I shouldn't have listened to that dude who told me not to take the appeal.
what's it? Have you ever read the Arbitration Act of 1976?
No.
Okay, you want to look into that. That's your recourse. Don't try fighting them in their world, taking it to their world in appeals. You want to have your own case. You make your own case. You put your own files, your own documents in it, and you present your own case. Because if you keep going by their case number and appealing their case number over and over again, it gets you absolutely nowhere.
He was just talking about bringing a new case.
And Compensation Arbitration Act of 1976. It was put in place just for this purpose. For exactly
Arbitration
what
Act of what?
1976. It was an act of Congress. It's called the Arbitration Act of 1976.
Well, the High Court states that the constitutions may confer upon citizens broader speech rights than the federal constitution. So the broader worded, like for example in California constitution, it gave citizens more of a right to speak, even in private malls and in areas. So there's a public constitution, and there's a state constitution, and there's a federal constitution. And believe me, I think Whitsitt has a great case and a great point there, because they try to figure out, well, this doesn't make sense to us. We just got to squelch them any way we can and make up some mumbo jumbo to push them out and not let them do whatever to have freedom of speech or have freedom of expression. And that's just that's not right, because that's one of our most protected and most important rights that we have is freedom of speech.
Well, what all the anti-flat earthers say back is like, you were using a microphone and disturbing people's speech. Like, that's irrelevant. That's not what I was charged on. They didn't charge me under that. They just said I wasn't in the free speech zone. So all the anti-flat earthers should agree with me, but they're not going to. And my actual point is, if you go read my motion, if you go read my motion,
even though I'd be there laughing and but kind of like, what are you doing, jerko? Disrupting our day. I'm still a big part of I'm just a big advocate of the Constitution, and that's your right. As long as you're not annoying or it's too loud or something, you have at it.
Yeah, but here's my point though. Like, if you go read my motion, I won the debates. Like, the U.S. attorneys did not rebut my arguments. When you hear these goofy anti-flat earthers like make fun of me losing, they can never articulate why my motion was wrong. I guarantee you they can't even read and comprehend my motion, dude. I wrote that thing so tactically, it took me weeks. I set up every single word on purpose, right? Where like the sequential arguments, dude, there's no rebutting it. The judge didn't even rebut it. Dude, the U.S. attorneys didn't even try to rebut it. Their argument was, oh, he doesn't have the right to make this motion, this argument. And the first part of my motion was citing the Supreme Court, saying that anyone challenged under any free speech law has the right to challenge the law for facial invalidity, meaning it's unconstitutional on its face. And in fact, you don't even have to be charged with it. You can just challenge it anyway. I put that in my motion, and then the government responds with, he's not allowed to challenge this, because they couldn't even come up with a rebuttal. So that's what happened. I mean, that's my unbiased, honest recollection.
But let me explain this to you, Whitsitt. I've already explained this to you. It's all legalese. It's language. It's patented language, and they have every right to interpret their language. And you're in that courtroom with lawyers and judges, all bar members.
Arbitration acts aren't even U.S. That's like Isle of Man in United Kingdom. It has nothing to do with federal law.
What you use their language against them is what you do. If they want to start using words, that's what you do.
Yeah, but since I'm saying he's right, there's a way around it. But the thing is, I want to change the law within their own system, because I'm trying to help out future generations that are grow up in a world with free speech zones, which is like so Orwellian. It's disgusting. So like, I'm just trying to play their game, and even though it's a game, They have to keep the illusion of justice and fairness. That's why they prevent things from going to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court would never stamp what that judge ruled. Never. It was egregious. So, that's the point. It's like I'm playing their game to try to help people out.
What I'm trying to explain to you is those are opinions. The law is expressed, not implied. So if you go back, if you just read Article 9 of the Bill of Rights, it states that any laws that were antecedent to that contract, to that Constitution, they're still in law. They're not outlawed. Freedom of speech has been around since way before the Constitution was ever created. So it's a natural right for you to be able to speak.
Of course, I'm just trying to. I'm just trying to change it within their system, dude.
I understand what you're trying to do, but I'm telling you, it's an uphill battle. You're fighting a private language, and the law is not private. The law is public. It's free to every man. Every man has a right to the law. Not every man has a right to legalese, to the legal society.
Amen, brother.
I have no idea what your argument is.
This is why the arbitration. Quit interrupting. This is why the Arbitration Act of 1976 was created, because the legal society
apply to federal law. It doesn't apply in the United States. It's not a U.S. law. The Arbitration Act of 1976. That's Isle of Man. That's it. That's nothing. It doesn't apply to anything that I was going to do.
Congress in 1976. Just research it.
Post it.
You can go on Google and just Google the Arbitration Act of 1976. How hard is that?
I did.
I'm not on a laptop. I'm on my cell phone. Look, anyways, what I'm trying to get across to you is the reason it was created was because the legal society was taking advantage of the public. And then the public could not get any recourse against the legal society because they could interpret their own code the way they wish. So they can mean pig, mean black, whatever they want. They don't care. When you're a defendant in their court, you don't have any rights. So when the prosecutor said, "Yeah, he doesn't have a right to this motion," he was right.
Yeah, well, that act is not for. It's for Isle of Man, Samoa. It's not U.S. So I don't know where you got that act from. But you could be right, but I don't see it anywhere listed into the U.S.
Just research it.
I'm researching it. I'm Googling it. I don't see anything.
You can get on there, and I can Google flat Earth, and I can get 90 anti-ballers in there telling me how the Earth isn't a globe, or how the Earth is a globe.
Listen, I'm not against you. I'm just saying, look, you may have been mistaken because every single listing of the Arbitration Act of 1976
not Supreme Court decisions on the Arbitration Act.
There's not one.
Let's go back to the NASA audits, please.
Well, just before we finish, just so we know, there's not that's not something that actually exists for the U.S.
Just do some research on it there with it. That's all I say.
It's all good.
Get back to whatever you want.
We can actually use the law to our benefit, whether it's a game or not, and NASA is an example of that. So yeah, and it's just funny. It's funny because the anti-flareters have tried to infiltrate NASA audits. So I set up a protection against them where they can't really do that now because like they have to sign an NDA and then they have to actually sign a legal document saying that that's their real identity. So as soon as and that they can't release any of the information, the private information, unless given written consent by the president, which is me. So yeah, I'm just saying, like, at this point, I'm setting up an organization that's going to be, like, very efficient. And we're going to have people all over the country investigating NASA. So this is much more like actually make something happen, actually make them answer questions, see if these astronauts are contradicting each other with their stories, catch them lying if they're lying, right? As opposed to people speculating answers off the top of their head in Discord, right? That's all I'm saying. Like, that's all that we get in here. So,
hey, Austin, isn't it true because they're a governmental agency, you can say, I would like to see the full unedited footage now provided, and they have to legally?
You would think so, but they'll just make up an excuse that they don't have it. See, the thing is, the government gets to plead incompetence. That's all they do. They just say, "Oh, well, we're incompetent. We didn't keep it. We don't know how to find it. We can." But yeah, technically, we should have full access to it because this isn't a military organization where national security is at risk, right? This is a scientific organization that's supposed to be completely non-political. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. I have a whole bunch of different plans.
I think it's cool you're actually doing, action towards, figuring out where millions of dollars a day are going, keeping them accountable.
Hey man, there's nothing like the fire of being behind the truth, right? Nothing like that fire.
Yeah, I'm like, it's gonna be pretty epic. Think about it. Like, there's gonna be periodic teams sent out constantly in different NASA facilities. There's gonna be all kinds of ongoing audits, overlapping emails, calls, FOIAs, legal action. So it's something is going to come of it, right? Either NASA's going to be able to just slam dunk on us and show us all this unedited footage and all this stuff they don't show us and all this video of stars and it all is verifiable and it all matches the story and none of them ever contradict themselves, or we're going to start to see cracks pop up in the story.
You know what? I'm excited to see globe evidence, right? I'm excited for it because if it's there, they'll have it for us, right? These kids on the internet, they're just trying to distract us, but we can go to the source and see if there's really something out there, huh? I'm excited.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know why, like, we just deal with people being like, well, probably what happened is, well, if you think about it, I would think that, well, the astronaut probably meant this, what Einstein really meant to say, what he was really thinking. It's just annoying.
Absolute dishonesty.
It's not absolute dishonesty. It's a logical discussion, and words have meaning. Then you have context, and a lot of times we can tell by what the context of the words are by how they're used in prior sentences or what the context of the entire message is.
But you see, you're feigning that you know what the context meant or means. You're just lying about that. At best, or at worst, no. At best, you're assuming what they might have done. Admit that. Come on.
No.
Don't be a fucking liar.
Oh yeah. You guys do pretend to know what they mean when they say things when you clearly don't actually know. That's the point. So it's like, oh well, think about if I was an astronaut. Well, you're not. So.
Well, I know how pressure works, and it seems like from our prior discussions that doesn't really sit too well with you and your logic.
I can hear the smile in your face, Zanuck, that you agree with us, but you've got to toe this fucking line. It's really.
No, I agree with the freedom of speech thing completely. There's no qualms at all about that.
Do you agree with NASA audits?
NASA audits?
Yeah, because that's also the First Amendment, right?
Yeah, audits. People, the government agencies should be held accountable and should be subject to and exposed to audits. No question about it.
And whatever I find, I have the constitutionally protected right to release it to the public unimpeded.
Yes, and I don't think you're going to find very much.
Well, because they don't have anything.
Well, they don't have anything that's really going to be, immediate enough for you to really expose them. You think, quote, expose them on about it. You find some CGI work. Was this picture really? How come these two pictures of the globe have the exact same weather patterns and it was from 2 different Apollo missions? Well, you got us. Okay, sorry.
No, I want the training facility information. I want the videos of the lab that they train in. I want all the information they don't show the public.
Hey, did you see that stuff on Sidney Pollock?
No.
Do you know who Sidney Pollock is?
No.
He's like a famous artist, and he did all these paintings. And it turns out he was a total CIA stooge, and they were funneling money through his artwork. But Sidney Pollock, but I thought about, or it just made me think if we're talking about artwork.
Is he related to Jackson Pollock?
Oh, forgive me. Am I thinking of Sidney? Why am I thinking of Sidney Pollock? I think it is Jackson Pollock. Is that the artist?
The painter, yeah. Well,
forgive me, man. I don't know why I thought Sidney. Yes, I'm so mistaken. Yeah.
But their argument is kind of like a Jackson Pollock, isn't it? The Globers.
That's what it was. What is it?
Nothing. Go ahead.
Forgive me. Yeah, I thought that was intriguing because it's like, oh, there's nothing to find here, and then like somebody finds out like Jackson Pollock is like, it's like a CIA asset or some shit. Pretty interesting.
All right. Well, listen. So what happens if we get more and more people behind this NASA audits thing and it starts to take off? Will Globers be honest? Or no?
If we start getting some traction and we start figuring out that they didn't go to the moon and space is fake and rockets don't work in space and vacuums have negative pressure and negative exponent, that I'm all on board, man. I want to expose the whole math system, the physics system, the NASA. I want everyone to go down. Trust me.
Oh my God.
I do.
If that's what you think needs to happen, that's way more work than what's required. We just need a couple officials to be honest on paper, and that's really about it.
Or even just official statements contradicting themselves.
Yep.
Right.
That's not gonna be hard to do.
Once you knock down one of those pillars, the whole friggin' building's coming down.
No, that's not how that works.
Oh yeah. Prove that vacuums don't work in space. Boom, it's all done.
What they do is they try to mock the whole idea. I can still hear the smile on your face.
I'm smiling because if you could do it, I'm on board. I would love to see my whole reality be turned upside down. But I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think it's
here to
probable.
poke the bear and kick up dust because you don't give a goddamn.
I do give a goddamn. I don't have any reason.
Be bothered to care about the truth, kid.
I don't have any reason.
Everybody hears it in your voice.
Okay, I don't have any reason to doubt the things that we've been shown. Now, are there things that are a little bit suspect, like certain pictures that have the same weather patterns on the Earth when they're taken from space, or this, that, and the other? Yeah, I think they do whatever they need to do to put a pretty picture on there. Do I think that's nefarious in intent? Do I think they're really trying to deceive us?
You're
No,
you think they are. Own words, scrambling for damage control on this.
Not damage. I know that, right? Okay, simply put, I don't think there's any nefarious activities. Can I finish one sentence?
No, not anymore, kid. You're done.
I don't think there's this big conspiracy. You do. That's okay. Now,
when did I say that? When did I say that? You quote me. Go ahead.
Well, it sounds like you think all of NASA is wasting the money with this fake
when did
space.
I say that?
Fake. Oh, yes, you have. You have said it many times.
Decided then.
Yes. My God, you have thousands of posts literally saying that, or indicating, putting that in context.
The last one, then. Go ahead. Back up your claim once ever.
So you think the Earth you think the Earth is flat? You think it's a government ploy to control us?
When did I say that? Good Lord. You guys hear this? He's putting so many words in my mouth. I've never said any of this.
Really? Okay, let me get a couple of your little memes that insinuate that NASA's pulling the wool over our eyes.
Hey, man, you can insinuate all you like. That's on you.
No, the insinuation is you posting things that insinuate that.
Insinuation is taken, never given.
You're given it.
How does everyone else know? How does everyone? That's an opinion-based thing, partner.
No. You write it down. You actually give the writing in your meme. They have writing on them. That writing can be interpreted and understood to be that there are people that are trying to pull the wool over your eyes.
Take it however you like, partner.
Okay.
You know what? It sounds to me like a lot of true earthers or flat earthers are saying, "I'm seeing some truth here. I'm finding some truth." And it sounds like, Zanuck, you're saying, I refuse to look at what could be true. Because like you've decided what you believe and it's concreted in place.
No,
and I think these other people, but you have to realize these other people were once you. We were all ballers, all of us.
No, you weren't me.
We're willing to learn and we're willing to
No one here has experienced what I've experienced.
Tell me what you experienced. What have you experienced?
First of all, I have an education in the sciences and engineering. I've also worked in engineering. I mean, I don't want to go on my fucking resume, but I'm telling you is that you haven't experienced those things. And so when I see people talk about how vacuums work, and I see Brian posting a video with these two numbnuts talking about negative exponents, meaning negative pressure, and so on and so forth, that means these people just don't have the education. They are ignorant.
Now, hold on a second. Let me respond. Just before too much comes out, let me ask you this. So I'm a human being and I'm living on this place. Don't I have a right